Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was a mortal entity in Avengers? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. As Harry's consciousness ebbed back, he found himself lying face down on a cool surface. All he could feel was the chill of the floor beneath him. His heart thumped in his chest, the beat ringing in his ears. What is happening? A flash of green and Voldemort's triumphant face flashed in his mind. But am I dead? The question reverberated through his body as he felt goosebumps rise on his bare skin, a chill spreading over his body. Harry's eyes fluttered open with a groan, only for him to see a bright white mist that stretched as far as he could see, drifting over his naked body too. Harry felt the coolness seep into his skin from the floor, the white marble below him colder than the Hogwarts dungeon in winter. He slowly sat up, wincing as the cold pierced his skin like daggers of ice. His body appeared unscathed, devoid of wounds he had received, and something else. His fingers immediately sought his glasses only to be met by the skin of his eyelids. I can see perfectly without my glasses. Harry breathed, his breath misting, dissolving into the mist that surrounded him. A faint noise reached him through the unformed nothingness surrounding him, the small soft thumping of footsteps. Someone's coming. Harry looked down, wishing he was wearing clothes or had something to cover himself. The mist around him leapt up, enveloped his body like a cozy cocoon before sinking into his skin, leaving him fully clothed, wearing what looked to be an expensive suit that would have made Vernon treat him like royalty. Why did the mist clothe him in a suit, that too one so expensive? Harry had no idea. Maybe I am in heaven. Harry smiled sardonically to himself. White mist and nice clothes. I assure you that you aren't in heaven, Harry Potter, an ethereal voice rang, echoing through the mist, and Harry turned. A woman dressed in a pitch-black silk gown befitting a queen stood behind him, watching him curiously with her beady black eyes. Her pitch-black hair was tied in a bun, only allowing a few articulate strands of black hair to fall down her face. Harry felt goosebumps erupt across his body at her sight. Rise, young one. Harry felt his feet obey the command before he could process what was happening. Who are you? Harry stammered, and am I dead? In a sense, yes. You are dead. She inclined her head. But you aren't. Harry blinked. Thanks. That clears it up. The lady's lips quivered into a smile. It is rather confusing, isn't it? Then again, the mortal mind isn't meant to comprehend every single thing. She called me immortal. A flicker of hope stirred in Harry's breast. Which means I am not dead, perhaps, as she says. No, you are not dead, but you are, she replied as if reading his mind. Maybe I should introduce myself. I am Death. The words seemed to hang in the air. Harry felt shivers run down his spine as he met her eyes. Death. Like the one who gave the three brothers the Hallows. He licked his lips. Indeed. The beady eyes glinted with approval, and from what I gather, you united all three of them. The cloak of invisibility, the resurrection stone, and the elder wand, the latter which you obtained from Draco Malfoy. Flashes of his fight at the Malfoy Manor flew past his eyes, but Draco disarmed your headmaster, winning the allegiance of the wand, and in turn, you disarmed him, winning the wand. So, I am the master of death now. No sooner had Harry uttered the words than he found himself kneeling at the feet of death. An invisible force holding him in place. His breath misted and his heartbeat seemed to vanish. I assure you, Harry Potter, Death said, each word ringing through his body, that I have no master. My existence predates the multiverse and most other beings in it. It would take more than you uniting three objects made from a mere iota of my power to even challenge me. I am sorry, he said breathlessly. The invisible force pressed him for a moment before vanishing into nothingness. His heartbeat returned and the cold vanished. I do not blame you. But, to answer your question, you did become the master of death in a sense. The master of your own death, she said amiably. Excuse me. Harry blurted. The Hallows carried a boon. The one who united them shall decree the moment of their demise. In other words, they get to decide when they die, regardless of the circumstances they face. Death gave Harry an impassive stare. And you, Harry Potter, decided to die moments after touching the third Hallow. I had no choice, Harry commented. I couldn't let my friends die. So, I surrendered. A noble sacrifice, Death commented. Closing his eyes, Harry took a deep breath. Why am I here? That is an interesting question. Harry's breath echoed through the place as he opened his eyes and rose to his feet. I see, Miss Death, I just want to know what is about to happen. It is not every day that a simple incident leads to me meeting with, well, you. Indeed. If you call dying a simple incident. Death inclined her head. Can I go back? No, so, I am dead. Not quite. Harry's eye twitched, irritation and frustration burning in his chest, like a hot knife beneath his ribs. Can you not speak in riddles? He scowled. Death tilted her head to the side, gazing at him with her black eyes. Harry stared right back into them until he took a step back as her eyes turned into swirling black vortexes. Images flashed past Harry's eyes. Wars. Carnage. Nuclear bombs going off. A peach-colored planet burst in a spectacular explosion. Suddenly, he was shoved back into reality. I see. Let me put this simply. You are dead in your universe. And, by my own rules, what is dead can never be resurrected. Not truly. You may return as a ghost, your spirit may be called by the resurrection stone, or your body may be reanimated as an inferi. But the result is nothing more than the faintest glimmer of who you were. An echo. So, I cannot go back, then? No, you can't go back, Harry Potter. Death replied. You died in that world, taking down Tom Riddle's Horcrux that was in your scar alongside the power of the Elder Wand. Where did the wand come from? Harry asked, irritation slipping out in his voice. You were the last master of the Elder Wand. You died on your own terms instead of being defeated or murdered. It was a glorified suicide. The power of the wand died with you. The wand is nothing but a stick now. But Voldemort is still alive, Harry said sullenly. No, he is not. But his snake was killed by Neville Longbottom shortly after your demise. Death informed. Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Phileas Flitwick, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley then fought Voldemort himself at once, taking him down once and for all to avenge you. Harry felt his heart hammer in his chest. They had won. Voldemort was no more. I am afraid that you have already been dead for days in that world, Death continued. Days since the war ended. Your funeral has also taken place and you have been buried beside your parents at the cemetery in Godric's Hollow. The world mourns your sacrifice. And that is why it is too late to go back. The news of his death didn't dampen Harry's elation. What mattered was that Voldemort had been defeated. That Voldemort was dead. We won, Harry whispered. We actually won. Now, that leaves you, Harry Potter. Here, in front of me. And I offer you a choice. A choice? Harry breathed. To die. Or make a new life. You said I couldn't go back, Harry said carefully. Not to your universe. To another one, a little similar to your own, yet very different. What do you mean? Harry frowned. Are there more universes than one? Death sighed, showing the first real emotion in her voice. Does the word multiverse mean anything to you? No, she drew a deep breath. The multiverse is accumulation of infinite possibilities. Every action you, or any living being, takes influences the reality of the universe they're in. For instance, there are universes in which Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived. Universes where your parents lived. Universes where Sirius Black raised you. Universes where you went to Slytherin. And there are universes where you and the wizarding world don't exist. Oh, Harry said, and you were created before these universes? Yes, I, alongside eternity, infinity, and the living tribunal, created the multiverse. In fact, who are they? All-powerful beings like me, she waved dismissively. But that is not important. I need an answer. Do you want another chance? Or do you wish to die? What will lie ahead of me if I choose the former? Harry arched an eyebrow. A new chance. A new life. You are still very young. You can live your new life. Settle down. Have a family. Do what mortals do. Death shrugged. Harry paused before narrowing his eyes. What's the catch? For someone who has a choice, you are particularly ungrateful. She stared down at Harry. Maybe. But there is always a catch. Why would an all-powerful being who created thousands of universes gi? Millions. Death said, Pardon? Millions of universes? Yes, millions. Harry paused. But why would you personally give me this choice? That, too, such a tempting one. Indeed. Why would I choose you? Death hummed. The answer is simple, because I have a job for you. Ah, the catch. Here it is. Harry felt a thrum of satisfaction burn through his chest. And what is the job, if I may ask? Harry asked steadily. Are you accepting that offer, Harry Potter? Death smiled triumphantly. I will decide once I know what job you have for me, Harry replied. Death pursed her lips before waving her hand. Come, let us sit and talk. Tea? A table had appeared beside them with 2 steaming cups of tea on it. Harry shrugged and took a seat across from Death, picking up the cup of tea on the table. As you seem interested in going forward instead of dying, I will enlighten you a little about the workings of the greater multiverse. Death dropped a cube of sugar into her cup. To keep it simple for your mortal brain, each universe is different in more ways than one. And, then, there are levels of universes. The highest level universes have divine interference and cosmic beings working actively amongst them. Like gods? Harry asked as the taste of Earl Grey flooded his tongue. You could say that, yes. Death stirred the cup with a silver spoon that formed out of the mist in her hands. In a sense, or even in mortal terms, they are gods. But in reality, they are only beings with greater and innate access to the multiversal energies, or at least one of them. Death took a sip of the tea. There are levels of cosmic beings as well, depending on how well they can manipulate the energy. At the top is me along with eternity, infinity, and the living tribunal. Us 6. Wait, you, eternity, infinity, and living tribunal. That's 4, Harry interrupted. The living tribunal is accumulation of 3 minds. He has 3 heads, don't bother. Death added with a glare, as Harry opened his mouth. Now, as I was saying, it is us, the creators of the multiverse. After us, things change. Now, I shall talk of the universe I plan to send you into. It is a prime universe, one of the closest to us. Close enough that we sometimes interfere, indirectly and very, very, very seldom, if it catches our fancy. Harry's eyebrows rose. Like right now. Death smiled thinly. Yes, like right now. Tell me more about this universe. Harry shifted. How is it different from my own, Miss Death? Death nodded. It all started with the dawn of the universe. The Big Bang happened under our influence, multiplying the power we put in exponentially and going boom. It was one of the first universes created, and we didn't anticipate the exponential multiplication of our powers. But aren't you omnipotent? Shouldn't you have known what would happen? Death hesitated. Not really. We may exist outside time, but that doesn't mean that we didn't make rookie mistakes when we were young. This was one of them. And by the time we realized it, it was too late to just erase this universe without disturbing the greater multiverse. What happened? The excessive energies resulted in interesting things. The Big Bang sent 6 elemental crystals hurtling across the new, virgin universe. Death took a deep breath. These were the Infinity Stones. Each one controls an essential aspect of existence. As she spoke, the air between them rippled, and images, almost seemingly real, began to appear between them. A glowing blue cube as big as Harry's face shattered into pieces, revealing an uneven blue stone pulsing with power within. Space. A moment later, the blue stone drifted to the side and a writhing mass of red energy appeared before merging into a glowing red stone. Reality. It joined the blue stone at the side before a gray sphere appeared. It, too, broke away to reveal a glowing purple stone. Power. As the power stone joined the space and reality stone at the side, an orangish golden stone appeared. Soul. A spear-like object appeared before a yellow stone separated from its crown, pulsing with power. Mind. And the last, an amulet appeared before opening to reveal a glowing green-colored stone. And time. These are the Infinity Stones, formed with the birth of the universe. Objects of near-infinite power. Death informed before waving her hand. Harry stared at the space, as the last pinpricks of the images vanished. How powerful are these stones? To quantify their power would be to quantify the drops of water in the sea or the stars in the sky. Death said. Each stone controls a vital aspect of existence. To manipulate even one at full power. Let us say, If a being powerful enough to stand the power of these stones wields them at once, they would possess enough power to break down the boundaries of the universes and dismantle the guardians of the boundaries we have created. And eventually, they might pose a threat to you, Harry deduced. Not really. Enough to injure one of us? Yes. To defeat? That is a very far-fetched possibility. Death gave him a piercing stare. But the thing is, if someone breaks the boundaries of the multiverse, they might get access to the powers of the other universes, including Infinity Stones or similar items in other universes. Together, they might be enough to overthrow us. So, this is the real reason. The actual need for me. Harry leaned back in his chair. Also, Death continued. If the boundaries of the multiverse are broken, there will be consequences. Very grave consequences that your mortal mind would be unable to comprehend. Every action has a ripple effect, Harry Potter. But someone using the Infinity Stones to break the boundaries of the multiverse will be akin to a tsunami sweeping the multiverse. Something that will eventually lead to the annihilation of every single universe. Harry could hear his heartbeat through his silence. Death's voice still echoed in his ears. And, what do you want me to do? Keep such threats in check? Harry asked. That would be a mammoth of a job. No, I have an easier way. This. She extended her palm to reveal a glowing orangish golden stone in her hand. Power pulsed from the stone, sending a tingle down Harry's spine. A tingle of fear, excitement, and power. Uncontainable, unfathomable power. Is that? Harry asked as the stone pulsed with energy. An aura of golden energy seemed to surround it. It was beautiful. The Soul Stone, yes. Death nodded. One of the 6 Infinity Stones. It has. Don't touch it. Harry immediately jumped and retracted his hand that was drifting to touch the stone without him even realizing it. Touch it with your bare hands, and it will turn you to ashes even in this realm. Death hissed. What part of infinite power went above your head, Harry Potter? Death gave him a venomous glare. You are still a mortal who has yet to channel higher energies beyond your own magic. Even with your magic protecting you, the stone will burn your being to ashes if you touch it with your bare hands. Harry apologized hastily as Death's eyes bore into him. Good, she said as he wilted under her continued glare. In due time, you would know how to touch an object, even an Infinity Stone, without being harmed. But, for now, precaution is the best. The stone rose from Death's palm, and golden and black strands of magic began to form around it, encompassing it from all angles. The tingle of unbidden power receded as the lines solidified into a beautiful amulet attached to a golden necklace. This shall limit the stone's power to a mere fraction of its full potential unless you consciously and properly channel its powers. Death placed the amulet on the table, and even then, it shall only go to a part of its full potential, which admittedly will be more than enough to raise a full planet to ashes in a single stroke if used destructively. Harry's eyes widened. The stone can destroy a full planet while limited to only a part of its full power. Before he could speak, Death held up a hand. Do not fret, Harry Potter. It would take a lot more than a mere mishap on your side to do so. It would take you practice and knowledge to channel that much power. Right now, the power is limited. Very, very limited. Are you? Harry hesitated. Are you sure it is wise to give me this much power? You would need it, Death replied bluntly. This is both a responsibility and a gift. The Soul Stone is the least fickle of the 6. It doesn't seek to harm, destroy, or possess its wielder. It is the most stable of them all. Also, it has rather unparalleled healing abilities as it harnesses the very life force of existence. In your hands, this power will do nothing but good for both humanity and the universe. And before you ask how I know this, remember whom you are speaking to. Harry closed his eyes before taking a deep breath. Death herself was assuring that the stone in front of him would do the world, no. The multiverse, a great service if he took up the duty to protect the stone. He only had 2 choices. To shoulder the responsibility of guarding an all-powerful object from madmen who threatened countless worlds, or to just die. To him, the former was looking much more attractive and sane. Could he live, well, die, knowing that he could have saved the universe, multiverse, but didn't? To make your decision a little easier, or perhaps more complicated, I assure you that regardless of the decision you take, I will do everything possible outside direct interference to make this threat fail. Death cleared her throat. But, if you do go, remember that you will save countless lives that might be taken in the process and increase the chances of defeating the threat exponentially. Harry's eyes shot open before narrowing again. So there is a threat already? Yes, a threat is emerging in this universe. A threat that seeks to unite the Infinity Stones in order to sacrifice half the life in the universe as a means of balance, and a proposal gift for me. He seeks to court me. That's insane. So is he. Death commented dryly. And so, what do you want me to do? Prevent him from acquiring the stones and sacrificing the universe to marry you? Harry confirmed. Yes. Would you rather sit idle and let a universe full of zillions of innocent souls die? Death asked. No, he couldn't just let that happen. Why don't you just, kill him with a snap of your fingers? You are Death, after all, Harry suggested. Direct interference is prohibited by the Council. Why do you think that I want to send you? Death raised an eyebrow. The Council as in, the Living Tribunal, Eternity, and Infinity. If I do so, they will just reverse my actions to prohibit a ripple effect. Introducing you, on the other hand, is not a direct interference. Death smirked. Merely a boon granted, as I was happy by your actions to save a school full of innocent children. Which means they won't reverse your actions. Number. Silence reigned for a few moments. Harry felt thankful for the tea, as it gave him an excuse to sit quietly and contemplate. If he went, he would have to deal with the Dark Lord again, or whoever this threat was. On the other hand, he got to live. Have a new life. Have a family. And save lives. Countless lives. But he still had to face a threat that sought to end every life in the universe to propose to the lady across him. If this threat comes for me, Harry said, trailing off. You would need to learn things, of course. Become more powerful. You would be the guardian of the Soul Stone. Wield it to guard the world. Death leaned forward. As I said, its power is near infinite. There is nothing you possibly cannot do with it. What are its exact powers? Harry questioned. Death's eyes glimmered. That is an interesting question. When you need to find answers for yourself. But, as I have told you, the Soul Stone's greatest power remains to be the manipulation of the very life force of existence. It has unparalleled healing power for one. So, if you get injured, anything short of being beheaded completely and your mortal body being destroyed, the Soul Stone will heal you. And, in time, you will be capable of channeling that power to heal others. This is just one of its prime powers. Rest, you shall have to discover for yourself in time. That was good. No, great. Healing powers could save lives easily. What of magic? Harry asked suddenly. Is there? There is no wizarding world in this universe, I am afraid. Death answered his unasked question. Harry's heart fell, and his shoulders slumped. Nor are there any known faces. Well, not exactly. You might recognize a few. There are mainly mortals who exist in both these universes, but there won't be any wizards or witches, Death added. No Hermione. No Ron. No Weasleys. Not even Malfoy. Then how will I learn more? Harry pushed past the thoughts, crumpling them into a corner of his mind. How will I grow more powerful, as you said, if there are none of my kind on the planet? This Earth that I am sending you to has a group of mortal magic wielders who channel dimensional energies to protect Earth against mystical threats. They call themselves sorcerers. Death ran a finger through her curls. The Sorcerer Supreme, who is the most powerful sorcerer of them, shall seek you out soon. Death paused for a second. The Sorcerer Supreme is also the guardian of the Time Stone in this universe. Their job is to protect the Earth, reality, and the natural order. So this Sorcerer Supreme will seek me out and teach me their kind of magic? Yes. To protect the natural order and reality, the Sorcerer Supreme makes use of the Time Stone to ensure the safety of the Earth. She will know of your arrival within moments once she uses the Time Stone and will seek you out in order to determine if you are a threat or an ally. Wonderful, Harry muttered sarcastically. It won't be as bad as you think. Death waved him off. It will do you good. You will learn and grow. It will be essential for you when you protect the Earth against threats. Sorcery is a rather powerful art, with the ability to empower mortals to face lesser cosmic beings as in equal. So, tell me, Harry Potter, what do you choose? Will you go and save lives, or will you choose to die? Silence filled the room as Death waited for Harry to answer. There will be a time when we must choose between what is right and what is easy. Dumbledore's voice rang in his ears. I will go. Harry decided. Excellent, Death smiled knowingly. The amulet containing the soul stone rose in the air before tying itself around Harry's neck. Harry could feel the burning heat of the amulet right above his heart, through the layers of his suit, as the amulet settled itself on his chest. Death rose to her feet, gesturing to Harry to follow her lead. The table and chairs between them vanished, merging back into the unformed nothingness. Harry James Potter. Do you swear to protect the soul stone with all you have, including your own life? Death asked. I do. As he spoke the words, the amulet pulsed on his chest, sending a tingle through Harry's body. Every vein in his body burnt with power. The power of the stone. Its endlessness. The power of life. His blood sang as the power washed over him. He felt like he could take on Voldemort with a snap of his fingers. Moments later, the power receded into the amulet, leaving Harry with nothing but a tingle of what he had felt. But he felt it. The connection to the stone. A connection that reminded Harry of his Holly Phoenix feather wand. Then, by the powers vested in me, I declare you the guardian of the soul stone. Death declared. It is tied to your life force. Use it well and guard it with all you have. Harry just nodded dumbly, still stunned by the power of the stone. The amulet with the powers of the soul stone will also act as a focus for your magic and, once you learn it, advanced sorcery, negating your need for a wand. Thank you, Harry said, his voice sounding a little odd compared to what he was used to. It wasn't hoarse or squeaky but deep. Good luck, Harry Potter. Now, close your eyes. When you open them, you will be in a new world. You can thank me for the gift when we meet again, which I hope won't be in a long time. Before he could do anything, everything faded to black. The 1st of August 2004, Bleecker Street, New York, Earth 616. The sun had risen, and like often in the concrete jungle of the Big Apple, there wasn't sunlight in his loft until halfway through the morning as the sun blinded him as soon as he opened his eyes. A groan escaped his lips as he turned on his bed, away from the sunlight, blinking spots off his eyelids. As he slowly opened his eyes to this new world around him, he found himself face to face with something soft, fluffy, and white. Harry realized that he was lying on a bed, covered in a soft blanket. It felt like a lifetime since he had last slept on such a comfortable bed. Or ever. Slowly throwing off the blanket, Harry sat up and squinted around the room only to find himself in a well-furnished room where sunlight was streaming through a huge window at the side. Harry rubbed his eyes before suddenly jumping as loud music blared from his bedside. Turning, he saw a strange device on his bedside, showing the words 9 a.m. in big, bold letters on a screen. An alarm clock? No, a mobile phone. Didn't know such models were launched in the Muggle world. He fumbled for the phone before pressing the call decline button to shut the alarm down before examining the phone. It had a bigger screen and was considerably less bulky than the one Petunia and Vernon had. The alarm screen disappeared to show a simple photo of a pond. On top of it, the time and date were displayed. 9 a.m. the 1st of August 2004. Harry's eyes widened. It had been over 6 years since he, died in his universe. Suddenly, the phone in his hand beeped, and a notification of a message appeared. It took 2 minutes for Harry to figure out how to open the message. It read, I took a few liberties to set you up in this new world. Good luck. P.S. Check your bedside drawers. Harry blinked before turning to look at the 2-drawer cabinet right next to his bed. On it was a photo frame containing a photo of himself, a book, a wallet, and a glass of water. That was when he realized something. His spectacles were not by his bedside. Neither was he wearing them, and yet, he could see clearly. Harry touched his face and felt the familiar weight of glasses still missing. Taking a deep breath, Harry focused on the task at hand. The drawers. Harry swung his feet off the bed and knelt in front of the cabinet before opening the topmost drawer, to reveal a thick file alongside a passport. Harry got the file out first, inside which was a bundle of papers, including a Muggle birth certificate. It showed his legal name to be Harry James Potter and his birth date to be the 31st of July 1986. I am officially 18, and my birth year has been altered. Alongside that were a bunch of legal documents, including a school passing certificate. There was also the death certificate of Lily Potter and James Potter, and a pang went through Harry's heart. Harry immediately closed the file. He could deal with the documents later. He went for the next drawer, which also happened to be the last. Opening it, he found 3 things. A letter, a folded silver cloak, and an album. He opened the letter first. Harry Potter, as you might have gathered, I have taken a few liberties to set you up in this new world. Let no one say that I am not a benevolent benefactor. The house you are in belongs to you, along with a nice bank account containing the value of the Potter fortune converted to Muggle currency. Your backstory is that you are a loner, orphan kid, whose rather rich parents died in a car crash. Your aunt raised you and schooled you before she, too, passed away, leaving the complete fortune to you. See the legal documents to know more. I have also left 2 gifts from your old world for you. One is your invisibility cloak, which I modified a little for your benefit. Second, why don't you see that one for yourself? Good luck. Live your new life to the fullest and protect the stone at all costs. Harry felt the coolness of the necklace hanging around his neck, the amulet right above his heart. It was not burning like it had been before he took the oath. Neither was it too cool. It was just comforting. Like it was a part of him. But the fact remained. One of the most powerful objects in the universe was hanging innocently on his neck. Reality crashed on him like a tidal wave. He felt the weight of the world. He had sworn to save the universe from a madman, and here he was, on his own, in an entirely new world, without a relative or friend. Oh, and I have a super powerful object capable of raising planets hanging around my neck. He looked at the letter again, his hands already trembling. With best wishes, Death. P.S. Do not worry. As an all-powerful deity and your benefactor, I want to assure you that you will be all right. I have given you the time to prepare. I repeat, do not worry, and live your life. Make new friends, raise a family, and protect the world. Have a good life, and I do not wish to meet you again for several years. Suddenly, the letter burst into black flames and Harry dropped it onto his bed with a yelp. Instead of burning the bedsheets, it disappeared into nothingness. Harry took several deep breaths to calm himself until his eyes fell on the book. A gift, or so Death had said. Harry took the book in his hand and flipped it open, only to be met by the smiling of Ron, Hermione, and his parents. On the second page, there was Sirius hugging him in Grimmauld Place alongside Molly and Arthur at the Burrow. The next photo was of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's army. Harry began to flip through all of them until he arrived at the very end. A young Hermione, Ron, and Harry sat under the shade of the oak tree in the Hogwarts courtyard, laughing and smiling, completely carefree from the burden of Voldemort. Harry felt hot tears trailing down his cheeks. It was the best gift Death could have given him. The 6th of August 2004, Bleecker Street, New York. The soulful aroma of buttered toast and omelette drifted through the kitchen as Harry flipped the omelette in the pan. Petunia's lessons in cooking were proving beneficial as they allowed Harry to cook his own food. Lifting the omelette a bit, Harry smiled before summoning a plate from the rack. Wandless magic or seemingly wandless magic felt weird, Harry had decided. The glaring lack of a wand made Harry's hand feel empty whenever he performed magic. He served himself the omelette and placed the toasts on the plate and poured himself a cup of steaming tea. Before he could get to eating, the doorbell chimed. Harry frowned. In the past 5 days, no one had rang the doorbell except for the pizza delivery man who had come to his floor by mistake. Wiping his hands, he walked across the living room and opened the door of his mansion, to reveal a bald woman standing at his door, wearing yellow robes. Her hands were clasped behind her back as she inspected him. Her eyes lingered on his chest where the amulet containing the soul stone sat behind his white t-shirt. "How may I help you?" Harry asked politely. "Harry Potter," she greeted, sending a chill down Harry's spine. "I am here to talk. May I come in?" "Who are you?" Harry asked guardedly, a spell forming on his lips. "I am the Sorcerer Supreme, the foremost guardian of the earth from mystical threats." Recognition flashed through Harry's eyes. Death had mentioned her. "You know of me," she said, her dark brown eyes glimmering with interest. "I do," Harry admitted. "Then we are in for a long talk, Mr. Potter." Chapter end notes. And, done. I hope you all liked the start of my new story. It was one I had been looking forward to writing for a long time. I will keep updating all of my active stories, so you don't have to worry. That's my concern. I started this as a reprieve from thinking about LOSP and ROLP the whole time. Unfortunately, my muse is not supporting Agent Potter at the moment, but I will write the story as I get inspiration. The second chapter of this FIC is also ready, so I am a little ahead of schedule here, giving me time to write multiple stories. Winking face. A huge thanks to Mizox, Nanu, and Ultimate Gamer for betaing this chapter. Also, heartfelt gratitude to my friend Adrian for his inputs in the chapter. The story cover was made by Mythos, which is really good, so, thank you, everyone. Now, a few clarifications. Harry is dead in his old world with no prospect of return. Any characters of the Harry world won't make an appearance in this FIC, bar for occasional mentions as Harry remembers them. Death would not directly interfere and kill Thanos with a snap of her finger, as she said. Harry wouldn't be all-powerful. He will be much like Doctor Strange was in Infinity War and beyond. Speaking of power levels, let me specify the hierarchy of power in this story. The living tribunal, death, infinity, and eternity are the most powerful. The creators of the multiverse. 2. Then comes beings like the Phoenix Force, elder gods like Chthon, Dormammu, and a handful of Celestials. 3. Sky Fathers, like Odin, and other Celestials alongside a few dimensional beings like Sidorak. IV. Gods, like Thor, Loki, Eternals, powerful sorcerers, high Omega level mutants, like Magneto, Jean Grey, Hulk, etc. Versus then comes other mutants, powerful alien races like the Frost Giants, enhanced individuals, etc. V. Mortals and powerless beings. Beings like Tony Stark as well will fall here. But in the Iron Man suit, he is still powerful enough to stand up to Thor even in the MCU. As per the above classification, Harry would fall somewhere between Skyfathers and gods, and with the Soul Stone in his possession, nearing the power levels of the former. Similar levels to Thor in Infinity War for a direct comparison. Thanos will fall in firmly with the Skyfather power levels with only one of the Infinity Stones. The year of Harry's entry into the new world is 2004 when he is 18 years old. MCU, namely Iron Man, starts in 2008, and Avengers in 2012. In Avengers, Harry will be 25 to 26 years old. Now, for Harry's gifts. He has the Soul Stone in a necklace which he has to guard but can wield its power as well. Much like Doctor Strange or the Ancient One did for the Time Stone. He has his old invisibility cloak, which stays the same except for an added disguise feature, allowing it to act more like a proper cloak than a blanket. The house and stuff were just, well, let us consider a perk of the job. Death gave them to Harry so he has a place to stay and doesn't get into trouble for the lack of identification. As for monetary terms, he is well off, but not super rich like Iron Man was. Well off to live comfortably for the rest of his life, but not lavishly. That is all for now. If you have any questions, ask them in the reviews. If you have any suggestions, drop them there as well. Please follow, favorite, and review this FIC. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly, and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Also, the server has crossed 1500 users already. Join fast, link. Discord. GG, 4QFP 3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces please. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. The sorcery begins. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.2 The sorcery begins the 6th of August 2004 Bleecker Street, New York. Would you like some refreshments? Breakfast? Harry asked as he led the Sorcerer Supreme into his new house. I am afraid that I just had dinner, she said, and Harry raised an incredulous eyebrow at her. She smiled, amusement shining in her eyes. I usually reside in Kathmandu, you see. That's, in Nepal, yes, it's the capital of Nepal, in fact. You came all the way from Asia? Harry blinked. Did you apparate? She shook her head. Not quite. We, sorcerers, do not apparate, as you put it. We use sling ring portals to travel. Harry frowned slightly at the term before nodding. Just a type of magic I have to learn. Tea? Harry asked. I am quite partial to my own brew, thank you, but you might break your fast as we talk, she said. May I? Yes, please make yourself comfortable, ma'am. The Sorcerer Supreme smiled warmly, taking a seat at the dining table. Please, do not feel shy to dine. I have had my final meal for the day. All right. Harry nodded, levitating his plate of breakfast and teacup to the table. The Sorcerer Supreme looked at the levitation with unbridled interest. How do you do that? She asked. Such an action for us sorcerers would usually take complex incantations and hand mudras. And yet, you seem to just wield the power without as much as an iota of effort. Harry coughed. It is one of the first and most basic spells we learn, ma'am. Wingardium Leviosa. The tea coaster on the table gently rose in the air and the Sorcerer Supreme leaned forward with interest, her eyes fixed on the coaster. Telekinesis. And you just do it by merely exerting your mere will to manipulate your magic to do your bidding. The words you spoke are more of a mere formality to you by now. Harry hesitated before nodding. Knowing things like this might come with the job of being the most powerful sorcerer. Like Dumbledore just knew things because he was Dumbledore. It seems magic is much different from the sorcery we do. The Sorcerer Supreme poked the coaster that was hovering in mid-air. I only saw glimpses of it, but this, you did one of the more complicated spells that masters learn. And here you claim that it is a first-year spell taught at Hogwarts. Harry's head snapped towards her. How do you know of Hogwarts? She knows too much. Things she should have no way of knowing. He shifted, raising his hand under the table. I gazed into your past, she replied, her voice as calm as ever. The past of a person is clear, but the future is one with infinite possibilities. I saw glimpses of your past. The death of your parents. Your childhood with your aunt and uncle. Your admission into Hogwarts school. Your fights with your professor, the mammoth snake, the wraith-like monsters, the tournament, even the fights against your killer. She trailed off, staring at Harry. I am sorry for what you went through. You used the time stone, Harry deduced, crumpling the memories that rose, shoving them away. The Sorcerer Supreme looked surprised for a moment before nodding guardedly. Yes, I did. I assume that whoever sent you here told you this. Yes. Harry affirmed, mulling over her words. She doesn't know about death. Harry looked deep into her eyes. Which means she might not know about the Soul Stone either. Or, she might. Most curious. Did the one who sent you also instruct you to seek me? She asked, appear casual. He instructed himself as the first question was thrown at him. I was told that you would seek me, Harry said before leisurely taking a sip of his tea, and here you are. The Sorcerer Supreme stared at Harry, her gaze analyzing him. Harry, on the other hand, took his merry time cutting and chewing on his omelette. Indeed. The slightest touch of amusement littered her voice. What else do you know? Not much. I just know the basics of the formation of the universe. Of the Infinity Stones, Harry shrugged. And the one who sent you also gave you the amulet that sits around your neck. Harry almost dropped his fork, startled. How? Well, yes, she did. And what is it? If you would be kind enough to tell me. It is rather powerful, similar to the Eye of Agamotto, both in design and power. She said as a necklace similar to Harry's own appeared around her neck. Harry nearly choked on his spit, his hand coming to his chest to check his own necklace. It was still there, pulsing slightly with the power of the Soul Stone within. His eyes flitted from the amulet around her neck to her curious face before he nodded. Grabbing his chain, he tugged the amulet out of his t-shirt, letting it drop against his chest, visible in plain sight. Is that an Infinity Stone? The Sorcerer Supreme looked unsurprised, but her attention on the amulet was clear. Also, I am rather curious as to why you were sent here. Curiosity is not a sin, but we must exercise caution with our curiosity, Harry said, echoing Dumbledore's words. It was the most apt response he could think of without answering the question, but it seemed to be the wrong one as she tensed, golden sparks forming between her fingers before dissipating into small pinpricks of light. Those are not your words, her voice was sharp, her eyes boring into Harry. No, my headmaster's. Albus Dumbledore's. Harry shifted. Why don't you answer my questions? She countered. I do not have enough reason to trust you. Harry said bluntly. And, you do know a lot. You have seen into my past and, if I am to guess, my future already. I never saw your future. Just the glimpses of its near infinite possibilities, she replied after a moment of silence. The future's not set in stone. For every action you might change, thousands of new possible futures arise, and equal amounts die. And what did you gather from these futures? Harry raised an eyebrow. The Sorcerer Supreme closed her eyes and relaxed marginally as if gathering herself. The concrete and unchanging. You have the Soul Stone in the amulet, and you were sent here to save this universe. The pronouncement hung in the air, but from what and why? That is glaringly unclear even to me. All I saw was that you were sent here to save lives, and you do. In every single possibility that I can see right now. Then you have your answer, Harry replied, his heart hammering in his chest. If she already knew, why was she asking me? So, you do have the Soul Stone, she stated with finality. No point in denying it if she already knows. I am the new guardian of the Soul Stone. Yes, Harry admitted. And why exactly were you sent here? Harry raised his eyebrows. To save this universe, as you said. She leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table. From what? I don't know. She frowned again. I was just told that there is this mad person who seeks to unite the Infinity Stones and kill every life in this universe as a courting gift to death. Harry added. I do not know who he is. I do not know where he is. But, he is coming. Death as in, one of the gods and goddesses of death or death, the cosmic being and one of the creators of the multiverse? The Sorcerer Supreme asked. Harry blinked. I didn't know there were gods and goddesses of death. There are. And you might have heard of them. Hades, Yama, Hela, Anubis, Bloody Hell. Do you have other gods as well? Like Jesus? She looked taken aback by his sudden question. She frowned for a moment before replying. I am aware of his existence as written in the sacred scrolls of the Sanctum Sanctorum by the father of the mystic arts, Agamotto. I am afraid I have never encountered him or any of the other gods myself. Harry hummed as he forked the last of his omelet. So, what now? If you are indeed here to save this universe as you say, I feel that you should be prepared. Yes, Harry agreed. Protecting the universe comes with its infinite dangers, which you should be ready to face. She elaborated. Are you willing to face these dangers, Mr. Potter? Harry paused. He had faced dangers every year at Hogwarts. This was just something he would probably have prior knowledge about, and probably be prepared to face as well. And it is who I am. My saving people thing, as Hermione says. That is why I agreed to Death's deal in the first place. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Even if I save a single life, I will know that my efforts haven't gone to waste, Harry said solemnly. The Sorcerer Supreme tilted her head before smiling. Tell me, Mr. Potter. Do you wish to learn sorcery? Harry smiled. Thought you'd never ask. The 7th of August 2004. Bleecker Street, New York. The moon peeked from behind the clouds, casting silver bars of light that crept over the floor of the living room, shining against the clock on the wall. Its soft ticks were punctuated by the roar of motor vehicles and occasional honking as Harry waited, occasionally glancing outside at the starless night. His fingers drummed impatiently on the armrest as his leg bounced. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw golden sparks form out of nowhere in the middle of his living room before more appeared, forming a circular shape big enough for a grown man to pass through. Harry sat up straighter as the middle of the circle distorted before the scenery within its circumference completely changed. Harry's view of his living room disappeared to reveal the Sorcerer Supreme, still garbed in her yellow monk robes, on the other side. She stood in what looked to be a sunny courtyard from Harry's view. The sound of people could be heard behind her, unmasked by the dull throbbing sound of the magic she had made or the New York traffic. Are you ready, Mr. Potter? Of course, Harry breathed, rising from his couch, still eyeing the circular ring of magic that the Ancient One had made in the middle of his living room. Golden sparks flew from the ring as if it was made of golden fire. The sparks, instead of doing something, dissipated into the tiny pinpricks of light and completely vanished into nothingness while the ring still stood. Magic. Then please come through. Harry's legs moved on their own, deftly avoiding the edge of the table, walking toward the ring of magic where she stood. Just step through, she said, taking a few steps back. Almost cautiously, Harry put his foot on the other side of the fiery golden circular ring before stepping through completely, avoiding touching the ring itself. The Ancient One smiled warmly. "Welcome to Kamar-Taj, Mr. Potter. Please follow me." As Harry followed her, he looked over his shoulder, only to see pinpricks of golden light vanishing into nothingness. That was much better than apparition or portkey, but equally flashy. His eyes were drawn to his left as multiple grunts sounded at once. Again, someone yelled. A group of people were gathered in an open, sunny courtyard as they practiced what looked like to be karate moves thrown in with conjuration of golden sigils and symbols in the thin air. The sigils were formed of the same golden energy the fiery portal had been. Sparks of golden energy still flew around as the sigils were formed with arm movements. No wands seemed to be involved. Wandless magic. I guess that's one difference between magic and sorcery. Also, the only golden-colored magic I've seen was when my wand acted on its own against Voldemort. Did I perhaps do sorcery in my old world? From what Harry had learned of it so far, sorcery was rather interesting. A completely new form of magic, one so diverse that anyone could lean it. Even Muggles. Hermione would have gone mad seeing all of this. Ron would just be gaping. Harry felt the amulet pulse over his chest, a warmth seeping through his body at their memories. "These are my disciples," the Sorcerer Supreme said, as the instructor bowed to her. "Master Hamir, Master Daniel, please do not disturb us for the foreseeable hour." "New disciple, Ancient One?" one of them asked. "Yes, Master Daniel." She smiled before gesturing to Harry to follow her inside the building. It was a rather odd building, Harry had to admit. Harry had envisioned temples to look like the building he was walking into, but this was a school. Then again, Hogwarts was a castle, so why can't Kamar-Taj be a temple? "Ancient One?" Harry questioned as he was led into a huge, sunny room on the third floor. "Is that what your students call you?" "Yes," she smiled. "Yes, they do. I suppose you have questions." "Indeed. So, tell me more about sorcery and what you do here," Harry questioned as the Sorcerer Supreme sat on the floor, gesturing to him to do the same. The language of the mystic arts or sorcery is as old as civilization. The sorcerers of antiquity called the use of this language, spells. "We harness energy." As she spoke, she drew her hands through the thin air, forming a straight golden line made of the same golden energy he had seen. Tiny sparks flew, making the faintest noise in the room. Drawn from other dimensions of the multiverse, she turned the line forming a circle between which crisscrossing golden lines appeared, to cast spells. She snapped her fingers, making a square appear outside the circle, alongside more crisscrossing lines within, sparking as they connected. To conjure shields, the square replicated itself and turned as more lines and circular sigils appeared, and weapons, and make magic. The Ancient One pushed her hands forward, making the intricate construct vibrate with energy as more golden sparks flew from it. Harry's breath hitched as he felt the magic she had cast itch on his skin. A moment later, she lowered her hands, and the vibration stopped before the construct slowly dissipated into tiny pinpricks of light before vanishing. She smiled at the wide-eyed look Harry was giving. "It is like seeing magic all over again," he breathed. "Never in my years at Hogwarts have I seen such magic. Magic, the one of your kind, and sorcery are different if I do say so myself. I do not know the extent of your magical abilities, but I shall be happy if you show me something." "Air. All right. First, conjuration." Harry took a deep breath. "Conjurus." A chair slowly shaped itself from thin air before slowly lowering itself into the ground. He gestured to the Ancient One, who walked forward and began to examine it with wonder. "It's real," she breathed. "And sustaining itself without you constantly having to feed power. Yes. It will disappear in a few hours, though. In around 6 to 8 hours. Can you make it last longer?" the Ancient One questioned as she tested the chair. "If I pour more magic while conjuring it, yes, I can. What else?" With a gesture of his finger and a whispered spell, the chair was transfigured into a flock of birds that flew around the room before Harry snapped his fingers, vanishing them. A moment later, multicolored sparks flew from his hand, exploding around the room in a show of miniature fireworks. The Ancient One continued to stare at the display with almost childlike wonder before turning to him. "You do these things so easily with magic. It is baffling." She breathed. To think there was a whole society of people who had this power at their fingertips is, wow. Harry smiled. Now, I wish to learn sorcery as well. Will you teach me? Who am I to say no to a willing student? She returned his smile. Excitement bloomed in Harry's chest. Where do we start? Why, Mr. Potter. As you started learning magic. With the theory, of course. Harry just groaned in response. The 24th of August 2004, Bleecker Street, New York. The channeling of energies from other dimensions becomes second nature to a sorcerer once they can detect energies flowing through dimensional planes. My foot. Harry grumbled aloud as he read from the book in front of him. The Book of the Invisible Sun. It was one of the few books that were written in English, having been translated from Sanskrit by a disciple about 3 decades ago, and was more of a beginner's guide than a book, in Harry's opinion. A completely useless one at that. The book told sorcerers to widen their senses through meditation and feel the energies surrounding them. Harry flipped through the pages to reread the content that instructed on feeling these energies, as the author called it. The energies of different planes will be felt with time and practice as a disciple concentrates on feeling them. Meditation is also recommended. A calm mind can help a sorcerer access the energies of the multiverse sooner. The easiest one to access for a beginner is dimensional energy, characterized often by its golden color. Dimensional energy is one of the most fundamental forces of the universe, being present throughout the multiverse as a part of its fundamental existence. The dimensional energy can be molded as per the user's will to conjure shields, weapons, and... Harry shut the book with an angry huff. Bloody wanker, this author. Nowhere did the book instruct him on how to actually feel or mold the energy. All it said was to meditate and connect to the energies around oneself in order to feel them. All Harry had felt so far was his own magic and the faint pulsing, endless energy of the Soul Stone till now. Well, sometimes, he did feel something out of the ordinary. Twice so far, to be precise, but he was unsure if it was just his imagination fueled by his desperation to learn or if he actually had gotten results. On the brighter side, he felt much more in tune with his magic than he had ever been. Feeling it had opened metaphorical doors for him, allowing him to manipulate his magic better. Or, so he theorized. Magic, especially the non-verbal kind, was coming easier to him than before as he practiced it. He had never truly gotten the hang of casting non-verbal spells. The only things he was capable of doing non-verbally before coming to this world were basic charms like levitation and summoning. The rest? It had been practically impossible for him. Not that he had put any effort into learning non-verbal casting, but Hermione was far better at it than he was, being able to perform most spells, even complex transfiguration and curses, non-verbally. In the past 3 weeks' worth of practice, he had gotten more and more spells down non-verbally with each passing week. A part of him, a rather large one, felt that it had something to do with the soul stone around his neck or the amulet Death had gifted him rather than his own accomplishment. After all, the soul stone was one of the most powerful cosmic objects in the whole universe. And the amulet was a focus, as Death had said. The same Death who had created the Elder Wand. Which was the most powerful wand in his old universe alongside the rest of the Hallows. So, it was not out of the realm of possibility that the amulet or the stone were aiding him in channeling his magic rather than him getting better on his own. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed the books in front of him aside. Astronomia Nova dangled dangerously on the edge of his table. Bugger this. I am going to do what I do best. Time for some magic. He held his hands in front of him, hovering a few inches above the polished mahogany desk. Closing his eyes, Harry steadied his breathing, trying to feel the energies in the air. The sea of his wizarding magic whirled in an inferno of energy all around him, alongside the faint yet overwhelmingly powerful presence of the Soul Stone's unfathomable power. He pushed further, trying to ignore the two and reach beyond. He concentrated on them and pulled, exercising his will to mold the energy in a line as he had seen the Ancient One do. He opened his eyes and saw a bright golden line of light had formed between his palms. His heart soared. I did it. A moment later, his elation was crushed brutally as he realized that his construct was nothing like the Ancient One's except for its golden color. A straight, golden light had formed between his palms, illuminating his desk. No sparks were forming from the construct and neither was there the dull throbbing sound that the Ancient One's construct had. This is my own magic. Not sorcery. Damn it. Harry let the spell dissipate, his jaw twitching. But I created a new spell. Not really useful, but a new spell. A golden, vertical Lumos. Hermione would be proud. Probably asking a dozen questions too. Ron would probably be laughing his ass off. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes again. I need to feel the energies around me. Not my own magic. And God forbid, neither the soul stones. Breathing steadily, Harry extended his senses, trying to feel the energies around him. Seeking something unfamiliar. Anything. His magic swirled around him, alongside the faint yet overwhelming power of the soul stone. Harry pushed further, trying to find something. He could feel the charms he had cast around the house. Its magic holding firm, doing its job. But he wasn't here for that. He strained his senses to feel something out of the ordinary. The presence of his magic was making the job harder in a way by its own overwhelmingly familiar presence that sang to him, muting whatever was around him. Add the soul stone to the mix, and he was having a hard time finding other forms of energy that might be present. The energy that he had no knowledge of feeling. He only needed to detect an oddity. Anything that was not his magic or the soul stones. He strained his senses, trying to find it. Anything. His search bore fruit as he found something in the air. He pulled at it immediately, but the power slipped from his grasp, disappearing again. Harry groaned out loud as he opened his eyes, his heart thumping. I felt it again, and almost had it. A part of Harry told him that he wasn't even close to almost, but he ignored it. Closing his eyes, Harry tried again, relentless in his pursuit to get a head start on sorcery, to learn it. The power took finding, but he found it again. Instead of pulling at the energy he was feeling, he decided to feel it, to know it better. The energy thrummed through his senses, far less familiar than his magic and holding a mere fraction of the soul stone's power. It was different from the other two in a way that Harry was unable to put within words. Its texture, power, and feel were simply different. That's why the instructions in the books are so vague. Human senses, especially for sensing magic, are difficult to put into words. It is only meant to be felt and not described. Harry searched for more of the energy he was feeling, concentrating on the power. The inferno of his own magic tuned out, and the faint traces of the power of the soul stone faded into the background, allowing Harry to truly feel. The energy was all around him, just like moisture was in the air. This is why it is so easy to manipulate. It is present all around them. This is why muggles can do sorcery. They just need to know how to call it to them and mold it using their will. After they can feel all of this, of course. Steeling himself, Harry pushed his will onto the energy, gathering it. It was easier to throw a glass full of water than a single drop of it. The energy didn't budge. Harry willed it to gather around his palm again, but the energy just thrummed, refusing to comply. Harry felt his hackles rise, and his concentration immediately broke, and the energy vanished, bringing him back to the real world. He slammed his fist on the table, and a loud crash startled him. The Astronomia Nova had fallen on the floor, its hardbound cover separated off the bundles of bound pages. White threads struck out of the corners, giving it a pitiable look. Shit. Perez will murder me for tearing one of his books. Reparo, Harry breathed, and the book repaired itself almost instantly, allowing him breathe a sigh of relief. Harry picked up the book and stacked all the books on his table before carefully placing them to a side. I have to make sure Perez never knows of this, or he will gut me before employing me to repair every one of the ancient tomes in the library to its pristine condition. Harry made sure that the books weren't in danger of falling again as he took a deep breath, calming himself. A moment later, he stood up from his desk and walked around his room before taking his seat again. Come on, Potter. You could resist the Imperious Curse. You can do this, and with that, he tried once again. The 2nd of September 2004 Kamar-Taj, Nepal. Harry felt more excited than he had been in a long time as he walked through the corridors of Kamar-Taj, following another disciple, a particularly sulking one, named Wong. Over the past month, he had gone through a near torture of reading over half a dozen thick tomes that the Ancient One had instructed him to read. Every time he had come back, hoping to start learning practical sorcery, the Ancient One had directed him to the librarian, Perez, telling him to read yet another book. Now, he was finally going to learn sorcery, properly. A huge part of him missed his friends, especially Hermione and Ron, in times like these. He knew Hermione would have gone mad with happiness seeing all the new knowledge he was learning. She would have probably gone through half the library in Kamar-Taj in the time it had taken him to learn 8 books worth of content. She also would have been a great help for Harry to understand the content faster. A part of Harry was still immensely thankful to her for teaching him a translation charm. If she hadn't, he would have been stuck with trying to learn Sanskrit in order to read 3 of the books the Sorcerer Supreme had given him. Ancient, Vedic Sanskrit. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Mr. Wong. You may leave, the Ancient One said as they entered the room. Wong bowed before giving Harry a nod and leaving the room, leaving him with the Ancient One, who was standing with a dark, tall, broad-shouldered, muscular man. His hair was cut in a military style, giving him the look of a soldier. A thin scar ran down his cheek, giving the man an intimidating look. Mr. Mordo, I hope you understand what I said. Reflect on it. We shall meet again tomorrow. Yes, Ancient One, he replied in a deep rumbling voice, reminding Harry strongly of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Go down and seat Master Daniel. He shall assign you a room and help you settle in. Yes, Ancient One, he replied before giving Harry a look and walking out of the room. I see you have changed your dressing style, Mr. Potter. That cloak certainly looks impressive. Tell me, is that the invisibility cloak of your father? Harry raised an eyebrow before shaking his head in exasperation. Nothing escapes you, does it? I am not omnipotent or all-knowing, but after decades of practicing my craft and thanks to the Eye of Agamotto, I do know a few things. The Ancient One smiled. Tell me more about this invisibility cloak of yours. It gives you complete invisibility when you need it, obviously, and it is magic resistant, highly so. Thirdly, a new addition to this is the ability to change into a proper cloak instead of being a blanket. It also gives me the option to remain visible even while wearing it, which was not present before I came to this world. Interesting. And how is your new job? She asked conversationally. It is rather plain, Harry shrugged. I do a part-time job as a cashier in a shop that sells sweets. The only time we are busy is for an hour just after the local school ends for the day. But it pays me enough to buy 3 proper meals and anything I might need for the time being. Also, free sample candies don't hurt. It also serves as a good pastime. It was indeed what Harry said it was. A pastime. He didn't really need the job, but he was better off having one. The lady who owned the shop paid him well enough to get anything he needed to buy. Also, Harry didn't find it appropriate to just mooch off the wealth that his family had left him. He strongly believed that he needed to be independent enough financially to at least take care of himself and buy his own meals. Luxuries, which he didn't believe in, could wait. A small part of him felt that he would have preferred a better job than selling candy, but he didn't have the necessary qualifications for a better job, or the time. The Ancient One's soft chuckle brought him out of his musings as she walked to the center of the room to stand directly in front of Harry. Now, show me how much sorcery you can do so far by yourself. What have you achieved? Harry sighed. He could hide nothing from her, it seemed. Not even his feeble attempts to start learning sorcery himself. I can form a basic construct, but it doesn't hold. I can't even manipulate it further than a simple square. Show me. The Ancient One ordered. Taking a deep breath, Harry drew the energy, dimensional energy, to him, tugging on it. Golden sparks flew haphazardly between his fingers, casting a glow against his face. Taking a steady breath, Harry imposed his will on it, as he moved his hands, one up and another down. A thin golden line of energy formed in the air, sparking with golden power, before Harry moved his hands again, going sideways, morphing the line into a square. A moment later, the construct began to fade, losing its power, despite Harry's will for it to do otherwise. The Ancient One gave him an impressed look. Most impressive. It is usually the first step most disciples take the longest to achieve. To conjure even a single, simple construct, the dimensional energies need to flow through your body. Which is a great achievement on your part, Mr. Potter. It is not different from channeling magic. Instead of channeling internal energies, you just channel the external ones. Harry shrugged. But I am unable to progress further. It is a rather simple mistake. You are not holding the initial energy as you transition from one construct form to another. The Ancient One said. Hold the original form, and it won't dissolve as soon as you form it. This is different from your kind of magic, after all. Also, dimensional energy, while being molded to form constructs, needs a continuous flow of energy, unlike spells. Don't break it. Harry digested the words before nodding. Bringing his hands toward his chest, Harry closed his eyes, feeling the dimensional energy in the air before gathering it in his palms. Golden sparks flew again between his fingers before he molded the energy into the vertical line again. Now, don't leave that energy. Concentrate on it till the square is completely formed. The Ancient One instructed, her eyes struck firmly on the construct. Harry concentrated on the line construct, holding it as he expanded it into a square, continuously feeding it energy. He waited for it to dissolve, but it didn't. Excellent. Now, will a circle to form within the square? She instructed, rapidly forming the construct herself. She gestured to Harry, silently asking him to replicate the construct she had made. Harry pushed more energy from the air into the construct, willing the energy to shape into a circle. With crisscrossing lines like the Ancient One's, the construct obeyed, and a circle formed within the square. He looked at the Ancient One, who was smiling in encouragement. Excellent. Now make it into this, she said, snapping her fingers, making the whole construct multiply rapidly before it began to become more intricate in front of Harry's eyes. Harry's eyes flitted between his and the Ancient One's construct as he willed the energy around him to form more lines to replicate the construct that the Ancient One had created. Suddenly, the construct burst into golden sparks that flew around the room, making Harry jump. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment as he watched the sparks of his construct vanish into tiny pinpricks of light. I was so close. Do not break your hold on the construct you have in order to form more of it, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One advised. Also, do not force more energy into it. Maintain a continuous, steady flow. Do not feed it bursts of energy to extend it. Okay. I will try again. Harry breathed, bringing his hands together again. Drawing the dimensional energy around him, Harry slowly reformed his previous construct. Slowly, he began to make the construct more complicated, trying to replicate what the Ancient One had created while she watched him patiently, instructing him as and when needed. He wasn't as fast as her. Not even remotely. It took him several minutes to make what she had with a mere snap of her finger. Once it was formed, Harry compared his construct to hers. He smiled. Not perfect, but similar. Who cares for a little geometry? The sound of clapping reached Harry's ears as the Ancient One applauded him. Harry gave her a smile and a short bow at that. This is phenomenal progress, Mr. Potter, she said, letting her construct vanish into soft golden sparks that dissipated within moments. Harry, too, stopped pulling energy and channeling it, allowing his construct to disintegrate into sparks, a little more haphazardly than his teacher's. Now, I suggest that you work on making such constructs faster. Take the rest of today and the whole of tomorrow to practice. Day after tomorrow, you shall join the other disciples in training to further your knowledge in the mystic arts. Of course, Ancient One, Harry said. Now, tell me, how is your progress in understanding the workings of the Soul Stone? Stagnant. Harry sighed. Well, I discovered that it would heal me even without consciously using it, and the healing power is phenomenal. I cut myself with a knife while dicing the vegetables. The cut was almost healed before I could even lift my finger to see the cut. Intriguing. And have you tried to channel these powers consciously? Harry shook his head vehemently. You are afraid of it? She questioned curiously. Rightfully so. You know that I have read the book you gave me on the Infinity Stones. From what I understood, it is extremely dangerous to wield one without a lot of training in intricate sorcery, and, then too, extreme caution is advised. Also, the warnings come after the perks, which is stupid. The Ancient One gave a slight chuckle. You'd be surprised how many times I have heard that line, Mr. Potter. Anyhow, the warnings do hold true. The Infinity Stones are objects of great, if not infinite, power. Their housing objects, like the Eye of Agamotto, or the Tesseract Cube, were made specifically to contain and limit their power while enabling one to channel it without harm, or much harm. And still, they are dangerous, Harry said. The Ancient One smiled as if remembering a humorous joke. It is the job of sorcerers to deal with dangers. If the Soul Stone, a power bound to you and limited greatly, scares you, You would probably run from here in terror if I told you of some other dangers of the multiverse. Your concept of the multiverse is, actually untrue if what my benefactor said to me is true. You do not penetrate the boundaries of the real multiverse. You just stay within this universe and pocket dimensions within here. Harry corrected, making the Sorcerer Supreme raise her eyebrows. I did realize that after encountering you. After all, you are from another universe, one quite similar to our own yet very different. But it is the term Agamotto used eons ago, and I, too, have fallen into using the same term over time. It is just a matter of habit now. But you didn't answer my question. How will you deal with the dangers of the universe if you are scared of an object which is under your power? Give me a monster any day. I would deal with it, but an all-powerful stone capable of destroying a solar system in a single shot lying on my chest, that is a heavy responsibility. The Ancient One smiled at the statement. Indeed, and I would say you are wise beyond your years to think so. Responsibility is always heavier than the prospect of battle. But keep in mind that there do exist beings with equivalent powers to a celestial, if not more, who can rival the power of the Infinity Stones to some extent. They may not be as powerful in terms of energy as the Infinity Stones, not even remotely, but the power of the Infinity Stone depends on its wielder as well. Galactus, Phoenix Force, Sidorak, Chthon, and the likes. Harry grimaced. Indeed, she said after a moment. Harry had a feeling that he had missed names, many names. And you will have to face these threats one day if you deal with sorcery, so, do not be scared of this power. Use it wisely, yet with caution. I will help you as much as I can. For now, keep on practicing, as I said. Meditate. Read. Learn more. In time, you shall be ready to channel the powers of an Infinity Stone without any danger. Harry just nodded dumbly. You are a protector of Earth, Harry Potter. And you've been sent here to save this universe. So, you must be ready. The Soul Stone is not only your responsibility but also your weapon. A warrior is never afraid of his own weapon, and neither is a sorcerer afraid of his own magic. So, I shouldn't fear the Soul Stone's power. Harry completed her statement with a soft sigh. Yet exercise caution while wielding it, she added with a meaningful look. Yes, Ancient One. Then I wish you a good day. Please tell Master Hymir to pay a visit to Stonehenge on your way out. Tell him that a minor convergence is to take place in an hour. I do not want any shadowpedes coming into our dimension. Shadowpedes? Minor monsters from the dimension of shadows. They look like lobsters with crab legs and dwell in the shadows, feeding on them. Not really harmful, unless one bites you. If they do, you are going to get violently ill for a few days. Oh. Nothing Master Hymir and a couple of senior disciples won't handle. Not unless you forget to tell them of this incursion on your way out, she said with mirth. Harry laughed. If that's the case, I assure you I won't forget to inform them. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. A huge thanks to Mizox, Nanu, and Ultimate Gamer for betaing this chapter. Now, for a few things as we proceed into this story. 1. I really hope you are paying attention to the dates I put at the start of the scene. It is to give you a firm idea of the timeline that I am working into. Time lapses are important here. As you can see in this chapter, it took Harry almost a month to make a proper construct. 2. Sorcery in the Doctor Strange world, as one might call it, will play a good amount of role in my FIC. 3. As for Harry himself, he will grasp sorcery easily as he has experience in channeling magic. It is just a different energy for him. That being said, magic too, HP worlds, will continue to be a part of Harry's arsenal. And so will be the powers of the Soul Stone. 4. The pairing. So, I am a little indecisive about the pairing right now, meaning, I have not decided whom Harry will be paired with. I have a few ideas in mind, but I am mainly fluctuating between the options of Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, and Wanda Maximoff, aka Scarlet Witch. I also have a few other plausible options in mind, but they are very unlikely to make the cut against these two. 5. I want to make one more thing clear for pairings. This story is not going to be a harem FIC. It will be one pairing for Harry. Maybe an occasional fling or something will be shown, but the final pairing will only be with one person. Also, join my server, House of HP 66, to interact with me directly, and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP 3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories, they are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC which is already 250k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An hydrogen phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. Glimpse of Power Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.3 Glimpse of Power, the 12th of September 2004, Manhattan, New York. The honks of cars and the roar of motorbikes drifted through the tall buildings of steel and glass as people bustled across the streets. Lights shone from the windows above, the boards atop shops alit with all sorts of colors. Harry whistled merrily as he walked out of Walmart, a bag held in his hands. The fruits and vegetables swayed as he walked, the broccoli at the top threatening to fall off. While he could have just apparated to his house or opened a sling ring portal, he didn't feel the harm walking a few blocks back home. It was good exercise and most importantly, it prevented unwarranted attention from being called to him. In addition, late evening time New York was always a sight to see. His eyes fell on a big billboard that was showing the face of a middle-aged man in a suit with fighter planes in the background. A new revolution in the weapon industry: Stark's RS-19 advanced fighter aircraft to power the U.S. Air Force. Stark. Harry stared at the man for a moment. He is about as big and famous as I was in my world. But he loves the attention and has the media eating out of his palm. And all he does is make weapons. Harry shook his head and continued walking back home, eyeing the New York sanctum on his way as he turned to enter the gate of his building. A huddle of people stood by the elevator and Harry rolled his eyes, walking past them to the stairs. Thank Merlin I don't have neighbors. The visage of Aunt Petunia standing by the window, gossiping about people as she craned her neck, flashed in his mind and he shuddered. Death did a good thing by buying me the whole floor. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open with a click. Immediately, the sound of the television assaulted his ears and his eyes narrowed. Constant vigilance. Alistair Moody's voice echoed in his mind. Harry placed his bags on the floor before slowly closing the door. He silently crept through his own house, his eyes scanning for any movement. Taking a measured breath, Harry gathered dimensional energy in the palm of his hand, molding it to form a disc of crisscrossing lines, the size of his palm behind his back. He walked as silently as possible to the living room where the sound of the TV was coming from. Expect me to talk? Harry recognized the voice almost immediately. No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. Noiselessly walking into the room, Harry first looked around to see who the intruder was, only to find himself looking at a familiar face, who was propped over his couch watching his telly. Glancing at the TV, he saw that the speaker of the dialogue was an old, balding man who reminded Harry strongly of Slughorn for a moment. The camera moved to show a man clad in black clothes who was tied to a table that was being cut through. That's Bond. And he looks in trouble. A little further and the man would have been the one being cut by the laser. Through his crotch first, leading to a painful death. There is nothing to talk to me about that I don't already know, the other man scoffed, before walking out of the room. This is stupid. If he wants Bond dead, just twist his neck. Why even bother to do the whole laser thing? And, at least he should have made sure that the man died. Stupid villains. Anyhow. Anna. What the hell are you doing in my house? Harry asked loudly and Lady jumped, her purse clattering to the floor. Golden sparks sparked from her fingers as she breathed heavily, her eyes resting on Harry's hand where the energy disc was posed, ready to strike. Realizing it, Harry let the energy dissipate into golden sparks as Anna regained her breath, a hand clutching her chest. "Harry, you scared me, you fucking idiot," the brunette breathed, her pale cheeks flushed. "You are the one in my house." He glanced at the telly. "Watching James Bond." "Yeah, whatever," she waved off, picking up the remote and shut the telly off. "But on a more important note, I see you're progressing fast with the sorcery. An energy disc already?" "I learn practicals faster than I do by reading," Harry shrugged. "Why are you here, if I may ask?" "Oh, bad news for you," Anna snickered, gesturing to two thick tomes on the coffee table that were not previously there, and Harry groaned. "Don't tell me she sent more books." Anna grinned. "That's exactly what she did." "You are enjoying my torment way too much," Harry said dryly. "What are these about?" "One is about beginner spells and the other is about different dimensions that can be accessed with the sling ring, which you have to learn in detail before your next visit," Anna snickered. At my horrified expression. "Don't worry, I am just kidding. The Ancient One has only told you to read about the mirror dimension and the astral plane from the latter, for now. And from the first one? Those are the most basic itinerary of spells. You got to learn all of them," she replied dryly. "Dimensional energy weapons are limited to whips, discs, and shields. You cannot fully rely on them if you ever expect to fight. Oh, and do not try spells on your own at your home. Well, you can try shields, but try not to destroy your own house. A rather good one you've got here." "Thank you. Both for the completely unnecessary advice and the compliment." Anna just grinned cheerfully. "The Ancient One expects you on Wednesday, having read on the mirror dimension, the astral plane, and having learned the theoretical content of at least a score of spells." "What? That's what I was told," Anna shrugged. "Be glad it is not all of it. Remember, the Ancient One sees great potential in you. To be honest, all of us masters do. Especially after you got the sling ring portal on your first try." "Ah," Harry muttered. He had just applied the principles of apparition into a dimensional portal, having theorized it to be the same thing from the instructions Anna had been giving as he alongside about half a dozen disciples had picked up the sling rings. Destination, determination, deliberation. It was rather simple in Harry's opinion. But it had impressed the hell out of the masters of Kamar-Taj. So much so that the word had reached the Ancient One in less than 2 minutes, summoning her into the courtyard, with a beaming smile on her face. "If that's all, I will take my leave," Anna said, carelessly throwing the remote onto the couch before moving her fingers in a circular motion, opening a portal. "You can stay for dinner," Harry offered. I gotta go back to the Hong Kong sanctum in order to do work there. Cannot be slacking on my duties. I am not even 1 month into being a master. Can't have that taken away, can I?" Anna grinned just as she stepped through the portal before vanishing on the other side. Harry rolled his eyes as the portal collapsed into a shower of sparks, raining across the carpet in his living room. Anna seemed to be enjoying the master privilege way too much. If the Ancient One caught wind of such statements, Anna would be in for a humbling. The master title was not given lightly, and neither was it to be taken as such. While the only ones who truly held power amongst the ranks of the sorcerers were only the Sorcerer Supreme and the Masters of the Sanctums, the other Masters of the Mystic Arts often had various other responsibilities and privileges. Dangerous privileges like access to the Masters section of the library that held knowledge of things that would make most run in terror by just reading about it. Or so Perez had told Harry. The mystic arts were varied and dangerous, even more so than magic. The most dangerous magic Harry knew were the unforgivable curses and a couple of dark spells that he had read about. Like fiendfire. Sorcery, on the other hand, had spells that could summon demons and turn cities inside out 100 different types of energies and access to god-type beings. Most of whom Harry had read about so far were benevolent and gave access to their energies just in exchange for saying their name aloud. Names, and most importantly, remembrance gave them powers. It ensured they didn't fade away, dissolving into the energies of the cosmos, their existence turning to dust. But Harry had a gut feeling that they were barely the surface of what lay beneath. Things and beings as old as time that controlled the universe in ages gone by. With a sigh, Harry glanced at the books on the table before slumping on the couch next to it and picking the first one up. He was in for a long bout of theory. The 15th of September 2004 Courtyard, Kamar-Taj. "Morning, Master Daniel," Harry greeted and the man turned. Potter. I thought you were going to be with the Ancient One herself. Yeah, I was. Harry inclined his head, but she is busy with something and told me to come to you for a sparring lesson. His thick eyebrows rose before he just nodded, picking a short, thick staff from a rack and using it to gesture to Harry to go to the center. Do you think you're ready to begin sparring? Daniel questioned, as he threw the staff up in the air before catching it from the other end. I do not know. Never will until I try, Harry replied, getting into a dueling stance. Master Daniel looked over his stance with a critical eye. Potter, you do know that we do not just spar using sorcery but we also use physical contact. You mean like mug, physical fighting? Karate and stuff? A frown flitted across Harry's face. Yes. While sorcery is a very powerful weapon, it can only do little when your opponent gets close to you. Daniel walked around him, twirling the staff in his hand. Most spells need a little range to work. Shields, too, can't be formed so close to one's body, and for good reason. What about energy manipulation? Harry asked, as he rapidly constructed a shield of dimensional energy between his palms. Really? You took a few seconds to make that shield. Excellent for a beginner, no doubt, but not fast enough to stop a punch. It would take years of practice for you to form a proper energy shield on reflex, that too one quick enough to block a punch at a close range. Believe me, a punch can be very painful and a well-placed one can incapacitate you. Harry grimaced. So, for now, it is best if you learn to fight both ways. Daniel gave him a piercing look. Besides, knowing physical fighting skills never goes to waste, does it? But I don't know karate or anything, Harry shifted. Just fight like it is a street fight then. Daniel shrugged. Throw a punch. A kick. Anything you can. That's how I learned. That's how everyone learns. Now, conjure a weapon. What? Energy weapon, Potter. Daniel flipped the staff in his hand. As I said, we use both sorcery and physical contact instead of just one. You can use anything you have to attack me. If I use everything I have, he's a goner. Harry's lips twitched. But well, I will only use sorcery for both our sakes. Right. Harry posed his hands, gathering energy in his palms before molding them into two energy discs, the size of a basketball. Small sparks flew off the golden constructs, as the throbbing sound punctuated them. Not a bad choice of weapon, Master Daniel commented as he walked nearer, and not bad speed. Suddenly he swung his staff straight at Harry, who barely had time to raise his hand on reflex. The staff clanged against his energy disc and the construct shattered like glass. Air whistled in his ears as he was flung back. Pain flared in his back for a brief moment before vanishing as fast as it had come. Harry felt the amulet's warm heat against his chest. The soul stone healed me, Harry realized before looking at Daniel. His eyes widened again as he saw Daniel charging at him, his staff raised high. Harry swiftly rolled out of the way as Daniel brought down the staff, which left a trail of sparks as it screeched against the ground. At least give me a wah. Harry stopped short as he had to scamper out of the staff's strike again. Stand and fight, Potter. Fight like your life depends on it, Daniel shouted as Harry twisted on the ground, avoiding the staff by less than an inch. I need to get the staff off him. Unfortunately, I cannot use Expelliarmus. Taking a risk, Harry directly threw his remaining energy disc at Daniel like a frisbee. The master of the mystic arts only had time to raise his staff to intercept the disc. The disc hit the staff and shattered, sending Daniel sprawling onto the floor. Harry jumped to his feet, immediately conjuring strands of dimensional energy between his fingers. This is my window. As Daniel went to sit up, Harry threw his hand out. The strands between his fingers leapt towards his opponent, lengthening and twisting into a rope which wrapped around the center of the staff. A smile curled on Harry's lips. Unfortunately, Daniel understood what he was about to do and grabbed his staff with both hands just as Harry yanked the whip. The man was dragged forward, but he refused to leave his staff. Before Harry could try again, Daniel's staff lit up with golden runes, and he twisted the staff. Harry stumbled backward, losing his balance. Before he could hit the hard ground, a force threw him sideways like a rag doll. Pain flared all over his body as he landed on his face before rolling over. Not even a moment later, he felt the amulet warm up again as energy rushed through his body, and the pain vanished. Harry could feel his nose being popped back into place and healing. Quickly getting back to his feet, Harry wiped a small drop of blood before looking at Daniel, who was once again charging at him. Suppressing a groan of frustration, Harry formed another energy disc and threw it at his opponent. Instead of meeting the attack with his staff, Daniel ducked under it without breaking his charge. Harry went to conjure another disc, but Daniel was faster. Moving in, he punched Harry in his gut, making him bowl over. A moment later, he felt the staff hit his chin hard, sending him sprawling on his butt. The slight taste of copper assaulted his taste buds as he felt the pain vanish. "This is bad, Potter," Daniel declared, lowering his staff. "I expected more FR." Daniel bowled over with a squeak of pain and dropped his staff to clutch his privates as Harry nailed him in the balls with a punch. Wasting no time, he got to his feet, leveling another punch, this time at Daniel's jaw before kicking him in the knee. Daniel fell to the ground with a grunt of pain, and before he could recover, Harry conjured a whip of dimensional energy and threw it at him, trying to tie him up, trying being the keyword as his whip was stopped by a shield of energy, forming out of nowhere. Daniel hadn't even moved his hands. "Stop," the man panted, still clutching his privates. "That was one hell of a bastard move there." Harry, too, caught his breath, his arms still posed, ready to defend himself. It got the job done. Daniel didn't answer as he slowly got to his feet and caught his bearings. I wouldn't argue with that," Daniel said. "Street fighting. It has no rules. No honor. But I think this should be a male thing. Sick move, boy." Harry just grinned. "Come on, I didn't hit it that hard." "An attack there is still an attack," Daniel snorted. "Threatening my future generations? Not cool, dude. I am sorry for all it is worth." "Nah," he waved off, "but I must say, you have rather good instincts. Few would have gone with the move to disarm me with a whip of all things. Had it not been for this staff in my hands, you would have succeeded." "What are its powers?" "It seemed pretty powerful," Harry asked, picking the staff from the ground and examining it. "Can you guess?" Daniel's eyes sparkled. "Breaking constructs made of dimensional energy?" Harry's forehead creased. "Because it broke both my disc and whip." "Indeed. This staff can penetrate and break through most energy constructs by converting the energy forming the construct into a shockwave. That is why you were flung back when I broke your disc." "Nice. What do you call it?" "It goes by many names." Daniel bowed his head. "But the most famous of them is the Scepter of Sulfindom." "Interesting. I've never heard of Sulfindom." Daniel shrugged. "You will read about him somewhere or the other. Sulfindom is not important in the greater scheme of things. He's a minor deity at best, even if he truly exists." "What do you mean if?" Harry blinked. "Well, we are not sure if Sulfindom is real or not. He only has two things. One is this staff, and the other is a claw. Both do the same thing. But those are relics. There is no mention of him in invocations or spells. For all we know, he was a sorcerer of old who enchanted these items." "Oh. Now, as for your sparring, you really need to learn some physical fighting." Daniel plucked the relic from Harry's hands. "You're good at magic. And you're learning fast. You think on your feet and have great instincts. Your physique is decent, but you don't know how to throw a decent punch." "I will work on it, Master Daniel," Harry promised. "Good. You stay in New York, right?" "Yes. Right opposite the New York sanctum." "Oh, excellent. I know a few classes in Manhattan. They teach karate, judo, jiu-jitsu, and stuff. If you want to join, I will give you their number," Daniel offered. "What do you think I should learn? Which fighting style, I mean?" "Well, I personally learned judo," Master Daniel said as he sheathed his staff. "Jiu-jitsu is similar, but more recommended for what we do here. You should go for jiu-jitsu, I suggest." "Well, jiu-jitsu it is then," Harry said, suppressing a sigh. Learning Muggle fighting could not hurt, could it? The 18th of September 2004, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu, Nepal. "Good morning, Ancient One. Master Daniel." "Mordo." Harry greeted as the portal behind him dissolved into golden sparks. "A very good morning to you too, Mr. Potter," the Ancient One reverted, turning back to the two other men. Don't worry, Mr. Mordo. The Boots of Valtor have chosen you. It is seldom that someone so young into sorcery as you is chosen by a relic. Use it well. Harry's eyebrows rose. Mordo had gotten a relic. Now, that was something. It was seldom that a relic truly chose its wielder, and even more seldom for them to choose in normal conditions. It was often in the heat of battle that a relic came to a sorcerer to help them protect reality and the Earth from threats across the universe. Yes, Ancient One, Mordo croaked, his voice almost fragile. But I do not know how to use them. Of course, you don't. You will though. The Vaulting Boots of Valtor are a rather simple relic to use. Imbibed with the power of Valtor, it allows one to form a temporary platform beneath their feet, allowing them to perform high leaps and run on the air without performing any spell. The Ancient One replied simply before smiling mischievously. Try to remain close to the ground until you master its use though. Mordo frowned briefly before nodding. Master Daniel, please help Mr. Mordo to use the relic. I need to have a chat with Mr. Potter. Yes, Ancient One, Master Daniel said before turning to Harry. I hope you enrolled in the Class 1 suggested. I have visited the place, but I am yet to enroll. Harry shifted. You should. It will give you a good edge while fighting. You are good at the mystic arts. But your physical side needs work. Master Daniel advised before leading Mordo out of the room, leaving Harry and the Ancient One alone. Mr. Potter? She questioned as the door closed. Is it the one with honey? The Ancient One smiled. Indeed. Then I will gladly take it, Harry said as the Ancient One picked up the kettle and poured the steaming tea into two small ceramic pots before handing one to Harry. I am sorry that we couldn't do this on the determined date due to unforeseen circumstances. The Ancient One apologized sincerely, and Harry raised his eyebrows. You missed something? Contrary to popular belief, I do not see everything, Mr. Potter. She stared straight into his eyes. Viewing through millions of possibilities every week does have its side effects, including missing a few small details at times. Also, I do not see everything unless I concentrate on an instance that catches my attention. So, I don't see everything and things tend to go amiss from my notice. But nothing damning, I assure you. What was it that you missed that day? It was just a minor thing. She waved her hand. A bilge snipe got through a rift between worlds. Thankfully, it wasn't in a populated area. I put it back through and sealed the rift before it could do any damage. Bilge snipe. To put it simply, it is a rather huge, wild creature with antlers and scales, native to the lands of Alfheim. The Ancient One wrinkled her nose. Rather repulsive and mindless. They tend to trample things in their path. Not something you would keep as a pet. Harry just nodded in acceptance. A magical creature then, or more precisely perhaps, an alien animal. There would be something about it in the library if he needed it. So, tell me what you know of the mirror dimension. The Ancient One asked, taking a sip of her tea. The mirror dimension is a parallel dimension that mimics Earth's plane of existence, Harry replied, verbatim from the book Anna had given him. What happens there doesn't affect the real world in any way or form. A sling ring is essential to travel out of it, but the dimension can be entered without a sling ring. It is also an idle place to contain and battle threats. Indeed. We, sorcerers, use the mirror dimension to train, surveil and sometimes contain threats. Even if the last one is seldom done. And as you're advancing quickly with your sorcery skills, you need a safe space to practice your spells. The Ancient One rose to her feet. Open the mirror dimension, Mr. Potter. Harry blinked. I have never done it before. No better time than now, is there? The Ancient One's eyes twinkled. Go on. Do it. You know the movements. You know the theory. Harry nodded reluctantly, joining his hands, forming a mudra with his fingers. Maintaining the mudra, he crossed his before throwing his right hand forward, throwing energy into thin air, willing to break the boundary between the two dimensions. The air cracked like glass a few meters from where Harry stood, and glass began to form in the air as if conjured. Barely had it begun to form, the cracks healed, and the glass vanished in front of Harry's eyes. The Ancient One sighed. It is not exactly a spell, Mr. Potter. Well, I suppose technically it is, but I need to hold it. Like I do for conjuring energy shields. Harry completed, remaking the mudra and crossing his arms. This time, he channeled energy continuously, feeding it his intent to enter the mirror dimension. The air cracked again and glass began to form all over the room, covering the windows and walls. A few moments later, energy stopped on itself, breaking abruptly. Harry breathed heavily, the length of his arm tingling as he looked around the room. Planes of glass seemed to cover the whole room. Bands of light gleamed dimly, refracting the sunlight from outside, and they were rapidly merging with the background, barely being visible. "Impressive," the Ancient One commented, drawing Harry's attention to her. "But you took us directly into the mirror dimension instead of opening a gateway." Oh, not to worry. It is also something we sorcerers frequently do. We usually prefer to take fights into the mirror dimension, away from the real world," she said, "but this method, the one that you just used to travel into the mirror dimension, is only useful when fighting indoors. And most fights would happen in the open. But when fighting outside, you need to have control of conjuring the gateway. If not, you risk taking common people into the mirror dimension. Something to avoid," the Ancient One added. "What did you exactly want me to do?" Harry questioned. She smiled. "I cannot show that to you in here, I am afraid. We need to get back to the real world first. Now, this part is a little tricky. You can only exit the mirror dimension at only the place you are actually in as per the mirror dimension. Or in simple words, if you are at your home in the mirror dimension, you can only come out at your home in the real world." "Okay. Simple enough." Harry nodded. "In order to exit the mirror dimension, you need to will to get into the real world while conjuring the portal. Does everything in mystic arts depend on will? Just curious." "In a way, yes." She inclined her head. "Our thoughts shape reality which we bend to our will. Even while performing incantation-based spells, you need to know what the spell does and will it happen. It is a part of the reason why I stress so much about reading theory. Even if practicals come naturally to you. Like non-verbal magic," Harry nodded again. "Got it. You mean to say that your magic can work only based on an incantation?" the Ancient One questioned with interest. "And wand movement, yes," Harry said. "Though it is dangerous to try unknown spells as you don't know what they might result in. Or so my friend told me." "Hermione Granger, I assume." Harry felt a pang go through his heart like a sharp knife twisting beneath his ribs. He missed Ron and Hermione most of all in his old world. His best friends and the closest thing he had to a family. The amulet thrummed against his chest as if comforting him. "Why yeah, she was the one," Harry confirmed. "She was an intelligent girl," the Ancient One stated. Harry chuckled wryly. "Oh, you would have loved her. She would have probably gone through half the library by now." "You miss them." The Ancient One smiled sadly. "Your friends, Ronald and Hermione." "Very much so, yes," Harry admitted, closing his eyes. Memories of his friends passed in front of his eyes like reflections on the water. "It doesn't do well to dwell on your past and forget to live in the present," the Ancient One said. "They would have wanted you happy if they knew you were here. I guess. So be happy. Live your life to the fullest." "I am trying to do so, yes," Harry replied with a grimace, "but I find myself missing my friends and my old world." "And you just try to continue with your life, submerging yourself in some work or the other to distract yourself from remembering them." The Ancient One pursed her lips. "That is why you joined a job in addition to learning sorcery, something which you do all day despite your reluctance to read books." Harry shrugged. "I won't say that the books aren't interesting. But I like to learn by doing things and not reading about them. And the job, well, it pays good enough for me to buy groceries and stuff." The Ancient One smiled humorlessly. "Perhaps. But you do not exactly need money, do you?" "My parents' money isn't going to last me forever, is it?" Harry retorted. "And wizards live relatively long as compared to muggles." The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. "If you say so, I do." Her lips thinned. "Perhaps we should get back to exiting the mirror dimension and learning sorcery, for now." Harry closed his eyes before nodding. "For now. Yes, so I just will a portal to the other side, in order to exit the mirror dimension?" Harry asked and she just gestured to him to go ahead. With a deep breath, Harry thought of his destination. The other side of the mirror dimension. The real world. Holding 2 fingers out, Harry quickly channeled dimensional energy through them to form a portal. Golden sparks before turning into a familiar circular ring. But the scenery in the midst didn't distort or change. Just the glass that Harry could see on the walls disappeared through the middle of the portal. "Good Joe. Where's your sling ring?" the Ancient One asked suddenly, startling Harry. "What?" Harry raised his fingers in front of his face. He was indeed not wearing his sling ring. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he immediately found the sling ring and took it out. "Here it is," Harry breathed. "That is not the point," the Ancient One said slowly. "The point is, you made a sling ring portal without a sling ring." Harry stared at her for a moment before looking at the portal. Maybe it is because I had the sling ring on my person, and as we are in the mirror dimension where reality is more bendable to a sorcerer's will, I could make the portal without needing to wear the sling ring." "That's not how it works, even if the theory sounds plausible at the first glance," the Ancient One said, taking the sling ring from his palm and examining it. "Come, let us get back to the real world." Harry stepped through the portal, walking into the same room he had just exited, only into the real world. The Ancient One turned to him just as Harry let the portal dissolve into golden sparks with a flick of his fingers. "I want you to conjure a portal to your home," she ordered. You have my sling ring." Harry frowned. "Just do it as you do. Don't think about not having the sling ring. Just make a portal." Taking a deep breath, Harry pictured his living room in his head before rotating his fingers in a circular motion. Golden sparks sparked out of thin air in front of him, forming a circular ring. A moment later, the scene within its circumference changed to reveal Harry's home. "How very curious," the Ancient One said, stepping through the portal and looking around. "You didn't see that coming either, did you? What's going on with you this week? First the bilge snipe, now?" Harry stopped short as she turned to him with a slight frown before walking out of the portal, closer to him. There was an authority in her walk. A power. This was the Sorcerer Supreme. The most powerful sorceress in the universe. "I think you are mistaking my experience and skills with the Time Stone for omniscience," she said slowly, her voice calm. A calm, which had the potential to devolve into a storm. Harry gulped. "I see through time, Mr. Potter. Through its multiple possibilities. I do not see through every moment or every happening. Just the important ones. I do not live through every moment. I do not evaluate every possibility. I just see the major events. Events that might lead to grave consequences. And I prevent them. My duty is to protect the Earth as a whole and guard it against dimensional beings." "Yes, I understand. I was just kidding," Harry said hastily, his voice posed in surrender. She smiled sardonically. "I am not scolding you, Mr. Potter. I am trying to tell you to not depend too much on the cosmic powers of the Infinity Stones, especially with one as volatile as time. Do not depend on my ability to see through time. Because it is giving you a very wrong sense of security. I haven't become omniscient due to the stone. And that must be remembered." I understand, ma'am. I just thought, I am not saying that it was an unreasonable assumption, Mr. Potter," she said, a kindness lacing her voice. "And to some level, I understand where that came from. But it is important to remember that I am but a mortal. Along with the fact that I am not infallible because I can see through time." "What's it like though?" Harry asked, desperate to channel the topic away from himself. "Seeing through time. Its endless possibilities. Maddening. Think of it like watching tens of thousands of television screens at once, each playing a different movie, at 10 times normal speed. Then, you might come close to how it feels like looking through time. Of course, with experience, I've learned to sort through them to view only key events or specific futures. Like a search algorithm. That is how I knew of you." "Oh," she chuckled. "It is a part of the job, Mr. Potter. Such power doesn't come without consequences or responsibility, as you are aware." "And, I have the Soul Stone," Harry voiced worriedly. "Will it be bad? As you said, the Time Stone, when used to see the future, is maddening. What about the Soul Stone?" The Ancient One pondered for a moment, walking around the room. "I am afraid I do not know. Each Infinity Stone controls a vital aspect of existence. And of them, the most mysterious has always been the Soul Stone. The only surety about it is that it exists." "That's it, because I can tell more from its name," Harry said dryly. This time, she gave a hearty laugh. "What I meant, Mr. Potter, is that it hasn't been studied or used. Ever. But as far as ingenious guesswork goes, I would say that the Soul Stone would have the power to manipulate the astral plane to an unimaginable degree. Also, perhaps the power to sense souls like a radar. Perhaps not. The possibilities are endless. Harry hummed in response. That was amongst the things he too had theorized, alongside a few crazy ones that even by insanely imaginary standards wasn't possible. But he certainly had a few more that he would try when he deemed himself ready. Ancient One? He asked suddenly, looking up. The portal I just conjured without the sling ring. Is it possible that it is because of the Soul Stone? No, but the amulet certainly might hold the answer, she replied. The amulet? Harry asked, his fingertips ghosting on the warm metal of the amulet. The power of the Soul Stone thrummed within. You said yourself that it acts like a focus for your magic. Why not sorcery? It acted as a focus, rendering your need for a sling ring to conjure a portal invalid. Is it possible that I would be capable of using the powers of the other relics without needing the relic? Like the Boots of Valtor? To be honest, the Boots of Valtor is a relic imbibed with a spell, channeling the powers of Valtor. The difference is, when you use the spell physically, it is rather difficult to achieve and maintain. Constant concentration and incantations would be required to do it, rendering it useless in a fight. But the Boots of Valtor will make it a cakewalk. They are rather useful in battle. So can I or can I not? The Ancient One gave him an amused look. That, I am afraid, is something to explore yourself. Read up about relics. Read up about how they channel energy and spells. We have everything you need in our library. Harry just groaned in response. For now, let me teach you to summon a gateway to the mirror dimension. Harry nodded, just as the air in front of him cracked like glass again. Time to learn some magic properly. Chapter endnotes. And, done. I hope you all liked it, so, here we are, getting deeper into sorcery and exploring it. Here, as you can see, we caught a glimpse of the Soul Stone's passive power, which is healing its wielder in case of an injury. The sling portal, on the other hand, was made without a sling ring due to the amulet that Death gave Harry and not the Soul Stone. The amulet, before you ask, is just a focus like a wand or a relic, used to amplify and direct intent better to cast magic and sorcery. Also, a small request. If someone has trained in the martial art of Jiu-Jitsu, then please DM me either on FFN or Discord. The internet is not always accurate, and I don't want to mess stuff up with martial arts. I selected the particular style as it is very combat-based and, as I read, learned by the police officers, army in some countries. Not sure if it is really true either, but it seems so to me by reading the article. So, I would really like it if someone reaches out to help me. Firstly, before I start answering reviews, as I said in my last AN, I have not decided the pairing. When I do, it will officially be included in the pairing sector. I will decide the pairing as per the story and not the story on the pairing. I just said Wanda or Widow as, well, I will be honest here. Scarlett Johansson and Elizabeth Olsen were the main reason, along with the fact that they were the main ladies of the MCU. But pairing is still undecided, as I said. Thank you everyone for your reviews. A huge thanks to Ultimate Gamer and Mezox for betaing the chapter. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly, and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An hydrogen phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. Iter ad magnitudinem chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ch.4 Iter ad magnitudinem the 27th of September 2004 Harry's home, Bleecker Street. You're lying, filthy mudblood, and I know it. You have been inside my vault at Gringotts. Tell the truth, tell the truth. A terrible scream filled the manor. The sound went through Harry like physical pain. He started to run around the cellar, feeling the walls for he hardly knew, knowing in his heart that it was useless. Ron was half sobbing as he tried the same. What else did you take? What else? Answer me, Crucio. Hermione's screams echoed off the walls upstairs. Hermione. Harry Potter woke up with a jerk. Sweat matted his forehead. His heart was hammering against his chest, his breathing deep and heavy. Ripping the bedsheets off, Harry stumbled out of his bed. His feet shook as he pushed his way out of the bedroom toward his kitchen. Another nightmare. It's all right. Everything's over. They're fine. Harry fumbled for a glass in the darkness. His hands trembled. His fingers brushed against the cool glass and he immediately took the glass out of the rack, the jug. With a twitch of his finger, a bright ball of light illuminated the kitchen. Accio water jug. The water jug flew across the kitchen counter into Harry's hands. Harry immediately tilted it and a few, scant drops of water fell into his glass, empty. Harry dropped the jug carelessly on the counter. The faint metallic clang rang thrice as it hit the smooth, black granite. His heart continued to beat rapidly in his chest as he pointed a shaky hand toward the glass. Blood thumped at his temples. Aguamenti. A torrent of water shot from the thin air into the glass, making it overflow in the blink of an eye. Stop. Stop. The spray of water ceased. Harry watched as the water snaked its way away from the glass, across the granite counter. Harry didn't care as he grabbed the wet glass in both hands and gulped the water down rapidly. A faint burp escaped Harry's lips as he put the glass down. Deep breaths, deep breaths. His heartbeats calmed slowly, thumping softer with each beat as he controlled his breathing. As his heart rate returned to normal, Harry used his forearm to wipe the sweat away. Damn nightmares. Taking another deep breath, Harry refilled the glass of water, this time, perfectly, and drank it at a more sedate place. Harry put the glass on the counter before looking at the water that he had spilled. Evanesco. The water vanished from the counter. Thank Merlin for magic. Running a hand through his hair, Harry gave a sigh before walking out of the room, as the ball of light dimmed and illuminated his path. Looking at the wall clock in his drawing room, Harry realized that it was a little before 5 in the morning, New York time. This means it is already afternoon in Kathmandu. Harry, though, it is not like I am going back to sleep anytime soon. And with that, he dragged himself to the shower. The 27th of September 2004 Kamar-Taj, Nepal. Mr. Potter. What a pleasant surprise. The Ancient One greeted, rising from the floor where she had been sitting in a lotus position. I didn't expect you till later today. I got up early. Harry shrugged as the portal behind him vanished into pinpricks of golden energy. Nightmares? Memories, Harry amended. Of the war, you know? I understand. Do you wish to talk about it? No, it is okay. I have come to terms with what happened. Nothing to worry about. Harry waved off, as he felt a pang through his heart. The Ancient One's lips curled disappointedly. If you say so, she muttered. How may I help you today? I don't know. I thought that you might have something for me other than reading books. Her lips twitched. Innate knowledge of the magic you cast is necessary, Mr. Potter. I am afraid there is no getting around that part of learning. Especially where the mystic arts are concerned. Yes, you've said that before, Harry grumbled. But, maybe we can practice. Spellcasting or something? Maybe dueling? A magical combat then. Most interesting. The Ancient One said, more to herself than Harry. I know I'm gonna lose. Just, maybe you can give me tips on using sorcery in combat. She tilted her head curiously, her dark brown eyes glinting. You underestimate yourself, she said briskly. Harry scoffed. You have decades of experience and tons of knowledge over me. There is no way I am winning in a spar against you. That might be true, the Ancient One conceded. But that is not the point. The point is, you do not know your own potential. You underestimate yourself. You have your own magic in the Soul Stone in addition to sorcery. The stone heals you faster than you can exclaim your pain. And I am not aware of the limits of your magic. What's your point? I know I have those things. But I am nowhere near your level, not even with my magic. And I don't know how to use the Soul Stone. The Ancient One smiled sardonically. That might be true for now. But you have the capacity to surpass me. You have everything that the realm of magic can offer. Tell me, do you know of my significance throughout the greater multiverse? Harry blinked at the unexpected question. You are the Sorcerer Supreme. That is my title. What is my significance? She reiterated, taking a step forward as her dark brown eyes bored into Harry's green ones. Harry frowned as the Ancient One stared inquisitively at him. I, Mr. Potter, am Earth's foremost defender against threats from across the multiverse. My expertise in sorcery and my possession of the Time Stone makes me powerful and dangerous enough to keep most threats, including the Elder Gods and other malicious deities, at bay. I am Earth's first line of defense. Till I breathe, Earth won't fall. They're scared of you and won't attack Earth as long as you're here, is what you're saying, Harry deduced. Indeed, she smiled emphatically, and you too have such a capacity, an unparalleled capacity for greatness. To do so much good for humanity. To protect Earth and this universe by your mere presence, perhaps better than I do. You see me as your successor, Harry said bluntly. The Ancient One gave him a wide smile as she shook her head. No, Mr. Potter. You are not going to be my successor. That is not your role. It can be. It is certainly a possibility, but not something I plan to let happen. You won't be the next Sorcerer Supreme. No, you, Mr. Potter, are going to be so much more. A job greater than that of the Sorcerer Supreme? Harry questioned skeptically. The Ancient One shook her head again, her smile ever present. As I said, you underestimate your own capabilities. You know too little. You are seeing too little. You do not know what you have. Oh, you have little faith in yourself. For someone wise beyond his years, you're still naive. Then tell me. You have your own brand of magic, Mr. Potter. One never seen or heard of before in this universe. One unique to you and only you. In addition, you have the Soul Stone. Do you have any idea how much power one would have to use to score a proper blow against you? The stone heals you in the blink of an eye. That makes your healing factor unparalleled, and we don't even know its limits. That makes me a tough, near impossible opponent to put down, because any blow against me wouldn't matter a few seconds later. Precisely. That is why I see so much potential in you. Your unending capacity for good just adds to everything I see in you. You have the power and the capacity for goodness. It is seldom that a man has both. You do, and the thing is, I want you to train both in magic and sorcery. I just use sorcery and I make lesser deities tremble in front of my power. You have sorcery and magic. And that is not to mention the powers of the Soul Stone, which is tied to your being. For me, the Time Stone is just a weapon. But the Soul Stone? It is your companion. The warmth of the Soul Stone burned against Harry's chest. Feels like the times when Hedwig pecked me for my stupidity. Right, Harry said after a moment. Develop your own style of combat. The mystic arts combined with your magic and, if plausible, the power of the stone. Because if you are correct on the level of threat that approaches, you would need every single thing in your arsenal to combat it. You have to be the best you can be. That is why you were given a chance in this world. Yes, I will. The Ancient One smiled brightly. Then, Mr. Potter, let us spar. The Ancient One threw her hand out, making the air around them crack. The sound of cracking glass made Harry wince as the mirror dimension manifested around the room. Can I use magic? Harry asked as the cracking stopped. Yes, you may. That is the whole point, isn't it? She asked rhetorically, before she knelt and hit the ground with her palm. The tiles of the floor cracked in perfect geometric designs and began to flip over, expanding as the wave progressed. Harry took a step back as the white tiles beneath his feet flipped and the walls began to move like illusions. The room became bigger as Harry watched dumbstruck. What you are seeing is the manipulation of the mirror dimension at its finest, the Ancient One said with a slight grin. I did it so we can have more space to spar. Now, start. Air. A countdown, please. The Ancient One laughed. Just start, Mr. Potter. Make your move. Right. Confringo. A light, lemony-colored beam of light leapt straight at the Sorcerer Supreme. Without as much as a reaction, she masterfully twisted out of its way. The beam passed harmlessly from her side just as two-dimensional discs manifested in her hands in the blink of an eye. She's too fast. She brought them together, joining the discs for a fraction of a second before pulling them apart. Harry's eyes widened as a dozen discs, the size of dinner plates, floated between the construct in her hands, whirling with energy. Harry's hands in a mudra drawing an energy mandala in the air just as the Ancient One threw out her hands, making the discs fly towards Harry. The discs spinned menacingly, emitting golden sparks as they curved towards him. Shield of the Seraphim, protect me, Harry bellowed. A greenish-golden shield manifested in front of him just as the first disc hit. The disc shattered with a gong against the shield, but the assault was multi-folded. As the second disc hit and shattered, the other discs reared back, avoiding impact. The discs flew around, making Harry look at the Sorcerer Supreme, who was waving her hands, glowing with the same disc-like mandala which were flying around. The discs flew back at Harry, at great speeds in a trajectory to hit him instead of his shield. 6 years of bludger dodging kept Harry from being hit as he quickly repositioned himself. Harry's arms recoiled from the impact of the onslaught, his feet skidding back. His ears rang from the loud gongs. But the green shield held strong. Just as Harry was about to take a breath, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the Ancient One's hands, directly impacting Harry's shield. Harry watched as the shield shattered and yelped as electricity ran down his arms. A moment later, the weightlessness hit him as he went airborne. The tiled ground of the sanctum's floor hit him hard as he heard a crack, and pain flared in his shoulder. As Harry rolled on the floor, the warmth of the soul stone rushed through his body. Pain flared terribly in his shoulder again as he felt the bone crack back together as if Madame Pomfrey had healed it. Harry groaned against the floor before looking at the Ancient One who drew another mandala in the air, smiling briefly at him. As she twisted her hand sharply, a bolt of crimson energy flew from it. Protega Maxima. The almost transparent shield manifested in the path of the spell moments before it hit Harry. With a gong, the spell rebounded back at the Ancient One, like light hitting a mirror. Harry saw her eyes widen fractionally as she dropped the spell she had been preparing for. Multicolored sparks fluttered harmlessly to the ground as a dimensional shield, as big as a truck's tire, manifested in the path of the rebounded spell. The shield and the spell both burst into sparks of Gryffindor colors, reminding Harry of Fred and George's fireworks. Avis. A pugno. A score of tiny birds with razor-sharp beaks flew at the Ancient One. Her eyes glinted sharply as a ball of whirling golden energy formed in her hands. As the birds neared, they were immediately sucked straight into the ball, like a vortex. Without waiting, she threw the ball at Harry, who had already drawn a small mandala for his next spell. Disc of Munopur. A silver disc manifested in Harry's hand and shot forth, spinning in a silver haze. The disc met the ball of energy, and both exploded in a frenzy of energy silvery golden, making Harry stumble back. Sectum Sempra, Harry bellowed, slashing his wand as he regained his balance. Harry felt his spell, Snape's spell, fly wildly and invisibly at the Ancient One, who erected a shimmering purple body shield in front of her. Purple sparks flew from the shield as the spell clashed against it harmlessly. Suddenly, the Ancient One moved her hands faster than Harry's sight could follow. In the blink of an eye, a spiral of flames flew toward him from her hands. Aqua Eructo. A jet of water, thicker than Harry's thigh, shot forth, extinguishing the spiral of flames with a hiss of steam. Instead of ending it, Harry pushed it forward. The image of Dumbledore trapping Voldemort in a ball of water swirled in front of Harry's eyes. The stream thickened, shaping itself into a wave. Harry watched, almost in slow motion, as a blue-colored disc, made of crisscrossing geometric shapes, manifested within the Ancient One's palm as the wave roared toward her. The blue glow of the spell highlighted her facial features, which were as serene as ever, yet alert. She slashed her through thin air, barely a moment before the water would have enveloped her. Harry felt it before it happened. His spell broke like glass, pushing him on his back as the water turned to steam with a hiss. The steam filled the vast room, obscuring Harry's vision. Stupefy. 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 3 beams of reddish-pink light vanished through the steam. Harry held his breath in anticipation. There was no response. No flaring of light. Nothing, did I? Harry's world was suddenly filled with pain as a force slammed into his side with the power of a dozen bludgers. His world went black for a second before he was awoken again as the hard ground mercilessly slammed into him as his body was thrown like a rag doll. Pain flared all over his body. Pain akin to the one Harry had only felt under Voldemort's cruciatus. Harry was sure that he had multiple broken bones. Amidst the pain, he registered the amulet burning against his chest like a candle. Pain flared horribly as bones began to snap back into place with sharp cracks all over his body. Not even the cruciatus had been this horrible. Harry screamed. And screamed again before devolving into a fit of coughs. The pain began to subside after what felt like hours, but was just a few seconds in reality. Harry opened his eyes to a clear surrounding, his breathing labored. The taste of copper filled his tongue as warm blood dripped out of his mouth. His body still ached as he felt the Soul Stone's power course through his being, soothing it. He let out a sudden grunt as a bone in his hand snapped back into place with a crack and healed. Harry's ragged breathing echoed against the mirrors covering the walls alongside the faint clicking of footsteps. Harry blearily opened his eyes, blinking away tears to see the Ancient One walking around calmly without a single weapon, gazing at him expectantly. She is expecting me to continue my spar once I heal, but what the hell was that? The Ancient One caught his gaze and grinned lightly at him. Impressive. You regained your bearings in just about half a minute after getting hit by the whip of Sidorak. A very delicately controlled one, but a head-on hit nonetheless. Harry just laid on the ground, the seconds ticking by. Of course, your spells were no less impressive. The Shield of the Seraphim was not something I had expected you to learn so soon. The first spell you began the spar with seemed powerful as well. And the water you conjured and reshaped. Most impressive. The Ancient One commented as she continued to roam around the expanded room. I do not get what the 3 bolts you fired, but it was a good move. To take advantage of the steam. I get Master Daniel's comment on you having good instincts. Thank. Harry dissolved into a fit of coughs, as a mild ache flared in his ribs. The Disc of Munopor was also a great counter-offensive. Most would have shielded against it. She complimented. The other spell though, Sectum Sempra, as I heard you intone, felt dangerous. A curse. Harry heaved. It cuts like a slash from a sword. Difficult to heal. Interesting. Much akin to the slash of Zoroaster. Deadly if shot with precision, much like a strike from a sword. Now, are you ready to continue? Harry took a controlled breath and shakily pushed himself to a sitting position. Good, good, the Sorcerer Supreme said as she turned around and took a few steps away from him, a semicircular disc of energy manifesting in her palms. But I already lost, Harry croaked as he knelt on the ground, still breathing heavily. I am not here to defeat you, Mr. Potter. Had I wanted to defeat you, I would have never let you use your second spell, she said with a shake of her head, a grin still framing her features. Your magic, while powerful, is vastly avoidable as it is concentrated in bolts of power as far as combat is concerned. Fast, yet very visible and hence, avoidable. There are other spells, Harry muttered, as he felt his heart throbbing at his temples from the exertion. Then use those, she dismissed. The water spell you used was a good one. Most would have been trapped in the spell. You can get creative with the bolts of magic as well. You can fire them with nary thought and thus, at an overwhelming rate, overwhelm your opponent and corner them. Similar to what you tried to do with the red bolts at the end. Harry hummed. You can do many things with your magic, Mr. Potter. Think where you can use it to set yourself apart from a sorcerer. Now, begin when you want. We will be doing this today till I deem your skills passable for an apprentice. You mean, once I deem you passable, you would begin learning more advanced levels of sorcery under the guidance of the other masters, having progressed from your beginner stage of basic sorcery. Excitement bloomed in Harry's chest at that. I see you're excited about the prospect, so, better begin. The 28th of September 2004, Grand Central Station, New York City. And here is your change, ma'am. Have a good day, Harry said before he sat back behind the counter with a sigh of relief, watching the mother and the kid leave the candy store. You okay, kid? Mrs. Harvey asked. 'Cause you look dead on your feet. Harry nodded tiredly. I am all right, Mrs. Smith. just a little tired from yesterday. The previous day had been nothing short of torture for him. He had sparred with the Ancient One for several hours, losing each one of the spars. Losing so badly that Harry had realized that he was out of her league by miles. An indication of the fact was that Harry hadn't managed to land a single hit on the Sorcerer Supreme despite having had a score of spars with her. Not even a glancing blow. Each of his spells had been diverted, blocked, dodged or worse, turned against him. It was only thanks to the Soul Stone's powers that he wasn't lying comatose on a hospital bed. The Soul Stone was something Harry was beginning to value like he valued Hedwig. A companion and a friend. Not one as sentient or as caring as his beloved owl, but still, a part of him. The Soul Stone had healed him in seconds after every hit that landed on him, but that didn't mean that all he had done was take a beating. No. He had learned a tremendous amount of things the previous day. The Ancient One was a literal goldmine of knowledge. She had taken it upon herself to teach Harry several spells or perfect the ones he had been unable to cast properly according to her standards. She had also encouraged him to use everything in his repertoire, instructing him repeatedly to not hold back or hesitate during fights. Not even in spars against her. Because one day, your life will depend on it, and possibly, so will the lives of 1,000,000,000,000 others. Those had been her words. And Harry had done just that. He had unleashed everything he had, short of the unforgivable curses on her. To be frank, he only knew to cast the Imperious Curse perfectly. He couldn't muster the hate to cast the Cruciatus on someone he genuinely respected, and he had never cast the Killing Curse. Neither did he ever want to. He would never cast the spell that had taken the lives of so many he loved. His parents. Hedwig. Fred. Dumbledore. Mad-Eye. Colin. Remus. Tonks. Everyone. But still, he had unleashed everything else he had. Blasting curses, bonebreakers, severing curses, piercing curses, fire spells, and even transfiguration. But the Ancient One had still said that he was not using his magic to its fullest potential. The magic he already knew. She told him that he could do much more with it. What more? Harry had no idea, but he would find it, and learn everything he could. Because, one day, as the Ancient One had said, the lives of trillions of souls through the universe would depend on it. He had been forewarned. It was the very reason he had been sent to this new universe by death. The Ancient One, too, had seen multiple possibilities of the future, and in each future, his presence at the center always remained a constant, even if she had refused to elaborate any further. If I tell you what is about to happen, it won't. That is why it is only best to know that you will be playing an important role in the greater scheme of things. And that is why you need to be great. The greatest of us all. Greatness. A word that had echoed in his mind from time to time, through his short life. Not Slytherin, The Sorting Hat's voice whispered naggingly in his ears. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. He had refused the path then, but he knew he had to choose it now. The path to greatness, even if he was unsure what it truly meant. It was his destiny. One he couldn't fulfill in his own world, being naive and unprepared as he had been. Not here though. He wouldn't fail here like he had in his own universe, especially not when he had been given a second chance. And this time, he had a goldmine of knowledge, an excellent teacher, time to prepare, and above all, an unavoidable purpose to learn it. Because he was the chosen one. The notion had almost made him laugh. The chosen one. A title he had truly hated, only second to the moniker of the boy who lived in its numerous variations. And yet, here he was, knowing that it was all true. He needed to be the hero the wizarding world had always thought him to be. This world needed him. Not now, but soon. And when it did, Harry would be ready. Chapter end notes. And, done. Hope you all liked this chapter. Now, I know a select few of you all would be upset about some parts of this, especially the ending where Harry's thoughts are narrated and his refusal to use the Cruciatus and the Killing Curse is expressed. Let me make this absolutely clear right here. I have started this FIC from the near end of the Harry Potter canon. Harry had a personality clearly defined by that time. It is not going to change immediately. I'd be a terrible writer if I did that. Oh, but I am going to continue with my refusal to use the Killing Curse in this FIC. We must remember that Harry has seen too much death, in canon 7th book, already by that curse like it was mentioned. Also, I feel it will prove to be highly ineffective against most main villains of the MCU anyway. Loki is a god. Ultron's a robot and thus, non-living. While Thanos is Thanos, who is powerful enough to take the Stormbreaker through his chest and survive while bearing the power of 6 Infinity Stones, which killed Tony. As for the Ancient One defeating Harry with absolute ease, she's a master of the mystic arts with centuries of experience while Harry is just a kid who is still learning. As far as the mystic arts go, he is still a beginner. Even with magic, the Ancient One has survived and won against far worse than Harry would have ever dreamt of facing, i.e. Voldemort. Thank you everyone else for your reviews. A huge thanks to Ultimate Gamer and Mudhill for baiting the chapter. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly, and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC which is already 250k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An hydrogen phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling, keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66 Contemplation and Combat Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes CH.5 Contemplation and Combat the 30th of December 2004. Harry's home, Bleecker Street. The sound of the water hitting the tiles was the only thing that could be heard, as Harry stood still, enjoying the solitude of the moment. Hot water cascaded down his body as the steam from the shower drifted around, condensing on the glass partition. The faint whiff of lavender perfumed the steam. Looking through the drops of water, Harry reached for the shampoo on the small granite platform opposite him. The thick, lemony-colored substance squirted with a pop into his hand. With a relieved hum, Harry began to massage it into his hair, feeling the tension release from his scalp. With a final rinse, Harry turned off the water and stepped out of the shower, with a towel wrapped around his waist. The smell of lavender and lemon lingered in the air as he glanced at the mirror. His fingers ran against his jaw, feeling the coarseness of his skin as he inspected his jawline in the mirror. I need to shave. Shame there isn't a spell for this. With a thought, the shaving cream can and the razor flew into his hands. Lately, Harry had noticed that his body had gone through changes, very subtle changes, but changes nonetheless. His facial hair for one had suddenly matured in a sense since he came to this world. Instead of a few adolescent hairs it was now growing like a manly beard, forcing him to shave every few days. Even the hair on his head seemed to settle, more than it used to anyway. Not that he had any right to complain about it. It certainly was an improvement compared to the utterly untamable mess it once was. But his hair was not all that had changed. No, his other features had also undergone changes, including his most prominent feature, his scar. The lightning bolt scar, which had always been a part of his identity, albeit an annoying one, had all but vanished, being reduced to nothing but an almost invisible white line on his forehead. It was strange in a way, Harry supposed, to miss something he had always hated since coming to the wizarding world. It was a constant reminder of what set him apart. The reason Voldemort came after him and his family. The reason everything in his life went the way it had. And now, it was all gone. Here he was, in an entirely new world. A crazy world filled with things that made Voldemort look like a playground bully, with nothing but two materialistic links to his past. No friends. No relatives. Not even the enemies. It's almost funny how things change, Harry thought, looking at his reflection in the mirror as he cleaned his razor under the stream of tap water. A few months ago, I would have given anything to escape Voldemort and the craziness of the wizarding world. For a life of normality. A snort escaped him in the solitude of his bathroom. Normal wasn't a word Harry associated with himself. He was never normal. First, he had been prophesied to defeat Voldemort before he was even born. Then, by a miracle, and his mother's love, he had managed to survive the unsurvivable killing curse, becoming the boy who lived, famous before he could walk or talk. At Hogwarts, his life was far from normal, from trolls to possessed teachers too. Acromantulas, basilisks, dementors, and dragons, his life had been far from normal. And this was before Voldemort had even returned. That was when he had gone from a delusional nutter to the chosen one in a span of a few months until he had been renamed as Undesirable Number 1. He had always thought it would all end with Voldemort, that he would live happily ever after. Like the heroes in stories, Harry thought as a sharp sting shot at his jaw before vanishing. Harry grimaced as he washed his razor under the stream, watching in morbid fascination as the small hair swirled with the water before vanishing down the drain. But it was not for me, I suppose. I couldn't even die normally. Guess Dumbledore turned out to be more than a philosophical barmy old man when he said that death was the next great adventure. Harry didn't have the heart to laugh at his own attempt to lighten the mood. Bending down, he splashed his face with the cold water in an attempt to wash away his morbid mood. It didn't work as well as he expected it to. Harry really hated these moments of deep self-reflection. They're worse than my nightmares. Summoning the face towel into his hand, Harry lightly patted his face dry before levitating the can and the razor back to their spots. Petunia, after all, had instilled it in him to be neat and orderly. Not even 6 years of living in a boys' dorm had taken practice away from him. With a last glance at his reflection, Harry walked out of his bathroom, the face towel perched on his bare shoulders. The first thing that hit him was the cold air of his bedroom, making him shiver. Before his teeth could begin to chatter, Harry waved his hand, sending a warm breeze blowing through his room, ruffling the curtain. Sufficient for now, Harry decided as he rubbed his palms before walking to his bed as the cold floor stung his feet. How he missed the dorms. His warming charm was flimsy at best when compared to the warmth of the Gryffindor Tower, its roaring fire, its sheer charm. Not even his rather posh living apartment compared to the coziness of his dorm and common room in the Gryffindor Tower. With a soft, almost inaudible sigh, Harry picked his clothes, a green hoodie and a pair of denim trousers that he had laid on his bed before getting dressed. As the warmth of the hoodie enveloped his torso, Harry took a deep breath and plopped down on the bed. It wouldn't do well to dwell on the past and forget to live, Potter. Harry thought to himself before abruptly pausing, his denim trousers halfway up his leg. I sounded like Dumbledore there. I am probably turning old, and I already died once. Harry chuckled lightly before wearing his trousers completely and buttoning them. Come on. No morbid thoughts now. Harry muttered as he waved his hand. His towel became dry and neatly folded itself in an instant. With a final look around his bedroom, Harry walked out into his living room. The silence of the living room was punctuated by the soft ticking of the wall clock. Soft morning light filtered through the gap in his curtains. Small particles fluttered in the tiny beams of sunlight. Time to let some sun in. Harry walked to the window before pulling apart the curtains only to be greeted by a frosted window. Peering through the frosty pane, he was greeted by a breathtaking view of delicate snowflakes drifting lazily down from the sky, blanketing the bustling city in a quiet hush. The streets below were nearly empty, save for a few souls who had braved the wintry weather so early in the morning. The trees lining the sidewalks were coated in a thick layer of snow, their branches bending under its weight. The cars parked on the side of the road were buried in fluffy mounds, their shapes barely discernible beneath the snow. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Harry smiled as memories swirled past his eyes. The Christmas cheer of Hogwarts. His time with Hermione and Ron. The other Weasleys. The jumpers Mrs. Weasley always sent over. The sumptuous Christmas feast. Harry's warm breath fogged the glass. Licking his lips, Harry leaned forward, releasing his breath, fogging up the glass more. Raising a trembling finger, Harry began to write. As the letters formed on the fogged-up surface, Memories flooded Harry's mind. He remembered the countless battles he had fought alongside Ron and Hermione, the moments of laughter and tears they had shared, and the bond they had formed through everything they had been through. A tear rolled down Harry's cheek as he remembered that he would never see his two best friends again. The Golden Trio would be nothing more but three names written on fogged windows by three separated friends, across the multiverse who would never meet again. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Harry stood at the window for a whole minute, staring at the glass and the writing which began to fade back slowly into the coolness of the frosted pane. The snow kept gathering on the windowsill, but he didn't pay heed to it. A pickup truck honked loudly on the road, making him jump, shaking himself out of his stupor. Harry turned sharply on his heel and marched straight to his study room, giving a last glance at the names he had written on the window. Pushing the door of his study open, Harry grimaced at the sight that greeted him. Books and pages were strewn around the small room, looking a lot messier than it should have been. On the wall to his right, his study charts were stuck, displaying information that he probably wouldn't have touched in his lifetime, had the Ancient One not forced him to. He had to remember it all if he wished to become a master of sorcery. In the Ancient One's words, it was fundamental. And the knowledge he was to learn was nothing ordinary. Despite having systematically learned magic for 6 whole years, this was still weird. The names of thousands, if not millions of different deities, mystic entities, planes of existence, pocket dimensions, energies, runes, amongst probably another dozen things. Harry didn't have a clue of yet. He needed to have a committed memory to become proficient in the mystic arts. If you don't have a clue what you are up against, how do you expect to fight it? The Ancient One had said. Dangers in our field won't give you time to look up information before fighting them. And it is not as simple as you might think it to be. I know you've faced great odds and come out on top every time. But against the threats we sorcerers face, it won't be enough. You need to be acutely aware of what you're up against and respond accordingly. And that was exactly what he had been doing for the past 3 months. Learning, reading, and dare he say, mugging up all he could. If Hermione had seen him study like this, she would have cried tears of pride. But the thing Harry despised was that he had little to do. He had spent the past 3 months holed up in the study room for the most part. The only reprieve was the scant few hours of break that his job offered, which was not much to say. Sure, he had his jiu-jitsu classes thrice a week, but they seemed more like a part of his studies than a hobby. All he did was train all day, in a sense. The Ancient One had flat out refused his plea to go into the field with the other masters, regardless of what they were facing. And a huge part of her argument had been on the fact that he had the Soul Stone around his neck. I refuse to allow you to go into battle till I am sure that you won't perish by a stroke of luck on the enemy's side. You have one of the most powerful objects in the universe around your neck, and in good conscience, I cannot allow you to die because you rushed in when you were not ready. Because, it is in a way, my duty to ensure that the stone doesn't fall into the enemy's hands, whoever it might be. When Harry had asked when he would be deemed ready, she had simply told him that he would be deemed ready when she said so. In addition to that, she had told him to start learning runes. Runes were probably the first and last thing that magic and mystic arts had in common. A magical language whose power lay in symbols and their individual and combined existences. While at Hogwarts, Harry hadn't taken the subject, but he had seen Hermione learn it. Ron had proclaimed them to be silly symbols doodled on rocks to do the work that charms did. For a beginner, that might look to be the case. Harry had to concede. Long sequences of characters had to be drawn in perfect geometric structures for the same work that could be done by a single wave of a wand. But runes, despite how silly they might look, were much more than that. A huge part of advanced mystical arts relied rather heavily on runes. Sorcerers drew them on the go in battle to cast powerful spells, conjure protections, and manipulate reality. They were also used to enchant relics and in some cases, increase their power. The staff that David used, the Scepter of Sulfindom, was such a relic where runes had been extensively used to enchant it. It was one of the reasons why Sulfindom was thought to be a sorcerer of old rather than a mystic entity. All the relics associated with his name had runes used extensively to power them. With a sigh, Harry waved his hand once more. Books and pages rose as one before swishing around the room, going to their respective places within moments. Pens and pencils flew back into his pen stand, The books arranged themselves onto the small bookshelf on the side and the papers stacked themselves. Harry took a seat behind his desk as he reopened the topic he had been working on the previous night. Runic shields. In all honesty, Harry found them to be a fancy word for wards in the magical world. Or rather, a powerful variant of wards that were used back in the magical world. These runic shields could be used to protect objects, houses, cities, countries, and even planets without having an individual constantly channel power into them or concentrate on them. They drew powers from their surroundings and the ambient energy flowing through the mystic planes. The foremost master of this art had been the mighty Agamotto himself, who had created the mystical shields that protected the earth from malicious beings throughout the universe. Shields, whose foundations, the pillars, were the three sanctums alongside Kamar-Taj. And this shield Agamotto created held strong even after more than a millennium of existence, repelling the worst that the masters of mystic arts had to face. There was a reason it was considered the pinnacle of runic shielding even by the Ancient One herself, who claimed to be in awe of it. So was Harry, if he was honest with himself. Even if Agamotto was the Merlin of the mystic arts, creating a shield big enough to protect the earth would require millions of runes to be drawn with mind-boggling precision to be as powerful as it was today. Of course, the shield was regularly maintained, and sometimes even upgraded by the Ancient One, as was her duty as the Sorcerer Supreme. Each Sorcerer Supreme had in fact added their own touch to it, but they were just improving what was already there. Small changes to a huge art. And Agamotto had created the art. Harry hoped to be capable of doing such a thing one day, or to be skilled enough to do something like it. Right now I can barely put a shield over a marble slab, Harry thought, twirling the pen in his hands as he looked over pages that showed the rune drawing for the shield he had been trying. Well, time to try again. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a marble slab in the center of his table. Licking his lips, Harry folded his ring finger while touching his thumb to his middle finger. Harry crossed his wrists, taking a deep breath before beginning his spell work. As he uncrossed his wrists, a slight golden sheen enveloped the marble slab. Taking a quick look at the diagram in the book before joining his wrists and rotating them in a quick clockwise motion. Two burning concentric circles manifested themselves in the center of the marble slab, glowing with harsh golden light. With a jab of his wrists, more than a dozen crisscrossing lines formed within the concentric circles, making them look akin to a dimensional disk. A normal person would have declared the structures to be the same at a glance, not Harry. He knew the differences in both their structures. He wouldn't have come even this far if he hadn't. His eyes darted again to the drawing in the book. So far, perfect. Now the runes. The shield consisted of only 3 runic letters, used 3 times each. It was a shield that would protect an object from damage both by physical and magical means. And yet, it was the most basic of them. Harry carefully noted the places he had to place the first type of rune before snapping the fingers of his right hand. 3 burning letters blazed into existence within the confines of the concentric circles on the marble slab. Snapping the fingers of his left hand, the second runic letter too appeared thrice. To the right of each first letter. Clapping his hands, Harry smiled as the last letter drew itself to the left of the first, completing the runic sequence. With a smile still adorning his face, Harry slowly let go of the magic he had been channeling. Instead of dissipating into sparks as it usually did, the construct glowed brightly for a brief moment before beginning to fade into the marble slab. A quarter of a minute later, all traces of Harry's work had vanished from the marble slab, making him smile brighter. It happened exactly as the book described. Now, to try it. Harry scrambled out of his chair to stand in the center of the room, his fingers quivering with excitement. As he brought his hand up to cast a reductor curse on the slab, he stopped short. My magic's different from the mystic arts. The shield might not work against it. Harry's jaw twitched as he stared at the marble slab on his desk. He knew that he couldn't try the mystical variety of blasting spells he knew. All of them were highly dangerous and destructive in their own way. And Harry had no wish to be murdered by the librarian if any of the spells ricocheted onto the books around the room. Neither did he wish to cave in his floor due to a mistake. No, that would be even more terrible to deal with. Perhaps a tamer spell, he decided. Expelliarmus. The red beam shot forth onto the marble slab and golden light flared over the slab as the spell met it. Harry barely tilted his head in time, as the spell rebounded upward, missing his face by an inch. Bloody hell, Harry muttered as he turned on his heel to see a pockmark on the whitewashed walls sticking out like a sore thumb, making him grimace. Right. No practicing offensive magic in here till I shield the whole room, Harry decided, staring at the pockmark on the wall. But I still need to test this thing properly. Harry's gaze fell out of the frosted windows of his study onto the New York sanctum across the street. Daniel would be there in the sanctum. Or Master Hymir would be. I could ask them to help me with the testing. Better one of them than me. Harry cracked his knuckles before picking the slab up with his bare hands. As the weight settled in his hands, he began to feel the protective enchantments thrum lightly underneath his palm. A faint smile caressed Harry's face. With a twirl of his fingers, a fiery golden portal appeared in the center of his study. The 30th of December 2004 New York Sanctum. Harry stepped through the golden portal into the New York Sanctum, only to find it scorching hot in the sanctum. With a quick wave of his hand, Harry countered the warming charms he had generously applied to himself and took a deep breath as the temperature returned to normal. He had forgotten that the sanctums were protected against a multitude of things, including the weather outside and its temperature. Thus, his warming charms were unneeded here. Counterproductive even. Coughing slightly, Harry tugged on his hoodie before walking further into the sanctum. Daniel? Master Hymir? Anyone home? Harry asked aloud, his eyes darting around the entrance hall of the sanctum. Mr. Potter, a voice called from behind, making Harry jump. As Harry turned around he saw Master Hymir standing by the doors of the sanctum holding a bag in his sole hand. Master Hymir. Were you out, sir? Harry inquired politely as Hymir closed the doors of the sanctum behind him with a wave of his other arm. I had just left for a quick bite, he briskly replied, as his warm clothes transformed into monk robes in a flash. What is it that you've brought? I was just, Harry? Daniel's deep voice cut through his statement, making Harry turn again. The man was standing on the top of the stairs with a woman Harry had never seen before. The right side of her face was partially obscured by a veil of brunette hair, and she held a crutch in her right hand. Daniel, Harry greeted him, as his voice echoed slightly through the entrance hall of the sanctum. I heard you call my name. Everything okay, man? Daniel asked. All fine, Harry waved off. I just needed your help to test my runic shielding. A surprised look flitted across Daniel's face. You already started on those? Damn. If you come in, I will help you test it, Master Hymir offered as he walked past Harry. Join us if you wish, Master Daniel. Harry nodded and followed Master Hymir into the sitting area of the sanctum, where he carefully placed a marble slab in the center of the table while Master Hymir placed his bag on a chair to the side. The woman slowly descended the steps with Daniel's assistance and followed them into the room. That was when Harry got a closer look at the woman. Beneath the veil of hair, she hid her face, which had been horribly burnt. By what? Harry was unsure, but it looked painful. The woman seemed to notice his stare and looked away, making Harry catch a glimpse of the white glass eye she had instead of a real one. Something terrible has happened to her, Harry realized, feeling a pang in his heart. Harry, this is Wendy McKinney. She joined us recently. Wendy, this is Harry Potter. Hello, she mumbled shyly in greeting. Nice to meet you, Wendy, Harry replied mechanically. Daniel looked between them for a moment before clearing his throat, almost startling Harry. Right. You have begun on runic shielding, Daniel stated. You did your first experiment on this marble slab? Yeah. Let us see it then, Master Hymir said, conjuring a dimensional energy disk in his hand. With a smooth fluid motion, the disk flew at the marble slab, clashing against the slab with a slight gong. The disk disintegrated, knocking the slab off the table as golden sparks flew from the marble slab. Very good work, Mr. Potter, Hymir commended as he walked around the table and picked the slab up. Harry immediately moved to help him, making the old master smile. Ideally, the slab should have been cut in half, Daniel commented, eyeing the unblemished marble slab. Good work. Excellent for a regular runic shield. How long can it hold against assault though? Harry asked. That's what I wanted to know. Depends on the assault, Hymir replied, moving his fingers in trained motions through thin air. There are a few spells that will destroy the slab in a single strike. It is but a basic runic shield with all but 9 runes. With a deafening crack, a whip of cackling reddish-orange energy lashed out at the once pristine marble block, shattering it into tiny fragments, which rained everywhere. The acrid scent of ozone filled the air, mingling with the charred remains of the shattered stone. Master Hamir smiled at Harry, before glancing at Wendy, who had retreated several steps back, clutching her chest. What was that spell? Harry breathed, staring at the remains of his once pristine marble slab. This was the Whip of Faultine. Extremely powerful, yet short-ranged, Hamir replied. How come I've not heard of it yet then? Harry frowned. Too powerful, too soon, Daniel said. You're after all a rookie. The spells you get are controllable, avoidable, or at the very least, survivable if you use them to attack. This one, if it hits a person, they're dead. And there are few shields which will stop the Whip of Faultine. Harry hummed in response, but suddenly a deafening whirring noise emitted from behind him, causing everyone to spin around in alarm. They watched in horror. Wisps of crackling magic began to erupt from a silver bowl that Wendy held. Miss McKinney, put down the gyre of gateways. Daniel's voice rang out urgently, fear evident in his tone. The silver bowl shook violently as the sparks began to twist and curl into ominous spiral forms. Wendy practically flung the bowl away as if it were scorching hot, her face contorted in panic. She stumbled back several steps, using her crutch as a makeshift weapon, while Daniel quickly stepped in front of her, his eyes fixed on the writhing magic. What's happening? Harry demanded, rapidly creating a glowing energy shield in his hand. The Gyre of Gateway is an artifact with the power to open portals to different dimensions throughout the multiverse, especially demon realms, Hamir replied, his own shield forming in front of him. It's like a sling ring portal, but much easier to operate. Then stop it, Harry cried, his shield expanding in size as multicolored sparks began to fly from the spiraling magic above the silvery bowl. The portal is opening, and we cannot do anything until it opens and closes on its own, Hamir warned, his voice grave. We can only stop what comes through. What's going to come through? Wendy asked, her voice trembling with fear. That's a good question, Daniel replied tersely as he eyed the whirling spiral of magic. We don't know. With quick movements of his hand, the shield of Seraphim manifested in front of him, covering both him and Wendy. The spiral of magic began to pulse with power. Finite incantatum, Harry tried silently, hoping to quell the magic at work. Instead, a multitude of sparks emitted from the pulsing spiral before it began to change into a ring, revealing ominous dark mountains on the other side. Here it comes, Daniel said, his shoulders tensing. A moment later, a flock of creatures flew into the sanctum through the portal, making Wendy shriek. Harry's eyes nearly bulged out as he witnessed monstrous creatures, resembling spiders, but with grotesquely enlarged bodies, each as large as a football, fly into the sanctum. What made them even more horrifying was the presence of bat wings that flapped menacingly, casting eerie shadows all around. Harry felt his heart hammer in his throat as the creatures flew closer, their hairy legs twitching and their multiple eyes glinting with malice. Few of the creatures seemed to take notice of him and dove straight for him, their pincers poised to attack. With a strangled yelp, Harry thrust his shield forward, protecting himself from the attack, only to jump back a moment later as the creatures fell to the ground, flapping around in frenzy. A pulse of fear began to thrum in Harry as he watched the dark bodies of the creatures flapping around. Thrusting his hand out, Harry shot a gust of flames on instinct. Encompassing the spiders on the ground, almost human-like shrieks sounded from within, sending chills down Harry's spine, as his heart thumped like a hammer against his chest. His blood began to run cold as the feeling of dread continued to grow in his being, as the shrieks continued. Potter! Break out of it! Hamir shouted, making Harry jump as the feeling of dread suddenly vanished and the screams ceased. A few of the spider-bat hybrids were still flying around the room, and attacking the inhabitants within while Hamir attacked them, catching them in whips or chopping through them with expert ease. Daniel, meanwhile, was defending against any who came at Hamir or Wendy, the shield of Seraphim still holding strong. As two more of the creatures flew at him, Harry spread his arms, a determined glint in his eye as his hands moved in well-practiced patterns. Flames of Faultine. Burn bright. A torrent of bright orange-blue flames shot at the incoming creatures, eliciting eerie shrieks from the creatures as they burned down, falling prey to the powerful mystical spell. This time, Harry pushed the feeling of fear and dread that came with the shrieks, allowing himself to concentrate on killing these demons off. Their screams work like a siren's song. Just in the opposite way though. I cannot fall prey to it. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry saw that the portal was still open but nothing came from within. With a twist of his hand, the flames of Faltine receded to a ball of flames just as Ash fell to the ground before disappearing in shadowy vapors. Instead of extinguishing the ball of flames in his hands, Harry hurled it at a flying spider near the doors of the sanctum. The spider bat's burning body fell to the ground, flapping around helplessly as its shrieks sounded. The portal's still open, Daniel shouted as Wendy cowered behind him, curling into a ball, using Daniel and a nearby chair as a cover. Her crutch lay forgotten on the ground a few feet away. It will close on its own. Hamir responded gravely as he shot a bolt of bluish-purple energy at a nearby spider, reducing it to shadowy vapors. Mr. Potter, a few of them went upstairs. Go and deal with them before they cause damage to any of the relics resulting in more trouble. Hamir added as he eyed the few bats still flying around and attacking objects in the sanctum. Yes, Master Hamir, Harry replied as rushed toward the stairs, avoiding a spider that flew at him. With a quick whirl, Harry sent a silent incendio at the spider before it could turn around, killing it as well as its shrieks made him wince. Without waiting, Harry skidded to the bottom of the stairs before hurrying up, his eyes darting for any spiders that were flying around. He found one hanging upside down right above the landing of the first floor, Expulso. The blasting curse successfully reduced the spider to a shadowy vapor, a short shriek reverberating through the floor. They are dying faster without the fire. At least those screams are short-lived. With that, Harry ran forward, his feet bouncing, as he searched for the spider-bat hybrids on the floor. A screech drew his attention and he threw himself flat on the ground as a spider flew above him, just missing him. Reducto. The beam of reddish-orange light flew at the spider, which dove down, allowing the spell to hit the glass case in front of Harry, reducing the glass case to tiny glass shards with a horrible crash. A red cloak floated within it, curled itself, as if protecting itself from the glass shards, making Harry shake his head. The cloak of levitation, one of a kind, he remembered Daniel saying. Harry scrambled to his feet, ignoring the floating piece of cloth as the spider flew higher toward the ceiling. Harry thrust his hand forward, shooting a stunner at the offending creature. The spell hit true, making the spider fall to the ground, still, expulso. The spider burst into shadowy vapors like the rest of its compatriots, this time completely soundlessly, making Harry breathe a sigh of relief. Let's hope that was the last of them, Harry muttered, his breathing ragged. Without warning, the cloak of levitation suddenly surged forward with lightning speed, its edges darting towards a set of sharp knives kept on a nearby table. The cloak snatched them up and hurled them towards Harry, who barely had time to spin around. The two deadly daggers whizzed past him, slicing through the air with lethal precision. With a resounding thud, they found their mark, obliterating two of the spiders who had been about to attack Harry from behind. With wide, astonished eyes, Harry watched the daggers fall with a clang to the ground as the spiders evaporated in shadowy vapors, their shrieks reverberating through the floor, making Harry feel like he wanted to curl up. Blimey, Harry breathed, his heart hammering in his chest. Realizing what had happened, Harry spun on his heel to face the cloak. Thank you. The cloak gave a bow to Harry before floating back to its place. A moment later, the edges of the cloak swooped down, dusting the tiny shards of glass from the wooden platform before becoming still again. This cloak's something else. It's sentient. As sentient as a human. Harry reckoned as he gulped down the air. Are there any more bats here? Harry asked the cloak. The cloak came alive again, its top part twisted sideways rapidly in what Harry took to be a no. Thank you then, Harry said before waving his hand. The glass case the cloak used to be in was reformed around the cloak, courtesy of a simple repairing charm. The least I can do is repair the cloak's home after it helped me, Harry figured. A part of it felt stupid for talking to a cloak, but the cloak had just saved his life. With a final wary glance around the whole floor, Harry breathed a sigh of relief before walking forward and picking up the daggers. The daggers of Davaroth, Harry recalled, examining them. They would probably kill me if I misplaced such a relic. Harry carefully placed them back in their place before walking down the stairs, as a shield formed in his hands. Arriving back, Harry found that the portal had closed itself and the spiders were no longer flying around the sanctum. Master Hymir stood at a side while Daniel sat with Wendy, who seemed to be trembling slightly. "She's suffering from the effects of the gaze of Arachnochiroptera Shadowfiend," Master Hymir supplied, following Harry's sight. "Archno. What? Arachnochiroptera Shadowfiend," he repeated slowly, "also known as the Shadowfang. Arachnobats in some texts are creatures of the Shadow Realm. Their gaze instills feelings of dread and fear in others and their dying screeches amplify it by sounding almost hum. You were almost caught by it. Once you know about them, it is rather easy to snap out of it." "Oh," Harry said, his gaze flittering to his feet. He had after all left the creatures of the Shadow Realm for later, finding their descriptions too depressing and horrific. "You should have known of them by now," Master Hymir prodded, making Harry grimace. "I should have," he mumbled, "but I left the topic for later." There was no answer for a moment. "Understandable," Hymir sighed. "But do read upon them as soon as possible. Next time we meet, I will test your knowledge of them." "Yes, Master Hymir," Harry bobbed his head rapidly, relief spreading through his veins. "And before I forget, you did good today," he added, making Harry stand up straighter. "You fought on your feet well and defeated the creatures. Using the flames was clever. A safe thing to do when you were fighting the unknown. Commendable." "Thank you, Master Hymir. Daniel, check the sanctum for any shadow fiends that might have remained. Mr. Potter, stay with Miss McKinney, please. And then, take her back to Kamar-Taj once she is ready, so she can rest." "You're letting me stay?" she blurted out. "Of course, why wouldn't we?" Hymir replied with a serene smile. "You just made an honest mistake. Not even a mistake, as the Ancient One would say. You were merely curious. And this is what we deal with, Miss McKinney. Though, I do advise you not to touch any relics without knowing what they are in the future." Wendy just gaped at the master of the mystic arts, who had turned to Daniel, as he moved his hands, forming a fiery portal to what Harry recognized as the courtyard of Kamar-Taj. "I shall be visiting the Ancient One to inform her of the incident. Make sure to sweep the sanctum for any of those creatures that might have been left behind, Daniel. Good day." "Everyone," Master Hymir declared, before stepping through the portal which closed behind him. Daniel stood up from his seat before walking forward. "Take care of her till I check the sanctum," he whispered before hurrying away. Managing a smile, Harry sat across Wendy, who looked at him with an uncertain expression. "Are you all?" she gulped. "Really not going to say anything about what just happened? It was not your fault. You are new to all of this and you had no way of knowing what the artifact did." "Neither did I know about it for that matter." Harry muttered the last part, casting a glance at the silver bowl. "Curiosity is not a sin. But we should exercise caution with our curiosity. Especially where magic and magical artifacts are concerned." She nodded hastily at that. "But I swear that I didn't mean to. I touched it and it happened," she exclaimed, worry shining in her soul eye. "It is not your fault, Wendy. It was just bad luck," Harry reiterated as he eyes her trembling hand. "And nothing bad happened." "Nothing bad? I unleashed monsters in the sanctum. It is all my fault." "Monsters which were easily killed and defeated. Wendy, that is what we sorcerers do. There is nothing to worry about." Wendy paused before looking up sharply. "Wait, you said this is what you do, and the Ancient One said that Kamar-Taj is a place of healing. I came to heal. Not fight monsters," Harry completed. "Understandable. You don't need to. It is a choice. And you chose to fight monsters. You're what, 20? Harry didn't bother to correct her. "I have been fighting for as long as I remember. Here, at least I am prepared. Plus, I didn't exactly come here to heal." Wendy looked like she was about to question further before she just slumped back into the couch. "A month ago, life was a whole lot less crazy," she muttered darkly. "What happened to you, exactly, if you don't mind me asking?" Harry questioned. Wendy remained silent for a moment before parting the veil of hair off her face, making Harry wince at her burned face and fake eye. "A really bad accident. Acid burns. I lost an eye, was permanently disfigured, and Well, my leg also broke, but it has healed well enough. The doctors say I will be walking fine by this time next month, she supplied with a grimace. Harry just stared at her face in response, as the amulet began to feel warmer against his chest. I can try and heal her. It is rude to stare, she stated after a moment of squirming. I can try and heal you, Harry blurted, his eyes quickly averting from her face. How? She asked, raising an eyebrow over her real eye. Magic. Special magic. She frowned. The Ancient One said that healing such things not caused by magic is next to impossible. The best she said she could do was alleviate the pain. It is unique. Special, as I said. Something that runs in my family. Not even the Ancient One can do it. Harry lied easily. She frowned suspiciously at him. If you want to. No pressure. Harry added. And I think I can. I am not even sure if it will work. I've never treated acid burns. Or anything else for that matter, a small voice in his head reminded. Wendy gave a jerky nod, making Harry take a deep breath. Let's try magic first. I am not fancying the use of the soul stone when I don't know how to. Harry decided, holding his hand near her face. A pisky. Wendy shivered as she felt the magic tingle against her skin, while Harry watched in disappointment as barely anything happened. Wendy raised a hand to touch her face and frowned. Nothing happened, did it? She asked with a sigh. I don't know any healing spells for burns. There was a burn salve, but I don't have half the ingredients to make it. And I was never the best when it came to potions. The amulet containing the soul stone seemed to burn against his chest at that thought, as if itching to be used. I know how it feels. I just have to channel it the right way. Harry decided. But the wrong way can lead to blowing her head off, if not the whole sanctum. Harry shook his head, clearing the doubts away. I am gonna try something different, he mumbled, his fingers caressing the amulet underneath his hoodie. But I have never used the technique on someone other than myself. The soul stone seemed to thrum in agreement with that. Raising his hand again, Harry recalled the familiar feel of the power that rushed through his veins and healed his injuries, willing it to go through his arm and heal Wendy. But nothing happened. There was no rush of energy. No power coursing through his veins. The soul stone sat against his chest, still incredibly warm and thrumming with energy. Come on. Work. Harry thought furiously, jabbing his hand at Wendy, making her jerk her face back. Excuse me? She asked, affronted. I am trying. Don't move too much, he replied shortly as he tried to call the power of the stone again. Work, you ruddy stone. It refused to comply. Okay, tell me when you make progress. No hurry, she said, raising her hands in surrender. Harry nodded, lowering his hand for a moment and taking a measured breath. Getting frustrated won't help. I need to concentrate on the task. The intent. Come on. Heal. The burns. I want them gone. Restore her face. Heal. Magic tingled through his fingertips and immediately, fresh skin began to stretch over Wendy's burned face. The burns began to lessen and heal. Harry's breath itched. It is working. Come on. Heal. I want the left side of her face to look properly like her right. Heal. Magic obeyed, catering to Harry's wants. Wendy's face began to heal. New skin, as fair as her original, stretched over her burned face and neck as Harry willed it to. Harry felt the pulse thrum in his bicep as he continued to hold his hand still till the skin was all but restored. Only her fake eye remained as Harry let his hand drop, taking a ragged breath. He had never used magic in such a way as he just had. The stone was no longer burning warm against his chest, having returned to a normal temperature. What great bloody help it was, Harry thought sarcastically, knowing he had used magic and not the stone to heal her. How had he used magic? He had no idea. What happened? Wendy breathed, feeling her face again, her eyes wide. With a smile, Harry conjured a mirror for her to see her face. The resulting expression on her face and the sparkle in her real eye made Harry know that it was all worth it. Chapter endnotes and done. I hope you all liked the chapter. A huge thanks to Mughill and I_Amoswitchbot for betaing this chapter. That's all. Thank you for your reviews. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly, and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories, they are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC which is already 300k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC which is already 250k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot, it is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of Wand My Spy. Harry fanfic which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An hydrogen phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. The Astral Plane chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ch.6 The Astral Plane, the 31st of December 2004. Harry's home, Bleecker Street. A weak yellow sun threw a faint light across the frosted glass from a sky streaked with faint, white clouds. Thin patterns of frost melted and trickled down the glass of the window, causing a small, faint rainbow to appear at the window sill. With a touch of Harry's finger, all the frost turned into steam which hissed, curling up into spirals and drifting upwards. The little rainbow at the windowsill vanished as the steam cleared. I already miss the rainbow. Harry drummed his fingers across the rainbowless windowsill. But the window looks much better, and the sunlight is coming into my room. Hermione always said that having natural sunlight was better than warming charms. But then again, sunlight is a rarity in Britain for most of the year. Harry let out a long sigh, his eyes drifting to the man below, who was shoveling the snow away. The faint noise of cars and the delighted shrieks of the twins running down the street drifted through, making him smile. Maybe this is how Fred and George looked like as kids, Harry tittered. They would probably create a hell of a lot more ruckus though. And the snow would have probably been colored. Or unremovable once it stuck. With a lasting glance at the children below, Harry turned around and walked out of his bedroom toward his kitchen. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," a voice called, making Harry jump. The Ancient One stood in his kitchen, a spatula in her hands as she flipped a pancake. Next to the stove was a kettle, with steam pouring out of its spout. The aroma of tea, honey, and a myriad of spices tickled Harry's nose. "Ancient One," Harry's heart hammered in his chest. "What a pleasant surprise, ma'am." She smiled slightly before carefully flipping the pancake that had been cooking. "Most would have asked me what I was doing here," she grinned. "Though, I am pleased that you're happy to see me." "The thought did cross my mind," Harry replied offhandedly. "And that smells wonderful." "Why, thank you," she said, as a cup, one of her special earthen pots, appeared in her hand. Setting it down on the kitchen counter, she poured the tea into it from the kettle. Steam drifted down the rim of the cup and onto the platform, curling in silvery white fumes. Harry watched as the Ancient One, with practiced ease, flipped the pancake again before serving it on a plate. "Since I intruded without informing you prior, I cooked you breakfast," she gestured to the plate and the cup of tea. "I hope it is to your liking." "I am sure it is." Harry took a whiff of the food. "Let us go to the table. Will you like something? 'Cause you haven't?" "As I said the last time I was here, I have already had my final meal for the day," she said. "But you must break your fast now before it gets cold." "Right," Harry nodded, picking the plate and the cup up. "And while I have breakfast, you can finally tell me what brings you here." She gave a nod as she trailed behind Harry, who laid his plate and cup at the table before pulling out a chair for her. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." She sat across him, folding her hands on her lap. Cutting a small piece of the pancake-like dish she had made, Harry tried it out. Rich flavors of spices. Much different than what he ever had flooded his tongue. "Wow," he breathed. "What is this dish?" "It is an Indian variant of pancakes usually made for breakfast. I am glad you liked it." She smiled. "Now, you must be wondering why I am here." Harry nodded, cutting a bigger piece of the pancake and forking it into his mouth. "I heard what happened yesterday." The Shadow Fiend incident? Harry questioned, waving his fork through the air. Amongst other things, yes. Master Hymir said you handled yourself admirably even if their screams got you once. A smile bloomed on his face. He also told me about how you're yet to read upon the Shadow Realm, she added, making Harry's smile fall. A sharp pain tugged under his chest, like someone had twisted a knife beneath his ribs. I am sorry, he said, looking down at his plate. They were really depressing. I will read upon them, I swear. See to it that you do, Mr. Potter, she said, drumming her fingers on the table. You were rather fortunate that Shadow Fiends are one of the lesser monsters of the Shadow Realm. Not to mention, most spells work on them. Had it been one of the most dangerous monsters, it was less likely you would have come out of the confrontation unscathed as you were yesterday. The image of the cloak of levitation throwing 2 daggers past him flashed in front of his eyes as he nodded hastily. No need to tell her what she doesn't know. I promise I will read up on them. Today itself, in fact, Harry vowed. See that you do, Mr. Potter, she hummed. I've given them to you in a sequence for a reason. The sooner you learn about some things, the better, and that is not to mention, if you skip one book, leaving it for the end, you might fail to understand something in the next book or worse, misunderstand it. Harry bobbed his head. Yes, ma'am. She gave a nod before gesturing to his breakfast. Please continue your meal, Mr. Potter. I would hate for it to get cold. Oh, yeah, Harry nodded, cutting another piece of the pancake before taking a sip of the tea. I also heard about Miss McKinney's miraculous healing, she added after a moment. I don't think I have ever seen her as happy as she was the night you returned her after the incident. I am happy to help. Harry took another sip of his tea. I tried and I was successful. Was it a spell or was it? Not exactly a spell, Harry said. It was my magic but not a spell. It obeyed my will and healed her. She drummed her fingers, eyeing down Harry's neckline, where the amulet was. It was not the soul stone. I tried to use it, but it didn't work. I know it was my magic, Harry insisted. Interesting. Sorcery is rather lacking when it comes to the field of healing. Healing deities are far and few for us. Magic was rather great at healing in retrospect, Harry replied, waving his fork. I once had my bones regrown overnight. Regrown? It was a potion. Skella grow. Tasted horrible, really. But it regrew the bones of my whole arm in a single night. Most interesting. Was it to replace a broken bone? Not exactly, Harry muttered. We could heal broken bones with a simple spell. No, one of my teachers, a pompous git, tried to do the spell on me and ended up vanishing my bones instead. Did more harm than good. Sounds like a tale, she hummed. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you know these healing spells? Or can you create the potion you talk about perhaps? Harry chewed on the pancake before replying. I do not know a lot of healing spells. Basic ones like healing cuts, bruises. Sure. But I have no idea about the advanced spells the healers performed. And I was pants at potions. Which is ignoring the fact that we won't get half the ingredients here. The Ancient One nodded, continuing to hum slowly, her eyes staring into nothingness. Ma'am, Harry called, shaking her out of her thoughts. My apologies. I was lost in my thoughts, she murmured. I think it is high time that I finally let you do this. Golden sparks fluttered down her fingers as a thick book appeared in her palm. She slid the book across the table toward Harry, making him put his cutlery down, the last small piece of the pancake remaining uneaten on his plate. A moment later, the letters floated, turning to English in front of his eyes. The Astral Plane. Study the soul. Harry's finger traced the outline of the faded Sanskrit letters as the letters rearranged themselves in English to his eyes. Well, close enough translation, the Sorcerer Supreme nodded. Nifty, that spell of yours. It is a translation charm. We used it a few times to read content that was written in different languages. Harry licked his dry lips. Hermione taught it to me. The Ancient One nodded. I want you to begin reading it. Word to word, she instructed. This is the book that will perhaps be the most important to you. Harry's finger drifted to the soul stone around his neck, his fingers brushing against the pulsing metal. Right, Harry nodded. Astral projection. We will have to plan when we do it, the Ancient One continued. The soul stone coming into the astral plane is something I am not quite sure I fancy. Are you afraid that something will happen? Something bad? We cannot say for certain, Mr. Potter. We know frighteningly little about the Infinity Stones, let alone the Soul Stone, which has been only mentioned amongst them. All we know about it comes from speculation. It deals in life forces, that's for sure. Souls, as the name suggests. Harry mused. We will have to see, won't we? That we would, Mr. Potter. That we would. The 6th of January 2005, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A warm breeze tugged at his robes, whispering through the hanging roots and green leaves of the banyan tree in the courtyard. Master Hamir walked toward him, Mordo following a step behind, his face set in a stoic mask. Good evening, Master Hamir, Harry greeted before looking past the Nepalese man. Hello, Mordo. Potter. Mordo nodded, the orange-pink glow of the sky casting shadows across his face. I wished to test how far Mordo has come in the mystic arts, and Daniel told me you could do with a practice spar as well. Harry nodded, his eyes turning back to Mordo while Master Hamir moved to a side, his long robes fluttering in the breeze. Harry eyed the other man, who took a deep breath and squared, preparing himself. Mordo's feet moved, causing slight golden sparks at the heels of his boots. Right. The boots of Valtor. Harry's fingers trailed over the side of his own robes. It would raise questions if I use my cloak, Harry grimaced, and I don't think it is quite needed. Harry kept eyeing the man as he prepared. He is going to sprint toward me. Probably jump and use his boots to attack from a higher ground. Harry deduced as he saw the man tense. Begin. Master Hamir ordered. Mordo didn't waste a breath, sprinting toward Harry. A small glimmering disc formed under his boot as he rapidly climbed through thin air, his fingers curling into a fist. Harry's hands moved on instinct, shaping dimensional energy into a golden lasso. The golden rope writhed in the air, sparking with golden energy as Harry waited for Mordo to get nearer. When Mordo was only a few feet away and several meters high, Harry threw the lasso. The golden rope wrapped perfectly around Mordo's ankle, making Harry's lips curl as he yanked with all his might. Mordo's breath hitched as his arms flailed, as he fell to the solid tarmac with resounding thud. The man grunted in pain, panting as he tried to catch his breath. Harry let the whip dissipate into golden sparks and took a step back, waiting for Mordo to get back to his feet. Mordo stood up, his breathing heavy as Harry waited for him to do something. Mordo made a rumbling sound from his throat, his arms quivering before he charged at Harry, his fists raised high. Harry ducked under the fist, as he hit Mordo below the midriff with his palms, pushing the man away. Mordo grunted before throwing yet another punch, catching Harry on the shoulder. Harry barely gave it any heed as the pain only flared for a quarter of a second before vanishing, healed by the power of the stone. A punch nailed Mordo squarely in the jaw, making the man stumble back. Moving his hands in quick movements, Harry breathed. Wind of Watum. A hand fan-like bluish energy construct formed in Harry's hands as a powerful gale ripped through the courtyard, sending Mordo airborne. Barely a moment later, Harry ended the spell, the wind ceasing, allowing Mordo to crash painfully into the ground, across the courtyard. The Winds of Watum was one of the most powerful spells that Harry currently knew. If used properly, it could produce gusts of winds powerful enough to blow away small villages and scatter armies. Mordo stood up feebly, his legs wobbling under his own weight. His breathing was ragged and he winced every time he breathed. We can take a break if you want, Harry whispered, you seem. 'Tis but a scratch, Mordo grunted, an energy disc forming in his hand. Harry rolled his eyes as Mordo threw the energy disc at him, the energy construct whirling as it arced toward Harry. Harry stepped out of the way, allowing the disc to whiz past him, golden sparks sputtering out as they touched his robes. A moment later, two more discs soared toward Harry, as Mordo tried to overwhelm him. Harry moved his hands, forming a dimensional shield. The discs clashed against his shield in a shower of sparks which rained around. Beams of Barilla. Mordo yelled, as a dozen burning beams of red energy shot forth from his arms, curving toward Harry. Harry threw his hands out, golden lines crisscrossed in front of him, glowing with a green tinge as they formed a circular shield, allowing the beams to crash against it harmlessly. My turn now. A bolt of lightning shot at Mordo just as the golden green lines faded away, making the man abandon his half-formed spell and dive out of the way. The bolt crashed into the solid tarmac, leaving minuscule cracks on the spot it hit. Mordo rolled on the ground before getting to his feet, only to be hit with a disk of dimensional energy, sending the man sprawling back on the ground. Let's end this. Forming a whip of dimensional energy, Harry threw it at Mordo, breaking through his barely made energy disk, the rope wrapping around the man. With a tug, the rope tightened, binding the man. Mordo grunted, trying to wriggle out of the rope. "Surrender, mate," Harry said, tugging the rope slightly. Mordo slumped down on the ground a moment later, breathing deeply. "You surrender?" Harry asked for confirmation. "Yeah man, I surrender." Mordo sighed and Harry let go of the energy, freeing the man. Taking a few steps forward, Harry proffered his hand to Mordo, who took it and helped himself up. "A fight well fought," Master Hamir said approvingly. "Mordo, you need to work more on your magic. Your speed of casting is slow and you rely too much on raw strength." "Yes, Master Hamir." Mordo bowed. "Potter, you dragged this fight out unnecessarily. Dragging a fight out is reckless and dangerous when facing mystical threats. It was a spar. Not a fight for my life. Had I wanted to end it, I would have just stunned him 1 second in." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "Good. Now, again." The 18th of January 2005, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A bright sun shone down on the courtyard of Kamar-Taj as a group of disciples chattered away in a corner, underneath the shade of the banyan tree. Harry let the portal dissipate behind him as he stepped through, golden sparks spluttering out at his feet. His eyes drifted toward the other students as he gave them a jaunty wave before making his way through the courtyard. "Excuse me," Harry called, as he saw Wong hurry down the stairs, a huge tome in his hands. The man looked up sharply, his face contorting into a slight frown. "Mr. Potter," he greeted. "Is there something you need?" "Yes. Do you know where the Ancient One is?" "In the inner sanctum, as she always is," Wong said, shifting the book under his left arm. "Thank you," Harry said. Wong gave him a short bow before hurrying into the courtyard without a word. Well, he's a cheery one. Harry shook his head before climbing the flight of stairs. The Ancient One sat in the middle of the room in a lotus position, her eyes closed. Her hands were folded on her lap. Harry knocked lightly on the open wooden doors, making her eyes snap open. "Mr. Potter," she smiled. "Do come in. What brings you here on this fine day?" "I just needed to tell you that I think I am ready," Harry said, his boots clicking on the marble floor. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow in response. "For astral projection, I mean. I think I have enough grasp on the theory by now." The Ancient One said nothing, as she rose to her feet, patting down on the yellow robes. Harry felt a small bead of sweat trickle down his neck, making his stomach twist into a knot. "Are you sure, Mr. Potter? Are you absolutely sure you wish to go through with astral projection?" the Ancient One asked. "You know that you cannot remove the stone from your person. And we have no idea of what will happen if the stone interacts directly with the astral plane. We have got to do it at some point, don't we?" Her jaw tightened as she gave him a brisk nod. "Very well," she said, touching the eye of Agamotto around her neck. "If you give me a minute, I would return the eye to its resting place. It wouldn't be a good idea to have another Infinity Stone around when we attempt something like this." Harry bobbed his head as the Ancient One made her way out of the room. Harry let out a deep sigh before wiping his brow. He was in uncharted waters here. Of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone was the one the sorcerers knew the least about. Through their existence, the other stones had been encountered by some sorcerers like Agamotto or the Ancient One, or heard of in the myths. The one they knew most about was, of course, the Time Stone. The library of Kamar-Taj had several books that documented its powers and use. Harry also knew for a fact that the Space Stone had its powers well documented, by the Ancient One herself, no less. How or when had she encountered the Space Stone? Harry had no idea, neither was she willing to tell him. The books on the use of both the stones, too, were kept away, locked in her personal collections, accessible to only the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One herself. When Harry had requested access to them, she had blandly told him that the books were far too advanced and dangerous for someone without years of experience in sorcery. No one less than a master could hope to understand what was written within the tomes, some as ancient as civilization. Harry had not argued further. but it did not change the fact that he was no closer to understanding the stone around his neck than he had been when he had first seen it. All he knew was that it had the power to heal any and all injuries inflicted on him within minutes, including dozens of broken bones. Yet, he couldn't use the power to heal others. Magic was apt at healing injuries, even the grievous ones. Most could be healed with a wave of a wand, the right spell. But the power of the stone was something else when it came to healing. Harry felt it whenever it got injured. The unbridled power the stone held. A vortex of power so potent that it could be used to accomplish anything. And this was but a trickle of its power that he felt. Death had created the amulet to restrict the stone's power, to make sure Harry didn't burn to ashes by its mere touch. And Harry was grateful for it. His attention was drawn to the doors as the Ancient One walked in, the eye of Agamotto no longer around her neck. She closed the doors behind her, locking them with a twitch of her fingers. Instead of turning to him, she faced the walls, as golden lines began to form in front of her, golden sparks fluttering to the floor. A runic circle. Harry watched, wide-eyed as the complexity of the runic circle increased, geometric shapes and runes forming in the mid-air till the runic circle stretched from the floor to the ceiling. The golden light burned harshly against his eyes as the circle began to rotate in a haze of golden energy. Harry shielded his eyes as the Ancient One joined her wrists before tugging her arms upwards sharply. The runic circle followed her movements, rotating above their heads, golden sparks raining down on them. Suddenly, the golden circle over them began to stretch and droop, forming a dome-like structure around them, breaking into dozens of smaller runic structures, crisscrossing over one another in a beautiful pattern. The dome pulsed with energy, the runes flaring all around as the Ancient One threw out her hands, allowing the dome to expand. As the dome touched the walls, the runes and crisscrossing shapes faded into the structure of the sanctum, as a thrum of magic reverberated through the room. Harry blinked his eyes, golden lines still flaring on his eyelids in moments of brief darkness. What was that? He breathed, rubbing the light out of his eyes. A precaution, Mr. Potter, she replied, breathing deeply as she examined the walls. Kamar-Taj has many protections, but in cases like such, it never hurts to be more precautious. Right, Harry said, watching the Ancient One take a look around the room until her gaze settled on him. Let us not dally, Mr. Potter, she said with finality. Whenever you're ready. Harry nodded, taking a deep calming breath. He could do this. Channeling energies within, Harry felt his astral form before willing it to separate from his body. He watched as his golden hands emerged from his flesh ones, leaving them behind, as he floated out, his mortal body falling to the ground. His body fell in slow motion toward the ground, as he examined his golden arms. This is the astral plane. He became aware of the Ancient One's presence in the room, a few feet away from him. Yao. Daughter of Aod. No one knows the Ancient One's real name. I do. Yao. But, how? Harry clutched his head as his senses expanded. Suddenly, he knew. He knew that outside the room, there were 23 people within Kamar-Taj. He knew where everyone was. What they were doing. He knew their names. He even knew the names of their parents. There was a ringing in his ear, faded through the sounds of millions of thoughts. His head began to spin. The ringing increased. So did the noise of the thoughts. Stop. Stop. He began to feel the presence of people outside Kamar-Taj. Thousands of people spread over Kathmandu. No, too much. Help. He couldn't speak. His head was spinning. His vision went blurry, his vision taking a hue of pure gold. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Suddenly, everything went black. Chapter endnotes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. I wished to update this earlier, as I should have, but unfortunately exams and assignments are a pain. But, here you are, and I hope you enjoyed the update. A huge thanks to Mughill and Nanu for baiting this chapter. Thank you all for your reviews. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my two very good friends. I really hope to see you all there and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories, and even... Wait, why should I tell you everything here? Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. I will love it if you guys come on my server and interact with me there, if you have some of your own theory or wish to see something in this FIC as the journey progresses. You can tell it to me on the Discord server. Stay happy, stay safe, keep smiling, keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. Exploring New Avenues Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.7 Exploring New Avenues, the 6th of January 2005. Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. Patches of darkness swam into his vision. His head throbbed and drums rang in his ears. Mr. Potter, a deep voice rumbled through the place. You are awake. Shut up, Harry murmured. Colors swirled in his vision, streaks of orange mixing with the white and black. A chisel hammered at his temples, his eyes burned. Harry blinked, and a blurry face swam into view. Hamir, son of a Hoopothi, his mind supplied. Master Hamir. Daggers clawed inside Harry's throat. Easy there, Hamir's voice boomed. Take a few deep breaths. Calm your mind. Relax your body. He's way too loud. Pain spiked sharply in Harry's head. His eyes drooped, orangish golden spots dancing in the darkness. Take a deep breath, Mr. Potter, Master Hamir's voice rang in his ears. In, and out. Relax your body. Breathe in, breathe out. Harry heaved. A sharp pain twisted under his ribs. Slowly, with each breath, the pressure eased. The raging headache gave way to a dull throb and things swam into clarity. The ringing in his ears subsided. Slowly, memories of what had happened flooded back. The soul stone had met the astral plane, and then, the world had turned golden. I suggest you rest for some time, Master Hamir's voice rang after a few moments. I will send for the Ancient One. Harry gave a nod, slumping back on the bed, his eyes drooped close. I should just lay here for a bit. Harry snuggled into the white sheet, drawing his legs closer. A few moments later, a sharp knock rocked him out of his drowsiness. The Ancient One stood at the door, her yellow robes looking painfully sharp against the whitewashed walls. At least they're better than Dumbledore's. I heard you were awake, Mr. Potter. A smile tugged at her lips. You gave me quite a scare. What happened? Harry croaked hoarsely, propping himself against the bedrest. The Ancient One stepped forward, a steaming cup of tea appearing in her hands. Harry wordlessly accepted the cup and blew into the tea. The aroma of tea wafted up, and the throbbing at his temples lessened immediately. You are lucky to be alive, Mr. Potter. She sat at the foot of the bed, and rested her palms on her lap. Allowing the soul stone to enter the astral plane so soon was a mistake. Harry let the hot tea soothe his throat. We both knew that it was dangerous, didn't we? Harry studied the rim of the cup. And it was something that needed to be done sooner or later. The Ancient One gave him a brisk nod, staring past him, outside the window. Harry ran his thumb over the smooth porcelain for a few moments, before clearing his throat. Yes? The Ancient One asked. What exactly happened after I entered the astral plane? Harry questioned. I only remember the lights and the feeling like I was being put under the Cruciatus curse. The stone reacted to your astral form, Mr. Potter, she said slowly. It sent waves of power cascading through the astral plane. Had I not pushed you back into your body in time or been at Kamar-Taj, we would have had a crisis at hand. A crisis? Harry murmured. How? A burst of mystical power from an infinity stone might have attracted unwanted attention to the planet, she said. Thankfully, we were prepared for it. The burst of power was largely absorbed by Kamar-Taj, and distributed to the sanctums after being blunted by the protections I had put around the room. So we are not in trouble? Harry asked. We are not, the Ancient One confirmed. But you did cause quite a few electronics within a couple of miles to blow up. Harry gave a tired nod, slumping against the headrest. It could have been a lot worse, Harry mused. Thankfully, we are in Kathmandu, not New York. What now? Harry asked. I am no closer to understanding this stone, and going to the one place that might hold answers can be fatal. I believe you just need to learn how to channel the powers of the stone, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One rose to her feet. What I think happened was you lost control over the stone's powers, or more accurately, you didn't know how to. Which is where we were months ago, Harry grumbled. Square one. Perhaps. Perhaps not, the Ancient One smiled. But do not be disheartened, Mr. Potter. What you have is one of the most mysterious, and powerful objects of this universe. If using them was easy, I could barely imagine what the universe would have been like. The 30th of January 2005, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A purple beam of energy arched past the Ancient One, sending the car behind her up in flames. The flames cast shadows over her face as she moved her hands, weaving multiple strands of red energy between her fingers. The hairs on Harry's neck stood and he twisted sharply, apparating to the opposite side of the street. A moment later, the Ancient One's crimson whip tore through the concrete where he had stood a second ago. The Ancient One turned on her heel, a fog of dust and mud rising behind her. A smile flickered at her lips. With a sharp slash of her arm, a fireball rushed toward Harry. The ball of flames swirled in midair, growing bigger and hotter, tearing its way toward Harry. Harry threw his hands out, forming a golden-green shield between himself and the ball of fire. The fireball exploded in flames with a bang. A moment later, Harry dropped his shield. Waving his hands, forming burning orange runes in the midair. Flames of faultine. Fire roared out of Harry's hands, consuming the flames from the fireball on its way toward the Ancient One. The vision of Voldemort sending a fiery snake at Dumbledore flashed in front of Harry's eyes. Harry saw the Ancient One take a slight step back, watching the fiery serpent tower over her. With a twist of Harry's wrist, the serpent lunged. Before it could touch the Ancient One, a wall of mirrors appeared, consuming the flames into nothingness. Barely a second later, Harry felt the street beneath him shift and he let go of the flames. She's manipulating the mirror dimension and I can't overpower her here, Harry realized and apparated away as the street folded into half to eat him up. Appearing on top of a building a distance away, Harry watched the street settle back into place while the Ancient One stood atop a floating rock. Her hands waved through the air, glowing runes forming around her. Harry drew a glowing blue runic circle in the air and he felt the wind around him shift. Winds of Watomb. Harry thrust his palm into the middle of the runic circle and he felt the wind shift. A strong gale of wind surged toward the Ancient One, ruffling the leaves of trees and drawing her attention. Stronger. This won't do. Harry jabbed his hands, willing the wind to grow stronger. The wind rippled through the streets, pushing cars away. Tiles of roof went airborne and lampposts began to bend under the strain. The sky grew stormier and the winds took a gray hue, swirling under Harry's command to engulf the Ancient One. Around the block, the smaller trees were uprooted, while bicycles and motorbikes went spinning through the air. Suddenly, Harry felt a slight thrum under his ear and the skin of his neck itched. "Dead, Mr. Potter," the Ancient One's voice rang out from behind. Harry turned to see her standing behind him, a blade of energy at his throat. Shit. Harry let go of the spell and the wind stopped billowing. Moments later, things came crashing down loudly, making Harry wince. "How do you do that?" The Ancient One let go of the blade of energy and stepped forward. "Come now, Mr. Potter," she grinned. "You two can teleport in the blink of an eye. Why couldn't I?" "Yes, but mine is apparition. Done by my magic, which you cannot do," Harry coughed. "Even if you had opened a portal, it would have drawn my attention. It is rather noticeable. And there are more than one ways to travel magically," her lips tugged upward. "In time, you two will learn them. Spells to transport not only yourself but even armies in the blink of an eye. You have barely dipped your foot into the pool that is sorcery, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded. "It was not like I expected to win against you anyway," she chuckled, staring into the horizon. "You are more than good, Mr. Potter. And young. Do not underestimate yourself." She waved her wand and the city began to fly back into place, the mirror dimension twisting to the Ancient One's whims. "And you've improved since we last went against each other. What you now need to do is start becoming more aware of your surroundings." "Of course," Harry muttered, watching the town repair itself to its pristine condition. "You won't sneak up on me again." "Let's hope so," the Ancient One smirked. "Well, race you to the sanctum." Harry twisted on the spot, vanishing with a sharp crack. The world righted itself a second later and Harry found himself standing in the inner sanctum of Kamar-Taj, facing the Ancient One. "How did you get here so fast?" he muttered. The Ancient One smiled mysteriously. "We are in the mirror dimension, Mr. Potter. Not the real world." A portal formed in the middle of the room at her words. "After you." Harry sighed and stepped through, walking back into the real plane. The Ancient One followed him and the portal closed behind them, dissipating into a shower of golden sparks. You seem to have a peculiar affinity for elemental spells, I noticed. The Ancient One took a seat on her mat. I have never seen someone manipulate elemental spells like you do. The serpent? Harry frowned. And the winds of Watum? She folded her palms over her lap. None have ever mastered the spell so quickly and have enough control to either send only a single man flying or rip a whole city apart on their whim. Ah, Harry scratched his head. We were taught similar spells at Hogwarts. Magic has a whole array of elemental spells. So, I have practice with elemental spells and manipulating them, I guess. They're familiar to me. The Ancient One hummed in response before snapping her fingers. Golden sparks burst forth from her palm until a book floated in front of her. Another book, Harry muttered. You gotta be kidding me. The Ancient One smiled. While I understand your frustration on learning theory, it is a necessity as I have told you before. The book floated toward Harry. As you will advance into sorcery, you will realize that even a small mistake while casting a spell can lead to the whole spell failing. Or worse. She didn't need to elaborate what worse meant. Yeah, Harry plucked the book from the air. I know. Now, what is this new one about, if I may ask? The book in your hand is one from my private collection, the Ancient One said. It is a book on elemental spells of all kinds. Normally, I wouldn't be giving you, or anyone less than a sanctum master, this book. Harry looked up sharply. It is not one of the sentient books, is it? Fortunately, it isn't. She ran her thumb over her palm. But it contains knowledge of the forbidden arts. Darkness manipulation, for one, takes up a considerable portion in it. Harry frowned. I didn't know darkness can be manipulated. If it exists, it can be manipulated, the Ancient One said briskly. That aside, I only want you to read the sections of air, fire, water, earth, lightning, and ice. Nothing further. Am I understood? Okay. I need your word, Mr. Potter, the Ancient One reiterated, and even if you happen to read those parts, you wouldn't practice any of it. Promise me. I promise, Harry nodded solemnly. Then give priority to this and finish it at the earliest, Mr. Potter. She smiled. Your practice with the stone can wait. You mean I should stop trying to control the stone's powers? Harry frowned. Especially after I just discovered a new power? Have you borne any fruit in actually controlling the saintny? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. While it is good that you now know everyone's names by seeing them, it is still something subconscious. Like the stone's healing. It is still a progress, Harry pointed out, and I can feel the power at my fingertips. It is just not going out. The Ancient One sighed. Mr. Potter, in the past 3 weeks, you have done nothing but try to learn more about the stone, she began softly. You even began researching and throwing yourself into books. Something you hate, in its pursuit. Maybe it is time to take a break. I have one of the most powerful objects in the universe around my neck, Harry rubbed his temples. And I have no bloody idea how to control it, it irks me. You don't know now, the Ancient One conceded, but I believe you will soon find answers to what you seek. Often the best answers come to us when we are not looking for them. So, I should just sit tight, Harry scowled. I can't even enter the astral plane without causing a potential crisis. Then at least learn to protect it, the Ancient One said. If someone gets wind of the fact that you have the Soul Stone, you will be in the fight for your life. So, for now, I suggest you train in sorcery. Maybe the answer will come to you in time. Maybe, we will find something. Till then, learn to defend myself the best I can, Harry completed. When it comes to what we deal with, there is nothing like too much knowledge. Maybe, you will find the answers to controlling the power of the stone on the way. Let's hope so, Harry muttered. The 10th of May 2005 Grand Central Station, NYC. The cold, snowy winter had given way to a sunny, bright May. The sky was a brilliant shade of orange-golden as the sun set, peeking through the gaps of the high-rises in New York. Over the streets, the street lamps flickered on, so did the neon lights of the shops. On the street, cars passed by, honking loudly as they weaved through the evening traffic. Harry slowly turned the page of his notebook, revising all he had written down. Spells, both magical and mystic, were scrawled over the page, with runic circles scribbled at the corner. The fiery bolts of UU seem better than the Confringo curse. Harry's pen hovered over the page. but shooting a confringo is faster and more convenient. So speed or power? Harry's eyes ran over the list of spells he had made. My chain starts with the lightning bolts of Balthak, followed by the Reductor Curse and or Bombarda Maxima. Considering I am picking spells to blow enemies apart. Harry drew a small tick on the page. Fiery bolts of Yu it is. Harry ran a hand through his hair, capping his pen, and placed it at the center of the book. I am almost through this one as well. Harry eyed the thick notebook. And this is my third one. Hermione would be proud. And Ron would be aghast. A smile flickered over Harry's lips as he snapped the notebook shut. Placing the book on a side, he slowly rubbed his eyes. It had been little over 3 months since he had begun practicing advanced sorcery in its earnest. 3 months filled with nothing but reading, writing, and practicing. I reckon if I had put so much effort into my owls, I might have even beaten Hermione, Harry mused. Then again, Hermione worked harder than Ron and me combined. The chiming of the bell drew Harry's attention as a rather bulky man with a French beard walked into the room. Evening, Harry stood from his seat. What may I get you? Chocolates please. The man glanced around the store. The best ones you have got, but not dark chocolate. Okay, Harry said slowly, glancing around. Would you like stuff like chocolate bars or candy? The man hesitated for a moment before looking over his shoulder. Harry followed his gaze to see a black Rolls-Royce standing outside the shop. He's certainly a rich guy or works for a rich guy, Harry deduced. Works for one, more likely. Chocolate, please. Not the candy, the man said a moment later. Do you want sweetened or unsweetened? Harry asked, and milk chocolate or white chocolate? Uncertainty flashed in the man's eyes as his hands drifted to his tie. Just get me the best ones please. Price is no concern. Certainly, Harry moved to get the most expensive chocolates out. These Godivas are the best ones, sir. And you might like this one as well. Harry quickly placed 5 different varieties on the counter. All, packets, boxes, and bars. I will take them all. The man held out a black credit card. That's a bloody Centurion black card. Harry plucked the card from the man's hands. Belonging to one Anthony H. Stark. Bloody hell, Tony Stark is buying chocolates from me. Any problem, sir? The man asked. Oh, no problem at all. Harry swiped the card. Once the machine beeped and generated the slip, Harry put the chocolates in a bag with the store's name embossed on it. Thank you. The man picked the bag and the card. Good day. Good day to you too. Harry watched the man depart and drive off before retaking his seat. He cracked his fingers and picked the notebook, eyeing it tiredly. Enough revision for today, Harry decided, placing the book back, and enough study too. I seriously need a vacation. Harry sighed, glancing at the clock on the wall. A couple of hours more and nothing to do, he muttered. Brilliant. Pinching his nose, Harry looked around for something to do until his eyes fell on a pouch of chocolates lying amongst the gifting category. The image of Hermione pulling things out of her small, beaded bag flashed in front of Harry's eyes. Maybe I can try and enchant one like hers. Harry drifted toward the gifting section. It was just an undetectable extension charm. And maybe a few others like the feather light charm and the strengthening charm to make sure it doesn't tear or become too heavy. She never went into details. Harry picked the pouch up, weighing it in his hand. It was a rather small jute drawstring pouch, with a design of cocoa trees on it. Well, it costs $5 whole. Harry read the tag with a grimace. I can afford it, but it is still steep for chocolates. Removing his wallet, Harry dropped a $5 bill in the money box before billing himself. If I bill myself, Mrs. Harvey won't say a word. It's not like I am stealing. Harry opened the pouch before spilling the bite-sized chocolates under the counter. Bright silver packing of the chocolate bites gleamed under the overhead light. Harry tore the wrapper off one of them before popping it in his mouth. Almond and caramel. Harry chucked the wrapper into the bin near his feet. Not bad. Taking his seat atop the cushioned stool, Harry picked the jute bag, weighing it in his palm. Tenacitus agio. Harry jabbed his hand at the bag. The bag glowed with a blue hue. The material is strengthened so its integrity will hold. Harry tugged the bag from both ends. Now, for the extension charm. Amplio sacum. Harry waved his hand at the bag. But nothing happened. There was no glimmer or shift in the fabric. Amplio sacum, Harry repeated more forcefully. Still, no glow came, or no part of the fabric moved. Harry frowned and turned the bag, putting his hand in it. To his amazement, his hand sank into the bag, much deeper than Harry had expected. His fingers met the bottom of the bag when it was elbow deep in. Well, I did it. Harry glanced at the clock again. And I still got 2 hours to pass. Fuck. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. I know that the update is a couple of weeks late and I am sorry for that. But in my defense, I had exams. Anyhow, they're now over and here we are, back on track. By the way, as I have said before, do keep dates in mind while reading. This chapter got almost a 4-month time skip for those who didn't notice it. As for the Soul Stone itself, what Harry unlocked as a result of his visit to the astral plane was the thing that Red Skull did in Endgame. Basically, knowing everyone's name when they are in front of you. It is not a superpower by any means, but let's face it. Not every power is a superpower. Oh, and Happy Hogan made a cameo in this chapter, winking face. That's all for now. Thank you for your reviews. A huge thanks to Mudhill for baiting the chapter. Join my server, House of HP 66, to interact with me directly and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. I also post sneak peeks there when it catches my fancy. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP 3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 400k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC which is already 350k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. And Hydrogen Phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. Power of Infinity chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.8 Power of Infinity, the 31st of October 2005, the Tower of London, England. The orange glow of the sky burst through the gaps in the green leaves. Huge stone walls loomed in the distance, right next to the shining water of the Thames. A glow fell across Harry's face. Beautiful, isn't it? The Ancient One stepped out of a portal next to him. Harry eyed the crowd around through the falling golden sparks of the collapsing portal. I don't think it is going to be beautiful for long enough. Harry watched a couple drift past them, hand in hand with their daughter. Today's Halloween. Halloween. The Ancient One dusted the spot next to Harry. It is the day your parents died. Amongst other things, Harry gnawed at his lip. Something bad always happens on Halloween. Does it though? The Ancient One asked. You and your friend Ron befriended Hermione on Halloween, didn't you? It was the start of a beautiful friendship. And if I might be so bold, a family. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. A young Hermione's terrified face flashed in front of his eyes as the troll loomed over her. What do we have here today? He looked toward the Tower of London. Some creature about to come through. The veil between Earth and the realm of the dead is at its thinnest every Halloween. The Ancient One folded her palms on her lap. Sometimes, spirits, and yes, creatures come through. This is one of the hotspots where it happens. Harry glanced toward the English castle in the distance. The towers cast long, dark shadows against the setting sun. I guess the rumors of it being haunted are not unfounded. Harry watched the tourists milling around, taking photographs or roaming. I will set up a repelling spell. Harry stood up. It will clear the area before anything bad happens. The Ancient One cleared her throat. That won't be necessary, Mr. Potter. A veil of magic rose from her hands and a stinging breeze ruffled through the area. The hairs on Harry's arms stood up. Did I leave the gas stove on at home? A thought flashed through his head. He frowned. No, I am sure I didn't. This is not me. What was that? Harry eyed the tourists who had abruptly turned and were hurrying away. The repelling spell you were about to perform. A smile tugged at the Ancient One's lips. I am sure you recognized its symptoms. What you did was not a repelling spell. Harry's gaze drifted toward the horde of tourists streaming out of the castle. It was at least not the one I've learned. Half credit, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One turned to look at him. I didn't perform the repelling spell. But it was the same repelling spell you've learned. Harry tilted his head. What do you mean? There was already a dormant enchantment around this place. The Ancient One gently rose from her spot. An enchantment placed by sorcerers like you and me years ago, for this exact purpose. We usually have these around every hotspot. That's brilliant. Harry scrunched his eyebrows. But how do you make an enchantment dormant? How do you shut it off when not needed? A smirk tugged at the Ancient One's lips. You know where you would find the answer to that, Mr. Potter. Right, Harry sighed. Which book do I have to read now? Find it yourself, Mr. Potter. She glanced at him with a knowing look. I have found that sometimes in the pursuit of something, we tend to learn more than what we seek. That probably means I should begin searching for it. Harry's jaw twitched. Whenever she gets cryptic, is it something she probably has seen in the Time Stone? Fair enough, Harry coughed. So, where around here are the spirits coming through? We could begin to set up enchantments, that is, if there aren't dormant ones ready to be switched on. Could be anywhere, she shrugged. They will start appearing all around the Tower of London once darkness falls. Fortunately, the enchantments will ensure that they remain within the tower. Harry glanced at the sky which had begun to darken, only the last vestiges of sunlight visible. Let's get going then. Harry pulled his cloak tighter around himself. We are not going together, she declared. It is a big castle, Mr. Potter. We would need to split up. If you need help, send sparks up in the air. I will come to your aid. What if I face muggles? Harry eyed a guard in the distance who was still standing at his spot. There would be guards here. I am also a muggle, as you put it, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One gave him a look over her shoulder. But yes. If you do come across a guard, stick to normal secrecy maintaining methods. But do try not to be spotted. Shouldn't be hard with the cloak you wear. Right. Harry tugged at his invisibility cloak. Anything last-minute advice you want to tell me? You will be fine. She offered him a smile. Try not to destroy the castle though. Spirit banishing spells should work well enough. If not, use this. The Ancient One removed an ancient-looking metal torch from within her robes. The torch of Tuoni, Harry whispered as bright red flames sprung on the head of the torch. Indeed, she handed Harry the torch. It will help you see spirits easily and harm them if needed. Good luck, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One opened a portal and stepped through, vanishing from the scene. Right. Harry frowned at the red flames in the torch before waving it. The flames vanished and Harry stowed the torch into the expanded pouch at his hip. Better get going. Harry pulled the hood of his cloak up, turning invisible. Then, Harry twisted, the world whirling around him. A sharp crack pierced through the air, startling the guard and the last few people who were leaving the tower. Harry quietly walked past them. By now, the lights had come on, lighting the castle up. The glow in the sky was dimming to darkness, the dusk giving way to night. Harry looked around for signs of ghosts but found none in the vicinity. Probably too soon. Harry continued to walk forward. Night has barely fallen. I could probably sightsee till then. It is not like I have anything else to do. He passed by another set of guards standing guard near the bell tower. A cool breeze tugged at his robes as he neared a tower. Striding forward, Harry read the inscription written for tourists. The Bloody Tower, Harry read with a grimace. That means many probably died here, and thus, more spirits would come back here. Walking around, Harry found himself staring at exactly what he had been looking for. A dozen pearly white translucent men, wearing armor, lingered under the entrance of spiked metal grates. Some had arrows sticking out from their torsos, while others seemed to have died of fatal wounds. They loo exactly like the ghosts at Hogwarts. A knife seemed to twist under Harry's chest. He moved his hand, making a fiery red six-pointed star in the air. One of the ghosts floated forward toward the glowing runes, drawing the attention of his companions. Harry thrust his palm through the center and the star went spinning toward the ghosts. The ghosts were pulled into the star, their bodies turning to white fog. Screams rang out through the silence of the night. Harry watched as the star sucked in the white mist completely. The screams ceased once the air cleared. Harry waved his hand and the construct dissolved in a shower of red sparks. "Did you see that, Beckwith?" A heavy voice rang from behind Harry. "I can swear there were red sparks." Harry turned to see a guard standing a few feet away, pointing toward the gate. "The sparks concern you?" Another guard, Beckwith, ran up to the first. There were screams, and they were coming from here. "I see no one here though." The guard craned his neck. "Should we call the police?" Beckwith asked. Harry cursed under his breath. Calling the police would be a bad idea. He silently shuffled closer to the Muggle guards. "Confundo." The guard's eyes glazed over. It was a stray animal. There were no screams. "Return to your posts." Harry retreated while the guards blinked. "It was probably some animal, I reckon," the first guard said. "Let's just go back to our posts, Beckwith." "Of course." Beckwith nodded in agreement and the guards walked away. "That's one thing done," Harry exhaled softly. "Next time I will just erect a silencing charm." Shaking his head, Harry strode through the gate of the Bloody Tower, keeping an eye out for ghosts. The shadows clung to the walls, darkening as he passed through the hallways. But there was no one around, no guards or Muggles at least. The castle seemed eerily silent. A stray light bulb flickered in the hallway, making Harry jump. "Bloody hell," Harry muttered, shoving his hand in his pouch. Removing the torch of Tuoni, Harry gripped it tightly. Flames sprung on its tip, casting a blood-red glow all around him. In the red glow, Harry could make out a dark, shadowy figure on the right wall of the corridor. A shadow, like that of an invisible dog. A Stygian dreadbeast, Harry recognized. They lurk in the shadows and attack unsuspecting prey. Thank Merlin I checked. Harry jabbed the torch into the shadow of the dog, and a howl pierced the air. The shadow moved away before leaping out of the wall. Harry watched the shadow shaped into a mass of darkness. A black spectral hound with the face of a wolf. A spiked tail snapped behind it, piercing imaginary victims. The hound stared at the flames of the torch and growled. The shadows in the corridor darkened, crawling toward the hound. "He cannot sense me," Harry realized. "It only sees the torch." With a jab, an arc of red flames rushed at the hound. But the dreadbeast was fast. It leapt away from the flames, running away from the torch. "Can't have that." With a twist of Harry's wrists, golden ropes wrapped around the hound's legs, trapping it in place. The Stygian dreadbeast growled loudly, thrashing in its restraints. Flames enveloped the hound, leaving behind a small pile of black ash that began to dissolve into dark vapors. Harry hissed as he felt the torch's heat sting him through the metal handle. Transferring the torch to his other hand, Harry glanced around and extinguished the torch, continuing ahead. The first floor looked no different than the previous one. Two ghostly guards floated in the hallway, guarding a set of locked doors. A dagger was embedded in one's chest while the other's head was floating an inch above his neck. He would have easily become a part of the headless hunt that Nick wanted. Harry thought with amusement. Silencio. A bubble of magic rose, covering the area while Harry drew the circle of banishment in the air. The star flew toward the ghosts, dissolving them into white vapors. Their screams rang through the bubble. Once they disappeared, sounds rose from behind the locked doors. Alohomora. The huge iron lock and the chains fell away. The door creaked open. Two young boys, pearly white and nearly translucent, floated near the walls, a line running across their throats. They looked no older than 10 or 11, Harry winced. The two boys looked up sharply at the opening door and scooted behind. The older of the two stood in front of the other, covering him with his body. "Who's there?" he asked loudly. Harry chose to quietly banish them back to the realm of the dead. He closed his eyes, allowing their terrified screams to pass as they were sucked into the vortex, like the others. The other rooms on the floor were fairly inconspicuous. Harry found a few ghosts and another dreadbeast, all of whom were disposed of with a little effort. Another floor done, Harry smiled to himself. Now the next one. Walking up the stairs, Harry found himself staring into the dead, pearly white eyes of an armored knight atop a horse that was halfway through the flooring. The knight's head was partially decapitated, hanging to his neck by a thin piece of flesh. A sharp pang went through Harry's chest. Tears clawed at his eyes. Nearly headless Nick. Ghost of the Gryffindor house. Harry slowly removed his hood, becoming visible. Nick jumped, his horse rising with him. "Goodness, I didn't see you there," Nick exclaimed loudly. Harry smiled. "Sir Nicholas, it is really good to see you. You know of me." "Yes, it is indeed I, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Popington," he beamed. "But I am dead." "You are," Harry confirmed. "How do you know me, young one?" Nick's head lolled to the side completely. "It has got to be years since I died." "I just do," Harry smiled, ignoring the sharp twist beneath his ribs. "I am here to return you to the afterlife, Sir Nicholas." "That would be wonderful," Nick righted his head. "The dead should stay dead, after all." "Indeed," Harry croaked. "It was good talking to you." "You too, kind sir," a ghost of a smile tugged at Nick's lips. Harry drew the circle of banishment in the air and nodded at Nick before thrusting the circle forward. Nick waved to Harry just before he dissolved into white vapors, being banished back to the realm of the dead. There were no screams this time. Just silence. "Goodbye, Nick," Harry muttered, a single tear slipping down his cheek. "Goodbye." The 31st of October 2005, the Tower of London, England. The night of Halloween seemed to be going on forever. Minutes bled into hours as the night stretched on. A few strays of moonlight peeked past the dark clouds. Thunder rumbled occasionally through the night sky. For the past 4 hours, Harry had been wandering through the Tower of London. On the way, Harry had banished over 100 ghosts and prevented a few monsters from killing him. Now, minutes before midnight, Harry stood a few feet away from the entrance of the White Tower, the center of the whole fortress. The huge structure loomed in the center of the whole fortress. The shadows it cast seemed sinister and unwelcoming as Harry neared it. Frowning, Harry removed the torch of Tulin from his pouch, igniting it. The flames cackled to life, enveloping the whole surrounding in a red glow. Within the shadows, Harry could make out figures. Several dark, blob-like figures swam in the shadows, inching away from the light. Spirits of the restless dead, Harry recognized. "I need to burn them all at once, and make sure none gets away, and hope they haven't already killed some poor Muggle guard." Glancing around, Harry began to draw runes in the air, keeping an eye on the swimming shadows, but none neared him. The golden runes drifted away at his gesture, covering the area in a circular boundary before fading from view. They will not escape now. Time to burn them. Blaze of Tulin. Harry pointed the flaming torch toward the shadows. Burn the dead. A torrent of red flames spewed from the torch. Screeches filled the air and dark humanoid figures rose from the ground, drifting away from the flames. Tay's shadows bounced off Harry's boundary, much to Harry's satisfaction. A few shadows rose, taking ghostly black faces, snarling at Harry. "Oh no, you don't!" Harry turned the torch toward the figures, drowning them in the inferno of red flames. The heat began to itch on his face. Sweat began to drip down Harry's forehead. The torch became warmer in his hand with each passing second. "Come on, die." The metal of the torch began to sting his palm. The screeches of the restless dead became thunderous. With every spirit consumed, the torch seemed to become hotter. Harry felt like his hand was on fire. When the last restless dead was killed, Harry dropped the torch to the ground, wringing his hand. Barely seconds later, the amulet against his chest warmed up and the pain in his palm began to lessen. New skin stretched over the raw, burnt one, within seconds, making Harry sigh in relief. Taking a deep breath, Harry eyed the torch warily. Weak red embers still burned at its tip. Harry pointed his arm at the torch and it rose in the air. Harry held his pouch open and levitated the torch in, unwilling to touch it. "Seems like I need to make do with my spells now," Harry grimaced. "The torch is too hot to hold." Shaking his head, Harry walked through the entrance of the White Tower. The ground floor seemed empty, bar for a ghostly woman who had been weeping in the corner. Climbing the stairs, Harry's vision turned white and he felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice-cold water on him. His teeth chattered. He turned around to see a ghost floating down the steps without a care in the world. Why do they have to be so cold to pass through? Harry drew the circle of banishment with a shivering hand. Getting burnt one moment and frozen the next is not something I prefer. With a gesture, the ghost was sucked down the vortex, a surprised yelp lingering in the air. Shaking his head, Harry made his way up the stairs. The modern electrical lighting on the floors provided enough light for him to walk around and keep an eye on the shadows. The rest of the first floor was empty, so was the second floor. The whole building was deserted, devoid of ghosts and monsters. The only thing that lingered, reminding Harry that he was in a haunted place, was the unnatural cold in the air. This cannot be right. Harry ran his fingers over the stone walls. There should be more ghosts or creatures. There were the restless dead lurking right outside. Harry's hand curled around the warm handle of the torch of Tulin within his pouch. It's still hot. Harry took the torch out. Let's hope this works. Red flames sprung over the torch's tip, making the chill retreat. Point me, ghosts. Harry held the torch on the flat of his palm. The artifact quivered for a moment but didn't move. Extinguishing the torch, Harry shoved it back into the pouch with a huff. Suddenly, the hairs on Harry's arms stood up. Goosebumps erupted over his skin from the cold. His teeth chattered and his breath began to mist. Harry looked around wildly, casting detection spells, all of which came up empty. Dementors, Harry frowned. But it cannot be them. I would hear my mom. The air had turned icy. The electrical lights began to flicker, and then, the castle shook. Shit, Harry cursed, stabilizing himself by holding the wall. Something bad has happened. Harry got back to his feet once the tremor stopped and tugged down his hood. And it is not me. Which means that the Ancient One is in danger. I need to get to her. Twisting on his spot, the world faded into a swirl of darkness before he reappeared outside the White Tower. Harry's eyes widened as he spotted it. A huge serpent with the face of an elephant towered over the buildings of the fortress. The tusks of the elephants glowed like hot coals in the night. That thing is bigger than Slytherin's basilisk, and as tall as the dragon. The elephant's eyes were like rubies, glowing with red-purple light as they glared at a lone figure atop a nearby tower. The Ancient One. Her yellow robes fluttered in the wind while her hands moved through the air, weaving bright runes. A bright pink flash of light brightened the sky, throwing the creature into a nearby tower. With a deafening boom, the entire tower crumbled like a house of cards onto the creature. From the wreckage, a cloud of dust billowed into the night sky. Harry watched as stone bricks rolled down the creature's scales onto the ground. Is it dead? Harry tilted his head. But now we gotta deal with the muggles. The sound of cracking echoed into the night. The serpent shuddered, its head emerging through the small mountain of debris. Shaking its body wildly, the creature trumpeted, rising through the cloud of dust. The temperature seemed to plummet further and Harry's insides twisted into a knot. With a crack, Harry appeared next to the Ancient One. The Ancient One turned sharply toward him, her hand glowing with concentric runic circles. It's me, Harry exclaimed, keeping an eye on the towering serpent which was looking around wildly. How can I help? Up close, Harry could make out the features of the monster much more clearly. Sharp spikes ran down its spine, while its trunk had strange markings all over it, white. Cement dust from the tower coated its black scales and face. Its tusks too had strange symbols carved over them. The creature reared its trunk and spat a glob of black liquid at them. With a twist of Harry's hand, the liquid turned to water, splashing harmlessly on the stones of the tower they stood on. The serpentine elephant trumpeted loudly and slithered forward. In response, the Ancient One thrust her hands outward, conjuring an orange shield that stretched before them. The monster slammed against the shield. Sparks cascaded like a shower over the tarmac below. We must kill it, the Ancient One said urgently. Use your most powerful spells. The Groat slang is not something to be trifled with. And stay away from its poison and tusks. As if hearing her, the Groat slang reared back and slammed its glowing tusks into the shield. With a thunderous bang, the shield shattered, sending the Ancient One stumbling. Right, Harry said warily. Confringo. The spell arced past the Ancient One, slamming into the trunk of the elephant. A small cloud of fire rose over the elephant's face, but the creature shook its head and trumpeted loudly. All right. Now, how do you kill it? Harry shouted. Instead of replying, the Ancient One cast another spell at the Groat Slang. Spirals of blue and purple energy wrapped around her arms and a veil of eldritch energy rose around the Groat Slang. Harry could feel the magic prickle the hair on his skin. The magic collapsed inward, drowning the creature whole. A trumpet echoed through the swirling magic as shards of mirrors began to appear around it, covering its scales. She's banishing it to the mirror dimension. It will be easier to fight it there. Harry understood, and less destructive. Then, the energy surrounding the Groat Slang erupted like a bomb. The castle trembled and the sound of cracking glass filled the air. Shit, Harry muttered, holding onto a nearby ledge. Bolts of Balthak. Dozens of lightning bolts shot toward the recovering Groat Slang, crackling down its scales. The creature thrashed, a loud, pained trumpet erupting from its trunk. Drops of black poison dripped down to the tarmac, hissing and melting spots of cement into puddles. Harry held the spell as the Ancient One began to chant something next to him. The Groat Slang thrashed wildly, its tail slamming into another tower making cracks spider through its outer wall. Bands of crimson energy formed around the creature, wrapping around the scales of the serpent. "What are you doing?" Harry hissed. "It is a serpent. This is like wrapping a rope around a rope. A rope that will pull you off your feet." "Not if I have a say in it," the Ancient One muttered, yanking the rope to her left. Impossibly, the Groat Slang was pulled with the rope and flung into another tower, sending dust and debris raining. "What?" Harry muttered. "Sidorak, Mr. Potter," the Ancient One replied. "I am sure you have experienced one of his spells." "Of course," Harry grimaced. "How can I forget dozens of my bones breaking with a single spell?" Indeed, the Ancient One glanced past Harry's shoulders as the sounds of sirens rang in the distance. "But the fight is far from over." The Groat Slang was thrashing past the debris already, rising back up. "We cannot let the cops get here," Harry breathed. "We cannot get exposed." The Ancient One nodded. "First, we need to kill the Groat Slang though. Keep it occupied. I am going to perform something rather big to kill it. Don't let it disturb me." "Right," Harry nodded. "Be quick please." The Ancient One gave him a firm nod, retreating. Harry took a deep breath, eyeing the Groat Slang rise from the cloud of dust, its eyes glaring down on him. Moving his hands, Harry drew his spell, Fiery Bolts of Uyu. 3 beams of orange energy shot from Harry's fingers, exploding with a burst of fire over the Groat Slang's body. The creature trumpeted in pain, its tail sending debris flying around. As the fire vanished, the monster reared its trunk, spitting a glob of poison at Harry. Before it could make it halfway toward him, Harry transfigured the poison into water with a wave of his hand. The monster let out a shrill trumpet and sprang forward, its tusks pointing toward Harry. Bombarda Maxima. The blasting curse tore through the left eye of Groat Slang in a spray of blood. The monster screeched in pain, haphazardly slamming into a half-damaged tower. The building shuddered and tilted to its left, stones pouring down from its crumbling walls. A groan rose from within and the tower slumped over with a crash. The sirens in the distance grew louder. Harry could hear the distinct sound of a helicopter. "Hold it still," the Ancient One shouted from behind. The hair on Harry's neck stood up. Without thinking, Harry thrust his hands out. "Chains of Kraken. Bind my foe." Huge metal chains formed in the air, twisting around the Groat Slang, which began to thrash. "Impedimenta. Impedimenta. Impedimenta." Harry spelled quickly, praying it would work. The beast slowed down, moving almost in slow motion. "Now," Harry yelled. A spinning golden disc with triangular spikes flew over Harry's head, arching toward the monster. Harry knew what was going to happen before it did. The disc hit the monster just below its head and a blinding bright blast of golden energy tore through the monster with a thunderous boom. The ground under Harry's feet trembled, as a shockwave of power threw him on his back harshly. His ears rang. His senses went numb. Spots danced over his eyelids. "Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter." The Ancient One's face hovered above him. Harry clutched his head, shaking it wildly. Then, his senses cleared. A wave of energy rushed through his body, the Soul Stone working its magic. His vision cleared. Where the Groat Slang was moments ago, now was a deep crater. The wails of sirens and the thumping of the helicopter's rotor blades seemed louder than ever. Bloody hell, he breathed, staring at the crater. What the bloody hell was that? A strong hand lifted him to his feet and he turned to look at the Ancient One. Blood dripped from a thin scar on her cheek and her robes were torn or burnt in several places. A lump was forming over her head. Her breathing was ragged, her nose looking crooked. What the bloody hell happened to you? The Ancient One closed her eyes, shaking her head. What we just need is some time. She brought her fingers together, her thumb, ring finger, and pinky touched together, and the middle fingers joined with each other. Maintaining the mudra, she crossed her forearms. Slowly, the rings in the eye of Agamotto began to spin, revealing the glowing green stone within. You opened the eye. Harry glanced down at his amulet sitting against his chest. A green mandala formed above the Ancient One's palm as spirals of discs of green energy encircled her forearm. The amulet around Harry's neck heated up and glowed with an orange-golden energy. The Ancient One turned her arm, and Harry felt goosebumps erupt over his arms. The sirens stopped. The cloud of dust hung in the air. The breeze ceased to blow. Harry could hear his own heart drum in his ears. The Ancient One turned to him, her arm extending before she paused. You are not under the spell, she muttered, glancing at the amulet on his chest. Of course. What's happening? Harry blurted, knowing the answer. The Ancient One gave him a grim smile in return. I froze time, Mr. Potter. I stopped it in its entirety. Harry nodded dumbly, glancing around for any sign of movement. None occurred. This is wow, he breathed. And I have traveled through time when I was 13, but this. Harry trailed off and the Ancient One offered him a weak smile, holding on to a nearby ledge. Wait, you're injured. Harry casted the healing charm over her wounds frantically. What happened? The bleeding cuts over her body began to heal, and she sighed in relief. I bargained for a spell. The Ancient One gave him a wry smile. One of the most powerful spells in the universe mentioned only in the Vishanti, the Sudarshana of Lord Vishnu. The Hindu god? Harry blinked. Yes, she nodded. Not many greater gods give away such spells, obviously. But Lord Vishnu, in his avatar of Krishna, helped found the Vishanti, or so it is said. And me, being the Sorcerer Supreme, had the knowledge to use it. It doesn't come for free, of course. What did you give in return? Harry narrowed his eyes. Not to worry, the Ancient One waved him off. Lord Vishnu is much more benevolent than most elder gods and mystic principalities. I merely fought an asura for him. A monster of the Indian Parthenon. It was a brutal fight, but I won. In return, he lent me the Sudarshana for one use. That's cool, I suppose. Harry glanced around, and we are still frozen in time. We have all the time in the world here, the Ancient One smiled, and absolute control over it. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, flipping the mandala over her palm. Time obeyed her command. The bricks ascended from the ground, soaring through the air to reconstruct the tower. The tarmac reshaped itself, causing the crater to vanish completely. Debris whirled around, reassembling to form the previously destroyed towers. Miraculously, the fortress stood once more, as if nothing had occurred. You reversed time, Harry breathed. Speaking of time, Harry raised his own amulet, glancing at the glowing time stone around the Ancient One's neck. I think I figured out how to work the soul stone. Truly? The Ancient One blinked. Show me. Allowing the amulet to drop to his chest, Harry mirrored the gesture of the Ancient One. Bringing his hands together in a mudra, he then crossed his forearms before drawing them apart. Gradually, the rings encircling his amulet began to spin, revealing the glowing orange stone within. Harry could feel the pulsating power of the stone, controlled, but waiting to be unleashed. Exactly like the eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One smiled. Of course. This must be the lost eye. I should have realized. Harry knew what she was talking about, the twin eyes of Agamotto. The eye of knowledge and the eye of power. Adorning the Ancient One's neck, and symbolizing her esteemed position as the Sorcerer Supreme, was the eye of knowledge, the eye that held the time stone. This is the eye of power. Harry fingered the chain of his amulet. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded. I don't know how I missed it. I chalked the resemblance to be a coincidence. But apparently not. Harry raised his arm slowly and tendrils of orange-golden power entwined around his arm. Harry could feel the souls all around. Souls of the living, the spirits of the dead, and the monsters that had slipped through. All frozen in time. On its own, a glowing orange star mandala formed on his palm, the circle of banishment he had been using all night. Harry focused on the spirits of Tay dead and the monsters. Somehow, he knew he could do it. With a twist of his arm, a shroud of magic spread over the whole fortress. Beside him, the Ancient One stiffened. The ground under Harry's feet trembled slightly as Harry yanked on the spirits, banishing them back to the realm of death. "What are you doing, Mr. Potter?" she questioned. "I banished them all back." Harry breathed raggedly, sweat dripping down his forehead as the power receded to the spirals of magic around his arm. The spirits and monsters. Harry felt like he had developed a fever. His head throbbed and he wanted to throw up. "That's impressive," the Ancient One commented, "and convenient." Harry nodded feebly. "How do you close it?" Harry prodded the amulet. Almost in response to his query, the rings spun, concealing the soulstone within. Suddenly, Harry felt worse than ever. He wavered unsteadily on his feet. "That happens," the Ancient One grabbed him by his shoulder. "You'll get accustomed to it." Harry nodded weakly, his eyes drooping. "I am not feeling good," Harry murmured. "Let's send you home." The Ancient One's voice rang and Harry found himself falling onto a soft bed. He curled up, shivering. A moment later, his eyes drooped close, and he knew no more. The 1st of November 2005 Sanctuary 2 spaceship, unknown location. "Father," a figure kneeled in front of a throne of obsidian, his head bowed. "We've detected peculiar readings emanating from Earth, Midgard." A surge of formidable energy. A pair of blue-yellow eyes snapped open. "And how does that concern me, Corvus?" The voice reverberated through the ship. "We suspect that it might be one of the 6 we seek, Father." Corvus rose to his feet. "Or it could have been one of the gods." The man on the throne leaned forward, his golden armor gleaming in the light of a nearby star. "The divine take a deep interest in the backwater planet for reasons I never understood." "It was an anomaly, sire," Corvus beseeched. "The presence of an infinity stone on that planet could explain the divine fascination." "And what do you wish me to do?" the man asked. "If we were to assault Midgard, it would inevitably garner Asgard's notice. Such attention could jeopardize the success of our goal. Odin might be old, but he is formidable." "Of course, Father," Corvus bowed. "All I ask is for your approval to visit the planet and seek out the source of power myself. If I succeed, we will be taking a step further toward our goal." "Indeed," the man's fingers drummed on the armrest of the obsidian throne. "Very well. Do not disappoint me, Corvus." "Yes, Father," Corvus Glaive said. "I will leave for Midgard at once." Chapter endnotes and done. I hope you all liked the chapter. So, as you can see, things are moving forward now, and as on every Halloween, the main plot begins. Whistles innocently. And before you guys ask, Harry doesn't by any means have a good amount of control over the Soulstone yet. This was a fluke in a way. A mere glimpse like Doctor Strange with the apple. Winking face. Also, if you're wondering about the repelling spell, it was more like a weak compulsion than a full-fledged repulsion spell. That's why the guards stayed and the cops were coming. That's all, thank you for your reviews. A huge thanks to Mughill for betaing the chapter. He has written a note for you all below, please check. Beta's note. As I, Mughill, am currently shifting houses, please excuse any possible errors in this chapter. I'll check it again in a few days and edit them. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my 2 very good friends. I really hope to see you all there and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories, and even... Wait, why should I tell you everything here? Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. I would love it if you guys came to my server and interacted with me there. If you have some of your own theory or wish to see something in this FIC as the journey progresses, you can tell it to me on the Discord server. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are: 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. And Hydrogen Phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. With great power chapter notes, see the end of the chapter for notes. CH.9 With great power, white fog shimmered all over the pristine marble floor, drifting in all directions. Where am I? Harry cupped a palmful of fog which fell back through the gaps of his fingers. Why am I here? So clever, yet so foolish, a high voice spoke behind him. A woman dressed in a pitch-black gown floated behind him, her black hair flowing in an invisible wind. Death. Harry rose to his feet, scattering some fog. I didn't die again, did I? No, her lips thinned. You did me a favor by returning the souls of the dead and sealing the rifts all over London. So, I decided to give you one in return. The fog twisted around his ankles and Harry found himself seated on a chair across Death. The eye of Agamotto containing the soul stone floated between them. You figured out how to open the Eye of Power. Death's eyes gleamed. You were not meant to figure it out so soon. I even made sure that the daughter of Aod, your Sorcerer Supreme, forgot about Agamotto's Eye of Power. And yet, you figured it out. It was sheer, dumb luck. McGonagall's words tumbled through Harry's lips. It was dumb. Death's gaze bored into him. Opening two Infinity Stones and using them right next to each other. Had your Sorcerer Supreme not stopped time, the consequences might have been dire. So we are safe? Harry asked. Death's lips thinned into a line. You were not meant to figure out the full usage of the stones so soon, Harry Potter. Not without more knowledge and training. Had you slipped during your little stunt, every living being on your planet would have perished, their souls being banished to my realm. Harry felt a sharp pang beneath his ribs. But it didn't happen, Harry pointed out. I concentrated on the souls of the dead, not the living. I made sure of it. A small mercy, Harry Potter. Death clasped her bony white fingers. A word of advice. The Infinity Stones are as dangerous as they're powerful. Your Sorcerer Supreme has centuries of experience handling hers. You do not. Learn more about it. More about magic and sorcery. You were close to summoning the power of the stone at will before you gave up. I was? Harry frowned. Yes, Death said. You don't need to open the eye unless you wish to summon the full power of the Soul Stone. Well, at least as much power as a mortal can summon. How much can I summon without opening the eye? You could have easily done what you did today, Death shrugged. And could I have? Harry hesitated, slipped up. Had you learned it properly, it would have been much like your magic, Death said. It would be under your control. But could you, if you wanted to? Yes, you could. You mean I can raise every life on Earth? Harry's mouth went dry, without even opening the stone. If you wanted to, Death said uncaringly, and with enough training, of course. What I have given you is a great boon, Harry Potter. It is everything you need in order to do the job I've given you and more. But exercise caution, because actions have consequences, even mine. The fog on the ground rose, enveloping Harry. Good luck, Harry Potter, Death's voice rang. Do not disappoint me, and everything dissolved in a haze of white. The 2nd of November 2005, Harry's home. Bleecker Street. A loud ring pierced through the early morning haze and Harry flinched upright with a gasp. Bright sunlight seared his eyes and the alarm tune blared in his head. Fumbling blindly by his bedside, he picked up the phone, glancing at the screen through his eyelashes. 9 a.m. With a harsh poke, Harry shut the alarm off and threw the phone on the bed. He fell back on the mattress, clutching his temples. His head throbbed worse than the times of his Voldemort visions. His throat was parched and his muscles were sore. Sunlight shone through his eyelids, making him see a haze of yellow and orange even with his eyes closed. A faint shimmer shot from his hands, pulling the curtains close. Pain lanced through his arm, making him wince. Nausea rose, making Harry feel queasy. With a wave, a bottle of water soared into his hand from the kitchen. Harry opened the cap and gulped down the water. A few drops dripped down his chin. Bloody hell, Harry's stomach churned. Bloody buggering hell. Harry stumbled through the room, toward the drawer of medicines. Where are the pain relief ones? A foul taste rose in Harry's mouth. Fever, stomach upset, fever again, ah. Harry popped out 2 pills from the packet and gulped them down with water. Harry stumbled back to the bed, and slumped down onto the covers with a groan. I got to stop waking up like this, he dragged himself toward the pillow. Or stop the influx of the stone's power. Whenever I use the stone, this happens. The doorbell chimed and Harry's eyes shot open. Who the bloody hell? Harry twisted in his covers, apparating to the door of his house. A wave of nausea hit him, making him clutch the nearby table. Bile rose, but Harry swallowed it and slowly opened the door. Master Daniel stood on the other side, wearing track pants and a t-shirt. Harry, his eyes roamed over Harry. Did I wake you up? No, Harry coughed. The alarm did a few minutes ago. Is there some emergency? Nah, the Ancient One asked me to check on you, Daniel said. She said the fight against the Groat Slang took a lot out of you. It was tiring. Harry blinked some sleep out of his eyes. I've never cast so many spells in a single go. Come in, please. It is a fearsome monster. Daniel walked behind Harry. Not many would have fared well against such a monster. The Groat Slang was no worse than the dragon or the basilisk. Even easier, if I am honest. It was a scary fight, Harry lied, and the Ancient One saved my ass. From what she said, you handled yourself pretty well, Daniel smiled, injuring the creature, even binding it and keeping it occupied for enough time. It was no mean feat. Had this been like the old times, you would have gotten the title of master. Harry sputtered. What? Oh, that's no longer the custom. Daniel waved him off. Back in the times of the Roman era, the title of master was conferred with years of service, or a great act of valor. Now, it is based on knowledge and capability. Right. Harry felt a sharp stab at his temples. Is there anything I can get you? Tea? Coffee? The Torch of Tulin, if you please, Daniel said. It has to be returned to its place at the Hong Kong sanctum. It is still in my pouch, probably. Harry's eyebrows drew into a deep V. Let's hope I haven't lost it. I'll be right back, Harry told Daniel and walked into the bedroom. Where's the pouch? Harry ripped the blanket away, shaking it. His head turned frantically around, looking for the pouch. It has to be here. Harry peeked under his bed before wrenching open his bedside drawer. Well, fuck it. A picture of the pouch formed in front of his eyes. Accio pouch. Harry felt a sharp tug at his waist and the fabric of his jeans ripped, the pouch bouncing into his hand. Bloody hell. Harry clutched his trousers, keeping them from falling. Reparo. Reparo. The fabric sewed itself back together and Harry felt it tighten back around his waist. I should probably find a nice belt for the pouch. Harry removed the torch from the small pouch, throwing it back on the bed. And remember to remove it before sleeping. I don't even remember going off to sleep though. Got it, Harry announced, emerging from his bedroom. Here you go. I almost thought you misplaced it. Daniel took the torch. If I misplace something, I find it. Harry ignored the throbbing in his head. You had to return this yesterday, Potter. Daniel rolled his eyes. Apprentices are not allowed to keep artifacts unless the artifact chooses them. Yesterday? Harry frowned. I fought the Groat Slang last night. Potter, that was the day before yesterday, Daniel scoffed. Today's the 2nd of November. Wait. What happened to the 1st of November? Harry glanced at the time. Man, it is the 2nd of November, Daniel shook his head. Did you sleep all of yesterday? Harry's mouth shaped into an O. I wish I could sleep like you, Daniel snorted. 30 hours straight. Maybe more. Anyhow, freshen up. You stink. Daniel swirled his hand, and a portal formed. I expect to see you tomorrow at Kamar-Taj. Don't oversleep or be late. Before Harry could say anything, Daniel disappeared through the portal which collapsed behind him. The 6th of November 2005, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A small pile of books thumped lightly on the table, drawing Harry's attention. Perez hovered over him, his eyes daring Harry to do something in his presence. Master Perez. Harry gave the man a bright smile. How may I help you? Apprentice Potter. Perez's eyes glinted in the light of the room. I see that you're behaving. Harry raised an eyebrow in response. If you're giving me shit for taking that book. You opened a portal in here. Perez leaned forward. Portals are not allowed in my library. Certainly not for taking books without my express permission. I don't see how your permission matters more than the Ancient One's. Harry waved him off. She told me to get that book urgently. So, I did. Portals are prohibited, Perez spat. Even the Ancient One comes here physically to get those books. Be thankful I haven't banned you from my library. Had you acted of your own accord, I would have skewered you. Harry swallowed the twinge of annoyance. What do you want right now? Harry asked. The Ancient One has asked me to give you these books, one of them from her personal collection. Perez straightened up. But the books from her personal collection don't leave the library. So this one, you will be reading here. Perez removed the top of the pile, revealing the book at the bottom. The Book of Cagliostro. Harry stiffened. The Study of Time. Indeed, Perez sniffed. I will not pretend to know why the Ancient One deemed you worthy of such knowledge. The book contains dangerous knowledge. Dangerous and seductive. Be warned. If we catch you practicing the forbidden arts. You think she would have told me to read this if that was the path I was going to stray on? Harry's voice became sharp as a rapier. Don't be absurd, Perez. Just because I opened a portal to take a book out of your library doesn't make me a dark sorcerer. But it does make you a rule breaker. Perez glared at him. Be warned, Potter. I am trembling, Harry snorted. Take this book back to the collection for now. I will come and read here tomorrow. Perez scooped the Book of Cagliostro up and turned on his heel, disappearing down the rows of bookshelves. Ass, Harry murmured, dragging the rest of the books Perez had left toward himself. Ancient artifacts, the scrolls of enchantments, Chenzi's compendium of astral manipulations. She wants me to pursue the soul stone now. Harry gathered his things. But that does not explain the Book of Cagliostro. Harry walked out of the library, glancing at the other disciples practicing in the compound. Anna stood in front of them, instructing them to cast spells and make formations. She gave him a wave but didn't tell him to join in. I am being treated differently. Harry glanced at the disciples. Though, I am way ahead of them. Some of them were here before me and they are still not learning any advanced content. Not the way I am. Harry walked up the stairs toward the inner sanctum where the Ancient One usually was. The door was open, the Ancient One seated in the center, frowning at a phone. She looked up sharply, as Harry cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, she put the phone away. Come in. I didn't know you had a phone, Harry commented. I didn't until yesterday, she said. The Masters of the Sanctums think that we all should use more modern technology. They say it will help to contact each other instantly. You don't see the point in it, do you? Harry's lips curled into a grin. I am an old lady, Mr. Potter, she laughed. I was born before the postal system was invented, and we have magic. I can travel and physically give the message before you can pick up the phone. Well, that's true, I suppose, Harry frowned. Anyhow, I was here. To ask me why I told you to read the Book of Cagliostro? She smiled knowingly. I expected it. The answer is simple. The Book of Cagliostro is the study of time. Everything that deals with time and temporal magics, Mr. Potter. Including the time stone. I feel that it might help you figure your stone out. Harry's eyebrows drew into a deep V. If that was the case, you would have been very specific on it. You gave me the whole book instead of parts of it to read. We both know that you don't give anyone books out of your personal collection. Not unless they are sanctum masters. And this is already my second book from your private collection. What are you trying to ask me, Mr. Potter? I want to know why. Harry frowned. I understand your reasons for giving me the book on elemental spells. But the Book of Cagliostro? Why would you give me one of the most dangerous books in here? A book that is said to hold sections directly copied from the Darkhold. What is it that you know and I don't? It is not knowledge that is dangerous, Mr. Potter, the Ancient One said. It is how you use that knowledge. True, the magic in the book, if used, can be very dangerous. That's why they are forbidden to be practiced. That does not answer my question, Harry prodded. I understand that I am different from the others here. I am way faster than the other disciples and apprentices. I have an infinity stone too. And a responsibility. But this is you telling me to study dark magic. Magic you don't even want others to know about. Because I trust you, the Ancient One replied. I trust that you have a good head between your shoulders. You have years of experience with magic and know not to summon Dormammu or some dark entity for your gain. And, well, I frankly doubt that their magic could influence you. Not with the Soul Stone. Harry blinked. Say what now? They cannot influence you, the Ancient One repeated. If the Time Stone didn't get a hold on you, Mr. Potter, I frankly doubt that Dormammu could influence you. Well, not unless you willingly submit to him and become his slave. Something I don't see happening. That, of course, doesn't mean you should bargain with them by any means. Oh, Harry said. Of course, I am not stupid. The illusion of safety can prove to be more dangerous than the threat itself, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One got to her feet. You would do well to remember that. Especially with such a powerful, protective artifact. One that you are learning to use. Of course, Harry traced his finger over the Eye of Power. I will, well, try my best. I have faith in you, the Ancient One smiled. And I want to ensure that you lack nothing when it comes down to the fight of your life. You never know when the mere knowledge of something, even as dark it might be, helps save lives. Also, temporal magics can come in very handy. There is nothing better than the Book of Cagliostro to offer that knowledge. Are you preparing me to use the Time Stone too? Harry frowned. Not in the slightest, the Ancient One shook her head. One Infinity Stone is more than enough burden on you. Speaking of which, do be careful while using the Soul Stone, Mr. Potter. Make sure that you only practice at the sanctums or here, at Kamar-Taj. If you need help, my door is always open. Thank you, Harry nodded. Though, I already have a question for you. Can you use the Time Stone without opening the Eye of Agamotto? As far as I am aware, I cannot, the Ancient One rubbed her chin. But the stone doesn't work passively like yours does. So, do not discount any possibility or theory you might have. You never know which one might work, Mr. Potter. Of course, Harry sighed. The 24th of December 2005 Grand Central Station, NYC. Frost and fog crept along the window panes, hazing the festive lights glowing out on the streets. Snow drifted down, piling over the sidewalks, perfecting the day of Christmas Eve. Harry, Mrs. Harvey poked her head through the back door. You are still here? It's Christmas, kid. I have nothing much to do, Mrs. Harvey. Harry put his book away. This keeps me occupied, at least. No one should be alone on Christmas. Mrs. Harvey peered at him through her spectacles. I won't be alone tomorrow. Harry gave her a large smile. It is just today. I will go home soon and relax. And it is going to be the same tomorrow. Harry looked toward the window, away from Mrs. Harvey's piercing gaze. Alone at my home. I miss Ron and Hermione. Go home, kid, Mrs. Harvey said. I'll pack up the shop in a few, anyway. Get home and enjoy yourself. Maybe take one of those caramel ones on your way out. I won't look. Mrs. Harvey winked at him as she walked around the counter. Go on, kid. Don't let me get my stick. Of course, Mrs. Harvey, Harry smiled. I wouldn't dare. Harry moved out of his seat, putting his book in the backpack he brought to work. Merry Christmas, Mrs. Harvey. Harry picked up the box of caramel chocolates with a wink. Take care. You too, kid, she called out. Don't get into trouble. I never do. Harry slipped out of the shop. Good night. A chilly breeze made him shiver. His breath misted, and he felt the cold creeping up his sleeves. Right, warming charms. Warmth burst back into his skin. That's better. The snow crunched under his boots, drowned by the hustle and bustle of New York. His eyes drifted toward the Christmas lights and decorations all around. Lights twinkled from homes and shops and delicious aromas wafted through the streets. Families hurried down the street, some wearing Santa hats. Not as beautiful as Hogwarts. Harry smiled at a pair of kids wearing Santa hats almost as big as their heads, but it is still Christmas. Harry shoved his hands in his pockets and kept walking, whistling a merry tune. A trio of kids darted past him, all wearing bright red jackets, coupled with antler hats. Harry smiled at them, turning round a corner and entering an alleyway. Someone better not try to rob me like last time. Harry's lips curled distfully. Not that the guy was successful. Not when I have magic and the soul stone. Harry glanced at the bins, looking for any shadowy figures around. A can tumbled down, drawing Harry's attention. Harry turned only to see a cat leap into an open trash can, disappearing between the bags. Bloody cats. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It is a quiet night. A high scream rang through the deserted alley, making Harry jump. What the hell? Harry rushed down the alley, turning right to the place where the scream had come from. Muffled noises echoed down through the darkness, punctuated by light thumps and cursing. Fuck it, Harry decided. Lumos. The alley became lit with a brilliant light, revealing 3 men surrounding a lone, blonde woman, roughly Harry's age. The men shielded their eyes while the woman took the opportunity to kick at one of the men, sending him sprawling. The woman twisted around, freeing herself from the second's grip and digging her elbow into his chest, sending the man stumbling. Before she could lunge on the third, the man kicked her in the abdomen, sending her crashing against a trash can. Stop, Harry said loudly. Leave her alone. The woman turned toward Harry, looking hurt but her eyes urging him to run. The other 2 got back to their feet, growling at him. Oh, and what are you gonna do, brave boy? The third man kicked the woman in the abdomen again, making her scream in pain. Expulso. The beam of orange light crashed into the man's chest, sending him flying. The man crashed into tarmac with a loud grunt as a crack echoed through the alley. The other 2 backed a few steps away, looking between their leader and Harry. One of them fumbled, removing a small revolver from his pocket. A bright red beam of light crashed into his chest, sending the gun skittering across the tarmac while the man was blown back. The last man turned and began to sprint away from Harry. Not so fast, a stunner dropped the man immediately, sending him face first on the cement. Harry shot one at the other 2 men too, stunning them for good measure. That's one thing out of the way. Harry turned to the woman who was looking wide-eyed at him. Are you all right, miss? Harry knelt beside her. Who are you? She winced, clutching her side, her fingers stained red with blood. Let me see that. Harry moved her arm, noticing the logo of a bird printed over her shoulder. A tear in her black clothes exposed her pale skin, marked with a deep, bleeding red gash. Hold still. Harry waved his hand, clearing the blood from the wound. What's your name? Sharon, she replied hastily. How are you doing that? Apisky. The wound knit itself back, closing slowly. Are you hurt anywhere else, Sharon? Any bleeding? Harry asked, ignoring her questions. No, Sharon breathed. Who are you? What are you? I am just a guy who did the right thing. Harry smiled at her. But you won't remember me. Wait. She waved her bloodied hand urgently. Well, I can understand why you don't want me to remember this or whatever. She's taking magic remarkably well, Harry observed. But you can't do that, Sharon continued. These guys are criminals. I was on a mission to catch them. If you, make me forget, they will go free. My whole mission will be compromised. I can't let magic get exposed. Especially not if this girl is with some sort of secret service. Harry prodded her for other injuries, or whoever she is with. They will turn themselves in, Harry assured her a moment later, stupefied. Sharon slumped against the trash can. Harry turned to the 3 unconscious men, his eyes hardening. I need to clear this mess up. Harry rose to his feet. Make sure they don't remember me and turn themselves in. Harry glanced at the blonde girl. I make her think she caught them. Harry decided. She overpowered them but got knocked out in the fight too. When she wakes up, these 3 will still be unconscious. Perfect. Harry glanced around the alley to see if someone was around, before waving his hand. The girl's eyes shot open for a moment, immediately glazing over before she slumped back. Harry walked forward and repeated the same for the 3 men. With a frown, he struck the unconscious men with the punching jinx a few times. Perfect. Harry covered his head with the hood of his cloak, disappearing from view. Now, the final step. A bubble of magic rose, killing all noise in the alley. Renervate, the girl's eyes shot open and she blinked groggily, getting back to her feet unsteadily. Her eyes widened as she looked at the 3 downed men and she whipped out her phone. Hello, she breathed. This is Agent 13. The mission was a success. I caught Glasgowski's men. I need men to take them in. With a smile, Harry apparated away silently, the girl none the wiser. Chapter end notes and done. I hope you all liked the chapter. So, I hope you can guess who the girl was. With her name and title, it should be rather easy tbh. Winking face. Anyhow, if you are wondering what happened with Corvus Glaive, I will say that I haven't forgotten him. He is coming and he will come. He still has to find Harry, doesn't he? As for S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, before you ask, yes, I am drawing threads to connect Harry to them. It was after all S.H.I.E.L.D. who brought the Avengers together. But I don't plan on Harry being an agent to go on missions and stuff. I have another FIC known as Agent Potter for that. Laughing face. But I have plans for the bridging as we now speed into the wider MCU. Till now, I was taking it slow, building a world. Now since I have a foundation, I can go faster and onto the more interesting plot. By my estimations, the story will enter properly into the MCU, Iron Man 1 and beyond, within the next few chapters. It will still take a couple of chapters to actually get onto it though. A couple of very interesting chapters. So, stay tuned. That's all, thank you for your reviews. A huge thanks to Mudhill and Nanu for baiting this chapter. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my 2 very good friends. I really hope to see you all there and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories, and even... Wait, why should I tell you everything here? Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. I would love it if you guys came to my server and interacted with me there. If you have some of your own theory or wish to see something in this FIC as the journey progresses, you can tell it to me on the Discord server. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 400k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC which is already 400k plus words long and it is a work in progress, updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hoffney one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently, complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND My Spy. Harry fanfic which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An hydrogen phosphide MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. The photo on the wall chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.10 The photo on the wall the 26th of December 2005 The Triskelion, Washington, D.C. The light of the setting sun shone through the huge glass windows, bathing the room in an orange glow. A bald man sat behind a desk, glaring at a computer screen covered with multiple images and digital files. He scowled at the screen viewer picking up the telephone and dialing a number. Hill, I need you over the Budapest operation. He barked into the receiver. This is a motherfucking mess and I need it to go away quietly. And Barton has a new recruit. Evaluate her and report back to me. He listened to the other end before cutting the call. Barely a second later, the intercom buzzed, and his scowl deepened. Yes. He pressed a button on the device. Sir, I have Agent Coulson here. A female voice rang. He is insisting on seeing you urgently. Send him in then. He picked the receiver and put it back in place, cutting the call. Turning to the computer, he clicked his mouse twice and the files on the screen disappeared, showing a black screen with a S.H.I.E.L.D. logo in its center. A second later, a brisk knock echoed through the room, and the door swung open. A man dressed in a sleek, gray suit walked in followed by a young, blonde girl in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Good evening, Director Fury. Coulson gave him a small smile. Agent Coulson. Agent 13. Fury's single black eye searched them. What is it? Agent 13 began to speak, but Coulson preempted her. Sir, I would request you to secure the office before we discuss things further. Fury raised an eyebrow and pressed a button on the side of his desk. Secure office, he ordered. The windows darkened and the blinds came down. The office's door swung shut on its own, its lock clicking in place. Agent 13 looked around wide-eyed as things moved. Automatically. Office secured, an automated female voice rang, making her jump. Fury leaned back in his chair, his hands clasping on his leg. What is this about, Coulson? Sharon? Coulson glanced at the young girl. Yeah. She shifted on her feet. Director, I was on my first mission yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday. I mean the night. Agent 13, Fury's single eye bore into her. Continue with the details that are important. Sharon bobbed her head rapidly in response. Yes, sir, I was tracking down a gang of smugglers in New York. My cover got blown, and 3 men started chasing me. I fought them and managed to knock them out. And, what's the problem? Fury raised an eyebrow. Her events of the story deviate at several points. Coulson stepped forward. She reported being injured by a knife wound earlier during the mission. Her body cam confirmed her injury, but now she doesn't remember being injured, nor is there a single mark on her. Fury leaned forward, his eye trained on Sharon, who met his gaze, her throat quivering. And that's not all, sir. Coulson cast a sideway glance at Sharon. Her body camera was also found blown, its last footage being about 15 minutes before Agent 13 called for cleanup. Blown? Fury shifted his gaze to Coulson. Yes, sir. Blown. Coulson nodded. Like the types blown by an EMP. That's not possible. Fury frowned. Those cameras are shielded against EMPs. Have someone from tech analyze it. I have already sent it, sir. Coulson said. But there is more. The camera did pick one last thing before getting blown. He removed a pen drive from his coat jacket and slid it across the desk. Fury examined it for a moment before plugging it into his computer, opening the one single file in it. The scene opened to an alley bathed in green light. The scene moved fast, grunts punctuating the movement of hands and legs. The camera shook all over the place, showing kicks and punches being exchanged. 3 hostiles. Fury leaned forward. Yes, sir, Sharon blurted. I remember 3. Fury nodded, his eye trained on the screen. A moment later, the camera visual distorted, the screen turning an eye burning green. Bright light, Fury murmured as the scene slowly cleared, the night vision turning back to normal view. The scene showed an elbow digging into a chest, sending a man stumbling. A leg appeared on the screen, followed by a great crashing sound as the scene broadened. He kicked you. Fury's eye flicked toward Sharon. But you did well, Agent. Sharon's eyes lit up and she stood straighter. Stop. A loud voice rang from the computer. Leave her alone. The camera twisted, to show a man standing at the entrance of the alley. A ball of light shone in the palm of his hand. Oh, and what are you gonna do, brave boy? A boot came down, covering a substantial part of the screen. It was followed by a loud, feminine scream that made Sharon wince. The boot receded back until a pair of knees were visible. The next moment, the screen turned a brilliant orange, swirling with colors on the edges before turning to gray static. That's the camera getting blown. Coulson commented, but she doesn't remember any of this. Not even the man or the light. She says she took them down in the dark, but got knocked out in the process. The men that were captured reported the same story. Word to word. Fury raised an eyebrow, his eye moving from Coulson and Sharon. Miss Carter, would you give us a moment? Fury declared. Sharon looked at Coulson for a moment before hastily nodding. Turning on her heel, she walked to the door, only to stop as she futilely tugged at it. Fury pressed a button and the door clicked open. Once she walked out, the door locked itself automatically and he shifted his attention to Coulson. What do you think, Coulson? Fury asked. Enhanced. Either enhanced or he has some pretty advanced technology. Coulson ran a hand through his receding hairline as he moved around the seat and sat down across Fury. There's another thing we picked up from satellite imagery. It is grainy, but we can see flashes of multicolored light, mainly orange and red. Their purpose is unclear, but the orange one seems to fling people back. Like her? Fury's hand moved to his hip. Not exactly, but we cannot be sure. Coulson breathed. Are you still in touch with her? I can be at a moment's notice. Fury's fingers drummed on the desk. Have you identified this person? He is Harry Potter. Coulson said. We got a 73% match from the image on Sharon's body camera. He is well, rather normal. Has his records here since birth. He comes from an old British family. So he's probably not from space. Fury's jaw twitched. And he either has the technology or the powers to alter memories and fire off energy beams. And he can heal people. Coulson added. Agent 13 reported no pain when she was picked up, and there wasn't a single bruise on her body. Fury leaned back in his chair. Do you think he could be an ally? In my opinion, likely. Coulson said. He healed Agent 13 and saved her life even though he didn't know her. He saw she was in trouble and stepped in to help. Also, the men who were captured were injured, not killed. Look further into this, Harry Potter. Fury stroked his beard. This doesn't go out of this room and is completely off the books. You report only to myself and Agent Hill. Sir, are you thinking what I am thinking? Coulson's eyebrows drew into a deep V. The project was scrapped the moment we had proposed it. It might be an old-fashioned notion, Coulson. Fury smirked, removing a single white file from his desk. But it is one I believe in. Fury slid the file across the desk to Coulson. Under the symbol of S.H.I.E.L.D., its title glinted in bold letters. The Avengers Initiative, the 27th of December 2005, Harry's home, Bleecker Street. Oh, come on. Harry slammed his fist into the desk with a ringing thud. Work. Golden sparks splattered across his desk and Harry cursed under his breath. With a huff, he picked up his pen and crossed another set of words scribbled on the last page of his book. Why wouldn't it work? Harry pushed himself away from the desk. The back of his chair banging into the wall behind him. Harry scowled and rose from his seat, storming to the window. White condensation fogged the glass, the snow piled on the windowsill barely visible through it. Harry swept his hand over the cold glass, wiping away the condensation. Snow drifted down the night sky, piling on the sidewalks below. All around, bright lights shone through windows of apartments, a few Christmas trees visible. A short distance away, the symbol of the Sanctum Sanctorum shone atop the New York sanctum. Death told me I was close to summoning the stone's power at will. Harry watched his reflection stare back at him from the window. But I still haven't figured it out. It has been almost 2 months now. Nothing works. Harry turned away from the window, his eyes drifting toward the single photo in the room. Hermione and Ron grinned and waved at him from the photo while Harry gave him a smile. I wish they were here. A longing burned through Harry's heart. They would have helped me figure something out. Hermione would have come up with something by now. The amulet on his chest thrummed. They wouldn't want me to give up. Harry stared at the photo as he took a deep breath. The amulet grew warm against his chest and heat bubbled through his bones. Bright orange sparks erupted from his fingertips, curling like embers of a campfire. Harry stepped back. I did it. The orange sparks dissolved into a warm breeze, smelling strongly of a mixture of broom polish, the Ancient One's tea and treacle tart. That's interesting. Harry's eyebrows drew into a deep V. I didn't smell this at the Tower of London, or when I forayed into the astral plane. Harry held his hands up again but paused. The image of the Ancient One creating a huge runic shield flashed in front of his eyes. If I can somehow control the stone, I shouldn't be doing it here. Harry turned to stare at the glowing symbol of the Sanctum Sanctorum in the distance. It is not safe to operate an infinity stone in the open. His fingers ran over the edge of the amulet. It will attract unnecessary attention. I should probably go to the sanctum to do this. Harry's green eyes shone back at him from the window. Or, I can ward this room and surprise the Ancient One for once. She might already know, but at least I would prove myself to her. Harry waved his hand and a leather-bound book leapt off his bookshelf, floating into his hand. Harry flipped through its pages, turning to the section of advanced runic shielding. This should do nicely with the protections I already have. Harry studied the intricate diagram drawn on the pages, and it is meant to protect anything within 4 walls and even absorb additional power in the surroundings to strengthen itself. perfect for handling this. The book rose from Harry's hand, floating in front of him. With a careful look at the first page, Harry crossed his forearms before drawing them apart. Golden lines stretched between his fingers, and they began to expand rapidly, crisscrossing and multiplying in front of Harry. Within minutes, scores of runes shone over the cream-colored walls, casting a golden glow in Harry's study. Harry stood facing the wall with the window, as an intricate runic matrix wove itself in front of him. Harry squinted at the book before looking at the floating matrix in front of him. Holding out his hands, he drew a thin golden line and added it to the construct. That seems to match. Stepping back, he threw out his arms and the matrix slowly expanded, the runes growing in proportion. Sparks fluttered to the ground as it grew to the size of the wall, its edges hitting the ceiling. With another gesture, the matrix floated back to the wall, glowing against the cream paint. Harry shielded his eyes as the runes around the room glowed brighter and a thrum rose. The hair on Harry's skin prickled and a smile tugged at his lips as the golden glow faded into the wall and the lights flickered on. Perfect. With a wave of his hand, the book flipped close and flew back to its place on the shelf. Now I can use the stone in this room without worrying about causing an incident. He dragged his chair around his table and pulled his notebook toward him. Moment of truth. Harry took a deep breath. I somehow controlled the stone. Now, I just have to replicate it. If I can do it, I can cast spells and control the stone. His fingers ran over the metal edge of the amulet, feeling the thrum of power. Taking a deep breath, Harry threw his hands out. Nothing happened. No sparks erupted from his fingers. Was that just a fluke? Harry felt his heart drop. No, I must have done something right. If I can do it once, I can do it again. Harry held his hands in front of him, concentrating on the thrum of the soul stone against his chest. He let himself sink in the thrum of power and remembered the warmth that had rushed through him. He flicked his fingers and golden sparks burst from his fingertips. That's not the stone. Harry watched the golden sparks crash against the tabletop and extinguish. The stone's magic was orange. This is golden, dimensional energy. Anxiety gnawed in his chest. What am I doing wrong here? What did I do before that I am not doing now? Harry stood from his seat and walked to the window, peering outside for a moment. A moment later, he slowly turned, his eyes running around the room. What am I missing? Hermione waved at him from the photo while Ron winked. I was remembering them. The Harry from the photo pointed at Ron and Hermione. Maybe it is like the Patronus charm. It needs emotions rather than technique. Hermione's giggles and Ron's roaring laughter rang in his ears. Everything around him faded except the picture on the wall. The amulet on his chest warmed up and heat raced down his bones. Orange sparks burst from his fingers. Yes. Harry pumped his fist in the air. Hermione and Ron clapped while Harry in the photo shot him a thumbs up. It's no longer a fluke. A triumphant flame burned in Harry's chest as he grinned back at his friends. I am controlling the stone. The aroma of tea, treacle tart and broomstick polish wafted up his nose, making his smile widen. Harry raised the amulet from his chest, waving it toward the photo on the wall. They would be proud. The 2nd of January 2006, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. Harry peered at the huge tome that laid open on the table in front of him. The eye of power dangled from his neck, casting a shadow over the yellowed pages. A soft thrum rang through the room as fiery runic circles floated in front of him. Another circle here. Harry remembered the hut's door banging open and Hagrid entering the small shack. Heat rose in his bones and a runic circle rapidly formed in front of his crossed forearms. As he moved the circle to join the bigger formation, the hairs on his neck tingled. Yao, the daughter of Aod. A whisper rose in his ears. How may I help you, Ancient One? Harry asked loudly. A chuckle sounded from behind him as the Ancient One emerged from the shelves. Impressive, Mr. Potter. Her eyes gleamed in the light of Harry's spell. Both the spell, and you picking up on my approach. And I see you've already begun casting spells with the stone. Thankfully, you're practicing it here. Harry smiled at her, moving another circle into place. The stone is proving to have a lot more capabilities than I thought. Harry drew fiery orange lines in the air, connecting 2 runic circles. And I am still only exploring it. It is an infinity stone, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One took a seat on the wooden chair across from him. If you read the Book of Cagliostro well, you would know that controlling the flow of time is just one of many things the Time Stone can do. I did more than just read the book. Harry spun the matrix in front of him. I compared temporal spells and rituals to the spells for the Eye of Agamotto. To my surprise, some runic circles were the same. A smile tugged at the Ancient One's lips as she nodded in agreement. So, I picked a couple of spells and studied them further. Harry continued. The meaning of each symbol, each line, each connection. And you found that the components to summon temporal energy have been removed. A triumphant glint hovered in the Ancient One's eyes. The Time Stone provides the temporal energy needed for the spell to work. Good work, Mr. Potter. Harry frowned. You already knew? I have worked with temporal magic for more decades than years you've lived, Mr. Potter. A grin tugged at her lips. And I have served as the Sorcerer Supreme for just as long. I have performed almost every spell in the Book of Cagliostro and more. So, you knew I could have done the same with the Soul Stone? Harry muttered. Nice of you to tell me. Sometimes, it serves us better to find answers for ourselves, Mr. Potter. A smile tugged at her lips. If I had given you the answer, you would have never learned what you did. By exploring it yourself, you learned to manipulate spells. You dug deeper into learning the very nature of sorcery. And you even learned temporal magic. Well, it was useful. Harry allowed. But I haven't figured out how to heal people, or do things like I did at the tower. Casting spells is one thing, but healing someone or just controlling the stone is another. The Ancient One hummed in response. Is there something you know and you're not telling me again? Harry asked. Not quite, she said. But I have a good guess. That's the same thing. Harry snorted. Your good guesses usually come true. Sometimes, Mr. Potter, if I say something out loud, it won't come true just on principle. She gave him an expectant look. The Time Stone. Harry winced. You look through the future, it's multiple possibilities anyway. The Ancient One smiled. Temporal divination is the correct term. What you're performing right now, astral scrying, is a part of spirit divination. These are deeper branches of the study of divination. Reading the past and present, and predicting the future. She tilted her head. You have had some experience with the field, if I remember correctly. It was a load of crap. Trelawney's magnified, misty eyes hovered in Harry's mind. The professor was a fraud even if she gave 2 prophecies regarding me. Concerning you and Lord Voldemort. The Ancient One nodded. From the stories you've told me and what I've seen, it seems that fate has a strange interest in you. Well, it has certainly been more peaceful here. Harry smiled. Except for the Groatslang incident, nothing much has happened since I came here. The Ancient One's smile faded away. It would still be in your best interest to keep learning as much as you can, Mr. Potter. Learning to control the stone without opening the eye was impressive. But it is just a stepping stone in your journey ahead. Harry felt cold fingers curl around his heart. Is something going to happen? The Ancient One gave him an expectant look and his heart dropped. You have foreseen it, of course. Harry felt his heart hammer against his chest, and if you tell me. It will not happen. She looked away. I am sorry, Mr. Potter. But this is the best course of events plausible. If I tamper with them, there is no telling of the consequences to come. It's okay. Harry waved his hand. It is not your fault. Sometimes, things are a boon as much as a curse, she said sadly. Someday, you might understand my pain. The position I hold is not for the weak of heart. Many have fallen to its burdens in the past. Harry's heart dropped in his stomach. What can you tell me today? All I will tell you is that Earth, as a planet in this vast universe, is just emerging out of its cocoon. The Ancient One rose from her seat. Earth is a nexus for all planes, Mr. Potter. It is where the mortal and divine meet. The very center of the 9 realms. Eyes will be on us, Mr. Potter. As we progress, we will attract attention. Both divine and alien. It doesn't help that we have 3 infinity stones on this planet. Wait. Harry looked at her sharply. 3 stones? The space stone too, is here, on Earth. The Ancient One said. The Norse god, Odin, left it on Earth around the time of the Great Agamotto in care of a special line of mortals that helped him in the battle against the frost giants. Where's it now? Harry asked. Where it should be, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One smiled. Exactly where it should be. You do realize that half of the 6 most powerful objects in the universe are here, on Earth? Harry said dryly. I do, Mr. Potter. She replied. There is a lot coming and worrying about it isn't going to stop it. She smiled slyly. And if it makes you feel any better, we aren't the only ones that will be standing on the front lines to protect the planet. Who else will be there? Harry raised an eyebrow. The Ancient One rose from her seat and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Earth is going to attract a lot of attention, Mr. Potter. But not all of it will be bad. Earth is evolving, Mr. Potter. And in my centuries of experience, there are none more adaptable than humans when it comes to change. It is our greatest quality. She is saying something without saying it. Harry met her eyes. But what? Keep learning, Mr. Potter. She removed her hand from his shoulder. Every bit will help. She swept out of the room, her yellow robe fluttering behind her, leaving Harry alone in the room. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. Yes, the Soul Stone works much like the Patronus charm, based on emotions on love rather than happiness. My reasoning for this was simple. In the MCU, in order to obtain the Soul Stone from Vormir, the price required was the soul of a loved one instead of just any soul. Thanos sacrificed Gamora and Clint, Hawkeye, in a way, sacrificed Natasha, Black Widow, for it. So, to use the stone, you have to feed it love in a sense. Even the smells that emerge as the power fades, if you recognize them, are the smells Harry gets from Amortentia in the Half-Blood Prince, with the tea added in the mix. Also, I am now near the end of the introduction arc of this FIC. Harry is now settled into a new universe and has gotten the stone under his control in a way. He has also learned a lot of sorcery. The next chapter will officially be the last chapter of the introduction arc and mark the beginning of the Marvel arc. The Marvel arc will be Harry getting into the wider Marvel-verse and will cover the start of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, i.e. the movies before the Avengers 2012. The Marvel arc will obviously be followed by the Avengers arc. Thank you for your reviews. A huge thanks to Adrian and Percy Pettigron for helping me with a few elements in this chapter. A huge thanks to Mughill for betaing this chapter. Please try out my other stories. They're all on my profile and I hope you all will enjoy those too. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my 2 very good friends. I really hope to see you all there and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories. Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4, remove the spaces please. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. The Dawn of Destiny chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.11 The Dawn of Destiny, the 6th of February 2006, New York Sanctum. The edge of the dagger glinted in the light of the crackling fireplace. Harry carefully rubbed a cloth over it, avoiding the sharp edge of the blade. Thank you for helping me out here, Harry. Master Hymir smiled. His lone hand ran over the curve of the bow as he polished it. With Daniel away, I had been afraid that I had to do this alone. It's my pleasure, Master Hymir. Harry returned his smile, and you let me see in the cauldron of the cosmos. I did say we are even. The vision of swirling galaxies and burning stars shone in front of his eyes. I never knew space was so beautiful. It is. Master Hymir's eyes twinkled. And you had to learn about the relics sooner or later. This kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Harry examined the shine on the dagger in his hand and placed it back on the table before picking another one from the set. I don't get why we don't use magic to keep them clean, Harry muttered, rubbing a spot vigorously. It is fun to know more about them, but they're so bloody tough to clean. Some of these are very fragile. Master Hymir glanced at the bow in his hand. Or would refuse the magic. Like, most spells you cast on those daggers would roll right off. The daggers of Davaroth. Harry spun the dagger in his palm, its edges glowing green. They can penetrate through magical barriers and shields. And they never lose their sharpness. But they lose their shine, Master Hymir chuckled. It was an oversight on the creator's part. Despite whatever you do, perfection is not attainable, Harry. Because even perfection has room for improvement. That's a brilliant thought, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes under the half-moon spectacles flashed in Harry's mind. These are excellent relics. But they're not perfect. Nothing ever is, Harry. Master Himir put the bow away. One can always do better. Harry nodded, scrubbing the dirt off the edge of the dagger in silence. I should at least see if my magic works on this. Harry covered the dagger with his cloth, avoiding Master Himir's eyes. Scourgify. The magic rolled off the blade, onto Harry's trousers. Shit. Harry felt the skin of his thighs itch as the fabric was scrubbed clean. He removed the cloth and looked at the dagger. The uncleaned part of the blade remained dull, dirt wedged between its carvings. So my magic doesn't work for cleaning this either. Harry pressed the cloth to it, but what if? Master Himir, Harry called. If we cannot use magic on the relic itself, Harry waved the cloth he had been using. We should use magic on the cloth. The cloth rose from his palm and began to rub down the edge of the dagger in Harry's hand. Master Himir leaned forward, peering at the dagger through his glasses. It is getting cleaned, he whispered. That's clever. Harry grinned, twirling the dagger as the cloth continued to clean it on its own. It still requires human assistance, Master Himir said. But perhaps you could make a relic to clean the relics, Harry. A dusting cloth that cleans on its own. Harry's lips twitched as he remembered the Weasley household. Maybe even a broom. Sanctum masters would be forever grateful if you do that. Master Himir twirled his graying goatee. And so would your future self when you were the master of the sanctum. Harry's head snapped up. Pardon? Master Himir raised his eyebrows. You aren't telling me that you don't know that you will one day be a sanctum master? I mean, it is a huge responsibility and an equally large honor. Harry waved his hands. And, I am not even a master yet. Harry, everyone can see that the Ancient One has great plans for you. Master Himir tilted his head. I wouldn't pretend to know what she thinks. But she has taken more interest in you than any other disciple of the mystic arts in years. And, you, dear boy, pick magic up like none I have ever seen in my years of teaching the mystic arts. Many of us masters already think that you will succeed the Ancient One as the Sorcerer Supreme. I don't think I am destined for that, Master Himir. Harry felt a fist curl around his heart. I would never be capable of making decisions like the Ancient One can. And I don't think that's her plan for me either. Perhaps, Master Himir tilted his head. Sorcerer Supreme or not, you still must be prepared for responsibility. Sooner or later, you will be a master of the mystic arts. You will be standing at the front lines to protect reality and the natural law. You've faced some of its dangers, but many more will always come. True, Harry sighed, placing the last dagger in the set. These daggers are cleaned. Good. Master Himir picked a dagger up and examined its shine. That cloth of yours did good work. You're good at enchantments too, it seems. I have picked a few things here and there. Harry's hand drifted to the pouch that hung on his belt. Perhaps one day, you will make your own relic. Master Himir placed the dagger back with the set. Most great sorcerers have a relic or two in their names. The great Agamotto foremost of them. Harry shifted, feeling the soft thrum of the stone through the fabric of his cloak. I will try, Master Himir. Harry leaned back in his chair, his lips tugging upward. Perhaps I will start with a self-cleaning broom for you. Master Himir roared with laughter. Oh, I hope you do, Harry. Harry grinned, scratching the back of his head. Well, it shouldn't be hard. I'll get back to you in a few days, seriously. That'd be great, Master Himir nodded. Now, what else do we need to clean or polish? Harry cleared his throat, looking around. The gyre of the gateways needs to be cleaned. It has been gathering dust. Master Himir's eyes flicked to the relic that sat innocently on a side table. I am not touching the thing after what happened the last time, Harry shuddered. I do not want another Shadowfiend incident, or worse. Master Himir sighed. Harry, the gyre of the gateways is like any other relic. With enough knowledge, it can be controlled. What happened that day was the gateway was just activated but not controlled. Had it been controlled, we would have sent the Shadowfiends back. Without any of the trouble. Can the monsters be controlled? Harry frowned. Like the vipers of Valtor? Not as much as controlled as set. Master Himir's forehead creased. As the will of lower demons can be very susceptible, we can set them on a path with a singular purpose. Of course. That means you have to know exactly where the gateway opens and what you wish to come through. But it can be done. I wouldn't recommend it unless you're desperate, Harry, Master Hamir shrugged. But yes, it can be done. Now. A chime rang through the room. Someone's at the door. Harry stood from his seat. I will get it. No. Master Hamir shot to his feet. Whatever is at the door is not human. What? Stay behind me, Harry. I will see who or what it is. Master Hamir slowly walked toward the entrance. If whatever that is shows. The doors rattled as whatever was outside banged on them. Harry glanced at the table and picked 2 daggers from the set, pushing them into his pockets. If it shows any signs of hostility, take it to the mirror dimension. Master Hamir hurried forward. The sanctum must not fall. Stay out of sight for now. I can do that. Harry ran his hand over the helm of his cloak and disappeared, the halo working its magic. Reaching the center of the entrance hall, Master Hamir stopped and waved his hand. A wave of magic latched onto the doors and they swung open to reveal a rather tall man holding an unnaturally long umbrella. The man frowned at a small rectangular box in his hand, looking like a rather thick tablet, and put it away as he stepped in, his reddish-gray eyes scanning the sanctum. Corvus of the Glaives, the son of Charfus. A voice whispered in Harry's ear as he got a good look at the man. Corvus Glaive. Harry could see the edges of his umbrella flicker slightly as it moved. He's not human. Harry held his hand up, ready to summon the mirror dimension around the sanctum. And that umbrella is an illusion. It is likely a weapon of some sort. How may I help you? Master Hamir asked politely. I am looking for something, Glaive said in a gravelly voice. A small blue light blinked just under his collar as he spoke. Something that my sire seeks and you harbor and hide. I am afraid I do not know what you're talking about. Behind his back, a spell began to form in Master Hamir's hand. Don't you, human? Glaive stepped forward. This place swims with powers of higher realms. Powers that your kin cannot control. Master Hamir twisted his hand and the doors of the sanctum slammed shut. A shimmer of magic washed around the room, and several small bangs echoed over Glaive. Wisps of smoke curled from his clothes as the Glaive's body flickered like a mirage. His skin turned gray and his clothes morphed into armor. Deep scars melted onto his face while the umbrella in his hand turned into a long, peculiar type of spear with claw-shaped blades at both ends. Well, he's an alien. Harry felt his eyes widen. What are you? Golden lines crisscrossed in front of Master Hamir, forming a shield. Harry flicked his wrist and the air around the room cracked and glass shards appeared as they were shifted into the mirror dimension. The alien looked around, his scarred face ripping into a sneer. He made a series of guttural sounds in response before frowning and tapping the small device at the base of his neck with a thin, claw-like finger. The blue light flickered back on and began to blink. Hello, Corvus said, cracking his neck. Yes, this will do. Now, where's the stone? Harry felt his blood run cold. He's here for the soul stone. Master Hamir gave him a blank look. What stone? Don't play a fool. Corvus Glaive stepped nearer, peering at Hamir through the shield. You harbor an infinity stone and play with powers beyond your kind at will. The scars on the alien's cheeks ripped as his lips curled into a grin. Give me the stone and come with me. Sire will reward you handsomely and you shall have a glorious place amongst the Black Order. And, what does this Black Order and your sire do? Tendrils of crimson energy coiled around Master Hamir's fingers behind his back. My sire seeks to rebalance the universe. Glaive's reddish-gray eyes lit up. We seek to bring stability to it. To liberate worlds from the burdens of its ever-increasing populations. My sire's world crumbled because there were too many people and far too few resources to sustain them. He seeks to protect other worlds from the fate that his world suffered. He does that by killing people. Mass genocide. Harry felt cold fingers curl around his heart. Is he the one death talked about? Master Hamir's jaw twitched. And who gave him the right to do this? Destiny itself. Corvus Glaive smiled. My master is the conduit of destiny. He brings peace to worlds even though many don't appreciate it. But that's destiny. It shall arrive all the same. And why does he need an infinity stone? Master Hamir inquired. Because my sire cannot be everywhere. He faces resistance from weak-minded fools who Seek to stop him. Glaive's red eyes glowed like embers of a fire. Once all the stones belong to him, he can balance the universe with a snap of his finger and fulfill his destiny. In a single second, every world shall get rid of half its population, freeing it of its burdens. All right, it's him. The one whom Death talked about. Harry decided. His master aims to sacrifice half the universe by gathering all the stones. That's what Death told me, but with a different reason. I am afraid I cannot let that happen, Master Hymir replied. The alien's spear blurred, tearing through Master Hymir's shield in the blink of an eye. Golden sparks fluttered to the ground as Master Hymir took a step forward. Think Ag. A whip of crimson energy struck Glaive in his chest. The alien was blasted backward and sent hurtling through the sanctum doors with a resounding crash onto the road outside. That should hurt. Harry winced, remembering the time he was hit with the whip of Sidorak during his spar against the Ancient One. Master Hymir waved his hand, multiple purple-blue ropes of magic forming in the air that snaked after the alien. And he is probably done for. Harry willed himself to appear and walked up next to Master Hymir. Should we get him to the Ancient One? Harry asked, trying to peer outside the sanctum, looking for the alien, or kill him here. We must know more about his intentions of. Before Master Hymir could finish, a motorbike came hurtling through the doors of the sanctum. Harry acted on instinct and pushed Master Hymir out of the way. The bike crashed through the furniture behind them, flames licking its sides. The acrid smell of gasoline wafted through the air and Harry immediately waved his hand, extinguishing the flames. Turning to the door, Harry found Corvus Glaive standing there, his armor severely cracked. There is no way he got up so fast. Glaive's eyes latched onto Harry. You weren't here before. So he doesn't know I have the stone. That's good. Magic coursed through Harry's veins, tingling at his fingertips. But you will die too, and I shall find the stone. Corvus stopped short, bringing his blade in the way of the blasting curse. The curse bounced off it and blew the remnants of the door of the sanctum to dust. All right. Another magic-resistant blade. Harry's hand moved, another spell forming in his hand. A disk of energy soared toward Corvus from Master Hymir's hand. Before the disk could hit him, Corvus tore it to sparks by swinging his spear through it. Energy spells are doing no good. Harry swirled his fingers in a circular motion. Vipers of Valtor. A spiral of red energy formed in front of him and four thick, long serpents burst through the circle, their heads lashing toward the alien. Corvus Glaive's spear blurred as he chopped off two heads in a single strike and caught the third with his left hand while dodging the fourth. He's faster than humans. Harry watched as the alien ripped the serpent's head off with his bare hands before stabbing the other. Harry's spell crumbled as the serpents died. And stronger too. Ropes of golden magic twisted toward Glaive from Master Hymir's hand, only to crumble in a shower of sparks as his spear chopped through them. The alien rushed forward toward Master Hymir and Harry, batting away the cutting curse Harry sent at him. Brace yourself, sir. Harry grabbed Master Hymir by the shoulder as Glaive neared, bursting through a shield Master Hymir had erected to stop him. The world twisted around them and they appeared on the first-floor balcony. Master Hymir immediately clutched the railing, as the world righted itself and heaved. What was that? He coughed. I need you to go get the Ancient One, Harry said. An orange beam curved toward Glaive, who stood below. I will hold him off till then. Corvus brought his blade in between the spell, the orange beam splitting in two. I have never seen a spell splitting into two. Harry winced as the two halves of the spells blasted craters into the floor below and the sanctum shook. I cannot leave the sanctum even if we are in the mirror dimension. Master Hymir began to prepare a spell, and I cannot leave you. I will hold him off from afar. Harry took a step back as lightning cracked down from Master Hymir's hand. The bolt of lightning blasted into Corvus, sending the alien writhing on the ground. I need to finish this then. Harry slashed his hand, a trio of claws of purple energy shooting toward Glaive. He is here for the Soul Stone. He cannot get back to his master. Spurts of grayish blood flew into the air, splattering across the wooden floor and the debris from Harry's previous spell. Corvus Glaive roared in pain, curling into a ball, leaving his spear on the floor. That's it. Harry drew his fingers into a sharp V. Sectum Sempra. 3 thin gashes appeared on the alien's back as the spell sparked across his armor. "Harry, get the binding bands of Sidorak." Master Hymir roared over the crack of the lightning and continued to electrocute Glaive. "It'll trap him." Instead of moving, Harry waved his hand. "Accio binding bands of Sidorak." A great crashing sound echoed from the floor above and a skeletal structure made from metal soared toward him. Arresto momentum. The soaring relic slowed down to a crawl and Harry caught it in his hand. "Throw it at him with the intent to trap him." Master Hymir broke the lightning spell and Harry hurled the relic at the downed alien like a quaffle. The metal bands snapped around the alien, pulling him onto his knees as the metal bands snapped in place, expanding by themselves to accommodate the alien. "That's something," Harry decided as the mouthpiece snapped into place, gagging the alien, trapping him completely. Beside him Master Hymir staggered, breathing deeply. "That should hold him in place," Master Hymir commented, watching as Glaive's face rippled, muffled grunts ringing through the mouthpiece. The metal bands strained slightly as the alien struggled. "What now?" Harry asked. "Get out of the mirror dimension and get the Ancient One," Master Hymir said. "I will secure the alien. We must know more about him and his master. If a threat is coming to Earth, the masters of the mystic arts must be ready." "Do we even know what he is?" Harry frowned. "'Cause he is not a Kree or a Skrull or an Asgardian, which are the only species who have visited Earth in the past 3 centuries. Earth had been left alone until now." Master Hymir nodded. "Honestly, this is my first time seeing a proper alien and not just a creature from some other dimension. Till now, aliens were supposed to be green for me." Harry snorted and Master Hymir's lips tugged upwards. "Now, if you'll allow me, I shall secure the prisoner." Master Hymir walked down the stairs toward the bound alien. "Get the Ancient One." Harry nodded and turned around, moving his fingers in circles. A golden spiral appeared in front of him, expanding to let him see the other side, the real world. He stepped through it, into a much more pristine, undamaged sanctum. "That's one thing done." Harry looked around. "Let's hope this alien didn't bring his buddies. The Black Order or whatever he called it with him." A loud crash rang from behind, drawing his attention. Swiveling around, he sprinted back through the portal into the mirror dimension. What the hell? On the ground floor of the sanctum, Glaive had freed himself somehow and was attacking Master Hymir. The metal bands of the relic lay around their feet, dismantled. Harry waved his hand and a spectral stag bounded through the portal. Without waiting, Harry slid down the railing and jumped to the floor, shooting a pale yellow curse at Glaive just as Master Hymir ducked under his blade. Glaive roared in pain as the curse stuck him in the face, scoring a deep gash across his cheek. Master Hymir whirled around, jabbing his palm into Glaive's abdomen. As the alien went staggering back, Harry drew his daggers from his pocket. Might of Mokar. Wisps of faint purple energy wrapped around Harry's wrists and he rushed forward. At the same time, Master Hymir threw a lasso of golden energy that wrapped around the bottom of the spear in Glaive's hand. Master Hymir yanked at the whip, trying to disarm Glaive, but the alien clung to his spear. As Harry neared them, Glaive twisted his spear, sending Master Hymir face first to the ground, the whip of energy bursting to sparks. Harry leapt over Hymir, closing the distance with Glaive. The alien swung his spear, but Harry caught it with the dagger in his right hand, the purple wisps flaring with power. Harry thrust the dagger in his left hand, plunging it straight into Glaive's abdomen. Glaive grunted, slamming his fist into Harry's face. Harry felt his feet being lifted off the ground, the taste of copper filling his mouth. The world spun before pain flared at his sides as he rolled across the hard floor of the sanctum. Harry felt the amulet on his chest warm up. The power of the soul stone rushed through his veins, soothing away the pain. Bloody hell! Harry spat blood on the floor and got to his feet, wiping his lips. Master Hymir was defending himself against Glaive as the alien tried to skewer him with the huge spear. Harry watched, as almost in slow motion, a green shield, the shield of Seraphim, formed in front of Master Hymir as Glaive jabbed his spear. Harry knew what was going to happen before it happened. An orange beam of light hurled from his hand toward Glaive just as the alien jabbed his spear toward Master Hymir. The tip of the spear punctured through the shield, digging into Master Hymir's chest as the orange beam of light slammed into Glaive. In a flash of fire, Glaive was blasted back through a wall while Master Hymir staggered back, clutching his chest. Harry ran over to him, catching Hymir before he could fall to the floor. No, no, blood had begun to seep through Master Hymir's robes, the red slowly spreading outward. No. Images flashed through Harry's mind. Dobby dying in his hands, Hedwig getting hit by the killing curse, Dumbledore's fall from the astronomy tower, Sirius falling through the veil of death. No. Heat coursed through Harry's bones, the amulet thrumming against his chest. You cannot die. His hand glowed a fiery orange. Heal. The edges of the wound glowed a brilliant orange. Slowly the glowing edges began to come closer together as the wound sealed. The glow turned into a thin line and disappeared into his chest. Master Hymir gasped and coughed, his eyes wide. What? Master Hymir took deep breaths. How? It's okay. The heat receded into the amulet and Harry beamed at Master Hymir. You're alive. Master Hymir looked down at his bloody robes before looking past Harry's shoulders. A shadow fell on his face and his eyes widened. Before Harry could see what it was, Master Hymir's amputated hand slammed into his chest, pushing him away. As Harry rolled onto the floor, Glaive's spear descended where he had been a second ago, piercing through Master Hymir's chest. The blade sunk into the floor below like a hot knife to butter as Master Hymir gurgled, light leaving his eyes. No. A wave of magic exploded, sending Glaive sprawling as Harry scrambled toward Master Hymir. No, 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 Harry whispered, as he felt nothing from Master Hymir. The glow on his hand didn't cling to the wound or heal him like it had a few moments ago. Blood pooled beneath his body, the crimson spreading on the wooden floor. Now, if you value your life, you will give me the stone. The alien's gravelly voice broke Harry out of his thoughts. Or you will meet the same fate as him. Fate, Harry whispered, turning his eyes toward Corvus Glaive. Heat bled through his bones, spirals of orange energy forming around his wrist. I will show you fate. Glaive yelled as his body floated in the air, his legs and arms being stretched. Golden blurs of Glaive's form vibrated around his body as Harry slowly rose to his feet. Stop this! Glaive's scream echoed through the sanctum. Harry met his eyes and images flashed in his mind. A small, gray-skinned child skipping down a purple street. Massive spaceships loomed in the sky, releasing an army of metal warriors that descended upon a town inhabited by the gray-skinned aliens. A huge purple-skinned man strolled through the town, dragging a colossal two-bladed sword behind him. Harry watched as the small child pushed away a metal soldier and leapt at the purple-skinned alien who caught him with a single hand. The purple-skinned alien smiled at the child, his pearly white teeth peeking through his lips. The sound of fire occurred as a whole line of aliens were slaughtered while the child kept glaring at the purple-skinned alien. The images blurred again, showing an older version of Glaive battling an alien woman. Another image flashed where the same alien woman smiled at Glaive and kissed him on the lips. The images changed. Smoke rose through cities as Glaive fought on its streets, slaughtering anyone who came in his path. Around him, the same metal warriors who had descended on the city and slaughtered people flew, helping him turn the streets into a river of blood. The final image showed Glaive kneeling before the same purple-skinned alien. The wind whispered a name in Harry's ears. Thanos, Harry said as Glaive dropped to the floor, crawling away from him. Thanos is the one who sent you, and he is coming for the stones. Harry turned and grasped the shaft of the spear, his gaze meeting Master Hymir's unseeing eyes. Fiery orange energy wrapped around his fingers as Harry twisted his hand. With a ringing crack, the spear snapped into half, its blade glowing the same shade as the soul stone. No, no, please. Glaive crawled through the doors, Harry following behind him. You are a monster. Harry spat. You deserve no more mercy than they did. Harry plunged the broken, glowing spear through Glaive's chest the same way Glaive had plunged the spear into Master Hymir. Power burned through Glaive's body, his scars glowing a faint orange as he went limp, the acrid smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. Harry staggered back and collapsed at the doors of the sanctum, hot tears rolling down his cheeks. The heat of the stone receded into the amulet, its metal feeling colder than ever. A portal opened and the Ancient One stepped through, followed by Mordo and Wong. She said nothing as her eyes took in Glaive's dead form. Master Hymir. Mordo gasped as he peered inside the sanctum. Mordo, Wong, make sure proper arrangements are made for Master Hymir, the Ancient One grabbed Harry by his shoulders and pulled him to his feet. Come, Mr. Potter, she said. Let's get you home. Harry refused to move. You knew, didn't you? Harry whispered. You knew this was coming. She said nothing, refusing to meet his eyes. You saw this was going to happen. Harry balled his fist. Yet you didn't intervene. You let him die. Potter, you cannot expect the Ancient One to tamper with the natural law. Mordo said softly. We protect the... No sound came out of Mordo's mouth, his lips moving soundlessly as Harry raised a finger. I was talking to her, Harry growled. Yes, Mr. Potter, I knew this might come to pass. The Ancient One turned to him. I foresaw it alongside where you blasted the alien back and healed Master Hymir in time. That did happen, Harry said. But then, tears flowed down Harry's cheeks. Then, Master Hymir pushed me away as Glaive went to kill me. He took the blow for me and died. It is not your fault. How many more people have to die for me? Harry spat. How many more? Mr. Potter, she closed her eyes. Let's get you home. You're in no state to be doing this. Harry sneered and stormed through the portal. As soon as he stepped through, he twisted and apparated away before the Ancient One could follow him. The 7th of February 2006 Rainbow Bridge, Asgard. A golden-eyed man stood on a podium in the center of a golden, domed room, his fingers curled around the handle of a sword. He turned sharply as another man approached, a long, golden spear in his hand and an eye patch over one of his eyes followed by several guards. Heimdall, it has been years since you've summoned me here. Odin walked in, his guards remaining outside. My king, Heimdall bowed. Interesting events have come to pass within the 9 realms. Odin's grasp on his spear, the Gingnir, tightened. Go on. Earlier, Midgard was attacked by an outsider. Heimdall said. He sought an infinity stone. The Tesseract. Safe and untouched, my king. Heimdall said, but not where you left it. It hasn't been for nearly 70 years. Odin gave a nod. Then he came for the sorcerers? He did. Heimdall agreed. He faced a young man with peculiar powers in addition to his sorcery. A man I only saw for the first time but yet could barely keep my eyes on. Odin frowned. What are you trying to say, Heimdall? Some power protects him from even my gaze, my king. Heimdall's golden eyes shone. A power that prevents me from keeping my gaze on him at all times. Hides and protects him. That's concerning. And that's not all, Heimdall said. He wears the second eye you helped Lord Agamotto forge, and within it, if I am not mistaken, rests another stone. A third stone? Odin's knuckles widened around the Gingnir. Which? I cannot be sure. Heimdall said. But its power was a fiery orange and caused disruptions within the astral plane, which leads me to the Soul Stone. Odin banged his spear lightly. It was never within the 9 realms. How did the boy get it? The higher power, perhaps. Heimdall said. The same that protects him from my gaze at times and had prevented me from seeing or detecting him before. A power beyond sorcery or our own. A power beyond any bestowed by the Yggdrasil. Odin's forehead creased before he shook his head. Keep an eye on him as much as you can. And make sure no further outsiders arrive in Midgard. Midgard is still under my protection and it shall be known. As you command, my king. Heimdall bowed. Hopefully, this boy will be Thor's problem, not mine. Odin sighed wearily. You think of coronating him as the king? Soon. Odin nodded. I have grown old and the time of my sleep nears. Are you sure it is a wise move, my king? Heimdall's gaze grew distant. Prince Thor has a lot to learn yet. He is not wise in ways you are. Then he will learn. Odin declared. And it is better if I can test him as a king whilst I am still here. Perhaps it will give my heart a rest to know that he is indeed a worthy king. He could be greater. Heimdall said. I hope he is. Odin smiled. Keep your gaze on dangers, Heimdall. I sense many might approach in the near future. If a higher power has sent the Soul Stone to a boy of extraordinary powers, as you say, something must be coming, and Asgard must be prepared for it. The 9th of February 2006 Kamar-Taj, Nepal. I hope you've calmed down now, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One's voice cut through the silence of the room with the sharpness of the daggers of Davaroth. I am still upset with you, Harry said. You could have intervened. It was a moment I couldn't intervene with, Mr. Potter. She smiled sadly. This was going to happen. It was an absolute point in time. Oh, Harry frowned. But, I couldn't say it in front of Mordo yet, Mr. Potter, the Ancient One explained. He doesn't understand what he doesn't know. But there was always only a single possibility. All paths ended on the same road for Master Hymir. He died saving me. Harry looked away. Just like my parents. Just like Hedwig. Just like Dobby. I am sorry, Mr. Potter. She closed her eyes. It was his destiny, and the beginning of yours. Thanos, Harry whispered. Yes. He's a monster. Harry said. He slaughters people indiscriminately and without remorse. Half the population of every planet he steps on. What else do you know? Interest flashed in the Ancient One's eyes. He has a huge army of metal warriors and an inner circle he calls the Black Order. Harry remembered the name Glaive had said. He aims to unite the stones so he can kill half the life in the universe with a single snap of his finger. The color drained from the Ancient One's face. If that happens, it will be unstoppable by any means. No countermeasure. Nothing. He can only do it with all the stones. Harry nodded. And guess what? 3 of them are on Earth and he at least suspects it. So Glaive didn't know you had the stone? The Ancient One asked. No, Harry shook his head. That's a relief. She sighed. The possibilities that can occur are more than ever, each possibility wildly different from some other. Some visions have become clearer to me after Master Hymir's death, but many still remain foggy. Then what can you tell me? For now, she cocked her head. Some meetings hold prospects for a better future. Meetings that will, in a way, connect to your actions in the past and affect your and the world's future more than anything else. Right. Harry frowned. That's something. I suggest you start reading about a few international organizations in this world. The Ancient One smiled. And trust the one who approaches you. Are you sure? Harry frowned. You can cross-check with that, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One's eyes drifted down to his chest. The stone holds a lot more capabilities than we had anticipated. It showed me all of Corvus Glaive's past, the alien who attacked us, Harry said. How Thanos attacked his homeworld and somehow took him in to be a loyal follower of his. And how Glaive proceeded to slaughter worlds under his command. It shows the person's soul to you, Mr. Potter. She smiled. All their world laid bare before you. Their past. Their dreams. Everything. That. Harry's forehead creased. That sounds just so wrong to do. You'll learn to control it. She patted his shoulder. If you can see the whole image, you can concentrate on a part. Right. Harry bit his lip. Right. Now, if that's all, Mr. Potter? No, actually. Harry shook his head, breaking out of his thoughts. I brought something. He dug into the pouch at his waist and pulled out a broom from within with a cloth attached to its other side. Master Hymir and I talked about this. He had too much work maintaining the sanctum, Harry said. I told him I did make a relic to do that for him. This is wonderful, the Ancient One beamed. I supposed it should go to the New York sanctum? Yes. I think he would appreciate it. Harry breathed. He would have loved it. The Ancient One smiled. Did he have any family? Harry asked. The Ancient One's smile faded away. Master Hymir's family was a difficult topic for him. It was the reason he sought Kamar-Taj all those years ago. Oh, Harry said when she didn't elaborate further. I suppose he has already been buried? Cremated, the Ancient One said. In the religion he followed, people were cremated, not buried. We followed it. As was right, of course. Harry felt cold fingers curl around his heart. Is there something I can do for him? Yes. She said. Remember him and cherish his memory, Mr. Potter, and don't let his sacrifice go to vain. Even perfection has room for improvement, Harry whispered. Yes. The 21st of February 2006 Sanctuary 2 spaceship, unknown location. Thanos sat atop his throne, his fingers running over the designs of the armrests. Father, we haven't heard from Corvus since the day he reached Terra. A woman kneeled restlessly in front of him. We cannot establish any contact with him. Calm yourself, Proxima, Thanos stood from his seat. Corvus had gone to investigate an anomaly on the planet. Terra is under the protection of Asgard. Proxima looked up. I am scared for him, father. I had advised him not to go. Thanos pursed his lips. But he was adamant. We are powerful, but we are not prepared to take down Asgard yet. Sire, another man stepped forward from the shadows. Asgard has issued a statement that any intrusion within the 9 realms will be met with the full force of Asgard's army. The 9 realms are under Odin's protection, and any threat to it from outsiders will be responded to by Odin himself. Color drained from Proxima's face. Father, it seems that Asgard detected Corvus. Thanos sat back on his throne, and it has responded. What does it mean, father? Proxima asked. It means there is something on Earth that is worth protecting. Thanos smiled. But for now, it is out of reach. What of Corvus, father? Proxima asked. If he's alive, we shall save him when the right time comes. Thanos replied. We cannot take on Asgard right now. But we will wait for the right opportunity to get what should be ours. The 6th of March 2006, Harry's home. Bleecker Street. The chime of the bell rang through the living room, and Harry looked up from the newspaper he had been reading. Who's it at this time in the morning? He frowned. He put the paper aside and walked to the door, pulling it open. Outside the door, a man dressed in a sleek gray suit stood. He gave him a warm smile. Philip Coulson, son of Jacob. The wind whispered in Harry's ears. Mr. Potter. Coulson held out his hand. Yes. Harry shook the man's hand. How may I help you? My name is Phil Coulson, the man said. I am from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Blimey, Harry blinked at the name. Bit of a mouthful, ain't it? We call ourselves S.H.I.E.L.D. The man's lips tugged upward and recognition dawned on Harry's face. I see you recognize the name. I am sure you recognize her too. A blonde woman walked up next to Coulson, whom Harry instantly recognized. That's the girl I saved in the alley. Harry's gaze slid from the girl back to Coulson. This is the meeting that the Ancient One told me a few weeks back. The one that connects to my past and gives prospects for the future. We just have a few questions and a proposition for you. Coulson said. May we come in, Mr. Potter? Chapter endnotes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. This marks the end of the introduction arc. Next, we get into the Marvel-verse as MCU characters come into the limelight as compared to the glimpses I have offered. Now, if you're wondering about Corvus Glaive, he was the one who fought Vision and Wanda at the start of Infinity War alongside his wife, Proxima Midnight. His blade pierced through Vision's vibranium body and stopped him from phasing, a power that he got from the Mind Stone. So, yes. Glaive was a powerful fighter in Thanos' Black Order alongside his wife Proxima Midnight, whose spear captain caught, if you remember, Infinity War. So far, all characters I have introduced with the exception of Anna and Wendy are from the MCU, so you can just Google them. Thank you for your reviews. A huge thank you to Mughill and Anax for betaing the chapter. For links to all my works, web links. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. S.H.I.E.L.D. chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.12 S.H.I.E.L.D. the 6th of March 2006 Harry's home, Bleecker Street. Coulson sat on the couch, his hands clasped together while Sharon stood behind him. Don't you want to sit, miss? Harry asked. No, I am good. The girl replied politely, the muscles in her upper arms tensing. Well, would you like some tea or coffee? Harry turned to Coulson. I swear I won't poison it or try and kill you. I am sure you won't, Mr. Potter. Coulson's lips tugged upwards. But we would like to get down to business if you allow. Harry nodded, smothering the urge to look out of the window toward the sanctum. Feel free. Now, first, I think introductions are in order. Coulson smiled. As you know, we are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistic Division. S.H.I.E.L.D. We are an international security organization under the World Security Council, which, in turn, is a part of the United Nations. We are a counterterrorism and intelligence agency tasked with maintaining global security. Harry nodded. He had read about it when the Ancient One had asked him to read up on international organizations, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had been one of the most prominent organizations in the modern world, post the Second World War. If he belongs to an agency, I should gain an idea of his intentions and make sure he doesn't want to just use me. Harry remembered Ron's and Hermione's faces. The amulet on his chest warmed up and heat bled through his bones as he met Coulson's eyes. He is telling the truth. The light overhead flickered and the two agents quickly looked up. Harry saw Sharon's hand go to her waist. And he doesn't harbor bad intentions against me. He is genuine. So is she, even if she is twitchy. The heat of the soul stone faded away and the flickering light above stabilized. I am sorry. Harry glanced at the ceiling light. I have to change that bulb or call someone to fix whatever the problem is. Coulson gave him a skeptical look. Sure, Mr. Potter. Please, continue. You said that you had questions and a proposition for me? Harry prompted. We do. Coulson ran a hand through his receding hairline. Do you remember the night of Christmas Eve of 2005? If they are here, they already know. Harry felt a ball of lead drop into his stomach. No point in lying. I do. Harry's eyes flicked to Sharon. I was going home when I heard noises coming from an alley. When I investigated, I found her fighting 3 guys. Sharon shifted on her feet. Miss Carter was on a mission. Coulson said. Her cover was blown and they were chasing her in order to kill her. Firstly, S.H.I.E.L.D. must thank you for saving the life of one of our agents. She was doing pretty well by herself. Harry waved him off, but... The interesting part is that she doesn't remember seeing you that day, Mr. Potter. Coulson cut him off, his eyes sharp. Nor do the men who were captured. Of course they don't. Harry's gaze shifted to Sharon who was looking at him, but they do. No, I was involved. Or they wouldn't be here. Best to cooperate for the time being. If things go south, I can always use the runes of Cough Call and make them forget. I made sure they wouldn't remember me, Mr. Coulson. Harry admitted. So it is true. Coulson sat straighter. You can manipulate memories. Harry's forehead creased. In a way, yes. It isn't exactly manipulation, but it is a close enough term, I suppose. How do you do it? Coulson leaned forward. I'll tell you if you tell me how you know that I was there. Harry's lips tugged into a smirk. There was a body camera on Miss Carter. Coulson shared a glance with Sharon. It is for the safety of all our agents during a mission. While that camera got blown up, it did capture your face. Understandable. Harry looked between them. But this happened months ago. Why are you coming to me now? Coulson remained silent for a moment. In the spirit of cooperation, I'll answer the question with full honesty. We were trying to find out more about you. We did a little digging in your past and present. Oh. Harry leaned back. The offer we are about to present to you, Mr. Potter, is very special. Coulson added. If you agree to be on board and are an enhanced like we think you are, both of us might benefit greatly from this. Enhanced. Harry blinked. An individual with powers or abilities exceeding the ordinary human. An example of an enhanced would be Steve Rogers, Captain America. Coulson supplied with a smile. So, what are your powers, Mr. Potter? What can you do? Harry looked at Coulson before his gaze flicked to Sharon. I have to control this conversation. Harry's jaw tightened. They do not know things I do. But they could prove to be very useful if Glaive's master, Thanos, is coming. But he doesn't look like the one who would be making the calls. How high up are you in S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Coulson? Harry asked. Why do you ask? Because I want to know how far up will the information I give you go. Harry tilted his head. I am afraid that the wrong people could make wrong use of my enhancements. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization that would strive to protect an asset like you, Mr. Potter. Coulson said. We will ensure that no harm will come to you if you take us up on our offer. Mr. Coulson. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating his next words. I am not really worried about my safety, for the lack of a better word. If I really wanted, I could disappear from every database you have in every memory. But the information I will give you for this partnership might not work well with certain people. People like politicians and even others, perhaps. Coulson's face grew serious, his smile vanishing. What makes you think so? You said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for maintaining global security, am I correct? Harry asked. We are. Let's say I do something similar too, Mr. Coulson. Harry told him, but just not in the way you do. You work for a government. Coulson frowned. Mr. Potter, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a higher jurisdiction over most agencies in the world. CIA, MI6. I do not work for any government. Harry rolled his eyes. I protect Earth against threats greater than anything S.H.I.E.L.D. faces. I wouldn't be sure about that, Mr. Potter. Coulson's lips curled. What's the worst thing you've faced? Harry snorted. Terrorists, serial killers, nuclear threats. It is classified, I am afraid. Coulson replied. But we have faced things beyond the ordinary, I assure you. Our predecessors, the SSR, dealt with Hydra. The world has only gotten stranger since. He knows something more but he won't tell. Harry's fingers around the armrest tightened. Which means I have to go looking. Master Hymir's face floated in his mind and the amulet warmed up, heat spreading through his body. Images flashed in front of Harry's eyes like it had when he had fought Corvus. Glaive. Green reptilian faces rose, their faces turning into human faces, taking their shape and form. Another face appeared, of a young, blonde woman who shot beams of energy from her hands and a black man with a gun in his hand. Mr. Potter? Coulson's hand drifted to his hips. So you have met Skrulls? Harry said and the man froze. Probably the Kree too, during their little skirmish a decade or so ago if I have my years right. Sharon's forehead creased. What, how do you know that? Coulson's eyes hardened and the handle of a gun glinted under his coat. Did you read my mind? No, Harry lied. I promise you that I cannot read minds, Mr. Coulson. I knew that Immortal Agency intervened with another person during the Skrull-Kree conflict that spilled into Earth, but not whom. I took a guess. And how do you even know that? Coulson took a breath and composed himself. This incident is level 10 classified and known to people I can count on one hand. Sharon's eyes widened at that tidbit of information. Because that is what I do, Mr. Coulson. Harry said. I protect Earth against threats that normal people can't. You protect the world from the threats within while I protect the world from threats not its own. Like the Skrulls and Kree but, more. Much, much more. You were born in 1986, Mr. Potter. Coulson said. You would have been what, 6 or 7 years old when the Skrulls came. I wasn't there but I am aware of the incident. Harry waved him off. The world is a lot bigger and a lot more complex than you think you know, Mr. Coulson. I know a lot more about the workings of the universe than S.H.I.E.L.D. or any agency will. I will be telling you all of it and what exactly I do for the sake of a partnership. You seem keen on this idea more than I would have anticipated, Coulson commented. It would be something that would benefit us both in the coming times, Harry said. We both want the same thing. To protect Earth. Go on. Coulson said. I am afraid I cannot tell you more unless you're the one in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Coulson. Harry said adamantly. That's why I asked how high up you are. I want to get to the guy at the top because the things that I know might open a can of worms if it gets out. Coulson closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mr. Potter, I am a level 8 agent, Coulson said. There are only 2 people above me as far as S.H.I.E.L.D. is concerned. Then I would like to meet these 2 people in person, Mr. Coulson. Harry declared. And get a surety that whatever I tell you won't go to anyone else without my permission. You are asking for too much. I will make it worth the while, I assure you, Harry promised. You haven't even told me what your powers are. Coulson shot back. You haven't given me anything in exchange for my cooperation. Partnerships don't work like that, I am afraid. The proposition is off the table now. Coulson stood up and buttoned his suit. I can't let him leave like that. Harry felt steel bands wrap around his heart. I can't let such a good opportunity slip through my fingers. I can give you a glimpse. Harry offered and Coulson stopped. Really? Yeah. But if I do so, I want to meet the person in charge. Harry declared. If not, well, I cannot promise that. Coulson said. Director Fury is a busy man. Tell him to clear his schedule then. Harry shrugged. If you ask me, I can tell you this. Earth is evolving, Mr. Coulson. Krees and Skrulls were not even a glimpse of what is out there. In fact, we were caught in their crossfire at that time, but now? We are slowly gaining attention. How do you know this? Coulson raised his eyebrows. A few weeks ago, I faced off a threat. Harry rose from the sofa. He was looking for a very powerful object on Earth. And what is this object? Coulson kept his face blank. I am not sure. Harry lied, but I have my suspicions. I will say this again. You're not giving me a lot to work with. Coulson kept his face emotionless. If you want me to convince Director Fury to clear his schedule, you've to give me something worthwhile. I just revealed my knowledge about, what was it that you said? Harry put a finger to his lip. A level 10 classified information? That should get his attention. You do not understand. Coulson said. You talk about big things but have nothing much to back them up. Yes, you knowing about the Skrulls and Kree might gain his attention. But it would put you on his so-called shit list just as fast. All right, Harry sighed. You want to know about my powers, right? Yes, that would be much appreciated. Coulson nodded. In that way, I can at least give the director something in order to convince him to meet you. Right. Harry nodded. You have been surveilling me, correct? So, you would have some idea about my powers. Take 5 guesses and I would reply truthfully if I can do it or not. Why can't you just tell us? Coulson took a deep breath as if controlling an outburst. Because I would have to go a lot deeper to explain them. Harry rolled his eyes. I can do a lot of things, Mr. Coulson. A lot. But most of my powers get way deep and complex to just summarize individually. You can ask me 5 things. If I can do it, I will truthfully say yes. All right. Coulson acquiesced. Enhanced strength? No, Harry shook his head slowly. I can do like 15 pull-ups. I have seen people do more pull-ups than I can do. So, no. Enhanced speed. Harry paused for a moment. What do you mean by that? Like, can I run really fast? Movement in general, Coulson clarified. No, at least, I don't think so. Harry frowned. Sharon immediately walked a step ahead and leaned toward Coulson, whispering something in his ear. What about teleportation? Coulson nodded at Sharon. Yes. Harry nodded, in a way. He moved his fingers, a portal forming behind Coulson and Sharon, who turned. A chilly breeze blew into his living room as snow-peaked caps were revealed on the other side. Whoa, Sharon breathed. Well, do you want to come? Harry smiled, walking forward. Coulson followed him, stepping through the portal while Sharon remained behind. Where are we? Coulson's teeth chattered as snow crunched beneath their boots. Everest. Harry grinned. Highest point in the world. Beautiful, isn't it? Very. Coulson looked around. So we just appeared on the other side of the world by stepping through that? That's how teleportation works, doesn't it? Harry said. Let's go back before your friend gets shifty. Also, you might go into shock at temperatures this low. Coulson nodded. Hurrying back into the living room, Harry following a step behind. With a twitch of his fingers, the portal collapsed into sparks. Agent Coulson was shivering, rubbing his arms in an attempt to stave off the cold. Harry took pity on him and taped his shoulder. Applying a warming charm. The man immediately relaxed and his teeth stopped chattering. You want a cup of tea, mate? Harry smirked. What happened? Sharon asked. Your boss got a little too cold on Mount Everest. Harry gave her a grin. You should have come. It is beautiful up there at the top of the world. So, you can just go to any place you want? Sharon frowned. In a way, yes. Harry nodded. What's your next guess? You've got 2 left. Coulson looked at Sharon. Sharon, why don't you give it a go? Sharon shifted. Telekinesis. The ability to move things with your mind without touching them. In a way, I can move objects without touching them. Harry frowned. So, yes. Sharon immediately looked at Coulson, who gave her a smile. Go on, Agent 13. Then, what about, levitation? Sharon asked. Can you fly? Fly by myself. Harry frowned. No, I cannot fly yet, unfortunately. I am looking into it though. So you're researching your own powers? Sharon prodded. Not exactly, but you might say that. Harry replied. It would be a lot easier to explain if I go into the basics, honestly. But I want to do so with Director Fury and have his word that whatever I say will not be told to anyone else without my permission, and I can assure that what I have to say will be worth it. I am certain we can work something out then, Mr. Potter. Coulson extended his hand. Then I will see you this Friday. Harry shook the man's hand. You can get the location of your choosing and text me the time. I'll be there and I hope so will Director Fury. The 7th of March 2006 Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. The sun rose above the hills in the distance in a blaze of orange and pink. Birds chirped and a cool breeze rustled through the courtyard of Kamar-Taj. Disciples stood in neat lines, forming energy constructs as two senior apprentices walked between them, instructing them. Harry walked past them from the side, waving at Caecilius on the way. Seeing him, Caecilius said something to a nearby disciple before making his way to him. Harry, he smiled. Meeting the Ancient One again. Yes, Harry said. How's teaching? It is interesting. He looked at the disciples. Would have never believed I was at their place once. Most never make it past this stage. Harry watched the disciples form an energy shield in front of them. Golden sparks fluttered to the ground around the courtyard as they manipulated the energy to increase the size of their construct. So, I wanted to ask how you were holding up, Caecilius asked. It is tough to see someone die. Especially someone you know well. Caecilius looked away briefly, a pained grimace flashing on his face. It is not the first time I've seen someone fall in battle. Harry patted his shoulder. It is never easier though, I suppose. It is painful. Caecilius nodded. Now, I need to meet the Ancient One, Harry said. Something has come up and I need her guidance. Of course. Caecilius said. She's in the inner sanctum. Enjoy teaching. I will get going, Harry said and climbed the stairs two at a time. The doors of the room were open and the Ancient One sat in the center of the room, poring over a book. A broom, one Harry had enchanted, quietly swept by itself in a corner, cleaning the room. The Ancient One looked up, a smile blooming on her face. Mr. Potter. Good morning. Good morning. Harry greeted. I suppose you already know why I am here. Did the meeting come to pass, then? She tilted her head. It did. Harry nodded. An agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. approached me today morning. Yesterday night for you. His name was Phil Coulson and he was with the girl. Well, the agent I had saved last year. The one you told me about, I am aware. She inclined her head. What were your impressions about Mr. Coulson? He's a good guy. Well-intentioned, really. Harry replied. At least that's what the Soul Stone got me. You're quickly grasping the powers of the stone. She smiled. Very good. Yeah. I can even read minds now, somehow. And by that I mean I can look for a specific thing instead of their whole life. Like, legilimency. Snape's sneering form rose in his mind but Harry banished the thought. The powers of telepathy use the astral plane as a bridge in order to connect two minds. The Ancient One rose to her feet. Along with your magic perhaps, it allows you to glimpse into the minds of others at will. I am not sure if I want to have this power, Harry muttered. I didn't realize what I had done until much later. I was more focused on keeping control of the conversation than anything else. That is understandable. The Ancient One said. Sometimes, we just have greater concerns like you did. I suppose you didn't give away much about us, did you? Just enough to warrant a meeting with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I suppose. Harry sighed. I was going to give away even less but he kinda forced my hand to reveal a few more details. They're trained agents, Mr. Potter. She smiled. I think they'd know how to negotiate a deal. I am sure you did well. But I might have to give away secrets when I meet their director on Friday. Harry sighed. That's why I came to you. What should I tell them and what should I not? That depends, she shrugged. All I can say is that the top order of S.H.I.E.L.D. are well-intentioned people just like Mr. Coulson. Yes, they're still spies and not as clean as one did like. They make tough calls almost every other day. But their intentions are in the right place. So you're saying that I can trust them? Can you trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as an organization? Perhaps. The Ancient One walked around the room. The director and his hand-picked agents? Without doubt, I have monitored the agency closely in the past couple of years, especially since it became clear that our paths were going to cross. So since I came here, Harry gave her a slight frown. You changed every single possibility I had seen, Mr. Potter, and made some futures more obscure than ever. The Ancient One turned to him. I even saw a few absolute points in time disappear and turn into possibilities. Something that has never happened before. What are you saying? That sometimes, things are going to be new to even me, she said. The only weakness of the Time Stone is that it cannot discern futures involving other Infinity Stones, Mr. Potter. I can see challenges are coming but I cannot see what they are. At times, either I cannot see the outcomes of events or I see the outcomes but not what resulted in them. So, I am on my own. Harry's face tightened. No, she shook her head. I am saying that you cannot have unwavering faith in what I say just because you think I would have foreseen it. At times, you rely on my ability to see through time more than you should. I know, it can be assuring but it can be equally misleading. That's not what. Didn't you come here today thinking I had already foreseen you coming to me and asking for advice? She raised an eyebrow. Mr. Potter, I've trusted you with information more than any other master of the mystic arts that have passed through these halls. Only 3 people other than us know what the Eye of Agamotto truly contains. The Sanctum Masters. Harry guessed. Yes. She gave him a curt nod. But what I am trying to say is that you cannot rely on the future. I will help you as much as I can. It is my duty to do so as your teacher and as the Sorcerer Supreme. But the things I advise you might not be absolute. Well, I'll take it. Harry shrugged. So, what should I reveal and what should I not? The 10th of March 2006 Shield Safe House, Manhattan. The faint yellow sun shone overhead, its light glinting down on the towers of steel and glass that rose all around. The thrum of the city echoed through the compound as a man stood, watching the hand on his wristwatch tick forward. You know? Phil Coulson jumped as Harry's voice rang through the compound. When I said I'll be there, I didn't expect you to come all the way to Manhattan for me. Mr. Potter. Coulson straightened. We thought it would be better to hold this meeting here, given your conditions. So, who all are here? Harry turned toward the house. Your director, you, and who's the third person in there? How do you know that there is a third person? Coulson walked toward the house with Harry. I have my ways. Harry eyed the camera on the door. Do we knock? No. Coulson swiped a card in the slot next to the door, and the words access granted flashed on a green screen as the door clicked open. After you, Mr. Potter. Harry pushed the door open and walked into the living room. The inside was already lit and well furnished. A man wearing an eye patch sat on the couch, glaring at Harry with his single eye. Fury Nicholas, son of Joseph. A whisper rose in his ears before his eyes turned to the woman who stood up. Hill Maria, daughter of Elizabeth. Mr. Potter. Maria Hill stood from the couch. I am Commander Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. and this is Nicholas Fury. The man in the eye patch scowled. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., both of my seniors. Coulson said. Just as you requested. So you 3 are the top order of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Harry looked at them. Before you get any ideas, Fury removed a device from his waist and placed it on the table. A digital timer ran on a small screen, showing it had just over 3 minutes left. Is that a bomb? Harry raised an eyebrow. No. Fury pressed a small button on top of the device and the numbers changed to show 15 minutes. If I don't press this every 15 minutes with my own finger, an email will go to every S.H.I.E.L.D. officer and every agency in the world containing your details and a signed statement that you either have us or have killed us. I plan to do no such thing. Harry rolled his eyes, but don't forget to keep pressing that button. Don't worry. It beeps when 1 minute is left. If I am alive and unharmed, I will press it. Fury smirked. And only we 3 together know how to stop this timer. So, tick-tock, motherfucker. Mr. Fury, I do not think you understand how I work. Harry's voice turned sharp like the daggers of Davaroth in his pocket. I do not have any quarrel with you or your agency, but I am hoping for a partnership. You do realize we are the world's foremost and biggest security agency? Hill raised an eyebrow. And you're but one person. Amusement bled onto Harry's face. I assure you that you won't be thinking that in a few minutes. Harry's lips tugged upward. And it is not a threat. The things I can tell you will change your view on how the world works. That we will be the judge of. Fury peered at him with his single eye before pressing the button on the device, resetting the timer. First, I want your word that there is no one else listening to us, Harry said. Or that this conversation isn't being recorded and won't go out of this room without my express permission. You have my word as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said. Heat welled up in Harry's bones, the amulet under his shirt turning hot against his skin. He's telling the truth. Harry nodded at Fury. At least, he won't tell on me unless he deems me a threat. Then we can begin. Harry sat down on the armchair opposite to Fury. How are we doing this? The old-fashioned way, Fury said. We ask, You answer our questions, truthfully. How about you ask one, I ask one, and we both answer each other truthfully? Harry offered. This is a partnership, not an interrogation. I am sorry, but a lot of information is classified, Maria Hill said. We cannot just go about telling it to anyone. If one of us can't answer the question due to some reason, the question will be changed. Harry bargained. How does that sound, Miss Hill? Good, except we ask two, you ask one. Fury said. You're the one who insisted on this meeting. And we took half a day off for you. So, this better be worth it. That's almost kind of him. Harry leaned back on his chair, his fingers tapping on the armrest. If they took a day off and are still working, I should consider their request. Not that I have a lot of questions to ask anyway. All right. You ask me 2 questions, I ask you 1. Harry acquiesced. Excellent, Fury said. Now, are you from Earth? Harry blinked. Yes. I am from Earth. I was born in Britain, mate. And what about your ancestors, parents, grandparents? As far as I know, several generations of my family were born and raised in Britain. Harry frowned. I am 100% human, as far as I know, Mr. Fury. Okay. Fury leaned forward. Your turn, I suppose. What is the extent of your powers? Harry asked. As in, what is the craziest thing S.H.I.E.L.D. can do? That is an exceedingly vague question. Maria Hill frowned. Harry kept his gaze on Fury, who glared right back. I can nuke your ass if I want to. Fury clasped his hands in front of him, ignoring his second in command. Or make you an international criminal with a single email. Now, what? About your powers? My powers? Harry smiled. I do magic, Mr. Fury. The man gave him a glare. You think this is funny? No, I am absolutely serious, Harry said. I can do magic, sorcery, whatever you want to call it. And, I will clarify, by magic, I do not mean the tricks you see in magic shows. Real, authentic magic. Magic is a science we just cannot understand yet, Hill scoffed. No, magic is a field of study in itself. Harry shook his head. You don't just say words and stuff happens. There is a procedure. There is studying and theory. There are even books. Books on magic? Coulson asked. Yes. Harry nodded. All right. Let's forget these questions for a moment. In the spirit of cooperation, I'll explain to you what I truly do. Fury gave him a nod, and so did Hill. All right. So, I am a sorcerer. You may also call me a wizard. Harry took a deep breath, gathering energy in his hands, and drew a line of sparking golden energy in the air. I manipulate forces of the universe and shape them to cast spells, conjure shields, to do magic. The 3 agents looked at the spell in wonder as sparks fluttered from it around the room, a breeze ruffling Maria's hair. Harry dropped the spell, sparks falling harmlessly to the ground. Now, wait, that's it? Hill interrupted. A few lines and sparks and a little wind? What do you want me to do, Miss Hill? Harry raised his eyebrows. You took Coulson to Everest. She spared a glance at Coulson. At least, show us something worth our while. Well, Harry drawled. As you wish. Harry flicked his fingers and there was a pop as the woman vanished and a black bunny appeared in her place. Fury and Coulson shot to their feet, their hands going to the guns strapped to their belts. As that, Hill? Coulson frowned, watching the bunny frantically move around the couch. Did you just turn Hill into a cute cuddly rabbit? Fury turned to him. Change her back. She was the one who asked for it. Harry shrugged. Stay still, Miss Hill. The bunny glared at him a moment before it began to expand, turning back into the woman who fell to the floor with a crash. She immediately looked at herself, checking her arms and legs to see if she was totally human. Tada. Harry grinned at them. Magic. Hill, are you okay? Coulson helped her up. My limbs ache, but yeah, she blinked. That was surreal. You said there are books where you learn this. Fury sat back on the couch, drawing Harry's attention. Does that mean there are others who can do what you do? There are. Harry admitted. I was coming to that part. We call ourselves sorcerers. We are an organization and have existed for several centuries and have been protecting Earth. Centuries? Fury scowled. You're telling me that there's been an organization protecting Earth since before any agency was made and we don't even know about it? Honestly, we have existed since times of what many would call mythology. Harry shrugged. Believe it or not, Merlin was one of us. King Arthur's Merlin? Coulson blinked. Excalibur and everything? Yes. Harry nodded. The sword was what we sorcerers call a relic. An object imbued with powers the human body cannot store or conduct. Legends and shit aside, what is it that you exactly do? Fury cut in. You told Coulson that you protect Earth from dangers but not like S.H.I.E.L.D. does. And you said knowing about Kree and Skrulls was your business. We sorcerers protect Earth from mystical dangers. Harry replied. Dangers that you cannot just shoot with a gun, or at times, even see. And where do these dangers come from? Coulson asked. Other planets. Other dimensions. Harry corrected. The other planets, as you call it, the ones you can see with a telescope are all part of what we call the physical plane. But the universe is way more than that. It is a culmination of multiple dimensions that wrap around the physical plane to form what we know as reality. What do you mean by other dimensions? Hill frowned. And why can't we see them? Think of the Earth as a burger. Harry repeated the analogy he had seen Daniel give. The patty is the physical plane. Right here, where we all exist. Modern science deals with only the physical plane. We sorcerers handle the... A sharp beep rang through the room. Fury plucked the device up from his belt and pressed the button on it, resetting the timer. Rest. Harry finished. There are several dimensions that wrap around the patty, so too. Speak. The vegetables, the cheese, the sauces. Together, they form the whole burger, or as we call it, reality. What other dimensions exist? Fury pinched his eyes. There's the astral plane, the mirror dimension, the dark dimension, the 9 realms, so many. Harry said. Each dimension comes with its benefits and dangers, except the mirror dimension. It is the good one which was created by us sorcerers. And what do you do with it? Fury glared. The mirror dimension is ever present but undetected. It is a mirror of the real world, but the real world isn't affected by what happens there. Harry said. We use the mirror dimension to train, surveil, and many times, to contain threats. That's how most threats we fight don't spill upon the physical world. That's interesting. Fury glanced at Coulson. So, you're the head of these sorcerers? No, I am much more like Agent Coulson here. Harry said. We have a hierarchy too, like S.H.I.E.L.D. does, and not to mention our own set of laws. And before you get any ideas, the only sorcerer you will have access to is me. Fury leaned back. What if there is a threat? Mr. Fury, first there's always a threat. Harry rolled his eyes. We do not interfere with human affairs unless absolutely necessary. That is why sorcerers played no role in any of the wars that were fought. We are not the ones you call when a war threatens America. We are the ones whom you call if there is an alien invasion. Speaking of alien attacks, where were you 12 years ago? Fury asked. I saw no sorcerers when Earth was almost destroyed by the Kree. Mr. Fury. Harry gave him a humorous look. Those Kree missiles wouldn't have touched the surface. We would have just opened a portal sending them back to the ship. We didn't bother because the girl you had with you destroyed all the missiles. Carol Danvers. Fury's fingers around the armrest tightened. So you know about her too? Not exactly. I know she exists and the fact that she has some astounding powers. Harry said. Why don't you tell me about her now? Fury shared a look with Coulson, who nodded. Well, Fury sighed. Carol Danvers was a pilot in the U.S. Air Force. She was a great flyer. And was chosen for a project called Project Pegasus. It was a joint project between the U.S. Air Force, S.H.I.E.L.D. and NASA at that time. To do what? Harry asked. One of its objectives was to help humans travel through space, amongst other things. The rest is classified. Fury said. Even Hill and Coulson don't know these details. Harry's jaw twitched. All right, so, what happened? There was a mishap. The project Danvers was working on was a light-speed engine. Something which the project leader, Wendy Lawson, a Kree in disguise, was developing to help the Skrulls. Harry blinked. To help the Skrulls? They were apparently the good guys and just looking for a new home. Fury shrugged. Anyhow, during the test flight, the Kree attacked the plane, which was powered by the engine. At the end, Miss Danvers decided to destroy the engine, and in the blast, she absorbed its power. Then a lot of shit happened when the Kree took her, Put their blood in her in. Wiped her memories. Right? Harry frowned. Something is not adding up here. How did she get the powers by destroying an engine made by humans? Honestly, we don't know ourselves. Fury said. He's lying. Heat ran down Harry's arms. He knows, but he won't tell me. What were her powers? Harry asked. But she can shoot beams of power from her hand and fly and do a bunch of different things. Fury said. Enhanced strength, invincibility probably, I am not sure myself. But I know she took down a whole lot of Kree by herself. Harry hummed. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. had any other alien contact before? Harry asked. Except for the Kree and Skrull. Flurkin. Fury's lone eye twitched as he said the name. Oh, dear. Harry winced. Those creatures are dangerous. Very intelligent and loyal, but very dangerous. Coulson cracked an amused smile and Fury glowered at him. Not a word. Coulson. I will take it to my grave, sir. Coulson nodded. Well, Harry's eyes flicked between them. I have more questions. What was your proposition for me? We never got around it. Right. The proposition. Fury picked up a pillow from the couch and picked the file hiding underneath. This is our proposition to you. Harry picked the white file up. The Avengers Initiative? There was an idea. Fury rose to his feet. To bring together a group of remarkable people, to see if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them to. To fight the battles that we never could. A team of heroes. Harry raised an eyebrow. Call me old-fashioned. The man smiled. But we have no idea what other intergalactic threats are out there. You might have a better idea than I do, but even you don't know what's coming. Who's in it? Harry flipped open the file. Me, Danvers, and... For now, only you. Fury said. Carol Danvers is on the other side of the universe fighting threats and saving people. But I can reach her if needed. So it is only me on this team of yours? It is a start, Fury said. A first step of a bigger journey. Of course, if any of your sorcerers wish to join. No, Harry cut him off. The Sorcerer Supreme was very specific in her instructions, stating that the other sorcerers except me will not be stepping into the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. unless it is a matter of existence. A lot is coming, Mr. Fury. Harry's face twisted into a grimace. The threats we sorcerers face have slowly been increasing through the past decade, and they are only going to increase further. What makes you say that? Hill shared a concerned look with Fury. You told Coulson the same thing. So to speak, Earth is maturing. It is already a nexus for multiple planes and dimensions, and through certain circumstances, Earth has things, objects of powers that others might want. Others? Hill asked. Intergalactic threats, Harry said. It is one of the reasons I was given a go-ahead for this partnership when I requested it. The Sorcerer Supreme, our director in a way, has allowed me to be a liaison between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the sorcerers. But only I will be in this. We have our own enemies and our own threats to fight, I am afraid. Fury leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his bald head. Understandable. Fury said after a few moments. I dealt with a single threat and I was out of my depth there. You deal with these things way more often. But now the question is, what can you do for us? What am I getting? Harry countered. Pay. Access to our safe houses if needed. Security detail if necessary. Permission to travel overseas. Fury listed off, and a lot of other benefits. I am even open to working with the sorcerers if needed. I like the sound of that, I suppose, Harry hummed. You won't get any and everything you ask for. Hill glared at Fury. The request has to be reasonable. What if I tell you to clear an area of civilians? Harry asked. Or say do something more drastic like fire a missile somewhere on a target you cannot see. Will you do it? As Hill said, if it is reasonable and doesn't cause harm to civilians, I will, without doubt. Fury said. The missile thing is honestly circumstantial at best. But if you tell me there is an intergalactic threat somewhere, I will have the fucking city cleared in hours and have the military standing there. I suppose I can work with that. Harry nodded after a moment. And what about you? Fury asked, looking him right in the eyes. If you want to heal someone, and by which I mean something serious has happened to them and their life is in danger, I will heal them. Harry said. I won't say no to saving a life. But I will not fight for you unless it is a threat from outside of this world. Also, I have a lot of knowledge of mystical and magical stuff. So, if you encounter something like that, call me. Wait, you can heal anything by magic? Fury raised an eyebrow. Almost anything, Harry said. That eye of yours. Are you blind from birth? Coulson let out a snort which he disguised poorly as a cough. Fury glowered at the man. I lost it in an incident. I cannot see properly through it, Fury said. Well then, Harry stepped forward. Closing his eyes, he remembered Hedwig. The amulet warmed up and heat raced through his bones. Remove the eye patch, Mr. Fury. Harry raised his hand. Fury's eye was white, with cracks visible on the cornea. The light of Harry's glowing hand shone in eye and the cracks disappeared, the eye turning the same shade of black as the other eye. Fury blinked and Harry retracted his hand. You're welcome. You healed it. Fury looked around, putting a hand on his good eye. Just like that. I will not say no to saving someone's life or healing someone, Harry repeated, but don't call me every single time unless the person is on the verge of death, and remember that even I cannot revive the dead. Understandable. Fury held out his hand. You will be a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. officially. You can contact Agent Coulson or Agent Hill or directly me if there is a threat. You can do the same if the threat is not of Earth. Harry shook his hand. But no troubling me or going after the sorcerers. Anything you have, you call me. I need your word. You have it. Fury said. Welcome aboard, Mr. Potter. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. So, yes, I hope I did the negotiation well. Harry gave a few things but it was his plan to do so. He had gotten the go-ahead from the Ancient One to reveal the basic details about the sorcerers. That's what he did. I tried to have the balance as much as I could with Harry controlling the whole narrative. He didn't say anything very important, just giving a basic introduction to sorcerers and magic, which was necessary. Honestly, this is probably something they'd tell anyone joining the sorcerers. Vague at best. Harry won't be an agent but a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. I will work on the Harry-S.H.I.E.L.D. relations a little in the coming chapters. Also, in this story, for the sake of clarity, I made S.H.I.E.L.D. a direct part of the World Security Council and in turn, the United Nations. That is how it was in the MCU for the most part too. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And yes, Harry would read the file before signing. I just didn't show it because I didn't want to bore with contract language and stuff. Also, I am not a law student and probably would get half the things wrong lol. Thank you for your reviews. All my links can be found on web links. A huge thanks to Mughill, Anax and Nanu for betaing this chapter. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. New Beginnings chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.13 New Beginnings, the 16th of July 2006, New York Sanctum. The world was tinged in a shade of brilliant gold. Time moved through thick honey, the clock on the wall frozen between ticks. Burning orange lines ran down Harry's hand as he looked. Around the shining sanctum. Harry's body sat in the center of the room in a lotus position, his hands folded on his lap and his eyes closed like he was meditating. Excellent, Mr. Potter. The voice of the Ancient One boomed as she swam forward like a golden ghost. I see you've got a tinge of color too. Effects of the Soul Stone, I reckon. Harry glanced at the clock, which had ticked forward by half a second. Why's time moving so slowly? That'd be due to me. The Ancient One smiled. Stretching a moment into 1,000, just to live longer. To experience things on a scale that you cannot in real life. It gives you a better perspective on life and nature. Things that move past us in a flash look so beautiful and enthralling when slowed down that one could only imagine them in their wildest dreams. I am guessing you're using the stone. Harry frowned, noticing the absence of the eye of Agamotto around her neck, but I am not using a stone or a spell, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One drifted toward the window, Harry floating behind her. I am just imposing my will on my astral perspective, and in turn, yours. Harry's eyebrows rose. You can do that. Amongst other things. The Ancient One eyed the cars crawling through the street slower than a snail. The astral plane, amongst other things, is the most special dimension of all. It is where you exist in your truest form. At your most powerful and at your most vulnerable. The realm of the soul. Indeed. Her lips tugged upwards. Most sorcerers and masters of the mystic arts see the astral plane as nothing more than a topic to be studied and be done with. Most will only use it to give the body adequate rest while continuing their work without hindrance of physical limitations. Sounds useful, Harry commented. And honestly, there aren't many monsters in here, are there? On the plane around Earth? No, there aren't, she agreed. But occasionally something comes up, sending ripples through the astral plane, if not waves. About 4 years back, a Kaon Loon dragon from the pocket dimension found its way into the astral plane, emerging near China. The resulting ripples were not pretty and caused an earthquake in the physical plane. Not to mention, head-splitting migraines for many sorcerers. Seems bad, Harry murmured. What happened? Master Hamir, Master Li, and I defeated it before it could cause any further harm. The Ancient One held out her hand. You want to see it? Why not? Harry grabbed her hand and the world moved around them. The buildings of Manhattan raced below them, giving way to the ocean for a moment before another landmass appeared. Flashes of great cities, forests, and mountains whirled by in a golden-tinged blur. The two stopped amongst tall, snow-capped mountains, flakes of snow drifting past them. In the distance, faint ripples emerged, running down the side of the mountain before dissolving in the golden haze. The magical realm of Kaon Loon. The Ancient One followed his gaze. It is a pocket dimension attached to our own. Right now, the gateway isn't open, but it makes its presence known. You might have read about its inhabitants. The warriors of the Iron Fist. Harry grimaced. Aliens who fell on Earth and had no option but to stay here, in a pocket dimension created under mysterious events. It was before the time of the Great Agamotto. The Ancient One nodded. It was a time of great unrest for Earth, which had been a newborn mystical nexus for the universe. Barely born and home to considerable mystical wonders, both good and bad. The Ancient One's eyes gained an afar look. It was the time when many visited Earth, until it lessened considerably after Odin, the All-Father, put it under his protection through the use of force and influence. A lot happened during those times. Harry nodded. Parthenons emerged, gods played with Earth, monsters ran rampant. Earth was always special, Mr. Potter. The Ancient One smiled. A mystical nexus, whose only reason for safety is the treaties made between us sorcerers, the Asgardians, and a lot of other powers that led to us being left alone on our own devices. Some, in fear of the All-Father, and some in fear of what we could become if we continued down the path. We could have been the most dominant species in the universe. Harry shook his head. Or been destroyed. I feel the second one was more likely. Maybe. The Ancient One raised her hand. Now perhaps, you would like to see the fight. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Harry bobbed his head. The Ancient One raised her palm and snapped her fingers, the noise echoing through the valley. A golden ripple moved through the mountains, shining brighter by the second. The snowflakes disappeared and a roar shook the world. This is just a memory, the Ancient One said as Harry tensed. Don't worry. A golden green head emerged from the side of the mountains, the entrance to the realm of Kaon Loon, writhing free. The faint ripples turned brighter and rougher, signifying the disturbance. The dragon was long like a snake, spikes running down its back. It had 6 pairs of small wings and no legs. The dragon roared again, swimming out of the portal, its spiked tail slamming into the side of the mountain. The earth shook, snow rolling down the mountain into the valley below. Here we come. The Ancient One pointed to a nearby mountain, where a portal formed. She emerged, followed by Master Li, the master of the Hong Kong sanctum, Master Rama of the London sanctum, and finally, Master Hamir. Harry felt a sharp sting beneath his ribs as he watched Master Hamir look around, his hands behind his back. The Ancient One said something to the other masters, and they nodded. Master Li and Master Hamir lay on the ground while Master Rama removed a long staff from within his robes, nodding to the Ancient One. A moment later, 3 golden forms floated out of their bodies, Master Rama remaining behind in the physical plane. You had Master Rama guard your bodies, Harry said. We couldn't leave our mortal forms unguarded, could we? The Ancient One in the memory flew forward with Master Hamir and Master Li, surrounding the dragon, who was yet to take their notice. The dragon swam around the mountains, circling its peak. A second later, a spell slammed into the dragon's side and it roared. It was highly resistant. Semi-astral even. The Ancient One said. It was an anomaly. You cannot exist in the astral plane while in your physical form. Not unless you have the aid of great magics and powers that transcend the power of the astral plane itself. But this dragon did. It was from a magical realm, wasn't it? Harry watched as spells soared toward the dragon, sending it crashing into the mountainside. The mountain shook again in a way that sent Master Rama stumbling on the physical plane. Maybe it was saturated by enough magic to do this. It is a possibility. She nodded. It was exceptionally resistant, though not uncommonly for a dragon. Its hide is too strong, Master Li's voice rang. We can't kill it from outside. Then we kill it from within. A glowing sword of orange energy appeared in Master Hymir's hands. The Ancient One turned to Harry. That is an astral sword, Harry said, raising his hand. The glowing orange energy ran down his fingertips, sapping into a sword. I know. Impressive. The Ancient One turned back to the fight. Now, you shall see the greatest act of bravery I've seen by another in my life. Master Hymir floated up, slashing his sword. A beam of energy caught the dragon's chest, fizzing away on its scales. The dragon roared and lunged forward, opening its jaws wide. Oh no, Harry murmured as Master Hymir flew forward, straight into the dragon's mouth. The most ingenious way to slay any huge reptilian creature, the Ancient One said as the dragon froze and roared. Well, those who don't spit poison or breathe fire anyway. Mind you, it might not be as efficient in the physical plane without adequate protection. A glowing sword burst out of the dragon's neck, before moving in spirals down the dragon's body. The dragon burst in a shower of eye-searing sparks, raining down the mountainside, onto the valley below. Ripples ran through the astral plane as the glow began to subside, revealing Master Hymir floating in the air, the orange sword disappearing. A second later, the scene vanished, crumpling before Harry's eyes, leaving only him and the Ancient One. Let's return to the physical plane, shall we? The Ancient One turned around. It is not wise to leave the Soul Stone exposed to the astral plane for long, even if we're existing between the ticks of the clock. Return to your body, Mr. Potter. Saying so, the Ancient One vanished, leaving Harry over the mountains of Kaon Loon. You could have taken me, Harry muttered. Right, my body. I have to return to it, across the world. The snowflakes began to drift down at a normal speed, time returning to normal. And soon, Harry looked around. Controlled time. Harry concentrated on his surroundings, willing them to slow back down. The orange lines on his body brightened a tad, and the snowflakes froze in midair. One thing down. Harry smiled. Now, to my body. Closing his eyes, he imagined his body sitting on the floor of the New York sanctum. Warmth ran through his body and he opened his eyes. The golden glow around the room had vanished and the Ancient One was standing in front of him, beaming. Excellent, Master Potter. Bravo. Harry opened his mouth, before freezing. Master Potter? He breathed. Master Potter. She confirmed, her smile brightening. You've successfully controlled your astral form and ventured into the astral plane. The last step which you hadn't achieved thus far. So, by the powers vested in me, I welcome you to the ranks of the Masters of Mystic Arts, Harry Potter. The 3rd of August 2006, the Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Sunlight shone against the side of the huge, white building, the logo of the eagle glinting brightly. Harry removed a card from his pouch and showed it to the security guard before being let in. He walked up a few marble steps, pushing through a set of revolving doors, ignoring the two men with rifles standing guard. The entrance hall was huge, tiled with white marble, and a huge marble statue of the shield logo, again in white, stood proudly in the middle of the floor. This makes me almost glad we sorcerers aren't attached to our logo. Harry walked up to the desk at the side. And colors. Though the Ancient One is up for debate. Good morning. He drew the attention of the receptionist and slid the card across the desk. Harry Potter, consultant. Can you put my authorization through? Just a moment, sir. The receptionist's fingers ran over the keyboard. You have to report to the 7th floor. Harry frowned. Not the 16th. That's what it says, sir, she said politely. I have allowed you in for today. There's a note saying you've to meet Agent 13. Agent 13. Harry's frown deepened. Well, thank you. Have a good day. She flashed him a smile. Harry strode to the elevators which dinged open. As he entered, a screen flashed on the side with his photo on it. Clearance Authorization Level 4 Potter, J. Harry. 7th floor. Harry glanced at his watch. The elevator moved upward for a few moments before dinging open. Sharon stood on the other side, dressed primly in a suit, her hands clasped in front of her. Miss Carter. Harry stepped out. I heard you were babysitting me today. Sharon blinked. That's not the word I'd use. Harry shrugged, putting a hand in his pockets. Let's get a room. You can do your work and I'll do mine. They walked through the floor, Harry's eyes roaming around the floor. There were several small offices and a few desks at the center. Agents milled around the room, most dressed in suits and some in shield uniforms. And everyone was carrying a sidearm or some other sort of weapon. Come in. Sharon pushed open a door. The room was small, with a desk and 3 chairs, alongside a small beanbag in the corner. On the desk, a golden plaque glinted with the words, Sharon P. Carter, Agent 13. This is my office. Sharon walked around the desk and sat on her seat. And, I don't really know how this is done. Usually senior agents, the ones above level 5, handle consultants. So what put you on duty today? Harry took a seat across from her. Agent Coulson's away on a mission, Sharon said. He is my mentor. Every new SHIELD agent, new field agent has one for the first year or more. He told me to see you for today. So I am guessing that you just joined SHIELD in the past few months? Yeah. The mission you saved me on was my first mission. Sharon bit her lip. Speaking of which, I wanted to thank you for, saving my life. You were handling yourself pretty well. Harry ran a hand through his hair. You fight really well. I haven't seen anyone fight like that. You must be special. Heat crept up Sharon's cheeks. Not really. I am just, a level 3 agent. Harry's eyes flicked to the nameplate on her desk. And does every new agent get a code name? 'Cause I didn't see one on Coulson's. Sharon shifted. I was at the top of my class at the SHIELD Academy. It is an honor that comes with being at the top of your class. But most senior agents won't have a code name. Not even Director Fury did. Or Agent Coulson. Classroom and the real world are a lot different apparently. That's true. Harry nodded. Speaking from experience. Sharon's eyes sharpened. In a way. Harry said. Now, why don't you do your work and I do mine? Really? Sharon tilted her head. That's what you get paid for? Yeah. I need to show up for 8 hours a month. Harry rolled his eyes. It is in my contract as a consultant. If I don't show up, I won't get my money, apparently. Doesn't sound like a bad deal. Sharon mused. We work for 20 times as long and only receive a little more than twice the consultant's salary. Which is still pretty substantial. Harry pointed out. SHIELD pays its employees well. And makes them do an equal amount of work. Sharon smiled. But is this what you and Coulson do? Sit and do your own work. I mean, for the most part, yes. Harry nodded. We talk when we get bored and he taught me to drive the last time I was here. Drive, a car? Sharon's forehead creased. You didn't have a license? Not much point in driving a car when you can just step to the other side of the world, is there? Harry shrugged. But Coulson is apparently a car person and took offense to me not knowing to drive. Wait, he let you drive Lola? Sharon's eyes went wide. Lola? A cherry red Chevrolet Corvette? Very dear to Coulson? Sharon leaned forward. No, as far as I remember, it was a nice blue Honda. Harry said. And he's a good teacher. Very patient and kind. You don't have to tell me. Sharon gave him a grin. Did you get a license? I did. Coulson arranged that for me too. Harry sighed. I don't think I am going to use it except for identification. Yeah, teleportation, healing, and memory manipulation. Sharon nodded. A very varied set of powers. More interesting is the fact that your admittedly classified file doesn't mention any special abilities, leaving only a handful of information. Harry leaned forward. Information like, your basic identity, address, phone number, an incomplete medical evaluation, and a nice line saying you're a consultant for mystical, magical, odd phenomena, objects, or the likes. Consultant to be contacted in case of an 084. A what? Object of unidentified origin. Sharon clarified. Objects which aren't exactly technology and can seemingly be harmful and/or powerful. Yeah, that's me. Harry agreed. I have a lot of knowledge on such stuff. Except the fact that O-84s are, well, just a shield protocol for field agents when they can't identify what something is and need the scientists to take a look over it. Fury knows what he hired me for. Harry told her. So does Coulson and Hill. If you're digging for information, your superiors already have it. I know. Sharon fidgeted. But well, you saved my life, and then made me forget the incident. I want to know why you made me forget. Because I didn't want my abilities to get out at the time, Harry replied. You asked me a few questions as I healed you. Well, I knew what I was doing and wiped your memories, not wanting to get involved with all of this. Then what changed? Sharon asked. You said that if you wanted, you could disappear from every memory and every database SHIELD has. But you didn't. So, what changed? Circumstances. Harry sighed, a ripple of magic spreading from his hands, covering the walls of the room. I am sure you aren't briefed about my actual powers and whatever I told Fury. But I can tell you this. You protect the world from threats within it while I protect the Earth from threats not its own. Like aliens? Sharon's eyes widened. In a sense, yes. Wait, you're seriously telling me aliens are real? Oh, very much so. Harry grinned. And SHIELD has studied them in the past. Kree and Skrulls. You mentioned them before. Sharon's eyebrows drew into a deep V. Coulson said that it was a highly classified incident and refused to elaborate. I thought they were some sort of enhanced group of superhumans or something. Harry shrugged uncaringly. The two of them sat in awkward silence for a moment before Harry cleared his throat. By the way, I wanted to ask you this. Are you in any way related to Peggy Carter, founder and ex-director of SHIELD? She's my aunt. Sharon ran her fingers through her hair. She retired a while back, just after I was born. Since then, there've been 4 directors of SHIELD. Nick Fury is the 5th. Well, 7th director of SHIELD if you count my aunt and her predecessor, Chester Phillip. Both were founders of SHIELD, I am aware. Harry leaned back. Colonel Phillip was the director and Peggy Carter his deputy when SHIELD was founded. She succeeded him when he passed away. You've done your research on us. Sharon noted. It was all available for free. Books, internet, newspaper, you name it. Harry said. And honestly, I knew the basics about it even before we met. I just looked more into it after. Coulson approached me. I needed to see what you did and whom you served. Fair enough. Sharon murmured. What are you going to do today? Read. About? Sharon prodded. Harry held up a book with a smirk. 300 knitting patterns? Sharon's forehead creased. That's a fake cover, isn't it? That's for me to know and you to find out. Faint beams of moonlight streamed through the darkness, casting light on the runes and glyphs drawn on the floor of gray stone. Several purple-flamed candles burned, forming the boundary of the runic circle. In the center of it, a woman floated a foot above the ground, her legs crossed. On her lap, a dark, black book lay, its cover glowing with faint purple magic that shone all around. The flames in the candles burned brighter and rings of purple fire rose in front of the woman, their centers distorting. Her purple eyes gleamed and tendrils of purple magic spread, grasping the book in her lap. The wind whispered in her ears, but she ignored it, flicking through its pages. A moment later, her hands glowed, the view in floating portals distorted. I scry with my little eye. A high laugh tore through the cackle of magic. So, higher powers, powers beyond the Elder have stepped in. The magic through the earth roars once more while the Sorcerer Supreme scrambles to protect all she can, her eyes sharpened. A new power comes into play. A power beyond this reality. Yet, no chaos cracks the boundaries of reality. What is this? The wind whispered in her ears. The endless. The masters of the multiverse. She tilted her head. Her hand moved again and the images in the purple rings distorted again. And forces beyond Earth are already moving. Moving for what the sorcerers protect. Moving to get Earth, and this new player. A face shone within the ring in front of her. Dark, messy black hair and emerald green eyes, a golden amulet hanging around his neck. A giggle echoed through the forest. This is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. So, yes. That happened. Kudos to anyone who can guess what is happening in the last scene. Do put your guesses in the comments. Also, yes, Harry is now a master. He should have been one a while ago, but he hadn't controlled his astral form, which any master of the mystic arts should be capable of doing. But now, he did. On to other matters. For the next few chapters, Shield or at least, Coulson or Sharon will be quite present in the narrative. And they will play a substantial role going forward. Even in the Phase 1 and 2 of the MCU, the connecting web of the whole storyline was S.H.I.E.L.D. and they remained so till the whole Ultron arc happened. They formed the Avengers. They recruited each one of them. They set them on the path of being the world's greatest heroes. Of course, my story will have certain differences, some major ones too, that will set it apart from the mainline MCU, and many other fanfics. This is because Harry's presence has caused a ripple effect. And the farther the ripples go, the bigger they get. Right now, the ripples are very small and yet visible. Speaking of the MCU, the mainstream universe, events of and post Iron Man 1, is a tiny while away. Some things will happen in the interim, including a deeper glance into the threats the Sorcerers face and Harry's budding relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for all your reviews. All my links can be found on web links. Do visit there to see what all I have in store for my stories and connect directly with me through the Discord link. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. An Astral Battle chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Last time. A new power comes into play. A power beyond this reality. Yet, no chaos cracks the boundaries of reality. What is this? The wind whispered in her ears. The endless. The masters of the multiverse. She tilted her head. Her hand moved again and the images in the purple rings distorted again. And forces beyond Earth are already moving. Moving for what the sorcerers protect. Moving to get Earth, and this new player. A face shone within the ring in front of her. Dark, messy black hair and emerald green eyes, a golden amulet hanging around his neck. A giggle echoed through the forest. This is going to be interesting, very very interesting. CH.14 An Astral Battle, the 20th of August 2006, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A piercing gong echoed through the silence of the night, ringing through the heart of Kathmandu and the sanctum sanctorums around the world. Many disciples and masters of the mystic arts were startled awake, their eyes widening, before they rushed out of their beds. In the New York sanctum, Harry and Daniel looked up sharply from their work before abandoning it and running toward the gateway connecting the sanctums and Kamar-Taj. The gong of Kamar-Taj was seldom rung, and only in times of dire need. Need, which required the full attention and force of the sorcerers to deal with. Or in other words, a crisis. What the hell is happening? Harry asked Wong, who was standing at the nexus of the gateway to receive them. The Ancient One has had a vision. Wong gave them a short bow. The vision scared her and she declared a crisis. The doorway to the London sanctum rippled and Caecilius and Master Rama rushed out, followed shortly by Master Lee and Anna through the doorway of the London sanctum. Where's the Ancient One? Anna blurted, and what the fuck is happening? The Ancient One had a vision. Wong repeated. She has gone to confirm her suspicions and said she will join us once she has ascertained the threat and the actions we must take. What vision did she have? Daniel glanced at his wife. A large tentacled monster, filled with hate and anger, is moving through the astral plane. Wong gave them a meaningful look, straight toward Earth. Ecolith? Harry paled. No, Master Lee cut in. She would have recognized Ecolith immediately. So, it is not him, hopefully. The Ancient One has asked everyone to gather in the courtyard right away. Wong cleared his throat, if you would. The group moved, Daniel and Anna falling into step while Master Lee took the lead. The gong rang again as they entered the courtyard. Harry's eyes drifted toward the high tower where Master Perez stood, a hammer in his hand. The disciples were gathering in the courtyard, clearly having been roused from their sleep. Their whispers drifted in the cool breeze of the night, the moonlight casting shadows on their faces. A group of masters stood at a side, talking in hushed tones amongst themselves. Dan, Anna whispered. Who is protecting the sanctums if we are all here? The Ancient One will instruct us. The Sanctum Masters are? Daniel was cut short as Harry raised his hand and a loud bang shook the courtyard. Silence. Harry yelled. Fall in line. Prepare your weapons. Whatever is coming will require our full force. Masters, stop gossiping and get to work. Divide into groups so the Ancient One doesn't need to do everything when she gets here. Master Li gave him a respectful nod and Master Rama stepped down the dais, going to help out with the formation of groups and handling of weapons that were being picked off the rack. I can't believe they listened. Anna commented. Your reputation precedes you, it seems. Harry frowned. There's nothing like that. Sure thing. Anna snorted before quietening as she caught the sight of the Ancient One striding toward them. The Ancient One, dressed in her yellow robes, was looking as grim as Harry had ever seen her. She swept up on the platform, watching the disciples and masters as they divided themselves into groups. A moment later, she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Master Drum, Anna, Master Patel, Master Burhi. You're in charge of protecting the Hong Kong, London, and New York sanctums respectively. The Ancient One ordered. Briskly. Take any 2 disciples of your choice and go. You must protect the sanctums with all you have. They immediately dispersed, not even questioning her. Masters, disciples. The Ancient One addressed the crowd. As you might have deduced, a threat approaches us. A threat that has the potential to pose great danger to our very existence. She paused meaningfully, looking at every disciple and master who was gathered in the courtyard. This threat has not been seen or heard of since before the time of Camelot. She gave them a piercing look. It is known to feast upon worlds, consuming them and leaving them naught but a barren landscape. It drains the very life force of its victims, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. In worlds it was, and still is, feared to be the equivalent of apocalypse. An unstoppable force of nature. What is it? A voice breathed, drifting in the breeze. It is an ancient monster. The Ancient One took a deep breath. Kalkartho. Silence settled over the crowd as many frowned, muttering amongst themselves at the unfamiliar name. Harry, on the other hand, felt the blood drain out of his face. He had read about the creature in the Book of Cagliostro. Specifically in one of the parts that were copied from the Darkhold itself. Kalkartho was a cosmic destroyer with an insatiable hunger and no mercy or purpose other than to feed. Feed on worlds and on the life force of its victims. It was a monstrosity that could traverse between the astral plane and the physical plane at will and attack worlds with absolute impunity. It was said that it could consume 100,000 souls in the blink of an eye when it was in the physical plane and no countermeasures worked on it. Kalkartho was once said to be a part of the dark dimension, the realm of Dormammu. But it escaped, or was lost from it and continued its feeding. Many of you won't recognize the name, I am aware, the Ancient One said, for most believed it to be a myth. A fantastical tale told to warn sorcerers of old about the dangers of the universe. But it is very much true, unfortunately. It will come to Earth through the astral plane which it can traverse at will. The Ancient One took a deep breath. Once here, it will be entering the physical plane in order to feed. If it does, our only hope will be to contain it. I will try to make sure that it doesn't come to pass, but if it does, we have to focus on cutting our losses and protecting the world. And if we can't contain it, Mordo asked from the front of the group of disciples. Then we hope that humanity survives the encounter somehow. The Ancient One replied grimly and turned around to look at the Sanctum Masters. Master Li, Master Rama. Divide. Everyone into 2 groups and arm yourselves. We've till sun up until the monster nears Earth. It will loom over Europe and we will try to redirect it toward the uninhabited parts of Scotland. I will give further instructions to individual groups soon. Till then, Master Drum, Master Potter, follow me. Harry and Daniel rushed after the Ancient One as she strode into the inner sanctum, toward the gateway connecting Kamar-Taj to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Master Drum, once I ascend into the astral plane to fight the monster, you will be in charge here. She walked through the door of the New York sanctum. I need you to be prepared to cast and hold the World Shield spell in case the monster tears through it. It will be our only hope in case this causes a ripple effect. Daniel nodded. The Ancient One walked up to the cloak of levitation, which bowed in her presence. Somehow, with a snap of her fingers, the glass around the relic vanished and she held out a hand, which the cloak took before wrapping around her shoulders. Harry, I need you to contact your friends at S.H.I.E.L.D. She turned around, the red cloak fluttering behind her. Tell them to clear the airspace over the whole of the United Kingdom. If there is any airplane or even a satellite, it will be short-circuited due to the astral battle about to take place. Advise them that if possible, they should cut the power to save electronics and limit the damage. Yes, ma'am. Harry whipped out his phone and walked toward the window. Also, Harry, the Ancient One called. Take any relic you wish to. I recommend the Dragonfang. Harry's eyes widened and he nodded at her smirk. The Dragonfang was a sword forged in the heart of a dying star using the bones of an ancient dragon by the dwarves of Nidavellir. Thus, Asgardian in origin. It was a sword that had been brought to Earth during the time of the Great Agamotto by Odin himself. As the Ancient One and Master Daniel left, Harry dialed Coulson's number. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Hello. Coulson's voice rang through the other side. Yes, Harry? Is it something urgent? Yes, very. Harry answered. Phil, listen carefully. I need S.H.I.E.L.D. to clear the airspace above the whole of the United Kingdom within an hour. That also includes any satellite you wish to save. Oh, and it would be wise to cut the power to the city if you can. There was silence on the other side for a few moments. Can I ask why you are making such a request? You remember how I told you I protect Earth against threats that are more mystical in nature? Harry said. Well, a battle in the astral plane is about to take place, and the consequences of it might be the sudden blowout of every electronic item in a certain radius. Should we prepare? Phil, believe me, you cannot do anything. Harry sighed. I am telling you to do the only thing you can do. And I repeat, any plane in the air would crash if they are above the United Kingdom. We will try to mitigate the effects as much as we can, but there is only so much even magic can do, Coulson said. I have questions, but I suppose they can wait. Yes, they can. Harry agreed. You have an hour, give or take. Once you are ready, call me. And if you aren't, well, we sorcerers will make the call we must. We will clear the skies, don't worry. Director Fury will have the Prime Minister online in 10 minutes if needed. Coulson replied. And Harry? Good luck with whatever you're about to face. Thanks. Harry said and cut the call. Turning around, he walked down the stairs, nodding to Master Burhi on his way. He stopped at a blank stretch of wall, tracing his fingers across it in a practiced pattern. After a moment, a section of the wall silently slid open, revealing the chamber beyond, the armory of the New York sanctum. Every sanctum had one to store mass weapons, shields, swords, staves, axes, and the like. And also housed the most powerful relics. Like the Dragonfang, for instance, which was housed in a glass chamber at the center of the room. It was one of the most powerful, and not to mention, beautiful swords Harry had ever seen. Walking up to it, Harry opened the glass case and picked up the relic, feeling it thrum in his hands. The blade instantly repelled his magic, giving Harry the urge to put it back down. It didn't want to be wielded by him. I need you for today, he told the blade, pushing a little of his magic to combat the resistance. I need you for a battle to protect Earth against a monster. Please allow me to wield you for today. The blade's magic thrummed, a glow glinting off its edge as if contemplating what to do next. A moment later, the resistance faded and Harry nodded contentedly as he felt his magic run down the length of the blade. With a twirl of his fingers, a portal formed in front of him and he walked out into the courtyard of Kamar-Taj, where the Ancient One was relaying instructions and planning for the battle. The cloak of levitation fluttered, flapping at her ankles as she moved. And the sorcerers who remain on Earth will be divided into two. One group will set up a containment spell and the other will prepare a banishment spell. I am unsure if the Kalkartho can be held in the mirror dimension. But we must try. She took a deep breath. Mordo, Wong, Caecilius. I need you three to work alongside Master Perez and Master Monroe to set up the Gyre of Gateways for our last resort. Last resort? Mordo asked worriedly. Opening a portal to another dimension. She replied grimly. Its home dimension. Which is, Caecilius drawled. The dark dimension. Harry said and everyone turned to him. You want to open a portal to the dark dimension? Wong's eyes budged from his skull. That is the realm of the dread Dormammu. And Kalkartho's home world. Harry said. It is said that Kalkartho was lost from it eons ago while Dormammu was consuming a solar system into his wretched darkness. There is a chance that the Kalkartho will go back home if it gets a way to do so. A way provided by us. And how do you know this? Caecilius asked suspiciously. Because I looked up Kalkartho. Harry gave him a frown. There is not much information on him. Took me only a couple of minutes to read through it. Was there anything that might be helpful? Mordo asked. Is that why you got that sword? It is a tentacled monster. Sword means I can cut those tentacles down. Harry rolled his eyes. And there are a few things that this sword cannot cut through, so it was a safe bet. That is very much true. The Ancient One nodded. Why don't the three of you prepare for the portal spell? If everything fails after all, it will come down to you to save Earth. I am sorry, but what spell will we even use to open the portal? Caecilius frowned. The knowledge to access something as forbidden as the dark dimension is something only you possess. Master Perez is aware of what is required to open the portal, and so is Master Minro. She replied. The Gyre of Gateways is a powerful relic, but what you have to work on is widening the portal enough and changing its position to send the Kalkartho back. Kalkartho is a massive creature. Yes, Ancient One. Mordo nodded and Wong bowed. We will get to work right away. The three of them departed to the New York Sanctum to retrieve the Gyre of Gateways. Now, did your friends agree to help us, Master Potter? The Ancient One turned to Harry. Didn't even take much persuading. Harry shrugged. Coulson is a smart man. That's good. It saves us quite a bit of preparation to protect the mortal world. Can I ask what it is that you are planning? Harry frowned. The Ancient One smiled. For today's battle? Or for the three of them? Both. Ah. Wong, Mordo, and Caecilius, alongside yourself, are some of the best students I've had in a long time. She closed her eyes. In several possibilities, I had seen until your arrival. Any of them could have been my successor. They all have great potential. The Sorcerer Supreme. Harry whispered. And what about now? Most of those possibilities crumbled. She sighed. Alongside many other changes. But, they also changed for the better. Your arrival created a ripple effect in this timeline. Some good, some bad. Like the Kalkartho? Harry glanced toward the dark sky. No, it is most curious for something like this to go unseen. She ran her fingers over the eye of Agamotto. But then again, it is possible that it is due to you using the stone. Which blurs the visions when seen using the time stone. Harry sighed. Of course. What do you need me to do now? You'll be with me. She inclined her head. In the astral dimension, battling the Kalkartho at the front lines. There are two teams, each divided into two parts. One team will remain on the ground in the physical plane while the other will go to space through the astral plane. Wait. Harry held up a hand. Space? Yes, space. In the astral plane to intercept Kalkartho on its way to Earth. Her lips tugged into a smile. It won't be any different than here on Earth except for the change of scenery, Mr. Potter. You needn't worry. Right. And what about their subparts? Harry asked. I heard about the team staying back, but not about the one going to the astral plane. One part of the team will create an astral shield to halt Kalkartho away as long as possible. The other team, which includes both of us, has one job. Take down Kalkartho by any means possible before it enters the physical plane. Any means? Harry raised an eyebrow. If you're referring to the stones, yes. She nodded. I'll be using my own to get us more time if needed. It is not something I fancy, but if there is a choice between protecting Earth and keeping a secret, I'll choose the Earth any day. And what of these relics? Harry glanced pointedly at his sword and her cloak. You think that spells won't suffice, do you? The cloak is for me to fly in the physical plane if needed. In case Kalkartho comes through, I'll battle him everywhere I can. She said grimly. As for your sword. Her lips quivered into a slight smirk. You'll find out soon enough if one of the possibilities I have seen comes to pass. The 20th of August 2006, London Sanctum. London. Everything in his sight was immersed in a golden tinge as if the world had been dipped in honey. The London Sanctum stood a few feet away, the logo of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Shining like a beacon in the golden world. Harry glanced at the amulet on his chest, which was glowing like hot iron, furry orange lines running down his arms, bleeding into the hazy silver sword in his hands. The Dragonfang had retained all its properties in the astral plane and was traversing with him, floating near his body even when Harry left it. "You all know what you have to do." The Ancient One's voice reverberated through the astral plane. "We will have a little over half an hour to prepare. If your astral form is injured during the battle, the tether to your mortal body will pull you back before irreparable damage happens. If we fail and Kalkartho passes into the physical plane, you all must return to your physical bodies and be prepared for battle." "Yes, Ancient One," they replied, leaving slight ripples in the golden world. "Good then," she said. "Follow me." She flew toward the sky and they followed, the buildings of London blurring past them, turning into specks on the ground. The lights from the city twinkled like stars in the sky as they rose through the clouds. A flash of light drew his attention as tendrils of lightning snaked through the clouds below him. Thunder rumbled, echoing through the astral plane. Golden figures blurred past him and he looked up, shaking his head. "Can't fall behind here." He willed his astral form to go faster, passing several disciples in an orange-tinged flash. This high up, the moon seemed bigger, its silver light shining with a golden tinge of the astral plane. It looked more beautiful than he had ever seen. The red cloak of the Ancient One contrasted sharply against all the light, looking like a beacon as it fluttered behind her. Harry followed before he nearly jumped out of his skin as a small bit of metal flew through his astral form, before hurtling into the night sky. Was that a satellite? Harry looked around, only to see more bits of metal floating in the sky. Space pollution. Humans have left nothing clean. Below him, huge spirals of clouds floated over the tiny, almost indecipherable pinpricks of light. A sight he had only seen on television. This was Earth from space. Harry kept flying, watching as a huge piece of golden-silver equipment with a blinking light hurtled past the Ancient One at a frightening speed, but she didn't even pause to blink. Staying on her path. Within a minute, when Harry felt that the number of satellite debris had cleared up considerably, the Ancient One stopped and turned around. By now, the whole of Earth was visible, alongside the moon and the fiery sun which threatened to blind him as he glanced toward it. "The ones who have to shield." Her voice had the disciples and masters stopping in their tracks. "This is where you must work. Make the shield as big as you can and as strong as you can. Master Li will be in charge of this. Make sure to work in conjunction with power numbers. Master Li will hammer out all the details." "Yes, Ancient One." Master Li bowed. "The rest of us, we've got to keep going," the Ancient One said. "And we have to go fast. The further away we intercept the Kalkartho from Earth, the more time we will have to fight." Her astral form shot into space and Harry followed, leaving behind a fiery trail of ripples. Around him, 5 more figures followed the Ancient One. All masters from those Harry recognized, each wielding a relic. These included the Wand of Watum and the Staff of the Living Tribunal. "She is hoping to take Kalkartho down by a play of power instead of numbers," Harry deduced. Harry pushed himself further, flying closer to the Ancient One, leaving a trail of fiery images in his wake. "How far are we hoping to go?" "Mars," Harry asked. "As far as we possibly can, Master Potter." The Ancient One replied. "As far as we can." "Right." Harry fell back with the other masters. "I should probably prepare something to intercept it as soon as we meet. Something powerful and unique." Fiery orange lines flew from his fingertips, shaping into a spell, runic letters being written by themselves over its edges. "Let's see how powerful I can make a spell of my own on the fly." Harry smirked to himself. "Time to put my knowledge to the test." He felt a shiver of power run down his hands as the soul stone pulsed. "By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth," Harry whispered. "Lend me your power to forge an astral blade." The construct pulsed and Harry felt a connection snap into place, its presence running through its entire astral form. "The hammer of Hoggoth is yours to command, Master Potter." A voice not his own rang in his mind and suddenly, he knew how to cast the spell. "Lend it your power and it shall bear fruition." Harry felt the connection fade as the construct he had made disappeared into nothingness, alongside the idea of what he had been trying to achieve. What spell had I been trying to make? Harry frowned, straining at his thoughts, but he came up blank. Blimey. Hoggoth took the spell I had been creating and gave me his own. A spell for a spell, essentially. That's what I get for trying to bargain with higher powers. The Ancient One glanced over her shoulder toward him, raising an eyebrow. She probably felt it. Harry offered her a nod. Well, I'll have to make do with the Hammer of Hoggoth now, I suppose. It was not an unfair exchange if I am being honest. Something moved in his field of vision and Harry squinted. Something was swimming through the astral plane in the distance, causing golden ripples as it moved through the asteroid belt. The Kalkartho. Harry felt his heart clench as the dark blob seemed to become bigger and bigger with every passing second. The monster was still several hundreds of thousand miles away by Harry's estimation, and yet, it could be seen, and it was causing visible ripples in the astral plane. Up close, that thing will be humongous. Probably the size of a hill. Prepare yourself. The Ancient One's voice rang through the astral plane as the Kalkartho became more visible and the ripples flew past them. The monster nears. We must try to destroy it before it reaches Earth. Harry glanced past his shoulder toward Earth, but the planet was barely visible, a small bright dot in the distance. In the distance, Harry could only make out more asteroids all around them, some as big as mountains. We will set a perimeter here. The Ancient One stopped in a relatively empty region, devoid of asteroids. The Kalkartho was now looking as huge as a house. A huge mansion kind of house, despite the distance. Spread out. Kalkartho is a big creature but not really intelligent, it seems. Master Potter, stay with me. The other masters flew away, leaving behind golden trains. What did you do, Mr. Potter? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Did you perhaps make a bargain on our way here? I did. Harry nodded. Well, I wasn't exactly going for a bargain. With whom? She cut in sharply. Hoggoth. The Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief. Try not to make such bargains on the go, Mr. Potter. Stick to spells you are aware of and you know. And if you're making your own spells, use your magic, runes, or even the stone. But do not call upon powers unless there is no other way possible. You're fortunate that you chose Hoggoth to get power from and not someone else. Understood. Harry winced. Be careful in the future. The Ancient One warned. I won't discourage you from making spells or relics. But make them under the powers which you can control. Yes, ma'am. Now, you better be prepared to use what you received. It may improve our chances of besting the monster. She drifted away. I will prepare to strike from above. Good luck. Same to you, Harry murmured, shifting his stance to prepare himself. The Kalkartho was coming straight toward him, covering almost all his field of vision. It seemed to be nothing but a humongous mass of black, fluid matter with several malevolent purple eyes that could move around its body at will. Raising his hands, Harry drew a runic circle in front of him, his hands moving as if he had practiced the spell a dozen times. The Hammer of Hoggoth, he intoned, and the construct pulsed with power. Allow me to wield you. The lines twisted, forming a huge bluish warhammer made of pure energy in Harry's hand. That is a powerful spell. Harry felt the hairs on his arm rise. Let's make it more powerful. Harry closed his eyes, remembering Hagrid's warm eyes, and the amulet on his chest pulsed, heat racing down his body into the spell. The hammer grew in size and height till its head was bigger than an 18-wheeler truck. The hammer pulsed with orange lines, wrapping and twisting around its blue interior. The power of Hoggoth and the Soul Stone in one single spell. Flashes of multicolored lights soared toward the Kalkartho as it neared, as big as an elephant against an ant. Its tentacles were as thick as trees and fluid as they lashed outward, extending toward them. A few tentacles disintegrated as spells stuck true, exploding into dark smoke, which dispersed in seconds only for more to be created. With a flick of Harry's wrist, his spell was unleashed, the hammer slamming into the Kalkartho. In a brilliant flash, the monster was blown back several miles, dark smoke billowing out of its body. The astral plane trembled and a pair of tentacles shot toward Harry, who moved out of the way, drawing the dragonfang he had stuck on his hip. In a flash of silver and orange, both the tentacles were severed and exploded into smoke. A flash of pure golden lightning struck the monster from above, courtesy of the Ancient One. It is barely injured. Her voice echoed over the ripples the Kalkartho was causing. And healing fast. Harry cursed under his breath before cutting down another tentacle that threatened to slam into him. The Kalkartho surged forward, swimming toward Earth, using its tentacles to intercept the spells thrown at it by the others. Drastic measures. Harry pointed the dragonfang at the monsters, remembering his time with Hermione and Ron. A surge of power, more powerful than Harry had ever channeled, ran through his astral form, down the length of Dragonfang. A beam of pure, unbridled energy hammered into Kalkartho, and the astral plane shook like a leaf, its effects undoubtedly felt even on Earth a million miles away. The sword thrummed in his hands as the beam tore through the creature, shearing several tentacles, a huge chunk of its body disintegrating as it flew back in a trail of black smoke. What the hell? Harry blinked, watching as the smoke cleared to reveal the Kalkartho being reformed into a smaller, about half of what it had been before. But it was still very much alive. My word! A gasp rang from somewhere to Harry's right. Can you do it again? No, please don't. The Ancient One's voice rang. Not one like that. We do not want to shatter the astral plane, do we? Her hands were glowing, a spell shaping between her palms. The red cloak fluttered behind her as if there was a breeze blowing through it. Master Potter, create an astral banishment spell. The Ancient One unleashed the spell in her hands, tearing through several more Kalkartho tentacles. Since it is weakened and the astral plane is trembling, we can push it out into the physical plane. It won't survive in the vacuum of space. Are you sure? Harry asked. If it doesn't die, we can crush it using the asteroids, she replied. The rest of us will bind it just in case. Right. Harry turned around and flew backward, putting distance between himself and the Kalkartho to get space to work in. Spreading his arms, Harry spun his fingers, creating a circle about the size of a football field. Drawing his hands into mudras, more lines began to fill in with the circle, crisscrossing into an elaborate design until nothing but a hexagon remained in the middle, the size of a dinner plate. Right. Harry muttered, glancing at the Kalkartho. Glowing blue bands of energy were wrapped around the dark creature as tiny specks. The Masters and the Ancient One flew around it. Closing his eyes, Harry drew upon his memories. For Master Hymir. Harry felt a slight rush of power run down his arm, and he drew fiery orange runes along the edge of the golden hexagon, before drawing a single one in the center. The whole spell pulsed, shining brightly, casting light into the vast darkness of space. With a wave of his hand, the construct flew forward like a net being thrown. It wrapped around the Kalkartho, glowing blindingly, and Harry averted his eyes as he felt ripples hammer into him, ringing in his whole being. And then, it all disappeared. Harry blinked, opened his eyes and looked around, but the only thing he could see was the golden forms of the Masters in the distance. Kalkartho was nowhere to be seen. The Ancient One flew forward, the other Masters following her. Well done, Mr. Potter. She beamed. You did it. It worked? Harry breathed. You had made a perfect banishment spell. Of course, it worked. Well, not the spell. Harry hesitated. I knew it'd work. I was talking about Kalkartho being destroyed. Ah, yes, that worked too, she nodded. Master Khan, Master Ritchie, would you please head back to Earth and inform the others that the threat has been dealt with? I need to have a word with Master Potter on the way. Oh, and tell Master Lee to hold the shield for the time being. The man bowed and flew away from them, Master Ritchie following him. Where are the rest? Harry frowned. There were 7 of us here. Stuck by the Kalkartho, she replied. Since they were in their astral form, they were pulled back into their body on Earth. But it won't be pleasant when they wake up. Nothing a little rest cannot cure. Harry hummed. And how'd you know it would work? The time stone? It was an educated guess, yes. She smiled. After all, there had to be a reason why it traveled through the astral plane and fed in the physical plane. Plus, the Kalkartho was already causing ripples, weakening the boundaries between the physical and the astral plane. You didn't help matters. I did what I thought was necessary. Harry shrugged as the Ancient One started to fly toward Earth at a sedate pace. Plus, it destroyed half of the monster. That is true. She nodded. I had hoped you'd make the use of the sword and spells instead. But I am not complaining. It worked in the end. I didn't feel the sword was going to be much help anyway. Harry frowned. No offense, but I am not a great sword fighter. The possibility where you used it to the fullest didn't come to pass, though you did use it to focus the energy of the Soul Stone into a single blast. She turned toward him. The Dragonfang is a powerful sword, Mr. Potter. One not to be underestimated in the right hands. even if the wielder is not versed in the art of swordsmanship. Harry hummed, glancing around occasionally as they flew. Want to see something beautiful? The Ancient One's voice had him stopping as Earth loomed closer. And learn something? Why not? Harry smiled tiredly. The fatigue of battle was creeping up on him. The Eye of Agamotto serves as more than a focus and a container for an Infinity Stone. It is a powerful relic that gives its wielder the power of true sight. The power to peer through dimensions and see reality in its truest form. Oh. Follow my motions. The Ancient One twisted her hand into a mudra and Harry followed, the golden form of the amulet on his chest slowly moving like the Ancient One. Channel your magic through it. And see. Harry glanced toward the earth, and quickly averted his eyes as a burst of multicolored lights threatened to blind him, shining brighter than the sun slowly. Harry glanced at it through his eyelashes, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. The sight of the earth in truest form, with all the dimensions stretching over it, forming bubbles and connections represented in multicolored lines. Through the earth, a white tree of pure power ran, stretching as far as Harry could see. The Idgarsal, the Ancient One said, one of the most prominent dimensions that exist to interact directly with the physical plane. And what about that? Harry pointed to a pure golden shimmer floating high above Earth. The Omnipotent City, City of Gods. She repeated, in myths, also known as Olympus, Swarglock, and even El Dorado. Oh, Harry breathed, tilting his head, and is that the world shield, formed by the Sanctum Sanctorums? Yes, she nodded. Crafted by the mighty Agamotto and maintained by his successors, which I am about to strengthen. The Astral shield they made. Harry glanced at the shield being held nearest to them. That's why you told Master Li to hold it. Indeed. She smiled. Now, if you would be so kind as to help me, it would save me some energy. Of course. Let's get to work. Harry nodded, because once I get home, I am sleeping for the rest of the week. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. Yes, I wrote something out of the MCU, delving into the comics. Originally, Kalkartho was faced by Stephen Strange and Wong, and sent wandering into the magenta dimension, away from Earth. Obviously, I didn't go down that path, instead, defeating the monster, after building on its lore more. The astral plane also shook due to the battle because it isn't a very stable dimension for battles like the mirror dimension is. Use of something as powerful as the Soul Stone can send powerful ripples cascading through the plane. Now, to my plans. Oh, I have a lot of plans, out of which, a few might be built on and several might be trashed too. But, I do plan to have a lot more sorcery in this than the mainstream MCU did. For it, I will dig into comic books, but you don't have to worry about not having read them. If I am using such an element, I will create enough lore for you to follow without problems. Though, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Nanu, Anax, and Mudhill for betaing this chapter. To access some very special content and my other platforms, visit linktr.ee/hpfanfictioner66. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. A bigger game chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. CH.15 A bigger game, the 28th of August 2006, Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. A smattering of gray clouds drifted across the afternoon sky, the breeze smelling lightly of wet soil and the pink flowers that bloomed across the courtyard. Harry tugged at the rolled sleeve of his t-shirt, adjusting the cloth around his elbow. I heard what you did up there. Anna gave him a brilliant smile. Master Khan told me that it was you who took down the monster almost single-handedly. It was the Ancient One's plan, not mine. Harry gave an awkward shrug. I just did what she told me to. Anyone could have. Your art of understating your involvement baffles me sometimes. Anna shook her head, but then again, you were British. So am I? Harry's lips quivered into a slight smile. How's Hong Kong? There was a spot of trouble a couple of weeks ago with a couple of gnomes, Anna said. Nothing much happened. A couple of young ones who had stumbled here by accident. Funny creatures, those things. You sent them back? Of course. It wasn't hard once we figured out how to locate their dimension and pinpoint their home there. It took an hour or so, but we sent them home. And one of them even gave me a hat which he made from the newspaper. It was adorable. Anna beamed. Interesting. Harry said. These convergences are happening more and more frequently now than last year. If I am not wrong, this is the 6th incident this year. It is, she nodded. The great convergence of the Yggdrasil nears. The last time it happened was before the Dark Ages, before the time of Agamotto. Much before. And Yggdrasil, being our prime realm of positioning for the greater cosmos, has a great impact on us. Harry let out a sigh. Still, the convergence doesn't happen for what, another 7 to 8 years? For us, that is a long time. For the universe, that's barely a millisecond. These are foreshocks, basically. Anna pointed out. Also, Earth is the greatest dimensional nexus in the Yggdrasil and one of the greatest in the universe. Only a few can compare. We were bound to feel the effects. True. Harry muttered. That means more work for us though. Probably why she summoned us masters. Anna glanced pointedly at the Ancient One who was standing to a side, talking quietly with the Sanctum Masters. Word is that old monsters are stirring. Old monsters? Some not heard of since the time of Agamotto. Anna answered grimly. Kalkartho was just one of them. Harry cast a worried glance at the Ancient One, who, as if sensing it, turned around and gave him a nod. Saying something to Master Rama, she swept up the platform, drawing everyone's attention. Good afternoon, she said quietly, her voice ringing across the courtyard. My apologies for summoning you at such short notice. Especially considering some of our numbers are still injured from the battle a few nights ago. Her gaze lingered on Master Duff and Master Babbage, both of whom stood to a side, slightly pale, after being injured by the Kalkartho. Their energy had been severely depleted and they remained lethargic through the day. The healers of Kamar-Taj had said that they were improving steadily, regaining their strength with each day. I shall not mince words today or delve into length about topics you all are already aware of. The Ancient One's eyes roamed through the courtyard. All of you know that Earth is hurtling toward a new age where the cosmic scale is concerned. And this age will not be one without its own challenges. Our enemies stir. Some spurred by the prospects of the future, to control and rule one of the most powerful dimensional nexuses in the universe, and some, due to recent events. Harry shuffled on his feet, knowing some part of the latter's blame lay with him, and more specifically, the Soul Stone. One of the 6 Infinity Stones, which by themselves were objects of unrivaled power. A power that many would kill for. It was a power that Harry knew would attract challenges. Challenges that Earth was not yet ready to face. Not to mention, his sudden presence in the universe, according to the Ancient One, had caused a ripple effect. Futures had turned uncertain, and some fates even more so, and while some of it was good, with good came problems. They always did. It was the balance of the universe itself, yin and yang. Starting tomorrow, you masters shall have something additional to do in conjunction with your regular duties. The Ancient One announced. If anyone has some problem with what you've been assigned, you can take it up with me in private later. One thing that I can assure you is that these duties won't be continuous to the point of being a burden, and yet something you would have to dedicate your time to. Harry raised his eyebrows but said nothing. While many masters and disciples had a life outside of the mystic arts, most were limited to a day job. Some had families to take care of, but they were far and few in between. The reason for it was simple. Kamar-Taj was a place of healing for most, designed for people who were lost to regain a purpose. Several of them had lost nearly everything they could and had nowhere to turn to. It was one of the reasons most practitioners chose to learn the mystic arts and become guardians of reality, to find a purpose. Something to dedicate their life to. Something greater than themselves. As far as explanations and motives went, it wasn't a pure one. But it worked. It was what had protected Earth since the age of Agamotto, ensuring its safety against cosmic horrors that would have made most run in terror. First and foremost, we must recover what was ours. Relics and artifacts of great power which are said to be lost. The Ancient One turned her gaze around the courtyard. Relics. Like the crystal of Sidorak, the rings of Vishanti, the staff of the One, and most importantly perhaps, the amulet of the right. The last name caused a stir. Every sorcerer had heard of the amulet of the right. It was one of the most powerful relics to have ever existed, one said to grant the power of gods to its wearer. While the other relics were undoubtedly powerful, few compared to the legend that surrounded the amulet of the right. These relics once belonged to the sorcerers and were used to protect the earth and reality as we know it, and there is no reason they shouldn't continue doing so. She took a breath. Now, the Ancient One proceeded to name a few masters, before clapping her hands, ceasing the whispers before they spread. Those whom I have named will carry out the task of finding and retrieving the relics which have been lost. The Ancient One said, her voice sharp. We most definitely are aware that they exist. They are just hidden or buried, or perhaps even stolen by others in the past. Her gaze sharpened. Find them and bring them home if you can. They would be a great aid for the battles to come. The Masters of the Sanctum shall join you in this, albeit with a special task. Master Rama, Master Drum, Master Lee. The Ancient One glanced at the Masters. Will two join you in this endeavor and dedicate their expertise and energy to finding these relics, and alongside them, finding relics which are believed to exist but have never fallen into the hands of sorcerers. Some of them may stem from folklore or even mythology. The Spear of Longinus, Ark of Covenant, the Gandiva, the Shield of Achilles, the Flying Throne of Kavus amongst others are all legendary artifacts in mythology. This time, murmurs spread through the crowd. Nearly all names she spoke of were familiar to most people in the world, let alone sorcerers. But even for them, they were but myths and stories till now. And yet the Excalibur sits in her office, gathering dust. Harry frowned. The most legendary sword in the world has been in the office of the Sorcerer Supreme since the fall of Camelot. And if one story is real, so could be the others. After all, myths stem from some amount of truth. Twisted and glorified, and yet, the truth. Even if we find a few relics, it would be a quest worth doing. The Ancient One added, Masters and those whom I named, I shall wish you luck. Always remember that even the most far-fetched myths always stem from some amount of truth. She smiled at them for a moment before her expression turned serious and she stepped forward. These were smaller tasks. Now comes the main one. Harry steeled himself. Now, the rest of you shall have a bigger task. The Ancient One took a deep breath. Our enemies stir not only beyond the boundaries of Earth but even within. Earth-based dimensions have posed us problems in the past. So, it shall be in our best interest that we take a more vested interest in them. Thus, starting next month, a group of sorcerers, on a rota basis, will join the Wardens in protecting the outer gates. Many froze in their place while some shared worried glances. Almost every single person who had passed through the halls of Kamar-Taj knew that the Ancient One possessed the ability of foresight which allowed her to anticipate threats before they arrived and act on them. If she was arranging a guard duty for the outer gates, it meant something was on the horizon. Something that the Wardens, a small group of capable fighters and magic users, would not be capable of handling alone. The Wardens were a small group of people whose sole purpose was to guard the outer gates. A culmination of nexus gateways for the pocket dimensions that overlapped Earth. The outer gates were a pocket dimension in themselves, existing in the form of a castle that moved with the nexus point. No one knew how it had been formed or who made it, but the gates had existed since the end of the war with frost giants. It was a doorway to all pocket dimensions that the sorcerers of old and other powers helped create in order to maintain peace. But while this was done to maintain peace, it also led to the problem of creatures, and in some cases, monsters of those dimensions slipping through the doors with ease. That was what the Wardens were meant to prevent, to not let any creatures or monsters come through the outer doors into the real world. Or as Harry had heard some sorcerers put it, over-glorified prison guards. While the Wardens fell under the purview of the Sorcerer Supreme, they were not sorcerers in the strictest sense. The Wardens were primarily fighters, armed with relics and rudimentary battle magic, allowing them to battle and slay threats that may come through any of those dimensions. While some of their numbers had once learned at Kamar-Taj, they essentially did their own thing and trained new recruits, whenever they got one. The only place where the sorcerers came in with them was when the Ancient One visited the outer gates, to check for any faults and strengthen their integrity. The only time the other sorcerers tended to visit the outer gates was when they learned about its existence or in times of great need. Great need, which the Ancient One had foreseen, and was putting up a guard duty. As I have said, the Ancient One continued, her voice breaking through Harry's thoughts like a stone breaking the surface of still water. Our enemies stir, and with them, dimensional boundaries flicker. This might lead to creatures of all dispositions slipping through, some of which might cause the wardens great problems. She swept her hand through the air and an image of a castle appeared, hovering in the air. These are the outer gates. The castle has 6 floors, and each floor has multiple doorways, every single one of them leading to a different dimension. The higher one goes, the more dangerous the dimensions get. And the top floor has a single door that leads straight to the doors of the demon Mephisto, the doorway of hell. The castle vanished, her chilling pronouncement lingering in the air like an afterimage. Mephisto was the worst of earth-bound demons, the Hell Lord. While the other demons and Hell Lords were no kinder. They relied more on trickery for amusement than elongated plots to take over humanity that Mephisto did. The demon and his minions had killed more sorcerers than any other monster had until he had been sealed by Solomon and Cagliostro, allowing the demon to only act when summoned. And yet, whenever he was summoned, something which happened every few years, either by accident or knowledge falling into the wrong hands, Mephisto caused trouble for the sorcerers. At least 6 sorcerers will be needed to guard the gates effectively. The Ancient One pursed her lips. 2 masters shall go every day, taking with them 4 apprentices. All of it will happen on a rotational basis. Considering our numbers, this means you will have this duty about thrice a month. Master Perez will make a schedule. If any of you are to miss a day, do inform in advance if possible or ask someone to fill in for you. Perez gave them a nod from the sidelines, before removing a small diary and making a note. If anyone has any questions, do feel free to ask either the Sanctum Masters or myself. Her eyes latched onto Harry's. Master Potter, a word if you would. Harry arched an eyebrow before making his way toward her, ignoring the handful of stares he received and the rising chatter as masters began to converse with each other. Come with me. The Ancient One snapped her fingers and Harry found himself in the inner sanctum, seated on a wooden armchair, the Ancient One sitting in front of him. Now, Mr. Potter. She smiled slightly. I have a special task for you. A very, very special task, and perhaps one very vital. The 6th of September 2006, the Triskelion, Washington, D.C. What is that you're reading? Coulson's voice cut through the silence of his office and Harry looked up from his book, raising an eyebrow. Coulson gave him a placating smile. You looked troubled, that's why I asked. I am certain it is not a book of do-it-yourself house decorations. It isn't. Harry waved his hand and the book's cover rippled, revealing its cracking dark leather and aging pages to Coulson. It is a book of sorcery. And you looked troubled reading it. Coulson tilted his head, trying to read the cover. I am sorry, but what language is that? It looks close to English. It is ancient Gaelic. Harry said. It is the Book of Doombringers. Sounds ominous. It does. Harry gave him a wan smile. If your boss reads this, I am willing to bet that he won't have a night of good sleep knowing what's out there. Director Fury is a careful man. But he has humanity's best interests at heart. Coulson leaned on his desk. But what's got you so troubled? The magic mentioned in the book is not the kind of magic you'd want to use or in some cases, even read about. Harry said slowly. But I have to. And why is that? The Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, has tasked several of the sorcerers with various jobs. Harry grimaced. If she thinks these things are important, we all know they might be playing a role in the near future, or be a cause for concern. And what did she ask you to do? She told me to find a book. Harry closed his eyes. A book, which, under certain circumstances, can spell the doom of all existence. Must be a very special book, Coulson said dryly. Phil, it is the Book of Dark Magic. Harry rubbed his face. It is pure evil, created from the essence of the elder god of chaos. A being with no mercy, who was cast away by greater powers before humans roamed the earth. On top of it all, the bloody thing is supposed to be sentient and nigh indestructible. That sounds concerning. Coulson's face twisted into a frown. Why does she want you to find a book that can unleash the magical version of the apocalypse? She wants to secure it and put it somewhere no one can reach, of course. Harry waved his hand as if brushing Coulson's worries off. This book has been lost for ages and cannot be found, tracked, or scried. And yet, it keeps popping up in history from time to time, falling into the hands of those who have no business with such a thing. Tell me its name or an instance where it popped up in history. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. can help. Coulson walked around his desk to his computer. We have kept a compendium of history and a lot of historians on payroll. If there is even a whisper of the book or its name, we will know. It won't be of any use. Harry rolled his eyes. Whenever the book comes into play, it usually leaves a big mess in its wake. And since the earth isn't a pile of ash and you didn't know of magic's existence, I would say that the sorcerers in the past cleaned it up pretty well every single time. That's somewhat reassuring. Coulson said quietly. Something tells me that you sorcerers deal with these kinds of things every now and then. World-ending disasters and cosmic horrors. Stopped 1-2 weeks back. Harry snorted. The day you told me to clear the airspace above the UK, right? Coulson pulled a file from a drawer in his desk. I do have a few questions about it if you do not mind answering them. It might clear a few things up for us. If I can answer, I will answer. Harry shrugged. Fire away. What was the threat you faced that day? Coulson picked up a pen from his desk. And how bad was the threat it posed? It was a monster that goes by the name Kalkartho. Harry paused. And the threat it posed if we hadn't intercepted it was very bad. As in, level a city bad or devour the earth bad? Coulson turned the file around. And did I get the spelling right? The spelling is correct. Harry blinked. And, it could devour every life on Earth, yes. Omega class then. Coulson made a note in the file. NASA picked up some strange readings a few hours after you warned us. Their origin was beyond Mars' orbit, the closest description they could give was an electromagnetic storm that resulted in 2 deep space satellites getting blown. Did it have anything to do with this threat? That was me, actually. Harry smirked as Coulson's head snapped toward him. We battled the Kalkartho in the asteroid belt. I think I will regret asking you this, but how did you do it? Coulson asked. How did you survive in space and do the impossible of reaching beyond Mars and returning in a matter of hours? Oh, we were not in the physical plane. Harry waved him off. We were in the astral plane. A plane that runs parallel to the physical plane, encompassing it. It is the plane where the soul can exist outside the physical body without constraints. Soul. As in, soul. Coulson's brow creased. The truest essence of a sentient being. Harry said. It is what gives a body's existence meaning. It is the fundamental life force. Coulson seemed to be dumbfounded for a moment, looking pensive. Then he pulled himself together, rubbing his jaw. Is there anything else you wish to tell me about the fight with the Kalkartho? Not really, no, Harry said. Coulson opened his mouth before closing it and shaking his head. I don't bite, you know, Harry smirked. If you have a question that I don't want to answer, I will just tell you so. No, it is not that. Coulson said. Tell me, Harry, if there's a soul, what happens after death? Ah, after you die, the link of your astral form. Your soul is severed from your body, Harry replied. You see, what truly keeps us alive is the link that exists. Once the body stops working, as in dies, the link gets broken. As for the soul after that, it really depends on the person. Everyone gets a choice. To either get judgment, be reincarnated, or well, just take a break and live on in the soul realm. Soul realm? Coulson raised an eyebrow. It has many names. The spirit world, fields of asphodel, the duat, honestly, they are just extensions of the astral plane, usually forbidden for sorcerers to tread into without permission of higher deities. So all those afterlives, they are real? Coulson asked. Heaven and hell too? Very much so, yes. Harry said. Remember, when you deal with all this stuff, assume that most myths are real because all myths stem from some amount of truth. Some more so than the others. Coulson nodded, his gaze still pensive and worried. Hey, don't delve into this too much. It is mind-boggling at the best of times. Harry patted Coulson on the shoulder. Of course, he gave Harry a slight smile. Why don't we go for a drive? Only if we get Lola. Harry grinned. Within a few minutes, Coulson's red Chevrolet Corvette roared through the streets of DC, as the agent weaved between cars, keeping a close eye on the road through his aviators. So, aside from magic, what do you do? Coulson asked over the roar of the wind. You know, as a pastime? I watch movies or if the mood strikes me, make some enchanted object. Harry said. Some work and well, some don't. Anything you can lend us to use? Coulson's lips quirked up. Nope. Harry said. You all have enough trinkets as it is if the stuff lying around your office is anything to go by. They are collectibles. Coulson's eye twitched. Vintage stuff. Vintage spy stuff. Harry corrected. Stuff straight out of James Bond, I swear. Do you have your own queue? We have a team of them. Coulson said. And their head is not even British. But they make good stuff. But nothing can beat the classics, can it? They're the classics for a reason, I suppose. Harry shrugged. What do you do when you are not on S.H.I.E.L.D. work? Any special lady? Not right now. Phil gave him a sad smile. The line of work I am in takes a lot out of relationships. But I do love listening to a cellist in New York. Harry hummed. So, these things you make, Coulson said after a moment. What do they do? All sorts of things. I made an array of self-cleaning brooms and dust cloths a couple of months ago. Several of them. They do all sorts of things for me. There is this another relic I made. Harry pulled out a small case from his pouch and removed a pair of sunglasses from within. Sunglasses? Actually, they help you see clearly, no matter the time of day or the state of light. Harry smiled. Also, it has a zoom-in feature. Hasn't really been useful, to be honest. S.H.I.E.L.D. has something similar. Coulson glanced at the sunglasses. Allows us to view heat signatures and night vision. Expensive, but worth every penny. I did want to add a feature to allow it to see through walls. Harry muttered. But it didn't work, unfortunately. I'll figure it out. Probably increase the zooming capacity as well. What's the scope now? 3 times. Fairly useless, if you ask me. But then again, one can layer only so many enchantments on a single piece of glass. Harry sighed. My Dicta pen, a pen that writes as you speak, holds a lot more promise in the market. If I sell that, it would become a multi-million-dollar business within a week, through students alone. Sounds gimmicky, but why not? Coulson gave him a slight grin. Speaking of students, what of your education? You haven't studied beyond high school. Coulson, I can manipulate reality. What exactly will I gain by learning that stuff? Also, what do I do with the degree? I don't need a job. Yet you do come to S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a good day out. Harry shrugged. Plus you are fun to be around. Coulson's face closed off suddenly. Yeah, there is a little something I want to tell you about that. Director Fury is sending me away on a special assignment for a little while. I do not know how long it will go on, but I am the only one he trusts to oversee the mission. Must be a special mission. Harry commented. What are you going to do? That's classified, I am afraid. Classified even above my level, only restricted on a need-to-know basis. Coulson replied quietly. Ah. Harry pursed his lips, pushing down the irritation that rose. Call if you need help. Coulson's jaw twitched. It is not like that. Not what you're thinking. I am not thinking anything. Harry waved him off. I recognize the need for some things to stay secret. You are a spy at the end of the day, Coulson. That's not it. Coulson looked slightly flustered as if unsure what to say. Can you take us someplace quiet? Someplace. Coulson stopped short as Harry swept his hand, which glowed golden. A second later, the air in front of them cracked and Lola drove through a wall of mirrors that appeared out of midair for a moment. The agent looked around wildly as all the traffic around them disappeared, the sounds of the city of DC vanishing. Where are we? The mirror dimension. Harry said. No one can find us here. What's troubling you? If it is me, I am not upset, just frustrated. No, it is not you. Coulson brought the car to a stop and unbuckled his seatbelt before stepping out of the car. Can you tell me something? Depends. You said that after death, the bond of the soul is cut from the physical body, which leads to actual death. Coulson's eyes glimmered with worry. Am I wrong? No, Harry said. Also, you should not delve into it. So, is it possible to, say, remake the bond? Coulson asked, ignoring him. To reforge it with some outside factor? Harry paused, contemplating the question. Once the link is severed, no, not unless you have soulfire. Harry said. Something only Skyfathers and very powerful beings possess. And using it always has a price, and not to mention limits. Any other attempts will always be abominations of necromancy, a forbidden art, and fundamentally flawed. But what if something is used? Coulson, give it to me straight. What are you on about? Harry snapped. Coulson took a deep breath and turned away from him. It is a project that Director Fury is undertaking. In heavy secrecy, of course. It basically operates on the theory of rejuvenating a body completely. Like a reset, you know? In theory, if you're injured and dying, or shortly dead, it can remake your body and revive you, and on lab rats, it has proven successful. That's not reviving. That's healing, basically. Harry blinked. You heal the body of a dying person, and he gets well. No, Coulson leaned on Lola's hood. It is a procedure we are creating to administer after the pulse stops. There's a special compound injected, followed by a procedure that does it, after death. How many minutes? Harry raised an eyebrow, because I am assuming that the serum has to go in within 7 minutes of death. Ideally 3. Coulson turned around to face him with hopeful eyes. Can it be done? Is it even possible? The link of the soul isn't immediately severed once the heart stops, Harry said. That's why you can restart the heart. But once a certain time has passed, the bond is severed. Medically, that's when the brain dies completely. Oh. Coulson leaned back, and, no, that's it. So, it is healing, basically? If medical science has evolved to that degree, yes. Harry agreed. But, what are you using, and why? It is a special compound, Coulson said, his face unreadable, and it is one of Director Fury's contingencies. Contingencies? Director Fury has always known about the threat up there. Coulson pointed at the sky. He knows what we might face. And he is not a man who puts all his eggs in a single basket. And what forms do these contingencies take? Harry narrowed his eyes. Avengers are his plan A. They have always been. Coulson rubbed his face. For them, he has a whole set of special things. I am not privy to all of it, but I know that this project is one of them. He wants to be prepared in case one of us dies? Its objective is to revive a fallen Avenger if needed. Coulson nodded. And you cannot tell anyone I told you this. I'd lose my job and lose his trust. I won't tell anyone. Harry promised. Plus, it is not like you're doing a bad thing, is it? Advancing medicine and saving lives is never a wrong cause. Maybe you can scale it to a point that it can be used by normal hospitals to save lives. I am just relieved to hear that we won't be breaking any laws of the universe. Coulson looked away. You know? Accidentally spelling our doom by violating something we didn't even know existed? Harry chuckled, but the humor didn't reach his eyes. Fury was also pulling moves and making plans. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ancient One both were. Plans that involved Harry, but ones he wasn't totally privy to. It was like Dumbledore all over again. They had good intentions but were not forthcoming with information, playing things close to their chests. And Harry didn't like it one bit. Chapter end notes. And, done. Hope you all liked the chapter. So, yes. As I said, more sorcery and introduction to Marvel Universe. Those who recognized it, kudos. Those who didn't, well, it is an introduction to a companion series of Marvel, set post-Avengers named, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., till the first 2 or 3 seasons. It is also largely canon compliant with the main universe. Plus, it has our favorite, Phil Coulson in the main role with some other, really great characters, including Ghost Rider in one of the seasons. But if you haven't seen it, you need not worry. While they will have a role to play, it will be much more like the appearances of Happy Hogan. Seldom, somewhat important, but hella fun. Though, if you are curious, feel free to look up the characters and basic storyline of the first couple of seasons on the net. If you don't, it is still fine. They are technically a while away. Until then, all you need to know will be said or described. As for the outer gates thing, it is pretty simple. I explained it in the narration already. It is basically a doorway, entry to all dimensions based on Earth. It does not have gateways to the bigger dimensions like the Dark Dimension, Calais, the Death Dimensions, or even the Yggdrasil. Now, for the Wardens, while the Sorcerers are the magical equivalent of Interpol, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Wardens are basically prison guards, watchmen who protect the outer gates. That's where their jurisdiction starts and ends. If some creature escapes any other place than the outer gates, the Sorcerers will deal with them. The Wardens are only there to fight things that come through the gates, which are mostly held close by enchantments. Plain and simple. Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Mughill and Enigma for betaing this chapter. To access some very special content and my other PLT forms, visit Link tr.ee/hpfanfictioner66. On another important note, I have begun polishing the first few chapters of this FIC. There hasn't been any change in the plot, but I am polishing the writing and correcting grammatical errors to improve the flow. I have already done the first 3 chapters. If you want to wait till I finish redecorating, you are welcome to do so too. I will inform you all when I am done with it, and you can reread in one go. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66. I scry with my little eye chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ch.16 I scry with my little eye the 11th of January 2007 Kamar-Taj, Kathmandu. The amulet slung around Harry's neck glowed with a golden hue, the rings on the amulet moving slowly around the small center orb. Harry's eyes were shut closed, scrunched in concentration, his breathing even, while the Ancient One observed him carefully. Concentrate on where you want to look, Mr. Potter, the Ancient One murmured. It is similar to opening a portal, but not to travel, only to see. The Eye of Agamotto gives you the power of sight. To see the world through means only a few others can. Now, all you need to do is see. The rings on the amulet stopped, locking with a click, and Harry sucked in a sharp breath as the darkness faded away to reveal a huge white building that rose from the gleaming waters of the Potomac River. A chopper hovering over its top, the golden shield eagle shining on its black exterior. The Triskelion. Harry felt a surge of triumph. I did it. I got the power of sight of the Eye of Agamotto to work. Harry felt excitement bloom and willed himself away from the shield headquarters. In an instant, the view dissolved, amber light flared in front of his eyes as a beautiful white palace stretched as far as Harry could see. Roses bloomed in the gardens, and a golden statue gleamed in the light of the setting sun in front of the gates. The British flag waved atop the palace in the wind, fluttering merrily. Can you see, Mr. Potter? The Ancient One's soft voice rang through his vision. Try to shift the view slowly. Your imagination is the limit. The Eye of. The voice drowned out as Harry dipped into his own mind, the view of Buckingham Palace dissolving in amber light that burst around him, flecked with a rainbow of colors. The edges of his vision blurred until it was blinded by the glaring golden palace that touched the heavens, his vision thrumming with power. Birds Harry had never seen soared through the sky, alongside a large hammer that flew toward the palace in a gray blur, punching through pinkish-white clouds on its way. Below him, a rainbow bridge stretched, connecting to the golden palace. The Bifrost. Harry felt his breath hitch. I am in the realm eternal. Asgard. I can see anything in. The view around him shifted, and he found himself in a domed room made of gold and silver. Huge, intricate rings stretched all around, revolving like the rings in his amulet. On a raised dais in the center of the room, a dark-skinned man in golden armor stood, an elaborate sword hilt clutched in his large hands, his amber eyes staring straight into Harry's. Welcome, sorcerer. Harry felt his heart clench as the man twisted his sword and the rings around them moved. Suddenly, a tingle raced down Harry's body like an electric current, and he looked down, to see himself floating off the floor, dressed in the clothes he had been wearing. I am Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the 9 realms, the eternal guardian of the Bifrost. I'm Harry. Harry Potter, Harry said, waving his translucent hand slightly. I am like a ghost, but more alive. What is happening? I am aware of who you are, sorcerer. Heimdall smiled. I have occasionally gazed at you despite your tendency to avoid my sight. I am sorry. What? Harry blinked. Something or someone shields you from my gaze, Harry Potter. Heimdall's amber eyes glowed like the heat of a furnace. I see all. I hear all. And since the time my watch began, only a handful of beings have been capable of concealing themselves from my sight within the 9 realms. You, one of them. Harry frowned. I didn't even know he was keeping an eye on me. I had only read about him till now. Harry's eyes flicked to the gatekeeper. I shouldn't probably mess around. Not with someone who's probably a god. A god whose territory I am trespassing. I assure you, if any such thing has happened, it was unintentional. Harry raised his hands placatingly. And I was not trying to sneak here either, if that's what you're thinking. I was just practicing using a relic and I stumbled here. Agamotto's eye, I am aware. Heimdall glanced pointedly at his chest where the outline of his amulet was visible through his hoodie, even in this form. I am sorry to interrupt, but what is this form? Harry asked before Heimdall could continue. Because I have never felt something akin to this before. It doesn't seem to be an illusion, nor am I in the astral plane. Also, as far as scrying goes, I have never heard of anything like this. What you are experiencing is a little Asgardian magic coupled with my own power. Heimdall stepped off the dais and walked closer to him. We of the Acer have the power of YGDD Garcel flowing through us. For each, it manifests differently. My powers manifested in the form of true sight. Your godly powers, I know. Harry nodded. It is said that you can see any part of the universe and experience it if you wish. Your gaze penetrates through all. Heimdall inclined his head, the horns of his golden helmet casting a long shadow. I am glad the knowledge that the sorcerers possessed hasn't been lost to time, especially for someone who wears an object forged with Asgard's power. The Eye of Agamotto, Harry whispered. So the records are correct. I would hope so, Heimdall said. Now, if you would, kindly end the spell. Your Sorcerer Supreme grows worried seeing you talking to someone whom she is unaware of. It is not something that has happened with her before, I believe. Right. Sorry for disturbing you, Harry muttered. You are most welcome to visit me anytime you wish. Heimdall bowed his head. My watch is unending and often grows monotonous. A rare visit such as this is often cherished by me. And with what all stirs on Midgard and the meddling of higher powers, we never know what might prove beneficial. Well, feel free to call me too, I suppose. Harry gave him a smile. Farewell, Harry Potter, Heimdall said, and with a wave of his hand, Harry found himself back in Kamar-Taj, staring into the worried eyes of the Ancient One. Mr. Potter, what? Well, you might want to sit down for this. Harry coughed. I think I made a new friend, that too with a god. Of course you did. She sighed. Go on. I want to hear about this. The 14th of April 2007, the Triskelion, Washington, D.C. The silver gun gleamed in the light of the room, weighing down in Harry's hands as he examined it. Sharon leaned forward over her desk, her blonde hair hanging down the sides of her face like golden curtains, her blue eyes watching him curiously. Heavier than I expected, Harry commented, tugging at the top of the gun, and pulling the chamber back before releasing it. Why are you cocking the hammer? Sharon raised an eyebrow. There's no magazine. Isn't that how? Well, never mind. Harry placed the firearm back on the table. This is the first time I touched a gun. I have no bloody idea how to handle one. I just did what I saw in the movies. What would you ever do with a gun anyway? Sharon took her gun back and pushed the magazine in, cocking it. Don't you have magic spells that can have lightning strike someone from the sky? I mean, it seemed wise to know the weapons everyone around you uses. Harry studied the grain of the table, his eyes trailing toward the gleaming nozzle of Sharon's gun. Also, having lightning strike someone from the sky is way too time-consuming and dramatic. There are simpler spells. Wait, you could really do that? Sharon linked. Lord of the Rings style? I can do many things, Sharon. Harry's lips curled into a grin. And I am pretty certain that I can emulate anything they showed in Lord of the Rings. Harry's forehead creased. Except for foresight, that is. I suck at divination. Divination, as in there are people who can see the future? Sharon goggled. People like you? The future is not concrete. Harry shook his head. A few things are, but most vary with even the slightest change in human action. It gets to a point where a lot of it is practically useless. So, it is useful in some cases. Sharon prodded. Not the way you probably think. Harry rubbed his jaw. Let me put it this way. If Fury or Coulson sets you on a mission to, say, capture me, you will have to come for me. Yes, the stuff before the order was given could have changed. What you do when you meet me can change. But as you are now set on the mission, you will come for me. Finding me, confronting me, and even capturing me is another matter. But, you will come for me, no matter what. That is set in concrete, and if I can see that you are coming for me, you will be forewarned and can prepare accordingly. Sharon nodded. You will put the odds in your favor. Like if S.H.I.E.L.D. gets some intel, we can act on it to prevent something bad from happening. Exactly, Harry said. Divination is a rare skill, but one that comes in handy in protecting the Earth. If some disaster is en route, we will know and can prevent or mitigate it. It sounds like a very useful skill despite the way you put it. Harry smiled wryly. An old friend once told me, what is coming will come and we'll just have to meet it when it does. That's something. Sharon blew out a huff of air. So, do you want to learn how to shoot a gun? Sure. I mean, it couldn't hurt, could it? Harry said. Not here where the gun laws are so lax, at least. You can get an acid defense course from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sharon typed something on her computer. It is meant for non-combatant assets that we have in case they need it. Non-combatant assets. Harry frowned. People like you. Sharon's printer beeped and whirled, printing out a page. People who are of high use to S.H.I.E.L.D. despite not being employed within the institution. This includes a lot of billionaires from Silicon Valley, believe it or not. Sharon plucked the page from the printer and slid it toward Harry. Basic self-defense, defensive driving, shooting, and gun handling, a crash course on survival and hiding. Harry read off the sheet. And, miscellaneous. It is a need-based course, honestly. Sharon brushed her hair out of her face, tucking it behind her ears. Some assets aren't in constant danger or in enemy territory, but some parties may take an interest in them and come for them. You think someone is coming for me? Not really. Sharon shook her head. No offense, but we think you are relatively unknown and you can handle yourself. This course is usually to train people like nuclear scientists, cybersecurity experts, and engineers working in the development of cutting-edge technology, people whom terrorists may find a vested interest in. With this training, if they implement it right, they might survive long enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive and extract them from the location to a safe house. Harry nodded contemplatively, his eyes running down the length of the paper. Honestly, defensive driving and survival and hiding are pretty much useless for me. Harry let the paper drop onto Sharon's desk. What's the point in driving when you can teleport? And if I seriously want to hide, no one, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. would ever find me. So, you don't need it. Sharon took a pen and cancelled off the 2 items, and your file shows that you are a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu. So, that cuts most of the self-defense down but does leave a few things. What things? If someone has a weapon, like a gun pointed at your head, that too at point-blank range, how to take the gun from them and turn the tables. Sharon smirked. I did that one recently. Want to share? It was a thug with no real experience. I handled him just fine. Sharon waved him off. Didn't even need to shoot a bullet. Or break a sweat. I would say it was very brave. Harry smiled at her. You had a bloody gun pointed at your head. Most people would have shat their pants at that point itself. If I did that, I would probably have been disavowed. Sharon joked. And disowned too, if I come to think of it. Harsh, innit? You know my aunt is the Peggy Carter. Sharon's eyes sparkled. Whenever I'm in her presence nowadays I feel like she'd whip my ass despite being like 85. And the scary part is, she probably could. You know, a couple of years back she took out an armed burglar with her walking stick. Didn't even take a single scratch. I think she was more irate about the fact that her favorite walking stick cracked. Seriously? Yep. Sharon twirled a lock of her hair around her finger. I wasn't in the house when it happened, but I saw the burglar being arrested by Deputy Director Hill before we both were airlifted to a safe house. This was when I was midway through my S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, having come back for a break. It's also when I first met Coulson. Who took you under his wing? I'm guessing. That was several months later, but I'd say it might have helped that he knew me. Sharon bobbed her head. But you should have seen Coulson when he was in front of her. It looked like he was about to faint. He is a huge Captain America fan and he met his girlfriend. Harry chortled. Did he have her sign his trading cards? No, but he did have her autograph a picture of the Howling Commandos which he had. Sharon leaned forward conspiratorially. Honestly, when I first saw Coulson, I thought he was like a low-level, sad agent who had been sent to guard us just in case. I saw him and I thought, I never want to be him. Boy, and was I wrong. He does look harmless and way too friendly for his own good. Harry agreed quietly. No one would ever give him a second glance, I reckon. If I hadn't known he's an agent, and one of the best at that, I would have never guessed it by myself. It is part of his charm, my Aunt Peggy says, Sharon said. She liked Coulson, I think. Approved of him at least. At that time, I didn't know what he was. You must have been disappointed when he took you on then, Harry snorted. Actually, no, Sharon shook her head. Word spread about him before he came. Hitting a mentorship under a level 8 agent is a big thing at the academy. Only 3 top candidates get it, and that too before everyone else does. And getting Phil Coulson? That's apparently a goldmine for anyone at the academy nowadays. Every single agent he has trained has had some of the best records in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he only takes the best of the best. Makes sense. He's Fury's left hand after all. Harry hummed. What all do they teach you there, at the academy, if you don't mind me asking? Everything, honestly. Sharon shrugged. Field agents are trained to handle any and all combat situations that come their way. The subjects range from psychology to MMA to paragliding, skiing, and underwater diving. We are trained to survive and do anything that work demands of us. That's interesting. Harry hummed. How long is the training? 15 months to 3 years, Sharon said. Depends on what all you're training for and how good you are. I stayed for almost 3 years. You have to if you want to get the aviation license too. Wait. You can fly a plane? Harry gave her an impressed look. That's brilliant. Yes, I can. Sharon beamed. I can fly planes and choppers. Of course, just because you can handle one model doesn't mean you can take up any of them. But, the basics do stay similar. Can you teach me? Harry hesitated. To fly a plane. Or put it in this course. Harry, I am not even remotely qualified to teach you how to fly an airplane. Sharon's eyes widened. I only know how to fly models that S.H.I.E.L.D. employs. As for the course, even the most basic training to fly an airplane takes like 20 to 30 weeks of dedicated learning, at least. Oh. Harry smothered his disappointment. Anyhow, how long is this course? The normal one. The acid defense course. Sharon pointed at the form. 4 weeks, 2 hours a day. We could probably have it done for you in 2 weeks since you don't need 2 of the main courses it offers. Harry hummed. Why not? I can spare a couple of hours or so for a few days. Who knows, might come useful someday. With your jiu-jitsu training and magic. The chance is very low. Sharon said truthfully. But I will enroll you if you want. Are you sure you don't want defensive driving? It's a great skill to know if you are ever being followed. Positive. Harry snorted. Great. I will mail you the dates when the response comes through. Sharon typed something on her computer. You might have to visit here again later this week to sign some stuff. Not a problem. I'll get to meet you again. Harry's lips tugged into a grin. Sharon raised an eyebrow. Flirting, are we? That depends on whether you like it or not. Harry felt heat bloom in his chest, like a red rose from its bud. If I am, I'd say let's get some dinner together. Harry gave her a brilliant smile. I'll pick you up at 8? Sharon blinked. Wait, you're serious? Harry felt a sharp sting beneath his ribs as if a sharp dagger was sinking into his heart. Just playing along. Harry waved her off, crumpling the feelings that rose. But, I'd seriously love to have dinner with a friend. Been some time since I did that. Well, if you pay. Sharon's lips quivered into a soft smile. It will save me the effort of making dinner if nothing else. Done. Harry smiled. See you at 8, I suppose. The 14th of April 2007, the Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Harry's heart drummed in his chest as he ruffled through his closet, furiously taking out clothes and putting them on his bed. Stupid, 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 he muttered. You couldn't invite her on a date and yet you managed to get her for dinner. Bloody idiot you are, Potter. Hermione giggled from the photo next to the mirror while Ron guffawed, clutching his sides. Yeah. Laugh it up, you too, Harry muttered. All right. Trousers and a formal shirt. But which one? I don't even know what color she likes. Hermione waved at him from the frame, jabbing her hand toward the bed where the shirts were spread out. The blue one? Harry asked and she shook her head, waving her finger in circles. The black one? Hermione beamed and nodded from the photo. Right. Harry unbuttoned the collar and the sleeves before putting the shirt on. Thanks, Hermione. Even from beyond this world, you're still helping me. With a wave of his hand, the shirts and trousers flew back into the cupboard, hanging themselves back neatly as he rolled up his sleeves, neatly tucking them into each other. A pair of socks flew out and hit his bed while Harry glanced at the clock which ticked near to 8 with each passing second. Shit. Harry scrambled to get dressed, flinging off the jeans he was wearing, and pulling on the trousers. A couple of minutes later, he stood in front of the mirror, running a comb through his hair, trying to flatten it. From the frame, Hermione shook her head in exasperation while Ron sniggered over her shoulder. Fuck this. Harry flung the comb onto his bed, running to his cupboard. Watch, here. The leather shone in the light of the room as Harry tightened the watch around his left wrist, its silver dial glinting like the edge of a dagger. The hands in the clock inched toward 8, only a few minutes away. Accio shoes. A pair of black leather shoes flew out of his cupboard as Harry tugged a sock onto his feet before moving to the other. Accio wallet, Accio keys. Harry snatched the two objects as they soared toward him, dropping them into his pockets before pulling his boots up and tying the black laces. Standing up, he strode to the side table, grabbing his phone as his fingers moved in a circular motion, golden sparks curling into a portal in an empty alley. Harry stepped through, glancing around as the portal vanished, dissolving into sparks. A moment later, he twisted on his heel, vanishing with a sharp crack that echoed through the empty alley. The world swirled with colors before he appeared in front of a tall building with a slight pop magic sparked between his fingers as he walked toward the entrance, glancing at the security guard who rose from his chair. Where to, son? The security guard called. Sharon Carter. Harry said. I am here to pick her up for dinner. Ah, date, I am assuming. The man smiled, picking up the telephone at the desk and dialing something. Your name? Harry. Harry Potter. The security guard nodded, leaning onto the receiver. Hey, Miss Carter. There's a Harry Potter here to pick. Yes, I will tell him that. Yes. The guard put the receiver down and turned to Harry. She will be down in a few minutes, son. Thanks. Harry nodded. Good luck, son. God knows she works too much for her own good. The guard sat back behind his desk. Going out early every day and coming back late. Sometimes, she'll disappear for days on a foreign trip for her boss. But let me tell you, she'll be successful in doing what she does. Dedication always rewards. That it does. Harry agreed. You work with her? Not exactly. Harry coughed. I am more of a business partner with her boss. Ah, the guard nodded. Well. The lift dinged, its doors sliding open to reveal Sharon, dressed in an ankle-length striped yellow dress and a heavy overcoat. Have fun, son. The guard tipped his cap. Hey, Harry. Hey, Sam. Sharon greeted them both, turning to Harry, her eyes trailing up his form. Did you dress up? If anything, I feel underdressed in your presence, right now. Harry offered her his arm with a grin. You look beautiful. Thank you. You clean up well too. Sharon's cheeks pinkened. Shall we? Where to? Harry led her through the gates of the building, and onto the street outside. You didn't pick a place. I thought you would. Harry glanced at her. You know DC better than I do. If you want to go eat somewhere in Manhattan, I can take you there. There's a couple of great pizza places and even a few good restaurants we can eat in depending on what you want. Sharon hummed thoughtfully. I am in the mood for something that is not pizza or cheap Chinese. Maybe something continental? Or maybe Indian? Harry checked his watch. I could have taken you straight to the country you wanted to eat from, but it is the middle of the night everywhere right now. Have you ever done that before? Sharon asked. Gone to the country you wanted to eat the food of and come back? Couple of times, yeah. Harry's lips curled into a smirk. Teleportation does have its uses. We just chose the wrong time of the day to go out, didn't we? Sharon grimaced. Damn, I could have been in another country right now enjoying food. I can still take you anywhere in the United States, or Canada, Harry suggested. You know, there's this great place in Denver where I once ate a Cuban sandwich. Maybe we can go there? As you wish, Harry said. What's the place? 230 107th Avenue, Sharon said, and Harry twisted his fingers, a ripple of magic washing around him. A moment later, he opened a portal. After you. Harry grinned as Sharon looked around wildly. Why is no one paying attention to us? Magic. Harry's grin broadened. But it won't last long, so you might want to get moving. Right. Sharon stepped through the portal, Harry following her. The portal collapsed behind them, and they walked together, down the street. Suddenly, a loud ring rang from Sharon's pockets and they stopped. "Sorry, it is my mom." Sharon cut the call. She usually never. The phone rang again. "You should pick it up, Sharon," Harry said. "I don't mind. It might be something urgent." "Right." Sharon pressed the phone to her ear. "Yes, Mo. What? Where? Shit. Shit. Don't worry, I am on my way." No, I'm nearby. Give me a few minutes." "Something the matter?" Harry asked as Sharon cut the call and turned to him. "Yes. We need to go to Newark now. Aunt Peggy has collapsed." Sharon breathed. "They have taken her to the city hospital. Can you?" Before she could finish, Harry had already twisted his fingers and opened another portal. "Family first, Sharon. Always," Harry said. "Let's go." Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. So, yes. We saw Heimdall in this chapter. He is one of my personal favorite characters and I think he has a lot of potential that the MCU doesn't exactly cover. Also yes, the eye has its own powers which the Ancient One is slowly teaching Harry to use. It can act like a scrying device enabling Harry to look anywhere around the universe in the present unless the place or the person has been shielded. It is kind of a light version of Heimdall's gaze. Nowhere near as powerful as him, but could work just fine. In the next chapter, we will be Peggy I am the badass whom badasses look up to Carter, of course. Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Mughill, Nanu, Shadowcheck, and Anax for baiting this chapter. For access to all my links and early and special content, visit linktr.ee/hbfanfictioner66. A Helping Hand chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ch.17a Helping Hand, the 14th of April 2007, City Hospital, Newark. White tiles gleamed under Sharon's dark boots as she strode past the throng of people gathered in the hospital's lobby. Harry trailed behind her, weaving between stragglers and passing stretchers, feeling the hospital stench cling to his nose. Sharon jammed her fingers into the lift button multiple times, causing Harry to wince. "Sharon, calm down." He laid a hand on her shoulder. "It won't help if you're a mess when you go up there. Right now, your family needs you." I know. Sharon took a deep breath, staring at her reflection in the lift's mirror. "Jesus, I hope she's all right." "She will be," Harry said. "If what I've heard about that woman is even remotely true, she's a fighter. She'll pull through." The lift dinged open and Sharon spotted a blond man pacing outside a door. A slight smile curved on his face as he noticed Sharon running toward him, pulling her into a tight hug. "Matthew, son of John," the wind whispered in Harry's ears as he walked closer to the two of them. "What did the doctors say?" Sharon peeked through the small circular window on the door. "Is she going to be all right?" "Nothing yet." Matthew shook his head. "They're still checking her and running some tests. We used her shield card to get more urgent treatment and access to the special care ward, but they still haven't told us anything. If you showed them the card, it means they are going as fast as they can." Sharon glanced around. "Where are Mom and Dad?" "Your father has gone to fill out some forms." A woman with graying hair emerged from a corridor, a flowery duffel bag slung over her shoulder. "Sharon, do you think you can?" The woman's gaze flicked past her shoulder toward Harry, her blue eyes narrowing. "Ashley, daughter of Nancy. How may we help you, mister?" She raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he's with me, Mom." Sharon waved her hand. "He works with me at S.H.I.E.L.D. Harry gave them a polite smile. "I'm Harry Potter. I came here to help in any which way I can." "Nice to meet you." Matthew shook his hand. "I'm Sharon's brother, Matt. Could you get them to hurry up or tell us what's going on? Say you're from S.H.I.E.L.D. and would like to get answers or something?" "I don't think I can. I am just a consultant." Harry hesitated, "And for what it's worth, I do not think rushing the doctors will help. They're just doing their jobs." "He's right," Sharon agreed. "The best we can do is wait out for the initial reports, and if, God forbid, there's something more serious, we can get her to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical care." "There's no need for that." Harry's fingers traced the outline of his amulet through his shirt. "I can cure her with the stone. It'll take me seconds." "What exactly happened to her?" Sharon asked. "We were all eating dinner and she was absolutely normal through most of the meal, talking perfectly and everything. Then, out of the blue, She started slurring and looking around as if she was befuddled. A few moments later she just collapsed. Matt ran his fingers through his hair. Dad barely had enough warning to catch her in time before she hit the floor. We immediately called the ambulance and got her here. How long ago was that? Harry frowned. Half an hour or so. Sharon's mother checked her watch. We got her to the hospital in less than 10 minutes and had her admitted before calling Sharon. Though, you both got here very fast. It was like you were in the hospital. I was nearby, Sharon lied smoothly. Harry was with me and we came running as soon as we heard. And you didn't even bother to tell us that you were in town? Her mother raised an eyebrow. It's not like that, Mom. Sharon rolled her eyes. It's protocol that. There's always some explanation with you, isn't there? She pursed her lips. I'm terribly sorry, but did she have a pulse when you admitted her? Harry intervened before Sharon could answer. I am asking because I am the first SHIELD personnel on the scene. The first who isn't family. She did, Matt replied. What do you do exactly? Are you a scientist? Something like that. Sharon's eyes darted toward Harry. Harry's doing some cutting-edge research on healing the human body without drugs or operations. Non-intrusive methods of healing based on some ancient techniques and aided by technology. He has already developed technology that can, what was it? Basically it just helps the body heal itself faster by passing different kinds of energies through it that resonate with the cells. Harry scratched behind his ear. Your body does all the work, but through certain methods, we can help it focus on the area that needs healing and give it a major boost. That sounds fascinating, Sharon's mother remarked. And there's John. A man made his way around a stretcher and the ward boys, a paper clutched in his hand. Did the doctor? Not yet, Sharon said, and the man's eyes widened. Pumpkin. John stepped past Harry, pulling Sharon into a rib-crushing hug. You got here already? I came as soon as I heard, Dad, Sharon said. Do you need any help with the formalities? No, they're all done. Now we have to wait for the doctor to tell us what to do next. Sharon's father broke the hug. Though it's good that you're here. Right. Sharon nodded just as the door behind them opened and a doctor emerged, clearing his throat. Sharon's father twisted to look at him. Doctor. We would need to run some tests, I am afraid. The doctor held up a hand. First, an MRI test and a CT scan. And even after that, we might need to run some more tests. What has happened to her? Matthew shoved himself to the front. We cannot say for certain. The doctor clasped his hands in front of him, keeping his face blank. We need to run tests too. Doctor, I am from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD. Sharon held up her badge. The woman who has been admitted is our former director and founder, and we'd like to get an immediate update on her health. Even your opinion as a medical expert on what has happened to her would be much obliged if you cannot give us anything concrete. Harry raised an impressed eyebrow, watching the doctor stare at Sharon dumbfounded. Doctor? Sharon prompted. The doctor shifted on his feet. I cannot say for certain until the test results come, but to me, it seems like an ischemic stroke. A clot in the brain. You should pray it is not, because, at her age, there would be a little we could do. Sharon's mother stumbled back, her face paling while Sharon's father clutched his son's shoulder. Of course, I can't be certain till the test results come, the man repeated. Now, Mr. Carter, I need you to sign some forms. Harry's eyes sought Sharon's, who was staring at the badge in her hands, a tear rolling down her cheek. I can make all their pain go away. The amulet on his chest thrummed. I just need to find a way to get in, and make sure I can do it undetected. Sharon. Harry inched closer and she hastily wiped away her tears. I can end all of this. I just need to get to her in private. Sharon's eyes snapped up, a flicker of hope burning in them. Distract your family, Harry whispered. I will go in and do what I can. Matt, take care of Mom. Stay with her. Sharon turned to her brother. Harry and I are going to wait here. We'll see if anything is needed. Her brother nodded feebly and went to their mother's side, leading her away gently. Go, Sharon muttered. Harry glanced around and pushed the door open, tugging on his magic. I don't want to be noticed. Magic flowed over his body like a splash of warm water as the door flopped close and he walked into the room, eyeing the nurse seated in a corner. His gaze moved to the center of the room and his heart clenched, his breath hitching. McGonagall's pale form as she was downed by stunners flashed in front of his eyes, a bittersweet pain in his chest. She's not Professor McGonagall. Harry crumpled the pain, feeling the amulet's warmth seep into his chest. Stepping closer to Peggy, he watched her chest rise and fall with every shallow breath from the mask on her face. Beside the bed, machines beeped, their wires extending down to her arms where they were connected. She looks like she could be Professor McGonagall's older sister. Harry caressed her hair, and if she were here, she'd have told me to stop dallying around and get to work. A faint smile curved on his lips and heat bled through his arm, onto her forehead, an orangish golden glow spreading down her face. Heal. Her breathing grew deeper, the wrinkles on her face tightening a little, her pale skin gaining a rosy tinge. The monitor beside her beeped and a deep groan escaped her throat. Her eyes fluttered open and she blinked. Shit. Harry pulled on his magic, disappearing from view before she could get a proper look at him, pulling back his away and slipping out of reach as Peggy's hand shot out. She sat straight up, her eyes running across the room, stopping on the nurse who looked up sharply, her eyes widening. Miss Carter, you're awake. The nurse bustled toward Peggy. Who are you? Peggy's voice was as sharp as a dagger. I'm Claire Temple. I'm a nurse here. Claire gave her a placating smile. You're in the city hospital in Newark. You were admitted here after you collapsed at your home. Where's my family? Peggy's eyes swept past Harry as he quietly made his way toward the door, invisible. They're waiting outside, ma'am, Claire replied. If you allow me to check on you, I can call the doctor and we can proceed ahead. Call someone from my family first. I want to see them. Peggy drew herself up, leveling the nurse with a stern look. Go. Professor McGonagall would be proud of that look. Harry smiled to himself, stepping back as the nurse walked past him, pulling the door open. Excuse me. Who's here for Miss Carter? Claire's voice rang from outside. She's awake and asking for someone from her family. Please come in while I call Dr. Mason. She pulled the door open, and Sharon rushed in, a brilliant smile curving on her. Harry slipped out behind the nurse just before the door closed, wincing as his elbow banged against the door's handle. A moment later, the warmth of the soul stone swept away the pain and he breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the magic over him to drain away. That's one thing done. The memory of McGonagall's smile flashed in front of his eyes, a warmth spreading in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, she would be proud if she could see me today. The 14th of April 2007 City Hospital, Newark. The quiet noises of the hospital faded in and out of Harry's ears as he sat on a chair, his eyes drooping. Harry. A voice startled him awake. Matt stood in front of him, holding 2 cups in his hands. Coffee? Thank you. Harry accepted the cup. How's your aunt? Still awake somehow, drinking a cup of tea that she got a nurse to get for her. Matt sat beside him with a sigh. I think she wants to go home. But the doctors are reluctant to let her leave. One thing which I've learned is that doctors don't give a shit about you when they're doing their jobs. Poppy Pomfrey's glare swirled in front of his eyes. They would probably let her go in the morning if they find nothing. And if they do, then it'd be for the best, probably. Harry blew the steam over his cup away. Early detection saves a lot of lives. She did collapse out of nowhere, didn't she? Matt nodded silently, drinking from his cup. Does she stay with you? No, Matt shook his head. She was visiting, though. Dad said that we'll set her up in Sharon's old room for the time being. She might need someone to take care of her. Harry leaned back in his chair. She might not like it, but she would. That's true too, Matt agreed. You've been a great help, Harry. Thank you for staying back here and helping us out. Sharon's a friend. Harry waved him off. One of the few I have. The least I could do is help fill out a few forms and keep you company till she returns. And believe me, even if you want to go and freshen up for a bit, feel free. I don't mind. I might take you up on that offer, he chuckled lightly, and speak of the devil. Sharon walked toward them, dressed in blue jeans and a simple black top, her shield badge stuck in her pocket. Did she go off to sleep? Sharon asked. Nope, Matt said. She just drank a cup of tea, though it is barely 11. One doesn't drink tea at 11, Matt. Sharon tossed her hair over her shoulder. I'll talk to her. Sharon pushed open the door of Peggy's room and disappeared inside. Seriously, if you want to freshen up, feel free, Harry repeated. Maybe grab a neck pillow or something too. I'll wait with Sharon. Nah, you should go home, man, Matt said. You were getting sleepy anyway. And now I have coffee in me. I'm not sleeping for at least another hour. Harry snorted. Also, I've a very flexible sleep schedule. I do make frequent trips to Asia, so it doesn't bother me a lot. Freshen up, mate. It took Sharon about an hour. You'll do it a lot faster, I am guessing. Matt barked out a laugh. All right, thanks, Harry. Not a problem. Harry waved at him as he walked to the elevator, going home. Harry sipped his coffee, closing his eyes and humming to himself until a pair of sharp, muffled voices had him snapping up. What the hell? Harry rose and ran into the room where Peggy was. You're being ridiculous. Sharon glared at her aunt. There was no one here except the doctors and nurses, and if there was. There was. Also, how may I help you? She looked past Sharon's shoulder, raising an eyebrow at Harry. I heard shouting. Harry walked to her bed. Is everything okay, Sharon? My aunt's being paranoid that someone was in her room and did something to her. Sharon huffed, shooting Harry an exasperated look from the corner of her eyes. I know what I saw. Peggy pursed her lips, turning to Harry, and I am terribly sorry to be rude, but who are you? I am Harry Potter, ma'am. Harry stepped closer, holding out his hand. I am a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sharon's friend. Peggy Carter. She shook his hand before her eyes narrowed a fraction. With a powerful tug, she pulled him closer to herself, staring into his eyes. It was you, she hissed. You were the man in my room. Harry felt his heart drum against his chest, his gut twisting into knots. What did you do to me? Peggy's eyes bore into his. I have no idea what you're talking about. Harry tugged free of her grasp, taking a step back. Auntie, you said you didn't even get a good look at him, Sharon said. You might be mistaking. I saw the eyes, Sharon. I'd reckon it did be tough to find someone with the same shade of eye he has. She leaned forward. I am guessing you know it too. Her lips curved into a smile at Sharon's surprised look. I know when I see an evasive lie, dear. S.H.I.E.L.D. might teach you to lie convincingly, but you forget that I am the one who wrote that book. Auntie. You want to know more? I'd say he's an enhanced and you, my dear, are his handler. Peggy looked over him with a critical eye. He's not trained, but he's confident in his own abilities. Abilities that include invisibility but not intangibility. I saw something bang against the door after you came in, am I right? That is true, Harry admitted. But how do you know? Know what? She arched an eyebrow. That it was me and the fact that I am enhanced? I saw your eyes when I woke up and I reckoned that I would find someone with eyes like yours. Peggy crossed her legs. As for how I know, all enhanced people have their tells. And this is not my first time dealing with someone more than human. Captain America. Peggy inclined her head, her eyes gaining a faraway look for a moment before she shook her head. But now the question is, what were you doing? He was healing you, Sharon answered. The doctor had said that we might lose you forever. So Harry came in and cured you. Oh, Peggy took a deep breath, turning to Harry. Thank you, it was nothing. It should be. You've been given what no one else has and you use it for good without expecting anything in return. Peggy's eyes stared into his. You are a good man, Harry. Harry shifted uncomfortably, saying nothing. I think you should rest, Aunt Peggy, Sharon said after a few moments. It has been a long day and the doctors aren't going to discharge you tonight. They want to make sure that you're all right. Perhaps, Peggy said. We will leave you to rest, Harry said. Good night, Miss Carter. Harry and Sharon left the room, closing the door behind them. You know, I never said thank you either, Sharon whispered, putting her arms around Harry, who froze for a moment. You saved her life. I mean, it was the least I could do. Harry patted her back lightly. I never would have thought our dinner would have turned out like this. Sharon pulled back, her arms still around him, staring into Harry's eyes. A moment later, she leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, and Harry felt a burning tingle spread down his cheek. Sharon's face hovered close to his for a moment, her breath brushing against his chin. Then, she pulled away, squeezing his hand. Thank you. Anytime, Sharon. Anytime. The 6th of May 2007. Outer gates, pocket dimension golden sparks fluttered to the ground, seeping into the ground like water on the desert soil. Dark granite walls rose in front of his eyes, thunder rumbling in the sky over the tall towers. A chill ran down Harry's spine as he felt the hurricane of magic running beneath his feet. Stronger than anything he had ever felt. The soul stone thrummed against his chest, warming him as he pushed the wooden gates open. A man in a long, dark cloak stood on the other side, a silver sword hanging by his side, glinting in the darkness of the hall. "Master Potter," the man rasped. "Welcome back, Warden Smith." Harry mustered a smile. "Is everything well?" "As well as it can be, Master Potter. Today you have been assigned to the 3rd level. The Ancient One says that you should expect trouble from the realms that lie on the other side." "Trouble?" Harry frowned. "That's the message she told me to pass on." The warden shook his head. "When I asked if there would be an attack from there and if we should arm ourselves, she said no." "That means she is warning me in her own way, somehow." Harry felt his heart hammer in his chest. "Which means I need to put the clues together or be prepared." "What's on the 3rd level?" "A lot of doorways." Smith sighed. "Archie is in charge of the level. I will tell her to give you a tour. Though, those contain doorways to the more peaceful realms. The higher we go, the more dangerous the realms are." "I know. Exactly." Smith moved closer. "May I?" Harry gave him a nod, and Smith grasped his arm, the room around them shifting for a moment, until they stood in front of huge hexagonal windows, lined by bricks of obsidian with glowing runes carved in them. Magic ran in every stone, thrumming under Harry's feet as he stepped forward, passing by the windows, glancing at the various scenes on the other side, ranging from villages to meadows, mountains, and battlefields. "Most realms here are rather peaceful," Smith said, "and this is Warden Brookwell. Call me Archie." The woman smiled, leaning against the wall, her hands in her cloak pockets. "Harry. Harry Potter." He offered her a hand. "Master or apprentice?" She eyed the hand as if it was offending her, and Harry dropped it back, pursing his lips. "Master. Second in command of the New York sanctum. Rather younger than I have seen in the past." She pushed herself off the wall, looking at them. "I suppose you'd like a tour like the rest of them?" "Yes. Master Potter will take a tour and analyze what may be the trouble, if any," Smith said. "I will leave you two to it. I will come to retrieve you in 8 hours." Warden Smith disappeared in a swirl of his cloak, leaving Harry with Archie. "Don't be offended because I didn't shake your hand," Archie told him. "There can be up to 10 million bacteria transferred in a single handshake. I'd rather not risk it, you see." "You deal with monsters, and you're worried about bacteria? Seriously? Just because you deal with the extraordinary, doesn't mean you should forget the ordinary." Archie swept forward. "Now, the 3rd level, as Smith undoubtedly told you, is one of the more peaceful ones. Some realms have even allied with us wardens and sorcerers in the past to protect reality. Though, it is more of tense politics in a few cases. Inter-realm politics. The only reason some stay in line is because of the power of sorcerers and the fact that if they break their word, there's a chance that you lot will just turn them to ashes or erase them from existence altogether." Archie laughed. "Some have experienced it before. Not erased or burned to ashes, but she left them crippled, their realms suffering." "The Ancient One?" "Yes. Though, most say that she had to. You see? They were rebelling, wanting to reclaim the Earth as their home. She denied it." "Who were they?" "Vampires, of course," Archie said. "The ones that live in the realm of Nippon, the Yiki. Ona. They have long since been shifted to the 5th level, even if they are all but crippled. It is said that decades ago, she walked in and judged the elders of the clan. She took away the cold and clouds, turning their world into a desert, and trapped them there." "Right," Harry said. "But it was to save the world, right? Humanity. They would have turned Earth into an ice age if they had been successful." Archie pursed her lips. "She prevented it and used it as leverage to bring the other sects to heel. Including this one." They stopped in front of a window overlooking a dark fortress, surrounded by dying trees and storm clouds that flashed with lightning. A flag fluttered atop the fortress, and Harry felt his heart clench as he recognized the symbol. "Dracula. The most powerful vampire to have ever lived, one as dangerous as gods," Archie said. "When the incident of the Yiki Ona happened, the other vampires turned to him, but he refused to aid them to get revenge on humanity, saying if anyone turned to Earth, they would face his wrath before the sorcerers." "Interesting." Here we have the gates of afterlife, the realm of inhumans. Archie gestured to a meadow that lay on the other side of one of the windows. Human-Kree hybrids. The gates to it are ever open in the physical plane, and most roam Earth without ever realizing they're one. Those who do, come to afterlife. It's like a school for them. Though, they have their own realm too, apart from afterlife. Attilan. Ruled by the king of inhumans. Yes, Archie said. We have little contact with Attila though. Warden Smith is friends with the head of afterlife, Jiaying, and her second in command, Gordon. They visited a few weeks ago, looking for one of their own. Harry hummed, trudging ahead, peeking through windows as he passed them. Archie walked alongside him, naming some of the realms as she passed them. This is Ta Lo, one of the more powerful realms on Earth, yet at peace with its inhabitants. Archie said. Some of their heroes occasionally slip onto Earth to search for their heritage and their most powerful weapon, the 10 Rings. I have heard of it, Harry winced. It is said that the wearer of the rings can wield powers enough to defeat gods and overthrow any empire. An exaggeration, but yes. If someone like a master of the mystic arts wears it, he or she could take down gods. Do we know who has them? They have surfaced from time to time through history, as far as I know, Archie said, running her fingers over a glass. The last time their presence was confirmed was when they were worn by the great Genghis Khan. We suspect that the rings are still on Earth. Then I need to find out what I can about them. Harry glanced past Archie's shoulder onto the mountains and the strange winged creatures soaring over their peaks. Knowing my luck, I would be coming across the rings, or worse, their wielders sometime in the future, and I would need to be ready. Chapter end notes and done. Hope you all liked the chapter. So, yes. A lot of Easter eggs in this one and sneaky character introductions. See how many you can catch. In the next chapter, we will be officially stepping into the MCU, and its extended universe, with some very interesting scenes. It is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Mughill and Shadowcheck for baiting this chapter. You can also join my Discord server where you can chat with me and gain sneak peeks into the upcoming chapters. It is a fun, growing community of nearly 2K members. Link. Discord. GG, 4QFP3FXDQ4. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HP Fanfictioner 66 please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.